I've heard some talk of 4 o'clock. I can't remember who it was yesterday that spoke on it.
Yeah, I think Mouse said it was after hours today.
Yep, it was Mouse. Thank you.
Does anybody using Fidelity know if they have a dark mode?
They do on the phone, yeah. Mine's all dark. So it's either the default or they've got one.
Right on. I'm on desktop, but that means it might exist. I'm going to keep looking. Dark mode is life, man.
Yeah, my eyes are too old for that daytime mode. Forget it.
My office. Sorry, go on. Right, it's like my office is this like basement room with no windows, so the lighting is a little sensitive.
Helps me maintain my chill.
Alright, so watching NSPR, the price was $1.20.
That overseas, maybe?
Yeah, $1.20 aftermarket. Now it's falling back down to $1.06. I may consider buying more if the price goes under $1 to 75 cents range. But other than that, I'm just keep holding these, and I plan to sell when it goes up to 20%. Ideognomics, that's a stock that I have up there because the company is one of the first companies to be producing an electric tractor, which may have a huge market in the United States. If you don't know anything about electric motors, in the South, the electric motor is superior to diesel because you have more torque and you can pull more weight essentially.
Well, that's odd.
If you have a tractor, you have a lot of land usually. If you have a lot of farmland, you have a lot of sunlight, so you could easily build charging stations, and it's going to be cheaper. when a farmer has to buy diesel to be delivered to his farm, it can be expensive. That's why solar tractors could be the future. Alright, so Jessica talking about GameStop. We do get the new interest ratio today at around aftermarket, so maybe like 4:30 to 5 o'clock p.m. Eastern time zone. And that will give you a better look at what's happening. But keep in mind, even though the data comes out today, it could be delayed. So be careful. It could say 80%, but realistically today it could
Just
be
off
down
of
to
what
50.
I can remember, I think GME only hit a high of about 70 yesterday, and it was quick. Right. I think what did it opened at like 70-23 or 70-33, and I thought it tripped the breaker because it sat there for almost a good 30-45 seconds.
As we can see this morning, GameStop is dropping, and it's based off the thesis that shorts were able to cover. People have this idea that it's only one company that shorted GameStop, but that's not true. And these websites that show the short interest ratio, they're all kind of delayed. The SEC filing is today after market though, so that should paint a picture. Yeah, I'm tracking Glue because EA Sports bought Glue, and I wanted to see what the share price would be. I think it's frozen. Let me get Glue real quick. I think I see it frozen over here. My bad. I had Glue frozen right there. Alright, let's move it up a little bit. There it goes. It's probably going to sit around that $12.50 range today.
It should.
That shot came from your phone? Like, we can see this right now? Or is this something that somebody saw? Just to be clear, I'm trying. Damn. Okay. Wow.
I think I posted a screenshot in the generals regarding that. This shit makes no sense. There are no walls, and it's just tanking.
If you guys want your comments to be read by others people, I recommend you don't spam them. It does get you perma muted when you spam comments like that. Jessica, yeah, I'm saying be careful because sometimes the data that is reported late. It's not real-time data. This short interest ratio is not real-time. People are not looking at it real-time. The only way you have it real-time is if you're the clearinghouse or brokerage firm yourself. Yeah, I mentioned multiple times I bought and sold GameStop on the downtrend to earn profit. I think the only people who would buy GameStop at the high and hold are new investors. If you bought GameStop at $4 and held it, that's great. But if you're jumping in when the price is already up 100 times, and then you're trying to hold when the price is 100 times, you're gonna get burnt. I don't know.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Hello there.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Question: is this drop in the price? Is that this whole short ladder attack that everyone's been talking about, or what's going on?
No, I think if you look at the volume, this is probably natural selling. I don't think this is short laddering. I think we've already moved on past that. I think the shorts have already
Thank you very
covered.
much.
I think the shorts that had to cover have already covered. And then,
Well, I mean, the problem is we don't know. I mean, the best I can tell you, again, watching level 2, is the volume is just low. People just aren't really buying and selling. They're just holding or doing nothing, you know?
This is true.
Yeah, we're only at like 3 million volume so far today.
So what does that mean?
I think it means that the shorts have already covered, and this is natural selling. And I think other hedge funds took out new short positions. They probably taken out short positions at around $200 a mark. Because if the stock doesn't go back up to $200, they're gonna make billions of dollars.
So what are we hoping for? Because we have very little power now, don't we? We can just hold or buy a little bit, but other than that, what can we do and what do we?
If you think the price is going to go down lower, I had this debate yesterday with somebody. If you know the price is going to go lower, why would you buy now? Why not wait until it's lower? If you know it's going to go lower, you can invest in other stocks that are going to increase in that time, and then go back later and buy it lower.
That's what I'm doing.
I'm in GME for the long run. So
Dude, I'm
the more-
positive it's gonna go down further though.
No matter what, I'm improving my position, and I'm staying with GME.
Me
So,
too, buddy. Me too.
Yeah.
If anyone has shares in Sundial, they went up pretty well today at open.
Afria is popping too. It's over 22 right now. Nice.
But you guys notice how AMC and GameStop go
Aw.
down around the same times?
Yeah, man. Did you see the thing I
Oh,
posted
yeah.
this morning?
Wayne has a good point.
Yes.
Guys, if you put a stop loss, it does minimize how much money you lose. Some people buy and hold, they don't have any stop losses or anything. And that's going to be very dangerous, especially if you're not watching stocks 24/7 with live charts that you have to pay $600 a month for.
I think Westport was dipping too if anybody wanted to pick up some shares. Oh, it's back up right now. I'm going to see it.
We mean high of 253.
I don't know about you, but that seems pretty fishy to me.
They do.
Like, Tame, what's your honest opinion about that, though?
Honest opinion about what exactly?
Oh, what I just put in general.
Let me take a look at it. I mean,
Oh, but
if it's two charts that look the same, Robinhood doesn't have the best charting. If you use something like Yahoo Finance or something, then it's better. These charts don't look exactly the same. They're actually very different. Yeah, there's a drop, but they're very different in how they're dropping. But both of these stocks are in the same situation too. We have a lot of people selling off their shares. The only difference is AMC.
Possible. It's just indicative of the same bots working on both.
No, let me
companies
explain.
and trading.
The huge difference with AMC, they actually have a firm that owns a lot of shares that are trying to sell their shares, minimizing their loss though. GameStop, there's no giant firms that said they want to buy
It's
GameStop
Tuesday.
and
I
take
mean,
over.
have you guys noticed? Isn't it normally that on Tuesdays these stocks drop down? I feel like Tuesday's a good buy day.
I am loving microvision right now. Is anyone else holding MVIS?
No, I didn't buy it last week. I was looking at it and
What?
yeah, it's looking good.
How is this 250 even possible after hours? I'm so uneducated about this whole thing. It's so frustrating.
It's not possible. It doesn't. There's no way. There's no way that with everybody in their current position, it would have dropped. It would have averaged around in the 59 range, shot up to 260, and nobody would have sold. It's just not possible.
Yeah.
I mean, so we're going to talk about speculation and what we personally and emotionally feel. That looks like a setup to say, "Oh, we were low. It shot up. You missed it. There was your squeeze. Good luck."
That's not enough. That shares for a squeeze.
Well, it's not enough for a what would be classified as a squeeze, but for people that have just jumped in that are looking at that, they would be upset if somebody told you, "Hey, remember that stock you were holding that was at $50? Yeah, it went up to 260 and now it's back down in the 50s. You missed your opportunity." That would make you sit here now and say, "Well, damn it, it's over. I'm out," and sell. That would potentially allow them to recover at a lower rate on their shorts.
Well, what I don't get is the fact that there was like a bunch of people. Like DFE is obviously the main example, but I mean, like, who's to say he took profits off it, knew that it was going to go back down, but kept a lot of them, and then just bought a shit ton more, like right now, or maybe even he's still waiting to buy because he knows it's going to go lower. Who knows?
It's possible someone did a sell to themselves on another account or something. Like, couldn't I technically put an ask in at $200 and then have my buddy go and put a bid in at $200 and buy the share? Because nobody else would buy it $200 when the price is at 50.
You're gonna buy it.
You do realize when your friend
matter
bids
what your-
$200, it's gonna
it is.
he'll buy the cheapest one. He's not gonna buy yours. This isn't eBay. This is the stock market. If your friend bids $200, he'll get the cheapest stock on the market. He won't get your stock.
It's very unlikely, but if you put in like a huge market order, sometimes you'll hit limit orders on accident just because of if there's no orders in the book for like a split second, it'll just hit the first one it can get.
I know, but you can look at all the bids and ask. I'm pretty sure there's at least one person selling under $200. I get the volume is low, but it's not like somebody's only buying and selling one stock per hour low.
In the general, I posted a link to We Are the Shares. It's a chart of the shares that they failed to deliver and the outstanding shares. It was last updated on, I think, the 5th, so should update later today or tomorrow or something. But that should give you some kind of insight on what's going on.
Thanks, Crumbs.
Yep.
So if the volume was really low, it would be possible as long as you put a bid in to buy everything between that and what's between you.
It's a good day to buy.
No, you put it at the same price and just say you want to buy however many shares is required to pull up the volume.
Look at Tilray. Oh my god. It's up like 24%. It's at $37. Oh, I think it was at 38 earlier. Wow.
I wonder if any of our lovely politicians bought into Tilray before giving
Right?
speeches about legalizing marijuana.
Probably. Or a Fria if they're smart, because it's cheaper.
What is the ticker on that?
So a Fria is Alpha Papa Hotel Alpha. If you buy a Fria shares, you're gonna get 0.8 something. There's a number of Tilray shares once the merger is complete. Morning.
Oh, okay.
That's why I hate people pushing penny stocks. Is look at how much people just made off Tilray. If you bought weed penny stocks last week, you're not too happy right now looking at Tilray.
Tilray's doing great. I mean, why wouldn't one go for the biggest one? They're gonna dominate.
Exactly. If people, spending their money on weed penny stocks right now, you just miss out huge. Even Organigram, that was $2 2 days ago, and I was pushing it to people. It's like instead of buying penny stocks, OGI is sitting here at $2. It honestly grew like $3 yesterday. It's at like $5.50 now. That's like $3 gain. That's like more than twice your money in the matter of a day. I guarantee any penny stock grew like, I don't know, 10 cents, 20 cents.
So you guys thinking this is going to be the high then on Alpha, or I mean, would you buy right now at $22?
It's very hard to say with like established weed companies, because is it due to beta? And even if it is due to beta, it's like they're still selling their product and they might have had a good quarter. So it's very hard to say with actual weed companies. It could be because of beta or because they had a good quarter. And if it is because they had a good quarter, they're not coming back down. So
It's gonna dip today, my opinion, because it's on like a high right now. It's cresting, so you're gonna see it at some point. I'd say, what time is it right now? In about 30 minutes, you're probably gonna see it dip, and you're gonna see it
but the
dip.
thing also too is the pandemic. I've been watching OGI for like, I've had it for 5 years. I've been watching it like pretty closely for 3 years, and the pandemic affected huge to where like it was sitting at $2 for like the last year. So these stocks could be going up because they're starting to move away from the pandemic and start to become profitable again too, which is what I would assume. So like yesterday was probably, or 2 days ago was probably good, or Friday, sorry, was probably a good time to buy. But you're right, now you're gonna have to wait to see if it's beta, or probably lose out on a bit of profit and get in when it kind of settles down a bit. But
Yeah, I bought it last week and I bought it I thought it was pretty high for a Fria, but I guess it's not. I bought it at like $16 and change. So, but what I'm looking forward to is that these shares are going to get converted to Tilray shares, and that's a win for me.
yeah, that might have happened too today. That's why you might have seen it gone up. I don't know if they've merged yet, but that will be huge for them because it's not like they're small time companies merging. No, the one is the biggest in Ontario, I think, or at least second biggest, and the other one's the biggest in BC. Like
They're going to be the
what I liked
biggest.
about Tilray is they were private for the longest time. They were the last Canadian weed company to finally go public because they seen the amount of uh, money they're getting from the public. So they were like, you know what, we're just gonna do an IPO as well. But they were private. They had no need for public money. They still don't. They just see
The, mer-
competition and want to make it easier.
the merger's announced and everything, but and even the details of the share swap is announced, but it hasn't gone through yet.
They will probably. I see them merging 100% because
Oh yeah, no, they are. I'm just saying, like in terms of you buying the stock, that's not happened yet.
I don't know how that would work though, too.
Oh boy, even Jim Cramer says he
Exactly.
owns Bitcoin.
That's not good.
Fucking
Kramer talking about he owned Bitcoin. These people are pumping it. I'm telling you. They want everybody to buy it. Otherwise, they wouldn't mention it so much. It's not like mentioning
Someone
you're
posted an
begging.
article last night about someone banning Bitcoin in their country, saying Nigeria, I think it was. They banned it completely. Anyone that has Bitcoin's accounts is gonna get. Yeah.
They can't just delete your Bitcoin.
It's crazy. Like Nigeria is one of those countries that could out.
Well, usually when you see Bitcoin banned in a country, it's where the country's currency is already dropping in massive value.
I should give them more incentive to use it. So that's why it's a little weird.
So, do any of you have a stock you're intending to buy into today because you know something about the company?
I did a bunch yesterday, but if they drop down lower than what I bought them, then I'm going to buy more. And that was Celos Therapeutics because of their ketamine product that's a direct competitor to J&J. That, and I bought Ocugen the other day. I got that at a really good price, so I don't know if I'm going to buy more of that. And Westport, yeah, if Westport drops a little bit below what I bought it at, I'm going to buy more.
My baby's dropped today. The one I had to sell for GME. Next Tech AR Solutions, $4.80 a stock right now. Do your research though.
What is that?
It's augmented reality, and they're trying to do a lot of stuff with like online shopping and try to make it like next future kind of thing, from my understanding. But just do your research.
Yeah.
I've been watching OTLK Outlook. It's been looking pretty steady.
The OZSC that I mentioned on Friday last week is up to 48 cents from 17 last Wednesday.
EXO dropped a bit. You might be able to catch that before it dips up like Tilray. That one, they're actually, because I bought them back like 2 months ago. I re-upped on them. I had to sell off again though, but they consolidated everyone's stocks, which means like they cut down and then they put up their average price. But they used to be like $5 a stock, and then they gave everyone less stock, and then made their stock worth more. So they actually took
Who's
stock
that?
out of the system. In other words, Hexo Corporation, they're a weed company in Quebec. They're at $9.28 now.
Yep. Overall, I'm down 68% on Hexo after that reverse split.
It was up money after the reverse split because they actually went up. So, but yeah, I had to sell off, and they think they reached $10 on Friday, if I'm not mistaken. So now they're at 932. So it's not a bad grab actually in my eyes, but do your research.
CCIV is at a discount today.
It's true. I'm watching that one.
Oh my fucking god!
It was at my buy price was 30. I should have put a limit order in. But
I'm just a little bit nervous with CCIB until they actually release some news.
You're
When you
right.
watch a stock and it just shoots up on you, like I was watching a stock 2 months ago and it's at $15. It's now at $54. Face
And
drive.
it's like I would love to do some due diligence on it, but it's like, come on, y'all got to give me something to work with. Just telling me I got a blank check does not help. You know, it still adds to.
Cut out.
Sorry, finger slip. It can just shoot up just because, and it's just like, what news is there to, justify a $33 price point?
Your
27.
It's your speculators, the lovely speculators.
It's true. It does seem, yeah.
Face drive shot up like to $55 on me. I was watching this a month ago and it was literally sitting around $15. I'm like, okay, I'm good. I got time. Yeah, nope.
I'm trying to look through damn near everything you guys are talking about. I didn't mean to swear there. Sorry. What's the deal with Westport Fuel Systems? Is there something you think they're going to be doing in the future?
Yeah, we talked about it last on Friday. Amazon ordered 1,000 compressed gas engines from them for their trucks.
Okay.
WPRT.
You actually posted the article, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I think what happened is it got a lot of momentum on the news, and then it was probably a little over-evaluated, and now if we can see, it's got like, it had a double dip, which should mean consolidation, but the second dip really wasn't like as much as the first dip, so it was kind of like a false double dip. Well, if you switch to 5 minute.
No, don't 5 minute. We're in the double dip right now. We're in the second dip.
Yeah, I mean, kind of. Well, I think it'll consolidate around like right where it should be, which is like $11.50 to $12.
From you guys' recollection, who used to own Chrysler?
Was it Daimler?
Mm-hmm.
And did they have AMC? Yeah, that's AMC.
This is good. I might have found a pretty
Chrysler
cheap
Concorde.
EV stock I actually want to buy into, because from my recollection, Chrysler used to be owned by an American company, but now their Jeeps, their Dodge, all that, the Ram is now owned by Stellantis, a Holland company in
Well, yeah,
Holland,
they're
I
owned.
believe.
Who are they owned by now? Because they did switch.
Stellantis, Stellantis. They're about $15 a stock, and from my understanding, they're going to make the Jeeps, they're going to make the Dodges, all that's going to be EV. And I had no clue that Chrysler actually sold it off this year. Never even heard about it in the news. So they might have sold off just to, I don't know, but yeah. If you guys are looking at EV, that'd be a lot safer than Workhorse in my eyes. I'd much rather an EV Jeep than whatever Workhorse is freaking doing. So
OCGN's dropping really hard. Could be a good time to get in if you haven't.
Today is buy day. We're going shopping.
For what?
Everything.
You know how I got this idea? Why I looked up these guys too? That Will Ferrell commercial with GM. First words was like, you know, Holland produces the most EVs in the world. It's like, no, I did not. Thank you, motherfucker.
What news happened that brought OCGN up to 1877 on the high there?
It's the vaccination. So
Oh,
they're in
right.
phase 3 trials for COVID vaccine, and it's already, I think, implemented in India. It's good news. And it's not an mRNA vaccine. I think it doesn't need to be refrigerated and all of that.
On the note with Chrysler, it was Chrysler Fiat, and then they all, like, I can't remember who else came in, but then they came all together and they formed Stellantis.
But wasn't it used to be like located in the States? It was never located in wherever it is now. I think it's. Hold on. Oh no, its headquarters are still in the States, I guess. I don't know. They say they make them. I don't know. One sec, I gotta read more on this.
I remember when Chrysler was under Plymouth. It was Plymouth Chrysler, then it was Plymouth Dodge,
Oh,
then
yeah.
Plymouth Fiat, and
Been through
before
a
it
lot.
was Plymouth AMC or Dodge. No, Chrysler AMC. Chrysler's changed hands so many times, man. It's like there's always seems to be a parent above them. It's always Chrysler AMC, Chrysler Dodge, Chrysler Plymouth Chrysler, Chrysler Fiat.
It's never good. It's
Yeah, now they're
not
owned
efficient.
22% by the Vanguard Group, 3% by BlackRock, 54% by Dongfeng Motor Corporation, 7% by Pure Giat family, that car company I can't pronounce.
Peugeot.
Peugeot, thank you, and Exor N.V, 15%, whoever they are. So
Also, at
now
one
they're
point,
called
used to be
Stellantis.
Daimler Chrysler.
I'm staying away from that.
Why?
Just
It's
because when you
$15. It's a very cheap EV because they have to go EV now. Like that's it. You either compete or you die. So they
when
have every
companies
plan to go 2021 to have their EV fleet up and running, which would be Jeeps, it would be Dodges, it'd be the cars you drive now. So
I don't.
Oh, I would not own a Jeep if you gave it to me. I'm sorry.
I don't
Jeeps,
buy anything like
Canada's
that.
huge,
No.
huge for buying Jeeps. They love Jeeps up here.
America, we love Jeeps also, if it's built right.
Yeah.
Ever since that Fiat engine, the every single I used to do like four wheeling and like off roading, and almost every single person I knew that has owned a Jeep either kept their old one pre Fiat,
Mhm.
or has gotten a new Jeep and has already sold it.
I had a
I'm just
Peugeot
looking
engine
for
in
electric vehicle side of things, right? So
yeah. No.
Yo, is anybody looking at RELI? That thing is halted right now, and the volume is ridiculous for what its average is. And it's halted.
Whoa. What is that?
It, yeah, it just got
Television
on the
network.
9th. On the 9th, it just got listed.
What is it?
Reliance Global Group. What the
See who
fuck?
actually owns them.
Mine's moving. It's at $9.08.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, mine's moving now. It just shot up like 40 cents after the halt.
What? So this just got released.
Yeah, it could be big because it's TV and everybody's at home. You feel me?
On Webull, it says it was one of the.
So they invest in real estate and other stuff too.
The previous close is like $33. That's crazy.
RELI. Damn, it's going. It's coming down. It's dipping a little bit.
I'm waiting for it to dip, hopefully to like $5. That's where I saw it a few ago, 5 something.
I think that's where it opened up.
Yep.
Yeah, just for a second. It's at
Yes.
below 8 now.
So it got offered at $5.40. Yes.
Apple's at a little bit of a discount right now.
Good. I've been waiting to buy some.
They look like they're hitting a resistance point at 137.12.
This makes me respect penny stocks.
I
The one
see.
I'm button
Okay.
into, Datametrics AI, specifically sent out a newsletter letting us know about the Reddit effect. I respect the fuck out of you. Thank you.
I know we're not supposed to be just talking about this, but Doge just shit the bed.
It'll come back.
Not surprised.
Okay.
It'll come back. It happens.
Doge usually trends down on the weekdays and goes back up on weekends. That's when people trade it. People get out of their Doge at the end of the weekend, and then they buy and sell stocks. Some people just...
Yo, listen to this. Listen, I'm sorry to cut you off. I'm sorry. I'm just very excited. The company or Datametrics is pleased to announce the Nexus Smart allows for dependable analysis and understanding of social media influence over stock prices. Nexology will soon add Reddit and other data sources in order to expand AI interpretation of such trends. Nexus Smart stands for Social Media Automated Reporting Technology. How does that sound? That's a penny stock right now, by the way. So
Inevitable. They're all going to be doing that.
They're
going to have to.
to
They're
survive.
going to have to. Yep.
The thing is, though, AI cannot determine a meme from reality. So, like,
you'd be surprised the amount of stuff they can suck up and calculate.
will.
It's not.
They'll figure it out.
Like it's not. It's like they just keep track of when it pops up on a site, and then they do their calculations from there, kind of thing.
Anything with the word moon in it is going to get flagged.
Exactly. Yeah. There's a lot they can do with the computer. It's ridiculous.
there's a bot already. I found it the other day where it already scans Reddit for like top mentioned stocks, like all of Reddit.
Yeah, our AI pre-reads text, selects verbatims, summarizes themes quickly and reliably, and with the precision the AI technology creates powerful reports based on our algorithms and automatically selects the most important original post to include in minutes rather than hours. Analysts can specify filters on the data to get automatic report or subsets of the data focused on specific times and titles, social media users, or topics. This means social media informed trends can be understood faster and with less difficulty, keeping companies ahead of the curve.
Who's developing that?
That's Data Matrix AI, or sorry, hold on. Datametrics AI. I've had them forever too. That was like that's when I first started buying penny stocks, like 6 years ago. These were the penny stocks I bought, but do your research. I don't know. So that just sounds pretty cool to me, and something that's definitely needed.
So, did we get any information on the punch to the face this morning on GME and AMC?
No information. That data is not available until after markets. But in terms of Reliance Global Group, their investor relation page doesn't even work on their website. So take caution.
Yeah, that's right. I am staying away right now.
How can you have an
And it's-
IPO and then not have an investor relations page working?
good point.
Well, these are things that are important to research. Good on you, Tame. Thanks. Tame, how long have you been trading and investing in the stock market?
I love it.
I've been doing it since I was 18. YouTube.
He knows what to look for, and that's why and sometimes
Liberty.
it hurts, and sometimes he has to call us out on stupid shit. I'm sorry you have to be responsible for all of us space apes there, bud.
I think we've been pretty good to him. I don't think he's called us out on too much stuff, except for yesterday with percentages. We're sorry.
It's like, what is going on? It's math, guys.
Yeah, I don't want to go back there.
Let's not go back there. Yeah, speaking about cryptocurrency and brokerage firms, yeah, your crypto is not private on those platforms. If you read terms of service, you're actually loaning your crypto out to those guys, and they're keeping your crypto in their wallets. So be careful. At least use Gemini because they're going to pay 7% interest, whereas the other guys like Robinhood and stuff aren't paying you. I mean, Robinhood may be convenient for trading Dogecoin, Doggy,
Doge.
whatever. they made it spelled like dog ecoin, but then pronounced
Meme
it
coin.
dog.
Just call it
It's a meme. It's a meme.
I
Doge.
Yeah.
feel
Call it
safest
meme
with
coin.
Gemini too. That's who the big banks use. So
On a Doge note, they just were listed on Qcoin, where you can use
Yay.
trading bots, and they're doing like a kind of like a 10 million Dogecoin airdrop if you sign up and trade Doge.
What?
So they're giving away 10 million Doge based on certain things if you trade a certain number of Doge.
Oh, interesting.
You guys want to
I'm
have a
just holding.
competition?
I'm just holding. I can't get into all that.
I'm thinking about having a competition this weekend where we start with $100 and see who can turn it to 200 just trading dog coin.
Doge.
Doggy style coin.
I'm with that. Hell yeah.
I've done that
That
already.
shouldn't be hard to do on the weekend.
On the weekend, let's do it on like a Saturday or a Sunday. No cheating though. You'll be surprised how long it takes to double from Dogecoin. Doge.
What are the rules? Because on the market, I could trade Doge between so many other cryptos. Depending, do we have to restrict ourselves to a
No, the
specific
rules are we can
exchange?
only buy and sell Dogecoin. You can only start with $100, and we have a time limit. Say 1 hour time limit. After that limit, we'll stop and then ask everybody what their balance is at.
Dude, wait, no, that's not even fair. Because you said we're starting with $100, and we're starting with $100. It's going to take all weekend in order to double that on dips on Doge alone.
No, it's not. What are you talking about? You can get 10% gains really fast with Dogecoin.
I mean, if everyone starts at the same amount, it'll be the same, right? Or
I don't think we can do percentages in this group.
I'll
We
say
start with
this
$100. We start with $100. We set a timer for 1 hour.
The account,
math.
the
Bananas
account,
only.
the account I'm playing with right now on Bittrex. About 5 days ago, I had about $250 worth of holdings in Ethereum and Doge, and it's up to 640 right now.
The trick is, how are you going to set your orders at 0.07111, or are you going to try to do whole cents? The people doing
I
whole
paper
cents
traded
are going to
micro
lose.
futures last night and went from $1,000 to $5,000.
That's
Hey,
good.
where did you find finally to paper trade futures?
Trade-O-Bot.
Cool.
Trade-O-Bait?
I'm glad you
Yeah,
finally found a place. I knew you were looking for it like crazy last night.
I may have stayed up too late last night doing historical trading data and trying to make money.
Love it.
GME is breaking my heart. What can I say? It's gonna get dark.
Dude, I'm sitting here watching it and I'm just like, man, come on.
I'm not watching it. I'm just leaving it. I can't.
I mean,
Discount prices.
I'm not touching it, but I mean,
I know it's still exactly. It's like,
Dude, after what I had to do in order to get my little come up to get my money squared away, I'm ready to go back in. Like I was waiting for this sub 50.
you think it's actually going to go to 27?
Is that what your crystal ball said?
I honestly hope so at this point. I need it to.
No, I know it's gonna go down.
My
was an
crystal ball says
article-
27. I'm not
There's
giving
an artic-
financial advice. This is just a crystal ball.
7:30. It's that.
Well, that crystal ball seems to know a whole lot.
There's an article that came out while I was reading this morning that said it believed actually that it might remain as a $52 stock.
That's what I'm saying. I got my average down now to like $90. I'm good for the long term, for the perfect storm, whichever.
I think anybody that got down under 100. Oh God.
People are still buying. They are buying it.
There's no
getting
way
under-
this team is not gonna make
Wait.
company.
Wait.
There's no way this-
Wait. Reliance. Look at Reliance. It's gonna go back down to $5 range soon.
Nice.
Yeah, that's
For
what I'm
them.
waiting for.
I don't think I'm buying it.
You're not gonna buy the stock cheaper than the IPO price?
I should. I thought we said that they're like, I don't know. Aren't
Just
they
their
being
investor
shady?
relations page isn't working, but maybe they don't have anything to show investors yet.
And
I don't think it was an IPO.
They
I
just
think
got-
it was some type of buyback or reverse split.
Oh. Actually, I think somebody did say that in the chat, in the YouTube chat, that it was a reverse. Let me look this up.
Reverse
So
split.
what I'm seeing on
Guys, there's two
people-
different Reliance. Somebody got confused. There's Reliance Global Group,
Yeah.
and then there's regular Reliance. Don't get confused on that.
Yeah, Reliance Global Group did. It's today. This was the public offering of 1.8 million shares of common stock, offering price of $6 per share. That happened today. So this is accurate.
Man, so the share price is really close to like the IPO.
It's RELI and it's also RELIW. On mine, it comes up as RELI. Reliance. I mean, it did dip down to 525.
Same. I'm down to 964 right now.
I hate it when that happens.
I'm gonna try to get one share of RELI.
What the hell is going on, dude? 630, 872, 635.
I'm not
Check
sure
the
what data
NBI.
Is that
you
just a
guys are
huge,
looking
is
at.
that just a huge bid-ask spread? Like, what the fuck?
It's still 620.
seeing it.
It's 620.
Yeah.
It's 608, 620. It's down there. 609.
Yo, you're watching this at 10 ticks. I could tell because you were saying it in real time as I was watching it.
Yeah, there are more people. I'm looking at the real time buys.
That thing is tripping balls.
It's a hedge fund.
Yeah,
People want to quit for
there's got to
GameStop.
be okay. So probably what they did is they halted it to make the bid ask price like the difference.
All right, guys.
I just got it for $6.
Somebody-
so that works.
Nice.
Those of you in Canada, what brokerage firm do you use? Somebody on YouTube is asking.
TD, direct investment account.
And I use Quest Trade.
So
Quest Trade's great because as opposed to Simple Trade, they don't charge me to like if you use Simple and you want to buy an American stock, it exchanges the money to pay for that share, but then it can't hold US dollars in that account, so it has to change it back, and every time it does that, it charges you a fee. And then on top of that, if I buy US stocks using Quest Trade, any of the dividends on a US stock, if it's in my RRSP, doesn't get charged the 15% withholding tax.
Charge you a fee for it to go from Canadian dollar to American conversion?
Yeah, Simple will charge you a conversion fee every time you buy and sell something because of the it doesn't hold it only holds US Simple only holds Canadian dollars.
What the
fuck?
Pretty sure mine
Yeah,
is
it's
American and
stupid.
Canadian, so,
It's
yeah, a
actually
little-
broken, so I would just
because it's
advise
backwards, because
no
it
one
should
to
be
ever
the
buy
other
a
way around.
US stock on Simple Trade.
It should be the other way around because the Canadian dollar is cheaper, right? So they're actually making money off the conversion, if anything. Especially if they're going to be like
No.
Robinhood and play with the buy rates if you don't limit buy, right? That's why you should always limit buy.
Yeah.
No, Slick Man, we don't know what that is. That never happened, but yet it did. We're not understanding what happened there.
Well, with people buying stocks and then Robinhood and you getting it for the low, but given to them at the high.
No, the GME supposedly spiking to 320.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
I mean, if that truly happened, I've had a limit in to sell one of my shares at around $220 for days now. So, that should have triggered.
I think GME might start moving up.
No, once the news comes out at 4 p.m., it's going to go down.
But then after hours is when we see the real.
I'm talking
play.
about right between now and then.
No, I think the moving average tomorrow will be lower than today. But that's okay, because then everybody can average down.
To me, it's just like common sense. If they shorted more shares than were actually available, it's only going to take like one or two big guys to hold and like literally like 5 people to hold if that's the case. And either way, it costs them money. But we'll find out today.
No, but yeah, I don't know, man. There's honestly there's so many different numbers out there and nobody knows, man. Honestly, all of that stuff was based on estimations from their previous.
It was based on their previous report, right? Whenever it came out, January.
Yeah, but then
whatever, so
somebody was explaining that something about simulated longs. That's what the term. That's the term they used, and they said that was like that number, like that over 100% was that number was came out of like an old metric, like an old form of like an old formula, and so like because it's literally impossible to have more shares than actually exist. He said that you need to do a certain formula that involves taking out the simulated longs. I don't know what that means, but it could just be a crock.
They
Be a
trade
crock
between
shit,
each
I
other,
don't know.
right? So like they can still take shares from another brokerage and use them instead of going through the actual clearinghouse. I don't know. It's for sure. That's what I heard they're doing now. They're just trading between each other because there still is brokerages or whatever with old Gamestop. So instead of they'll just go to them and they'll do long options on them to try to draw this
So
out. Is from what I hear.
Doesn't that just mean that they're completely bypassing the DTCC?
I guess so because they're able to. Like they can call up another hedge
Well,
fund.
then
Hold
what's the point of the DTCC then? I just don't know this. Like I don't understand how this shit works, but seems pretty broken to me.
Yep. Oh well. Hold forever. Hope that Chewy guys does something with the company.
Yeah, it's broken for you, but it's working as intended for them.
It's that hold or die mentality.
Half these guys are 1 foot in the grave, anyways.
I mean, I'm holding GME to pass down to my grandkids, so it can do what it wants.
But this is the funny thing. It's like they have so much money. It's like they expect for people to take their losses, but it's like they don't understand. Like, what's a couple grand? What's $4 grand? Like, it's like I can't even buy a house like for a 3-year salary. Like, it's gonna take me like 7-year salary to buy a house. Like,
You know, okay, so I don't want to bring this conversation back up, but this is just like that percentages we talked about yesterday. And for us, $1,000 on average is pretty much 25 to 30% of what somebody's monthly income is. And if you spent that, your month is ruined. But for them, a couple $1,000,000 worth of money that they've accumulated and that they still have sitting in other places is not a big deal. Like they can sit there and then eat up that couple million or $1 billion worth of finances. But for us, they don't need that money to go get them a meal. And whereas we need $1,000 to go get a meal. And for them, it's just like, you'll die before I will because I have money. This isn't
at the
my
same time, though, it is that percentage thing because $1,000 to us is probably like who knows. I don't know what their interest rate is on this. If they're still paying for a short position, but it's not small numbers. It's like ridiculous the interest rate they would actually pay on that.
But but also it's not their money. This is our money.
No, they have their bank. Exactly, they have their banks. They're playing with other people's money 100%. But eventually, hopefully, it will be their money. It's like, yeah, okay, now we got to put up our money, or else this is the end of us. It's like, eventually, hopefully, if this is happening, that's what it leads to, right? Hopefully, anyone that got into this too, they did it, out of their well, obviously not, but hopefully they did it out of their portfolio and not just like go and take everything they have and dump it in there.
Yeah, well, I mean, looking forward to the future, hoping that this is going to, ruin them. They're banking on it ruining us first. That's what they're depending on.
Yeah, because
I mean, they're banking on doing it, but you look at like GameStop, it's still hovering at $50. It's like $50, $51. It's not dropping below that.
With a price target of $14. I know. It makes no sense.
They're focusing all their energy on trying to keep that GameStop as low as they can, and they're having a really hard time pushing it any lower. That they're losing out on all the other opportunities because that's where all their focus
Well,
has
this
to
morning,
stay.
the article this morning was Nintendo is the new GameStop. Oh, they're
Reliance is
trying so
dropping
hard.
down. Reliance is popping down closer to the open price.
Dude, Nintendo is I have a
Something is
business.
up with Reliance though. Like I've checked, I've been researching it for like the past 10 minutes, and every credible site, Yahoo, uh, every broker I use, I've checked, and their data goes all the way back to 2015. Like they've been trading since 2015, and I don't know if the
You're
only
talking
thing
about
I can
Reliance
think of,
Global,
yeah,
the family owned. Maybe, we were saying sometimes that happens when they do an IPO, you still get the data from back there, but they weren't trading.
Even as a private company, I'm pretty sure you still have to keep the data on your company because all the smart money in the States, most of it don't even deal with the stock market. They deal with private companies and buy percentages of private companies. Like Uber was a private company beforehand, so they probably have data way before their IPO and kind of thing. From if I had to guess.
Is this stock B Square? You guys should look that up. It looks really good. The charts look amazing right now.
B square, like B as in boy.
Yeah.
Have there been any more talks about Roadblock's IPO?
This is the
Most
first
of the
time
Roblox,
hearing of it.
well, most of the Roblox IPO information is still backdated from like November, stating or early last year, stating they were coming out with one, in third, fourth quarter. But there's been no talk on it that I've been able to see. Most of it that I look up is all 2020 information.
Weeble had it listed as going.
Cat, you're gonna make me cry. You keep cutting yourself off.
Damn push to talk. It was listed as 118 actually, as the IPO date, and then they removed it.
What do you guys think of Blink Charging Company? Think it's a little bit high right now, or good time to buy? Thing was $1.25 52 weeks ago or whatever. Like, oh my gosh. Anybody who got into the stock market this year was buying stocks in the $1 to $5 range. You hit Neil, you hit Blink, there's a bunch of them. It's ridiculous the amount of money you made. Anybody not sticking money in the stock market back in March to June, you totally missed out. Completely.
I know anybody sitting on Oregani right now is loving it because I got in
Organigram?
late. Yes. Oh
Yeah,
my
buddy.
God. I got in late on it and I'm still up about 20%.
You didn't get late. You didn't get late, buddy. Think of it this way: I was sitting on that stock for 5 years. I was buying it at $5.50 to $7 range like 5 years ago. You did not get late. Pandemic kind of helped you. You got low, very low. That's the major weed company on the east coast of Canada. So, and the thing of how it's laid out too is you have Tilray on the west coast, you have Afaria in Ontario, and they kind of control from the west to central Canada, and then they kind of have no foothold past Quebec because Quebec is Hexacore, which is a huge company, and then past Quebec is all pretty much Organigram, Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, which the population isn't booming out there, but there's still a lot of weed smokers out there. Like that's all they do. That's all there is to do.
Yeah,
So you got low. You got low.
I snagged a couple of shares of that MJ this morning on the dip. It's up like almost 11% now.
Nice.
Yeah, it's because all the other ones are up. There's Organigram in there, there's Hexo, there's Tilray in there, there's Aphoria. So like if you're trying to get all of them and just whatever, that's honestly not a bad buy. I was pretty impressed with that. I just don't like ETFs because it's just a small percentage of the companies, right? It's not the actual, like you're just buying a piece of the company, you're just buying a small percent of
But
the
see, an
actual
ETF
company.
is a benefit for people who don't have, like, I guess, the available funds and don't want to take the risk of dumping too much into one company, whereas you can actually invest a lot into a lot in a smaller portion to different companies, and that way, if one doesn't do that great, you can bank on the other one at least.
Oh yeah,
leverage.
like right now, like I wouldn't even buy Square again. I'd be buying that ETF to get back in on Square. Like that'd be my only play, really. I think the millennial ETF. I think there's a small percentage of Square in there,
Yeah.
Apple and Disney. That'd be my
I
play
couldn't
back
find
into
that
Square.
millennial ETF.
MILN and MJ, ARK-K, and QCLN. I jumped in on all four of those, and the only one, QCLN's actually on a discount this morning.
I couldn't find that millennial ETF. Is that listed on Robinhood?
Yes, it is.
Ticker, my fair lady. Ticker, please.
I'm looking it up.
I sold Square at 220 and it friggin' jumped up to 240 on me. I was like, oh my gosh. The
Oh,
GME
maybe I'm
better work
wrong.
out.
Maybe that was on Webull that I was looking at it. Let me just double check. Oh no, it's on here. It's Milne. So Mary, India, Lima, November.
GME is gonna break below 50.
WPRT, Westport Fuels is settling at 12.21 now.
$49.99 on sale, people.
I bought Westport at 12.20.
Who's on sale?
GME's on sale.
A couple years ago, I was buying when I was only sticking $100 here and there into stocks. I stuck $100 into Aurora, one of the other companies, and they consolidated their stocks so much that now each one of my stocks is worth. I only have 2 stocks, and they're each worth $142 when the share price is sitting at $20. It's so pissed at that. I gotta put more money into it to bring that down. But that's what buying 1 or 2 stocks here and there does. It gets consolidated, and then each one's worth like $140. It's like, yeah, wow, okay.
Does anybody think Top Ships will go back up to $1 trillion?
No way.
It's
They've
booming right
done
now.
like 10. They've done 10 reverse splits. Like no way. I think the last one it was 25 shares equaled 1. So no.
Screw Dogecoin right now. I'm friggin' buying Trip. That's it. That's my Dogecoin.
It's Dogecoin.
Doge. Nah, Trip.
I think we should really start to irritate everybody else and call it the Waj coin.
The Waj coin.
Yeah, like they don't know. People don't shop at Target no more. They go to Tajay. We're gonna call it the Waj coin.
Get all
Do
fancy
you
with
guys
Target.
have-
Target. I go to Target. You mean Target? It's like, no, Target, mofo.
I remember
They do that here in South Carolina, and it drives me nuts.
Dude, has anybody seen the video where the lady's cooking? It's a lady. She's, I don't want to call her British, but she's European, and she has this accent, and she says, "Oh, and then when we do this, and then we stick it in the microwave," and I'm like, the microwave.
Whoa! I do not know.
If you're from the south down here and you guys have Bojangles, a lot of people call it Bohongles.
Hey, that is Bohandales. You respect Bohandales.
Honestly, like up here, like the most one thing that like sticks, I guess, is McDonald's. Everyone calls McDicks. You going McDicks? Yeah,
What?
go McDicks. Yeah.
Dude, somebody told me the other day
Where is that?
we were talking about
Canada.
somebody told me about how
Ontario
bad
First time I've
specifically.
heard that.
Does anyone call Jack in a Box Jack in the Crack?
Oh yeah, that's some LA shit.
Yeah.
I know when I was listening to some people talking about coffee, they were talking about how bad what is that chain up there that like with Tim Hortons? They talking about how bad
Timmy's.
Tim Hortons is, and but like McDonald's coffee is so great now.
Timmy's
They
is
talking about how
McDonald's
good
coffee is 100 times better than Tim Hortons now. And Tim
Dude, and I'm
Hortons
gonna tell you like
service
this.
is so trash. Like
How
it's
about
like
Timmy's is better than Dunkin' though.
Calm down.
Calm
No,
down,
oh my
sir.
God. What? No, dude. Dunkin' is. I'm sorry. I'm a sugar
What?
king, so I gotta have my
Hey,
sugar.
guys. Nothing is better than the 90s. Okay? That was when everything was good. Everything today is bought and sold to each other. McDonald's coffee is old Tim Hortons coffee. Fuck all of that shit. Tim Hortons
Okay,
doesn't suck.
I'm gonna drop some
think about
coffee
it.
knowledge right now.
I was about to
Think
drop
about it.
Jordan.
McDonald's
Jordan.
coffee.
Coffee.
McDonald's bought Tim Hortons old coffee because it was good. They gave him a lot of
Yeah,
money.
but it's gross as shit because they water it down like to nothing.
I know.
So in
Anyway.
the Bay Area, we have Pete's, and I don't know if
1990s.
any of you have heard about Pete's Coffee.
Yeah,
but
we have
the
pizza in
original,
Nebraska.
So the original Pete's was in Berkeley, and Mr. Pete was from Holland. And if you look back,
Mr. Pete.
Netherlands and Holland had a they colonized Indonesia, where a lot of coffee grew. So when he came to America, he found the coffee to be just trash. So he opened up a shop and started importing coffee from the best coffee growing places in the world. Now, Howard Schultz came in and tasted the coffee, loved it, and wanted to take Mr. Pete's and expand. Now, if you know who Howard Schultz is, he became the CEO of Starbucks. And that's because Mr. Pete said to him, hey, I believe in quality, and he did not believe that if he expanded that it would be able to maintain the quality coffee that he was producing in his Berkeley shop. But he said, I'll teach you the business. And that's how we got Starbucks.
Did you know that Howard Schultz's son, Brian Schultz, he actually did a press conference last Tuesday and said, drink our coffee, hold GME.
What? That's a good segue.
I actually listened to Kevin O'Leary. He specifically said
You got
that's the one
sauce
thing
on
he
that?
doesn't,
Where's the link?
He specifically says that's the one thing he doesn't go to is like coffee shops. He doesn't buy coffee because that's like a big expense that you actually don't realize you're spending. And I believe it too. I used to buy so much Timmy's, and like this past year, I actually cut it out of my budget. Said screw it. Probably
Same here, man.
Dude, if
I
it wasn't
buy
for
coffee, bro. I'm in a
If
rush.
you're a
You're only
smoker
paying for the
and drink
convenience.
coffee, if you're a
Oh.
smoker and drink coffee, you could put yourself in a different tax bracket if you just quit both. I'm dead serious.
That's actually.
I
See,
literally
if I
did
could
that,
quit
and
both,
it's
I
a
wouldn't
lot more
smoke.
money.
I saved close probably between $400 to $500 a month by quitting smoking.
Yep, I quit smoking. I was at a pack a day. I saved easily, and I was buying expensive stuff too. Benson Hedges, it's
I
like
buy the
20 bucks a
American
pack
Spirit,
here.
son.
20
Yep,
bucks a
American
pack here.
Spirit Light Blue.
I don't do either. No coffee.
But yeah,
no
so I would save myself like easily like 140 bucks a week. So like that's crazy money throughout the year.
Wait, 140 bucks a week on smoking, and you were
Yeah,
one
man.
pack a day?
It was no, sorry, hold on, 20, 40, 60, 80, 100 bucks a week. I'll say my bad, because it's 20 bucks a pack here for cigarettes. The ones I like,
Yeah, I'm playing. I've actually spent the gas to go buy cigarettes across state lines just because it's cheaper. Like that was the best thing for me doing Uber. When I would get
Oh
a
yeah,
trip
we have
from,
the
like,
we have the
where
reserve
I've
up
never
here. We can
been.
get 20 bucks a big pack of cigarettes, but they're so trash. But you can get like huge like big bags of smokes for 20 bucks, but they're trash.
Hey man, Oneida's Canadian Goose are actually a lot better now, and if you can get Canadian Goose, they're like 25. They're like 30 a carton.
Yeah, I don't smoke anymore. I throw a little cigar tobacco on my joint. That's about it.
Yeah, spliffs are where it's at.
Hey,
You ever
Brian.
get
anybody ever get those Marlboro bucks? Remember the Marlboro bucks back in the day?
Whose mic is making that static noise? It's a little crackle pop.
I don't know. I just, instead of quitting, just figured out how to get it way cheaper. I got my costs down to $15 a carton is about the most I pay now.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's smart too. Because honestly,
Control
like
my
they
own.
got ridiculous with cigarettes in Canada. Like I remember when you could buy a pack of Next for $5.50, 20-pack when they first came out, and now that same pack is like 13, 14 bucks. It's like, whoa, bud, come on now.
Well, it's
Does anybody
interesting.
roll their own?
It's interesting that we're talking about that because like that's been my only qualm about like the alternative growth scene is because like even here in the South, like you can't really smoke anywhere, and they're getting to the point where you can't really almost vape anywhere. And like, is that going to change if they recreationally in the Southeast make like make marijuana legal? Because I'm like, you can't smoke or vape anywhere anyway.
Well,
So
it's interesting. You look at TAT, which is they're trying to take over the tobacco game with hemp cigarettes, and it's like I don't know. Like, are they actually going to be successful? Especially with your point, like it's the same here in Ontario. They don't enforce the bylaws though, but there is bylaws in place where you're not allowed to smoke in parks with cigarettes or whatever. You're not allowed to smoke like outside malls anymore. Like there is laws in place, but they're never enforced. So I
well, they're
don't know.
enforced here. Like if you get if you're smoking anything within 25 feet of like a business entrance,
Yeah,
you'll get
California's
it.
crazy.
You'll get a ticket, and I'm like I have accidentally done it, and like the cop was actually really nice, luckily, and he was like, hey, he's like, do you want a ticket? And I was like, what? And he was like, look behind you. I was like, oh shit, my bad.
Well, how serious are they then with like smoking it with kids in your car? Well, they'll pull you over right away, ticket in
I mean,
hand.
I don't
Or...
have kids, but I would suspect probably yeah. I mean, I live in a small town. They'll pretty much pull you for anything, but
You can be stopped as long as if you have children in your car. I think it's under 16 in some. Oh crap! Damn mute button. Yeah, they'll ticket you if you have children under 16 in your car. But I mean, I still feel like some people smoke, some people don't smoke, and if I don't want to smell it, I don't. Or I want to smoke, but I don't want to smell it. Like I'm a smoker, and it irritates me when I smell cigarette smoke, and I hate the smell of it. But if I go outside to smoke, I try to make sure I smoke in a place that is away from people, so I won't smoke directly at an entrance. And I feel like
exactly.
I honestly feel like it doesn't matter what the regulation is. That's a dick move. That's something you want to do. You choose to do it in a place where other people don't want to do it.
Yeah,
That's one of the reasons why I quit the first time. I was in a movie theater and I smelt myself after having a cigarette for like it was like a few months before I in between cigarettes. I was smelling my breath, smelling my hands. I was like, what the fuck? This is raunchy.
I will tell you one thing that I did learn though, for me personally, it's Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper knocks us for anybody that smokes. If you hate the smell of cigarette smoke and you happen to smell your breath, just drink Dr. Pepper. It knocks the smell of cigarettes off your breath.
So what you're saying is hold GME, right?
Diamond hands.
And drink Dr. Pepper.
Hold Dr. Pepper with them diamond hands, my beautiful.
If you don't drink Dr. Pepper, then
Speaking of which,
you.
I woke up not too long ago. Is there a report at all yet that we were waiting on?
No, I think it's 4 p.m. Eastern time.
I mean, we're got a pretty decent discount right now on GME, and it's like coming out of the dip. So
the only report that was released was somebody needs to make sure they buy the dips, and then there was another report that said hold GME. I think that was the only two that I saw.
I would recommend anybody who's really headstrong about GME right now to watch that video I posted in general from the 13-minute and 18-second part and on.
Which
I think they took
video?
It too low. I think they took it too low, is what I'm thinking. I think this is going to backfire on them a little bit. Because who's not going to buy GME stock at like $48 or something? I mean, it's just like
it's going to go down further, man.
It might, but I don't know. I think they're taking it too far, personally.
I know it's actually different, but with the VW chart, how it took about a month from the start of the initial spike for it to drop below the average.
Yeah,
I feel like that's kind of
real quick about the VW squeeze. The difference between the VW squeeze and this one is the VW squeeze happened because Porsche had all those shares. It was one company, so they were able to.
True.
Yeah, portion the German government.
They just held this. You're saying that today it's different because it's a bunch of people holding smaller amounts, right? So it's very like we would have to be a collective and just all be like, yes, we're all holding. Don't worry.
Why was the short position wasn't exactly the same from VW to GameStop? GameStop has to be a lot more, no?
Yeah, VW is only
Nobody's stupid.
30%.
Nobody's stupid enough to short VW 100%. That would be ridiculous.
And I know it's like the retail investors versus Citadel, but does anyone like just think other hedge funds that are in opposition to Citadel are just waiting for it to drop low enough to buy in? Because if like one hedge fund was just like, all right, fuck it, let's throw some money down.
I mean,
that's
they smell
like game
money,
over.
They usually take it. So like,
And that would, I feel like, if they did it to that extent to Citadel, like that
Citadel
would
would
take
have to
them
be
out.
offering serious kickbacks in order for help, like
Yeah.
kickbacks for like some World War II treaty shit kind of thing. Like, okay, treaty time, we're gonna friggin' pay restitution to you for helping us. Like that kind of deal, like ridiculous stuff.
Okay.
So for anyone who just got here, or the people in YouTube chat or anything, if you've been interested in Doge, not advice, but it's a real good time to look at that chart and possibly buy.
Oh yeah, Doge has been making me some money on the side.
What he meant to say was his advice was do your due diligence after you look at the chart and make your own decision.
Yep.
Yep.
Genie back over 49.
Guys, we can all agree that when the price goes up and they buy back in, it will keep going up as long as nobody sells, right? But if people are trying to break even and sell off, it's not going to go shooting up. The reason the VW squeeze went shooting up is because Porsche owned all those, like the majority of the shares. So there wasn't enough people to sell as it was going up for it to affect it. That's the big difference. Is like the problem we're having right now is because all the shares are so spread out and there's so many people out there who have no faith, right? And we're not all communicating like hold. It just like the more people that sell off, it just falls apart.
Yeah, is Ryan Cohen, is he not allowed to make a move as far as his ownership position during all of this? Because that's something I was like, if I was him, I've already invested this much, might as well like throw more money in.
For sure. I mean, averaging down is probably the better way to go right now, but don't expect there to be like if anything, it's the price is gonna like go up gradually over a long period of time.
GameStop just
Then there's
announced
gonna
they've
be so
got
many people
PS5
that
and
get
Xbox
impatient.
bundles today.
There's going to be so many people that get impatient that it's not going up high enough, and then they end up selling their stocks when it breaks even. You know what I mean?
Oh, 100%. Have you guys seen that stock ARKW? And not like a promotion. I just saw it. I watched or read some stuff about it yesterday.
All of ARK Invest, man. ARKK, ARKW, ARKF, ARKQ. All great buys.
The woman, she's a genius.
My talk is that Tame the Ark that's talking.
Her team's amazing, and they're holding some serious powerhouse companies. Yeah, I'm a fucking rookie. Teach me the ways.
Yeah, Kathy Wood, man, she's tough.
Or do.
Do you think she's a cool chick? Would you spend the day with her? Maybe just an afternoon lunch.
5 minutes is enough with her, I bet, bro.
Maybe she doesn't want no 5-minute man.
No, I'm talking him, not me. Sorry, that was rude.
My mother.
It is updated every 5 minutes. It's just not updated for us every 5 minutes. Sounds like a conspiracy theory, but
No,
sorry, they
whoever's
all talk
closer
to
to the
each other.
server always has faster time. So the hedge funds always have like I think it's 2 seconds on you when it comes to trading. 2 second better ticker times, 2 second better transactions, 2 second like everything.
We're not privy to this information. We're not cool enough.
Well, heck, I mean, if you have what is it, $1,000 or yeah, what is it, 10,000 for a year for a Bloomberg terminal?
Did you guys see how like Fintel's percentages cut in half compared to what were posted on Friday?
Yeah, somebody mentioned that. I saw on Reddit that they're not like he had screenshots from like the week prior or like 2 weeks prior, and like things just were not making sense.
Yeah, they so that, like they were at 55% and then they were magically at like 30%. Negative. Mine's an all-in-one.
Also, speaking about food that tasted good before companies sold out, does anyone remember the old McDonald's apple pies before they got all gross?
I remember the Burger King ones. I don't know if they're still the same.
Burger King ones are good too.
I remember them. They were the bomb. They
Oh,
were so good.
Hey,
dude, I
Tim,
miss those.
Can you confirm that this link I posted in general is a legit way to find out the short interest reporting on GME through FINRA? Yeah, like it's not giving any info.
No, sorry, I think my mic's push to talk thing's being weird.
It's crackling. Snap crackle.
Snap crackle hold GME? Question mark.
South
see them diamond hands.
Dakota will have to wait a bit longer for legal weed. Voter said yes to legal weed, but the judge threw it out.
What?
Dang, that sucks.
What
'cause
is up with these judges?
live over
I'm telling
there.
you, they haven't figured out legalization. It's just all about the higher government. They need to figure out how they get a stranglehold on imports
How
and
did-
exports. I'm
How
telling
did
you,
the
that's all it
people
is.
vote yes? The people vote yes, and then
I thought
it's
everybody
ridiculous.
wanted a great future. What the hell?
I think that they're going to always vote no on it because of the fact that the finances just don't add up. I feel like maybe locking people up and the money that they will receive is greater than what it would be for the taxes that they can apply
yeah.
to marijuana.
But the people voted yes.
There's a lot of people in prison from the like 80s to like, well, I
The
guess he
war
leaned up
on
on it from what I
drugs.
hear.
Yeah,
But
the
like
war
just
on
from
drugs.
marijuana, like there was a guy from BC who was just selling seeds, which was completely legal at the time, like 20 years ago. But he went over the American border, and they treated it like a terrorist. They had him locked up. Canadian government was trying to get him back.
I
Disgusting.
can't remember his name right now. But
Yeah, I can't remember it either, but it was a huge deal. It was a huge deal.
Horrible.
You know, it's so easy to donate money to get a judge like voted out. Like they could always replace that judge. You can always replace politicians who go against the public voting if there's enough
But
public sentiment.
aren't some of these like judges appointed They're appointees, and they're like lifetime appointees.
That's better.
Your local judges are elected, okay?
Yeah.
Circuit
Mark
court
Emery,
judges
that
are
was
appointed. It depends on
Right.
what
So
you're talking
here's
about.
her
Circuit court
decision. It
judges are
says
local elected.
it says the decision appears to be based on technicalities. Judge Christina Klinger, a NOAM appointee, wrote that the implementation of the amendment would have far-reaching effects on the basic nature of South Dakota's governmental system, and that pro-legalization activists failed to submit amendment through the proper constitutional process.
That to
Well,
me just
look
sounds
what
like
they
we
did
haven't
to
found a way to make
Nebraska.
enough money off of it yet.
Look what they did to Nebraska. They wouldn't even let it be on the ballot.
She's a circuit judge.
Hey, can I jump topic real quick onto a stock question?
Sure.
We've been talking about EVs, right? Talking about electric and alternative fuels. This is not my assessment. It's actually from a Charles Payne newsletter I got. He was talking about the price of oil, and his speculation was the price of oil is going to have to go up in order to motivate the public to adopt alternative energy sources, electric in general. His speculation is that oil is going to go up in the next year in order to fuel, no pun intended, the need for a different source of energy. What's your take on that?
Well, I will say one little thing about that. The price of cigarettes in Washington, D.C. went from $7 a pack to $11 a pack. When I went to the store the other day, they were sold out and didn't have any. So people will still have a demand for it, although they will be pushed and motivated into a different direction. But if those options are not easily and financially and readily available to them, they will continue to hold on to, I have to have oil.
The
Yeah,
States is the worst country to look at for EVs because there is a lot of people against it, and I'm pretty sure they were the ones that back out of the climate deal too. So the best countries to look at for like what's going on with EVs would probably be like France and some of the European countries over the States, because yeah, it is probably going to take a while for that concept to get into people's mind with EVs, but it's going to be with a
Scandinavian
younger
countries are what
generation
you need
in
to
the
look
United
at.
States.
the other
Well,
thing
the
we have
point.
to consider is also that COVID has literally changed how everybody does business. And so the people that normally would travel to work may not actually travel to work anymore. That's why we saw such a
Very
dip.
valid point.
Like it's
Might just need
just
to go to the store.
it might not, like, literally I've worked from home, or like just I haven't gone anywhere. I've saved so much money on gas because I don't go anywhere. And so I'm finding that a lot of my other friends who were able to work remotely, it sounds like a lot of their businesses are going to be moving to permanently just staying remotely because it's more effective for businesses when they don't have to pay for a brick and mortar. They just have to pay for their employees' salaries
Yep.
and have them.
We've gone
So
Well, the
full remote.
principle of what I was asking, the principle of the question was actually what I was trying to get to. The principle of the question is, wouldn't it make sense, or would it be a ridiculous proposition that it would make more sense that it would be an easier sell in any country that electric vehicles would be adopted if gas was, say, instead of $2 a gallon, it was $22 a gallon? And on the contrast of that, if gas were a nickel a gallon, it would be a much harder sell for EV if
Yes.
gas were super cheap. I'm talking about the principle of it.
I
That's what
see
his
your
point
point. Yes.
was. Because in order for EV to be more readily be more, if that's who they want to take to prom, right? And that's who you want. That's the one. That's who you're going to go dance with. Well, it's going to be much more likely to pick this person to head out the door with you if gas is $50 a gallon. Like I got to get an electric car. I can't afford gas. But if gas is super cheap, that's a hard sell for electric. That's the point.
Agree. It's not just the gas thing either. I think it also, again, to fall back onto the COVID thing. I mean, like me personally, I was doing 24 to 27,000 miles a year. I barely put 5,000 miles on my vehicle in the last 14 months.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
I do
like,
40K. I do 40K a year plus on my car.
I mean, for me,
I wouldn't put one of my cars in storage because I just don't need it.
there's still the market for people that actually love to drive, they're rally racing or whatever it may be, or even just going and shoot this shit at nighttime in those, car meetups and stuff too. So there still is a market for gas no matter what, in my eyes as well. Like it is a while before
Oh
there's
yeah,
going to
for
be that
sure.
huge, like someone used the phrase yesterday, stopgap. There's still that huge stopgap between EV actually takes over gas. Right now, like the EV's not quite there yet. Like it's not. I don't even think it's close.
It's not even
It's
close.
not even
Yeah, no,
close. Yeah, like,
literally, it's not.
The only thing,
so
the
yeah.
only way that I could
So
see
regulations is going
EVs,
to push EV. Nothing but regulations through
I
government. That's what's going to push EV.
right.
It's
So with
like
that,
getting rid of the headphone jack on your phone way before Bluetooth is ready.
right. But the other thing to consider too is the government, if the government gives credits for going to EV or switching or giving them a discount on the
Canada
I
EV
don't
was.
trust
versus
the
They
government for
stopped.
shit, though.
I'm
Canada
saying
was. They
that,
stopped. I don't know if they're going to start again.
but
They're
I think
giving
that
huge incentives.
that might be what we see because at the same time our gas has been cheap because we've been able to have a lot of people that are fracking.
Yeah, you should see
So
Canada's gas. It's like
Well, I
twice
mean,
as
we
much
are
as
pretty
yours.
much energy
I swear.
kings, but
I think
that's not going to last.
if they do
yeah,
reduce the cost of gas though, by reducing the cost of gas, damn, I lost my train of thought that fast.
It would what?
Your time.
It would actually keep people on the gas. You don't think they'd actually care for the
I'm sorry.
environment?
Well, no, I mean if they reduce the price of gas, if they reduce the price of vehicles, because right now you really don't have that many broad options, as far as EVs. If they allow, like everybody's saying, if they give car makers better incentives to make, electric vehicles, and they provide, rebates for owners, it's for owning a vehicle. Like I know that I think in Virginia, you don't have to pay like a registration fee or something like that if you decide to buy an EV, versus if you buy a regular combustion engine, you're forced to pay like the 2-3.
And back in 08 and 2012 and 09. And it just got me thinking, these guys have probably been overproducing cars, gasoline cars specifically, for a very long time just to keep jobs afloat. Not because people are buying them. And that's initially why I thought, like, if they go EV, it's easy fix to get, to start up more jobs and get the economy going again. But it's a band-aid more than
For me right now, in the situation that I'm in, it would be a lot better for me to buy an EV, only because I have a home, and you got to look at how many people own homes, how many people are renting, how many people have, are living with somebody. So it's like, I could be still living at my mother-in-law's house. It's her house. If I go buy an electric vehicle, now I got to do some modifications in her house so that I can charge my vehicle. And
do you
when
guys
you look
have an
at
over
long,
influx of
do any
gas cars in the
modifications.
States, or?
well, I don't mean
You don't
like a
have to do.
modification, but in order to be able to charge my vehicle at home, and for her, it would take me a little bit because she lives in the city. So in order for me to park my car, I'd have to park it on the street. I'd have to be parking right in front of the house. And, and a lot of people don't have that luxury of parking directly in front of their house to charge their vehicles.
Yeah, but
You
it's
guys
also
notice that
pretty
too? Like a lot of
mainstream where
cars on
there's
your guys'
chargers
car
super
lots
close.
and stuff?
Dude,
Like don't get
there's
We
sold?
don't
cars
have
everywhere.
any cars.
No?
Like we went and looked, and like the lots are empty. I thought it was really weird.
I have found that a lot of people, like especially like in terms of like the people that my friends and stuff, like they actually bought more cars this year because they had not only extra income because a lot of them were like single, but they were getting such good deals on a car. I actually
There
got
were insane deals, like
I
interest rate, everything was
yeah,
nuts.
like
Trying to
personally,
get rid of their inventory kind of thing, eh?
yeah, well, or just like they were also aware that people like just aren't really working a ton, and they were probably just trying to get stuff moving out the lot because I got a newer car, so I got a Ford Flex,
How
and
much?
it was 13,000.
And what year?
It's a 2016, and it comes with like powertrain, lifetime warranty.
It's a pretty good price. That's a
Yeah.
steal of a deal.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying I was like,
So that's
that
like,
was a hell of a deal for me to get because like great car for my fucking road trips. Sorry for
yeah.
swearing, and for my band, but like there was an incentive to buy
Which
cars.
isn't
But what?
always good. Usually when big dogs have incentives, it means they're not making money and they need to get rid of it to make money. So
For me,
Yeah.
driving it, I think for a lot of people right now, nobody's really doing a lot of road traveling. But one of the only downsides I see to electric vehicles is charge time. Whereas I can fill up my vehicle in 2 minutes and be back on the road for
Yeah,
another
that's why I
500
mentioned
miles.
what was it, Plug or something this morning, or Blink. And if you are betting on EVs, and Blink would be like the next generation gas stations, I guess. So
So with charging, because I drive my electric car, yes, it does take a little bit longer to charge, but as long as you're doing it correctly, where you're going down to like 10% and then charging to 80, it takes about the same amount of time of getting gas by the time you go in to the gas station, use the restroom, let the kids stretch, grab some food, come back. Like half the time we end up charging longer than we expected just because we're not ready to go.
Yeah, see, when I road trip, I YOLO. I tell everybody, y'all got until this pump turns off to finish.
And who knows, technology might get better. Someone was talking about solar panels, so they could add like solar reserves to the battery. There's still a ton they can do with EVs. Like
I'm with
solar
you there. By the
reserves
way,
to the
on the road
battery would be
trips,
huge.
it's YOLO. We're going. I'm with you there. It's like I'm filling this tank and we're on the way.
But I mean, realistically, right now the charging times are a little bit longer than is ideal. But I can charge my Bolt in less than a half hour and make it to the next one.
I mean, the charging time is still like somebody said just a second ago. That would be like removing the headphone jack before Bluetooth is ready. We're in that point where we have not perfected Bluetooth. People still get disconnects, but a lot of phones are losing the headphone jack. And it's like this technology is not perfected, but we know it will get better. So it makes sense and it's logical to jump on board
I mean,
now.
NIO's new battery goes. It's not going to be available till 2022, but NIO's new battery goes 620 miles on one single charge. You're going to drive more than 620 miles in a day.
Well, and NIO also has the battery swap, which I don't know how sustainable that's going to be, just because I think charging times are going to be fast enough that people aren't going to want to mess with a battery and potentially get a bad battery when they swap it out.
So what? So they're saying an alternative to letting it wait and letting it charge is just swap out your battery quick, and then you're probably paying like just a small like monthly lease on the battery kind of thing. So
Yep,
it's like
and they're
come in,
doing it in
swap it
China
out.
right now. Yep, so it takes about the same as filling up a gas because you take your old battery and swap it for a new one. But
I think an ideal.
because charging
It's
is
not.
getting so much faster that it's not really going to be worth potentially getting a battery that is bad.
The company itself might not be there with charging yet though, and they might be trying to take stranglehold on that market for themselves as well. So the battery swap is most likely just temporary until they get that tech on the right side kind of thing as well. Which it is a good temporary thing. Whatever, you just go and get a
Yeah,
new
like right
battery, and
now,
then they just
it is the
tweak with the old
fastest.
one, charge it themselves. Or
But I just don't think like they're doing it in China right now, but how we have our insurance set up and warranty issues, I just don't think that battery swapping is going to work all that well in the United States.
I know I said the other day, I
well,
know on
you
the
shouldn't say
Prius,
that. China has way more people.
on the old Priuses, you have to swap I think it's 16 batteries at one time. You cannot just replace one cell. All 16 have to be swapped out at once. So with that old style technology, it would not work with battery swapping now. Now, if you were able to say that you have an independent cell, let's say you ran 16 batteries and you had one independent cell in there that could be used to get you to, I guess, your next charging station, then that would be a nice technology that would be out here. I can pull up to a gas station, swap out a battery, and get me to the next charging station. That would be ideal.
No, they like swap out the entire 70 kilowatt battery. It's like external battery that you remove the entire bottom and then replace it with a brand new one. I'll find a video of it.
And that's for like warranty purposes, or is that just?
No, I'm saying warranty purposes, like in the United States, I think there's going to be a lot of pushback on that. In insurance, like what happens if you wreck your car and
That's
you've
why
been
Tesla
using that
wants
battery?
to. That's why Tesla wants control of all that, because they don't want to. They don't want insurance companies to. Firstly, they don't want insurance company to inspect their cars because they don't want them to actually learn how their cars work. And number two, they obviously want the money from the insurance or whatever, and they just find it more like organized almost, just to keep all that stuff in house, and that way they can just pump if they need to. They can pump a new car out to their customer, especially if it's their fault, and it's just much easier for them rather than go through the insurance company. You have to wait days. That's why Tesla wants everything in house. They want to make sure they have everything down to the brass tacks of things.
But to adopt that kind of system on a broad scale, you basically everyone would have to have identical batteries.
I honestly don't see a problem with that. I would love to have an iPhone and walk into a Samsung store to swap out my battery if I'm having trouble.
Oh, I 100% agree, but I think how our market is set up and how people want to control and make things different, that the manufacturers are the ones that aren't going to want to do that. So then you're going to have like 17 different types of stations, and you can only go to the one that your car will work for.
Either that.
That is, unless you modularize your battery, like the
Yeah.
whole battery cell that you could just like literally drive up, drop out, plug it, drop a new one in that's been charged, tested, and everything's good to go, and
Well, if
plop
you
it
think
in
about it,
and
even
put it on
for
I mean,
charge.
that's what Tesla came up with, right? Tesla was you drive up and then they're just gonna
even
take
for
out the old
cell
battery.
phones when they first came out, there was adapters for different countries. From my understanding, every country has a different style plug than what actually we're accustomed to, right? So there, like, if you like first bought the BlackBerry when it first came out, let's say there was like the BlackBerry World, there's different adapters you could actually use if you're traveling around different countries, and
Yeah.
you could switch out your phone and stuff. So adapters is a thing too if the plugs are going to be different.
It's true. There are adapters.
Yeah, and like right now though, like how Tesla, if you can charge it 350 kilowatts, going from 10 to 80 is almost the same as waiting to get your gas tank filled. And so I should maybe explain this because I didn't know it when I started driving my EV. So if you charge from 60 to 100, it takes just as long, or even 80 to 100 takes just as long from 10% to 80%.
I mean, it's safe to say we can all agree that the technology is there, the ability is there, but like everybody keeps saying, it's the pushback from manufacturers who are saying, I don't want to use your technology. We want to do our own thing because if I use yours, I got to pay you for it.
Yeah,
All
and I know
competition.
a lot of pushback on the EV market is they don't understand how it charges. They don't understand how regenerative braking works. They don't understand how long batteries last. They just don't. People don't understand it.
The one, if you want to explain it to them, all you need to say is that mofo goes twice as fast. Well, not twice as fast, but it has twice as much horsepower.
Oh my God, the torque is instant.
Yeah, the horsepower is per wheel. It's not like rear-wheel drive. No, every wheel has its own motor. Like the horsepower is great, I hear.
If anyone in here has never drove an all-electric car, go test drive one. A Tesla, a Bolt, just go drive it because it's completely different experience. And people just don't know and they don't want to go into something new.
My first time I drove it in New York City. It was fun. It was my friend's car. And he was like, "You want to drive it?" I was like, "Yes." It was ridiculous taking it
The
on like the
traction, I
west
can only
side.
imagine.
I took it on the West Side Highway and it was just like, he's like, floor it. And I did, and it was just ridiculous. So much fun to drive.
I actually test drove a Tesla this weekend because like I love my Bolt, so I'm like, we need to upgrade to a Tesla. I actually don't think that the Tesla was worth the extra $30,000 for my Bolt. Like my Bolt does the same thing. It's just not quite
Yeah,
as
I'd wait on the
fancy.
Tesla because he has plans to bringing
Teslas,
it down to like 30,000 or something ridiculous. Once he amps up production, that's his plan with amping up production is to bring the price down. So I'd definitely
yeah,
wait on a Tesla.
And my
great
one
customer
pedal
service
driving on the
though.
Bolt was so much better than on the Tesla. And like
Yeah, isn't it like the
that's
Model 2?
part I can't go back to.
I think it was like the Model 2 that's supposed to be coming in at 29.9.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I was hearing big news about that. So definitely wait on a Tesla if you're gonna buy one.
The other kind of difference between how people like drive, typically you get better gas mileage on highway speeds in an ICE car than in town. And it's the complete opposite for an electric car. You get way better mileage in town than you do on the highway.
I just don't see there being any benefits to keeping a combustion engine vehicle right now. I mean, like, if you have a place, you can charge it at home, which saves you time of having to. I got to go down the street to go charge it. You don't if you're doing a lot of city driving. Like my wife right now, with the fact that I take her to work and drive her car, take her to work, pick her up. I mean, I probably put maybe 10 to 15 miles on her car a day. I mean, you're talking getting 300 miles, 400 miles off a single charge. You know, the battery would last us a month.
I don't know if you guys
So
remember,
I
but 10 years ago, there was that guy on YouTube who showed step for step. It was like 10 years ago, maybe a bit more. He showed step for step how to transition your car from using gas to water. And then, yeah, he was not heard of ever again.
so
I'm not even lying either. I'm not even lying. I seen the video like 10 years. Like it was all like dirty, like glass water tanks, but it was working. Like he had to change the water out every now and then, but like his car was working off water. Like
so it cost me $22 based on
Isn't it
my
like
current.
hydrolysis or something like that?
I don't remember. This was years ago.
But like,
I had a friend who said his diesel truck ran on water for like years. He said he put like cups of water in there, barely anything, ran his diesel forever.
Probably that dirty.
Hold on, you said you spent $22 for what?
$22 is the cost to go 1,000 miles in my car. And that's with my electricity rate at home, which is like 11 cents a kilowatt. But we were dropping like $300 because we had a F-150. We were spending $300 a month in gas, and now I've dropped that down to $22. And just that saving, plus like I never have to make sure my gas is filled in the morning or have to stop at the gas station before or after work. Like that saves me a huge amount of time.
I think the
I never
biggest
have to
thing
get
why
oil changes. Like
the best
I
thing
don't have
about
to change my
electric vehicles.
brakes.
I was going to say the best thing about electric vehicles is when you start to run out of gas. Not even start to run out of gas. When you say I'm going home, then it's like, oh, I got to go to the gas station tomorrow. No, I got to go to the gas station when I go home, and that is the most ideal thing. Like that is a time saver in itself.
That cuts down on
Saved
traffic
so
in
much
itself.
time. All the time I've saved.
Dude, I spend 20. I know I do food delivery, but on an average, when I was doing Uber, I would spend about maybe 22 to maybe $20 to $23, depending on where gas was, every 2 days. So I would go through about $100 on an average. If it's really busy, I would go through about $100 a week. So I was spending $400 a month, and I got a 1.5 liter engine, 1.6, I think.
Yeah, but
And that's not even including oil changes. Like you got to calculate oil changes in there too.
no, I hear
All
you.
the smart people do their own oil changes.
I definitely. So my wife and
Amen.
we test drove a Model X, and it was pretty cool. I liked it. She liked it. The one thing that nobody has mentioned that I actually thought was just like I had no idea about was actually like super cool is the Model X has this feature, and I don't know if other models have it, but I know the model that we test drove had it, but it has like this it's not like just air conditioning where it makes it colder, like it's an air purification system. Like you could
Yeah, I heard about that.
you could drive into an area that had like bad air, and it literally can, I can't remember for how long it said it
Like
could do it,
riding with
but
your
like
air conditioning on when you ride past a sewer plant and you smell it.
no, I'm not talking about just smells. I'm talking about like dangerous.
Like nuclear shit. Like you're
Well, I
driving
don't know
past.
about nuclear, but I'm talking like No, I'm not talking about nuclear, but I'm talking like hazardous, it has an air purification system, which I had no idea.
Like a
But
dehumidifier?
but the thing is that I think even with the deal they were giving us at the time, I think it was still like 79,000 ish. And I was just like, it was just like a kick in the teeth. I mean, and honestly, like we have really great credit, but I know friends of mine, they're not like they made a couple mistakes here and there, but they're not just like completely delinquent on all kinds of stuff, and they would never get approved. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that people think it's out of their reach.
Yeah, that's why that's why we went with the Bolt, is because I couldn't afford a Tesla.
Well, the thing is, you have to realize. Okay, so like here, yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to say. My house payment is $600 a month. So you're talking about having a car that's almost twice my house payment. Like here in the Southeast, I paid $1.73 for gas yesterday. That's what's like. So there's got to be a lot of things.
When you say $1.73, are you complaining or are you praising it?
No, I'm praising it. That's what I'm saying. Like the cost of living in the Southeast is ridiculous down here. Like I tell all my friends, like I got friends that are in San Francisco, and like they find out how much I pay for stuff, and they're like, "What?"
It's expensive here.
Like they freak out. I mean, and
But the cost of living
I go to
down
the
there
Bay
is
Area
cheap.
a lot. Like actually, well, before COVID, I did, and I see prices, everywhere else, and I'm like, man, I'm not leaving the Southeast.
But the cost of living down there correlates with what pay is. The same way when we left DC.
Well,
she
it depends.
was averaging.
If you work for a company that's based down here, then yes. But if you work for a company that's not based down here, they don't know.
Right. So when we left DC, she was in the medical field. When we left DC, she was, I'll just say for sake of argument, she was at $30 an hour. When we came out here to Baltimore, because of the cost of living, it was like, we'll give you $20 an hour. And it was just like, no, like you want me to do more work for less pay? And it's a struggle right now. So your friends that are in San Francisco, they would love to come out there and pay $600 a month and $1.70 for gas.
Seriously.
But for them to come out there doing what they do, if they find a job in that same market, in that area, that's like you said, it's a company that is based out of that area, they're going to end up losing everything. So if they're spending, let's just say for sake of argument, half of their income on their mortgage or on their rent, and they're paying $10,000, when they come there, they're still going to be paying half of their mortgage on their rent, but they're only going to be making $1,000. And they'll feel the effect of it, like, I'm not making as much. Yeah, but you're not paying as much. You're still paying the same percentage out of your pocket. You're just paying less.
And also San Francisco has requirement that you get free medical. So if you work for, I think it's most large companies, that they're required to provide you insurance at no cost to you.
So I'm prior service
There's
military.
half my paycheck right there.
And
yeah, I mean, it doesn't count if you have a family and stuff. Like I was paying like $400 a month because, covering my daughter and, the family under the plan. But if it's just you solo, like single person, it's free.
The other thing, so how we justified paying more for a electric vehicle is the amount of money I'm saving in gas covers my car payment.
Yeah, that wouldn't correlate to me. I would be paying $1,000 a month on a Tesla, and I still wouldn't. My car's paid off, number one, and I don't spend $1,000 a month in gas.
What were you driving before that your car payment is paid for in the gas savings?
A Ford F-150.
And are you also at?
I live in Nebraska, so my commute to work is 40 miles round trip.
That's what I was just going to say. It depends. Like I was just going to mention it. So like when we lived up north, I'm prior service military. So before we were in the Southeast, like when we were in Pennsylvania, for instance, you could spend an hour and 45 minutes in traffic to go 20 miles if you're heading into the city. So it really depends on your commute and how long you're in your vehicle. Like down here in the Southeast, dude, they don't even know what traffic is down here. Like people down here, they're like, "Oh, there's traffic." I'm like, "No,
Dude, the same thing in Delaware.
y'all don't know what traffic is."
Dude,
Yeah, I live
Delaware,
20
we've got
miles
stuck in
away
traffic.
from work, and it takes me less than a half hour.
We got stuck in traffic when at my last job. We were traveling to Delaware for a job, and we had to go round trip. And getting out of DC through Baltimore, once you get past Baltimore and you're heading north and you're on your way to Delaware, people are complaining about there's traffic. And we were listening to the radio, and they're like, "Oh, there's a holdup." And I'm like, "Hold up where? We're doing 65 miles an hour. What is the holdup?" Like, and this is correlated with us taking, 10 minutes to go one block.
You guys are forgetting the best part about the Tesla too. If they perfect it, making you money without you being in it. That should be years of. I don't know. Who knows when they're gonna actually do that? But that would be big bonus. Drop you off at work, go make you some money.
Canoe is doing that, or that's their business model. Is you lease the car, but they bring it to you when you need it.
Hold on, doesn't Tesla also pay gas stations? Because I remember reading an article where some guy went to a gas station to try to charge his Tesla, and when he got there was a bag over it, and the gas station owner told him that Tesla's not paying him to run it, so he cut it off and was like, "You all can't use the charging station." Like, do they actually pay gas stations to use their, to charge at their locations?
I think it depends. Usually they have their own electricity set up.
I'm just saying, because if we're talking about Tesla. I'm just saying, because if Tesla's paying people for charging stations and I get a Tesla, I will tell them, don't put the charger inside the garage. Put it on the outside.
Yo, that is so true.
I would honestly, if Tesla had some type of plan. I mean, that is something it's very ingenious. You want people to buy buy EVs, but
Get
a
them
lot
to
of
set
people
it
are
up at the end of
nervous.
the driveway.
Yeah, people are nervous about. I'm scared about where I'm going to charge my vehicle at. I can tell my neighbors, "Hey, we're putting a charging station here," and if they get
Just
into
watch your
beef with
electric
other
bill.
people,
You gotta make sure you got the pricing right.
right? Just say, "Hey, look, you can. I want to put a charging station here." I mean, if Tesla breaks it down and says, "Well, look, in order for you to not be in the red, you can't charge more than 3 vehicles to full, on a daily basis." And I mean, that way, if they say, "Look, if you got 4 vehicles, you will be paying that cost."
I mean, you couldn't be deep in the residential area with as terms to where you live, because everybody's gonna have their own charging station, right? But if you were your house was set up at in a commercial area perfectly enough, that might be able to work. Where someone's like, "Crap, the charging station's full. I need to charge my car." What? This guy has a charger. It might work there kind of thing. But if you're
I think anybody who lives, I think there should be
They
a
have a thing called
bonus.
plug share.
There should be
plug share.
There should be a bonus for people that live within a certain range, like walking distance of schools. That way people can come and charge their vehicle and then come back. You can charge your vehicle at my house because there's a school right here near me. If the teachers want to come over here and charge their vehicle while they're at work, that's perfectly fine with me because I should be at work at the same time that they're here.
The other thing that is interesting about EVs is that your AC and heat are instant. And actually, I'm pretty sure because we've had it's negative 15 today, but the other day my windshield cracked because the heat was so instant. The temperature change cracked my windshield.
I don't want to make it sound like that's a good thing, but I like that.
The instant heat is amazing, but I just didn't think
you didn't think it was that instant.
Yeah. I did.
You were like, "Oh, it's cold." Wait, no, it's
we
not
got
that
some
cold.
positive movement on GME right now.
But the other thing too, I mean, just from like a poor person aspect with electric, it's really nice that it's into your charging at home is into your like electricity at home where you get paid, you get billed monthly. So like if you don't have any money to get gas to get to work until your next paycheck, like you don't have to worry about that anymore either.
The greatest thing would be if you had the electric car and you had the solar panels, so you didn't have to worry about paying the power either, right? Like, that would be the ultimate goal, because then it's a lot of cash out of your budget that gets to go into your pocket.
Yeah,
A
that's
lot.
what we're gonna eventually do is put on, get a power wall and solar panels, but they're just not. It takes about 10 years to get your investment back. It's not worth it right now. We have to wait until they get a little bit cheaper. But I also think there's a huge market to take like wrecked EVs and take those batteries and make power walls out of them.
Yeah, apparently wrecked EVs are just as worth, like not just as worth, but they were still worth a lot of money because the parts are still worth a lot of money inside, the individual parts. They're not like, it's not like regular
Yeah, if
cars
we
where
get a bus, I'll buy a wrecked Nissan Leaf, take the batteries out of it to have like a power wall in my bus.
be careful, make sure you know what you're doing. That
Just
stuff is
imagine
dangerous.
what the resale value in your house will be once you add solar panels and a charging station into your home,
Just make
and
sure
you're
that thing's
talking about
grounded
swapping
if
everything over.
you're doing that. Like, you gotta make sure that car's grounded. From there, you gotta make sure everything's shut off. Like, there's so much you gotta precaution before you even start touching the car. If there's any cracks in the cylinder, if there's any cracks, like, you don't even touch it. Like, you gotta
Yeah, I
call
think
them
the
out.
new standard will be having a 240 volt inside your garage because that's all you really need is a dryer plug.
But still, once EVs start taking off, I think anybody who owns a home, instant value to their house, just because of the fact that they have a charging station. Because once EVs become more than 30% of what the market is, the available market, then it's going to be like, well, I have to get an EV. I got to get an electric vehicle. Then it's like, oh, but I got to get an electric vehicle. I got to get the charger. I got to get all of this done. And if people are looking for homes, it'll be, hey, this home already comes with solar panels and a charging station.
That is so true. That'll just add to real estate. Fuck.
Yeah, the charging station is literally just a 240 volt plug in the garage. That's all you need.
Yep.
You best believe though, some old head's gonna pop up and he's gonna pay an extra 50 grand on a house because all that stuff's set up. You best believe it.
It cost me less. So when we moved into our house, it actually still had actual fuses in the fuse box. So we upgraded our entire panel and added a 240 volt, and it cost like $1,000. And our electric company gave us a $4,000 incentive to buy an electric car, and then paid for, I think, $200 to put a plug in our garage for the charger. So, I mean, if anyone's looking, definitely look at your power company because they offer incentives a lot of times to buy a electric vehicle.
Do you think that the power companies are probably like way cool with doing that because they get some sort of possible government kickback from them having like an EV like positive program?
Yeah, they get the money from the, like here in Nebraska, it's from the environmental trust. So they're not even really spending the 4,000. They got it from a grant from the state. And then all they want is the charging data on how often we charge so they can, start doing research and gathering information on how much EVs use for information going forward.
In Canada, I think they canceled the program a couple years ago, but a couple years ago they had a program, I'm pretty sure, where I think they gave you like a kickback on your taxes or something, like a couple grand for buying an EV.
And the tax credits, you guys will have to pay attention to the new EVs coming out because GM and Teslas have exhausted their EV credits. But I think the credit for brand new EVs for car manufacturers start at $7,000. So you automatically get like a $7,000 tax rebate if you buy like one of the Fords or a Toyota or Nissan. No, Nissan might expired theirs, but or like a Rivian, you automatically get a $7,000 tax credit.
That Cadillac looked pretty cool in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but I think that's a GM, so Pride doesn't have the incentive.
Quick question for those of you in the colder climates with EVs. Do you guys notice any difference between warmer days and colder days on your range?
Oh, definitely. Colder days, heat uses more electric than AC, but your range definitely drops in the winter. And that's just something that with new technology, yep. But the
Yeah,
nice
that's kind
thing
of
is,
where I was basing it off
But
of.
you
Was the
want that
battery
thing
being
cold
cold.
anyway, so I wouldn't be worried about that.
the nice thing is that we always, whenever we get home, it's plugged in, and when it's plugged in, it's using the battery management system, so it's regulating it so you don't have as much drops. So basically, my $40,000 bolt cost me $18,000 after all the tax credits and incentives.
Hey guys, is anybody following CCIV or CARE?
Yeah, I am. I'm looking for a good spot to buy CCIV. I'm hoping
so
it'll go down to below 30 again, but I don't know.
Yeah, I've been doing some investigating. Turns out, Andrew Laveris, he's known to have talked about wanting to make Saudi Arabia.
That's what I was just reading about the Saudi
Yeah.
Arabia plants. Yes.
Okay, so anyway, he just became the chairman of the Lucid board of directors, but he's also an operating partner on the CCIV board.
Sounds good
And
to me.
according to what this is saying, he was also named a special advisor to Saudi's public investment fund, which happens to own anywhere between 50 to 67% of Lucid Motors.
That's a very good sign because if you read
So
into
that
that fund is huge. They're into Japan. They've
Yeah.
got their hands everywhere into tech. I was reading into that fund a good year ago, trying to figure out what to buy in the stock market, and I wanted you
well,
can't get in on that fund.
I know exactly. Like, okay, so from my understanding, Saudi Arabia's oil prices are super low, so they'll have an easier time transferring over to renewable energies and EVs and stuff. That being
They
said,
always like new
Yeah,
stuff.
if you read into it, I think the son or something just took over, if I'm not mistaken, and he has a lot more greater
yeah.
mindset when it comes to this stuff than his dad did. If I might
He
be
had an
mistaken, I might have the
EDM
wrong country,
concert.
but I'm pretty
He
sure
had it
his son just took over, so that's why they're kind of moving away from oil because he wants to and he sees
to
the future.
diversify.
And it's
Well-
it's more different from other governments because he has a
well,
lot
and
of
he
power
probably
there, so-
knows that the U.S. under Biden is gonna see tremendous oil prices, so he's gonna just sell all of the oil to the U.S. for cheaper than them mining their own type deal. So, yeah, it seems like a pretty promising merge. That's what I'm that's what it seems like anyway.
If you know anything about the Saudis, they're about their cars.
Yeah,
Apparently
for
they're
sure, dude.
street
I live with
racing and
I live with a Syrian. I live with a Syrian. He tells me all about it. So yeah, I found another guy that's good to follow because he's following CCIV super closely. His name is one sec.
Do y'all think GME is gonna drop any more than where it's currently at?
Oh yeah.
It's
Okay.
possible. Yeah.
I'm like waiting because I have enough to buy 2 more shares, but I'm trying to figure out if I should just wait a little bit.
No, just wait. So wait till that info comes out. I guarantee it's gonna sell off like crazy. Unless for some weird reason they are honest about what their shorts are.
Right.
Speculation on that CCIV
I
merger.
think that's
I've
how I
seen
initially
reports.
heard about Tencent or SoftBank Group was through that Saudi fund, if I'm not mistaken. It was either Tencent or it might have been both, but that's how I heard about those. They're very high techy Chinese stocks, Tencent and wow, what did I just say? Tencent and SoftBank. Yeah, I think that's how I heard about those two things is through that fund, if I'm not mistaken. I read into them and see what they're into.
Some of the talks that I heard
Wow.
about that CCIV merger, they're looking at triple returns, but I can't. It's buried in Google search somewhere.
Real quick, want to give a shout out. If you are watching right now and you are enjoying this content, smash that like button. Subscribe to Tame the Arc. They've been making this space available for us to all talk. We're on a Discord. So smash that like button, subscribe. Make sure if you have any questions on the feed, I'll try and keep a lookout for those. I know if other folks are on here, but hit that like button. Like, see, I made a little song about it yesterday. Say, hit that like button. Diamond hands for GME. Hit that like button. There you go. We got music here too.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. No, it's true.
You know, I was about to come for you in a second. I was about to say, you sitting there watching the board. We need you writing songs.
I have been writing songs. When I go quiet, I'm writing songs.
Thank you. We're glad that you do that.
Yo, I got 5 on it though too.
I just read that comment too. I was about to say same.
So I see NSPR dropped for a little bit, but now it's back over the dollar. So that's cool. And then OCGN is still holding strong, man. I'm really glad I bought at 411 on that one. I'm interested in seeing the GLUU, the Glue Meat Mobile. So I have a couple stocks in that one. But somebody was saying that EAE Sports or whatever bought them yesterday or something. Oh, okay. Sweet. Well. I mean, it is higher than 1250 right now. It's at 1256. Okay. So Desinet Danko actually asked, what should this report state in order for GME to go back up? So if anybody can chime in on that, because I know there's a report that's coming out today. I'm still a newbie.
I'm expecting it to state the opposite because they technically don't have to disclose their short position. They're not entitled to. It's not against the law, or even if it is, they just pay a small fine. So I'm expecting it to state quite the opposite. And I'm at the point anyways where I have to let it get low, rebuy, so I can at least see if I want to get out with, equal money, like break even. So it's to me, it's whatever.
No, it's true. I'm personally expecting it to go down after market today when they release the short report, but like I'm not gonna be surprised when I see it go down. It's like I don't know. Like I've seen enough of I've seen enough people talk about it and how it's still possible, and just based on how similar the charts are, like if you look at the sell-off from GME to AMC over the past week, it's like nearly identical. And I watched a video where a guy explains how they correlate just based on like the Friday close, how the difference between the shares that were shorted or something. I'll post it in the YouTube chat, the link to the video I watched, because it's just there's too many people covering this and explaining how it's still bullshit and that we're essentially they're in the hole. Like I saw one guy posted in general a video of a guy saying like who was really like good with spreadsheets, and he was like, yeah, no, like they were like 3.5 billion in the hole. So I don't know, honestly. Like I'm still holding because like there's a lot of people out there doing their due diligence and trying to get the word out that it's still good. But still, you will see the price go down just because they can do that. They can manipulate the price to go down just by in trading, even though it's super illegal.
What they call white crime.
Yeah, it doesn't mean they covered their shorts and
It means they don't go
closed
to
their
prison.
positions.
They just pay a friggin' slap on the wrist and get to go home to their friggin' beach house. White collar crime.
Yeah, the only way we win is if we can like literally bleed them out to the point that they don't like it ends up costing more for the marginal tax than it does for them to buy their shares back. That's the only way it goes up.
Yeah, Marduk, the video you posted about how the short squeeze hasn't happened yet was like spot on.
Yeah, I mean, and that's not the only video I've seen of like people being like, look, like it's just look at this. Like that there was another guy who was talking about the Fintel reporting just being way off, and he was following that for like a long time. And then all of a sudden it just like they changed it or they updated it like a bunch of times in the span of a day, something like that. I don't know. So just seems fishy, that's all.
I mean, with Europe having GameStop as the most traded stock for all of January, and this really only happened the last week, and all the retail investors buying, the volume is it's physically impossible for them to cover their shorts with what the volume had.
Yeah, but they still have like if they have to like close their position on shorted shares eventually. It's like 13 days.
I think it's essentially part.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good. If they're making more money, or if they're saving more money by
The fine is going to be cheaper than the losses.
exactly, yeah.
The one thing I want to know the most is who they borrowed the shorts off of. If I had to know one thing, that's what I would want to know the most is who they borrowed the shorts off of. Because if we knew that, then we'd know like, are these guys helping them or are they actually about their money and they want to see it go up as well and call for their shorts back? Because if I was the guys that they borrowed the shorts off of, I'd be like, you know what, you guys can have all the time you want. Keep doing you. I want it back up at 500. I want it back up there. Like so. That's my take on it too. Like, who the hell did they borrow these shorts off of?
From us. It's from us.
I think exposing the report is going to come out. It's going to expose. I think most people are waiting for it to show not only the short position, but also to show to figure out where about these phantom shares. I mean, the phantom share hasn't really been much of a discussion in the past couple of days, but that still is on the table. Like if you're showing your short position and there's a bunch of random shares that just magically showed up, now it's like you got a lot of stuff you need to explain, and that's what everybody's waiting for, the explanation of the short position, number one, number two, who they got the shares from, and number three, where these random magical shares come from.
Yep, that's huge right now too, is actually outing them in that regard because they know it exists. They've been talking about it since like 2013 and they know it exists. They just ignore it. Like there's the
too hard to
mathematicians at
prove.
the SEC that have outed this many times and their higher bosses probably just throw it out, oh, I don't know math. It's okay. Let's go get a beer.
It's too hard to hide, therefore it makes it impossible to prove, and it hasn't had this magnitude of effect to have them even care.
So I don't know much about it. Stock ticker CEI was just informed it's going up, and there was news that they got a brand new board of director guy.
What are you talking about?
My brother just let me know there's a stock ticker CEI, and they just got a new guy on their board of directors or head of the director or something like that. It was trading around $1.40, $1.50, and then it's kind of just going up right now.
On
Yo, let's see on the YouTube chat who's got them diamond hands. Who's holding? All right, Jim, I see your diamond hands. I see y'all still holding. All right.
Yeah.
I see you, Devil's Reaper, Michael.
I'm holding
Zacchaeus.
my sandwich and my GME. Sorry.
Yeah, my sandwich and my
Love it.
GME. That's right. My sandwich and my man. Now I want a sandwich. I haven't had breakfast.
Not for sale. That's right.
Yeah.
Sandwich sounds hella good. I'm about to go hit
Yo.
Starbucks and get a sandwich.
Wait, what kind of sandwich is it though?
Fabian.
I want panini
Jason says
sandwich.
nobody sell
It's
it.
a
The real tech geek.
what is this? It's like a
Davida. Eric.
smoked turkey and Hawaii
Gervais.
sandwich.
Ado.
Yeah.
Not for sale.
Not for
Yes.
sale, y'all. Don't forget to smash that like button. We got like 330 people watching, and I only see 64 likes. So hit that like button. Hit that like button. Diamond hands for GME. Hit that like button.
Quit telling me lies. Hit the like
Yo,
button.
we could also do it by the dip. By the dip. What? By the dip.
Can anybody beatbox?
We got more diamond hands.
Can you tell we're new to this thing? I don't know how to hype people up. I just say I'm not for sale. Let me see those diamond hands. I'm taking my stocks to my grave.
How about that Super Bowl, huh? Huh? Let's who
And you gotta
likes
do the
that
Wolf
team
of
that
Wall Street
won?
chant off
Yeah.
the chest, beating the chest. Just
Hey, I'm gonna dab for Doge. I'm gonna hit my dab right
Dabs for
now.
Doge.
Dabs
I
for
like the
Doge.
part where they threw the ball.
Can we talk about the weekend though?
Yes.
Where did he wink at?
We love the weekend.
I would just like to say whoever did his sound mix production needs to send an apology letter
No.
to everybody. Because his
It's
mic
like so echoey.
his mic dropped out in like 2 minutes. I'm like, what the heck? Like you just made a really good singer sound bad.
Yo, I saw the thing that popped up the other day that said the weekend went from homeless to opening, and it was just like, wow.
Right, that's a huge deal. Like that's a big moment for him. And like he was doing it all by I was just so annoyed because I was like, I felt like his mic totally dropped
apparently
like
he
2
had to
minutes
dole out
in.
a shitload of cash for his own
7 million.
production for his own stage and all that.
Are you
Yep.
serious?
Wow,
7
and that's
million.
crazy because the NFL treats it like he's promoting himself,
From
and
yeah.
he has to pay them almost to like promote himself. I guess I don't
Pay
know
to play.
how it works exactly, but yeah, it's almost like that.
I mean, let's be honest. The weekend really need to promote himself. Everybody already knows who he is.
Right, but
But
they
no,
get
you still
endorsement
want to stay
deals.
relevant no matter what. But yeah,
Like J-Lo had to pay for it, but she didn't pay for it because it was all basically paid for based on sponsorships that she got off of it.
That's what I mean. It's so
I
ridiculous.
love the weekend.
Lady Gaga's probably up there. If I end up like Owen Hart, I
Can't hear you. It's really hard to hear you.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. You guys saw Reddit's ad though, right?
Damn, Fabian, that's crazy. Dropped 3,000 today already. 89 shares at 59.39. That's nuts. Diamond hands.
And sometimes
I'm
you gotta-
averaging down when it goes. Like I'm averaging down tomorrow because I know that's probably when it's gonna drop down to that $27 mark Tame talks about.
No. Just a lot of like white noise in the background.
Oh, I know. That's the beauty of it, Kason. I'm like, we're not paying any interest on this. We're just temporarily down the money.
Nobody's gambling. I mean, kind of are, but it's also like just a reminder we're not financial advisors. We have to say it. We haven't said it in a while. And
yeah, it is
what
in
you
the
do-
it is in the disclaimer in the Discord, but people on YouTube can't see that, so we have to remind them, right?
Yep. So just a reminder, we're not financial advisors, and very. I would stay away from saying connecting stocks with gambling because I think there's some legal precedent there. So if you're commenting that, just be careful. Second, or the other thing is, it's your money. Only you get to decide what to do with it. We're just here talking about how we've spent our money and what we've done. And if you can learn something from it, great. And we're going to try and pull out as much information so you can make the most informed decision. But ultimately, it is your money and it is your decision because you deal with whatever consequences of that.
I think the term informative decision is what makes the difference between gambling and stocks. It's an informative decision, and it's having information at your disposal that is made readily available to you, which is not provided in casinos. So this is definitely nowhere even close to gambling.
Mireille, you have to Tame the Ark and ask him. There is a small vetting process, but you probably can.
See, hold on. You guys want to see an example of marijuana. Well, this could happen to any penny stock, but this is a marijuana penny stock that went sour. And I'll read you the exact note of what they had to release of what happened. And this was called Wayland Group. I was buying them at like $4 because I thought, and they got bought out by an American company too, so it made it even more intriguing. But this is what it says. It says, it seems that finally things have come full circle for Wayland Group. A notice have filed by the Canadian Securities Exchange this afternoon. This is months ago, by the way, indicting that what was left of the shell of a company will now finally be delisted months after the completion of CCAA proceedings. The delisting marks the very end of the Mary Can and Wayland saga, leaving whatever shareholders were left in the firm with absolutely nothing, despite the wild ride the equity took them on over the last several years. Despite having a last market price of 74 cents per share and a market capitalization of 54.1 million, there is nothing left for shareholders. Take that in. Having been halted since May 6, 2019, the move has been a long time coming for the company that once hit a high of 448 back in January 2018. It's all been downhill from there, however, after the company took countless hits brought on initially by an OSC investigation into CEO Benjamin Ward during the midpoint of a financing, after subsequently being halted due to the firm failing to file financials. Penny companies are not all fun and games. That's the point I always try to get across, because they are not. You don't know if the CEO is shady. You have no clue.
Yep.
Like, take that
So
in. They had a market cap of 51 million. They're still in business, but then they decided to delist and file for bankruptcy. In other words, like that's insane.
So that's why I think Overstock is set to pop off, because they got rid of their CEO that everybody thought was shady because of his like Russian thing or whatever. He was like banging a Russian spy. And they're about to
Right.
IPO about 20 blockchain companies through some. I've already talked about this before, but it's can't remember the name of the company, but I'll figure it out and drop the links. But they've launched things like Owlet and a bunch of different other companies. But I think they're gonna probably make a lot of money through that, and then they're also putting a ton of money into their retail side through like just Overstock as well. So some good stuff coming out of them pretty soon.
So the people who have stock in RELI and stuff, if you were to look at it right now, would you buy any right now at its current price? Do you speculate it's going to go up even more?
What exactly is it? Just because I don't know anything about it, and I was watching that one because I was might invest in some, but yeah, if anybody can talk about that one, that'd be great.
I don't think I know enough information about it.
Heard it was something like TV or something.
Yeah, and it's family owned. Like it's owned by a family.
I'm gonna check my trading view right now. It's the ticker. REU is the ticker, right?
When I looked at it, it was saying that they're actually a real estate group.
Is it
Like you guys been saying, commercial real estate might take a hit. Well, it has been taking a hit through the pandemic, but even further, if people decide to stay at home and work, commercial real estate will take a hit, and that's why people think. That's why people like well, just not commercial real estate, but just residential real estate. And that's why they like it a lot more.
Well, they need to
because
start.
It's gonna really boom.
Yeah, they need
There's
to
a big
turn
difference.
commercial into residential, because then they got big ass office buildings for people to live in. Hot dope.
All right. So it looks like the reason it actually did go up is the courts released or court lifted a hold on Reliance deal. So they're making a deal with somebody, but I didn't read the article yet.
Somebody asked about OCGN. Right now, it's looking like it's at Trading View. It's at 1392 on Trading View. I am watching that one. I also have stock in that one. But yeah, I mean, it's it's doing great for me. So I don't know. I know that there's a lot of hopefully it goes well. It's if you don't know what it is, it's the next pharmaceutical company based out of India. that is going to be coming out with another COVID-19 vaccine that does not require any freezing and is effective against the UK and South African strains. So the ticker for that is OCGN if you want to check it out. You may have, I bought in pretty low, so you may have missed out on that. I don't know if it's gonna, it shot up to like 18 was the high yesterday, I think. And it's sitting at 13, so, you know.
Yeah, it's down 12.2% on the day. It's probably just trying to average out.
Yeah.
It's typically what happens when stocks take off. They have to readjust. What I think the term is called consolidate. Find that kind of resistance and balance point.
Yeah, I'm gonna just I gotta wait for funds to clear anyways, but I think I'm gonna watch this. And
But I mean, really, any ticker you invest your money in, I would say do your research. Like, know what. Okay, so a guy that I follow, he says like, know what you own, and like keep drilling that into your head. Know what you own. Okay, it's very easy to get distracted when you have like how many companies that you have your money in, right? So if you're new to this, really do your research and invest your money where you feel it's going to grow, and keep up to date on the news. That's all I can say.
And that's me. I don't like upkeep. That's why I like to think of it as you have your established companies who are about their shit and about moving, growing their profit for their shareholders. And those are the guys $70 above. And then you have your guys that you're not too sure about, usually $20 and a little lower. They could make it in the future. They're trying, but you're not too sure. So if you think of it as established companies and not established companies, then it's a lot easier to think about the stock market.
Yeah, it's hard for people to like bite the reality of paying a commission fee to buy one or two shares of something, but that's ultimately how you end up controlling volatility in your portfolio is through diversification. So if you can't handle seeing big upswings and downswings, you're gonna want to like spread your money out.
No, that's why they call it a value buying too, right? You have to like get it on the low, but at the same time you do have to recognize volatility, and then it's almost like you have to have the balls to like wait months for it to drop and get back in on it. And then sometimes it doesn't even work like that. Sometimes it shoots up and you miss out and you got to find something else, right? So
yeah, that's why I kind of I do my research heavily before I start dumping any money in, but I'll buy a few shares just to start out, just in case. But that's another thing too, is like I try and not miss opportunities, because there was one in particular that I missed out on. Was actually that OCGN one. Like I could have, if I had like realized last week that what was going on, that news that was coming out, I could have a much better position with it. But
well, you missed out on a quick flip if there's an actual strain that they have. There's
but I
huge
can't
population in India and stuff that
I can't day trade,
They're
so I'm
already
not looking
using
for
it in
quick flips.
India.
I'm just looking to get in and open a position at like the best possible spot that I can for a company that's coming out with some like groundbreaking stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think the thing with OCGN that's different from the rest is that it's using the inactive COVID virus instead of
Yes.
the M. So that's what's different about that one. And it's already
I don't know
being used in
anything about
India.
that stuff, so I stay away. I don't let it bother me that pharmaceutical stocks shoot up, because I much rather other industries over pharmaceutical. That's the way I look at.
Right, but right now there's a world pandemic happening, and if you're smart, you know that there's going to be probably vaccines that are being made that people are going to take regardless of how you feel
You
about
also
it.
got to know when to pull out your money
Hey,
too, right?
real
That's
quick,
a lot of watching.
I just want to
Especially when
comment on something real quick about the oxygen. There, so everybody's been saying that what is it, the vaccine does not have to be refrigerated.
That's a big deal.
No, it does need to be refrigerated. The difference is Moderna has to be refrigerated, but Pfizer has to be sub-refrigerated, meaning it has to be stored at a lower temperature, which being at just refrigeration levels, so I'm assuming around 40 degrees, makes it easier to transport, whereas Pfizer needs to be ultra low, which makes it a little bit harder to transport.
Well, it needs to be basically frozen. So it has to be like
Yeah, but yeah, Moderna and the Moderna. Well, the Pfizer needs to basically be frozen. Moderna and this one from Oxygen does not need to be frozen. It just needs to be refrigerated. So approximately in the 32 to 40 degree range. That's where if I'm not mistaken, is refrigeration above 32 but below 40.
Yeah, but below,
Yeah,
below
just like
42. Just like
yeah,
food.
it's the green zone, man. That's
Yeah. It's the
so no
temperature.
bacteria can grow.
Yeah. But the thing that's big
Oh,
with
I got this.
Have you guys
Pfizer.
looked at the people that actually are developing? They're co-developing the strain, but have you looked at the people actually developing this? I don't. Hold on one second. Bahart Biotech's late-stage investigational coronavirus in the U.S. The biggest. I would assume it's these guys' thing, and then they're in on it to help them co-develop it. But if you look at the other people's stock, it is way more, and they might
So
be
this is
profiting off it more.
This is the info, the difference between them. So Pfizer and Moderna's vaccine focuses on the coronavirus spike protein. The problem there is that if the spike protein mutations multiply, these vaccines may not offer protection. So far, both companies say their vaccines can handle the emerging UK and South African strains. But Dr. Fauci has said the vaccines are less likely effective against the mutated strains than they are against the original coronavirus, and potential new strains in the future represent a threat. Covaxin, now this is Ocugen's vaccine, induces immune responses to several coronavirus proteins, not just the spike protein. So it may be more
Exactly.
effective than more advanced rivals in protecting against today's strains and future variants. That's a bigger plus. Another advantage is that it can be stored at refrigerator temperatures. So can Moderna's, but Pfizer's vaccine requires the ultra low temperatures that make it a challenge to transport and store. Considering these two elements, Covaxin may be a stronger vaccine than Pfizer and Moderna, but only the phase 3 data can confirm that. If efficacy is low or adverse events are high, the whole picture may change. So right now, it's best to be cautiously optimistic about Covaxin, and cautiously optimistic about Ocugen, with a big emphasis on the cautious. If
You
the
need to
data is
find a.
strong, the share may
My
move
bad.
higher. But if trials aren't compelling, shares of the biotech company could crash, especially considering the recent surge. For most investors, it's best to watch the story from the sidelines now. That's the Motley Fool's take on it.
Yeah, you need to know you need to find out what's the difference in stake between this Barhart Immunologies and Biologics Corporation, which is at $85, and they're the ones I think that are actually developing it over Oxygen. Oxygen is just helping them. So you gotta you gotta figure out what their stake is in what Oxygen's stake is in the vaccine, because these guys' stake looks like to be a hell of a lot more at $85 a stock.
Who's the
It's BIBCL.BO is the stock ticker I have. But it says it right in that Motley Fool thing. I was reading the same article. It says it right in there.
You can also
Where
get info on the vaccine from Indian news reports because they've been using it there. So info about efficacy and stuff as it's
Yeah,
being
it says it
used
right
there.
here. That's because Oestrogen finalized a deal to co-develop and commercialize Indian company Bharat Biotech's
Bharat,
late
yeah.
stage so they're the ones that actually own the vaccine. If you
Yeah,
actually want to get in on the big money.
they're
Can
sharing
you
the
link that article in chat, the
yeah.
one you just read?
Yeah, sure.
I can also post it in the YouTube feed if anybody wants to look at it.
Yeah, I'm only gonna post it in Discord, so you're gonna have to post it in the YouTube feed.
Yeah, I mean Ocugen is still keeping 40% of the profits. It's gonna be, I think it's gonna be okay. You sound like that teacher from Peanuts. Sorry. Oh, there you go. Now, oh, interesting. Sexy. It's gonna be.
GME is
GME is a long-term hold at this point.
Hey, Mouse.
How you guys doing today? Hey, I got a survey for you guys on the EV battery sector. Out of all you guys that are here, let's take a vote. Who would vote for fuel cell energy, which is FCEL? And which one of you guys would vote for Plug Power Inc., which is PLUC, I believe?
Is this vote about who we would invest in or who we'd like to see succeed?
Who would you guys invest in? I would just like an overall. They're both pretty good.
What are the charging station companies?
They're more so battery companies. This has more to do with what GE is looking into buying or picking up this year.
There's also QuantumScape that fell a bit as well. That's a battery company that Microsoft is heavily invested into.
I've been watching QuantumScape. They're at 43 right now. I've been looking at them actually.
They were at like $100 like a month ago. No,
But
something went wrong with them.
do you know why? I can tell you.
No.
The reason why is because news came out back in December that the batteries that they are developing, which are supposed to be quote solid state, are so small and they may not be applicable for EVs, and that's why the stock fell. Yes, you can look into it. There's a lot of info out there,
I'm glad I didn't listen to the hype.
I mean, you never know. You never know. But the thing is
they could always use their technology and better it
But-
and make it bigger, but it is a setback, right?
Mouse, what's the first one that you mentioned? The fuel cell one?
This is based off of what GM is looking into this year. The first one is Fuel Cell Energy, and the second one is Plug Power Inc.
Yeah, Plug Power. I wish I would have bought it before, over the summer, but yeah.
They're a charging company though, no? Or am I wrong about Plug Power?
Is this right about fuel cells? Like $600 a share right now? Do I have the right ticker?
Fuel cell shouldn't be. Hold on, let me find the ticker.
And what was the ticker for Biotech? I can't find it.
Fuel cell is
I posted in the Discord
FCEL.
thing. The link is right.
Got it. Okay, I got it.
They're trading at 28.
The article.
No, it's right underneath it too. The link.
I see it. 2728.
It's in the Discord general. Sorry, it's in general. Sorry.
Is that even on the Nasdaq or the New York Stock Exchange?
I have no clue. I just know that they would be obviously the bigger company in this deal.
I think fuel cells a split sort of like it's only a 16% buy.
What, from the general when you click on it?
No,
Type
the
in,
article's coming up.
The ticker I have is BIBCL.BO. Or just type in Bharat or
Bharat. Bharat. It's Bharat.
Bharat.
No, it's not. It's Bharat. Take it from an Indian.
But is it Indian?
Yeah, Bharat is an Indian name.
Nice.
It means like land or something.
Back in February of last year, they're hovering like $20. Holy, or no, it's at $5 range. Holy moly, they were $5 a year ago. Now they're $85 a stock. Yikes! See, always the first stuff you hear about in news, there's always something behind it that's better, and that's what I've gathered from research too. You just gotta dig deep, always.
Okay, so Mouse, tell us about these stocks, because I mean, I wish I would have gotten it lower, but Plug Power I think was the one that I would have hedged my bets on if it wasn't so high right now.
I'm actually going with fuel cell. Sorry.
No, yeah, see, that's where it's conflict right now is I don't know. This is just something I'm just trying to diversify on right here, and I want to get into one of these two. Fuel cell, I'm in another chat room group, and they're still talking that fuel cell still has an additional run up. So that's why I was asking you guys if you guys knew anything and what you guys thought about that. I don't know how much farther Plug is actually going to go within the next 3 to 6 months. So
I think that fuel cell, there's definitely the possibility considering what price it's at. I mean, the 52-week high was $28.98, but the low was $1. Jeez, I gotta learn more about this company.
I just literally found out about it probably like an hour and a half ago.
So GE may try to acquire it. Is that the info out there?
I have a news article here. It is through Google that is stating that GM is in interest of either taking over fuel cell or Plug Power. I guess they're going to kind of coincide by the end of the year. One of the.
I'm seeing this. I'm seeing on Yahoo
Screw it, I'm
Finance, but
buying
it's
both.
GE, General Electric is gonna take
I have
over.
GE, and now I'm like, dang. Okay, what was the ticker for the other one? Because I'm on the fuel cell one.
The other one, hold on a second.
It's just Plug, isn't it?
Plug Power.
Yeah,
Plug Power.
PLUG. Yeah.
It all shot up when Biden was elected, and
Sorry,
news
by
about
the way,
Biden.
Faizo. I thought like there's two girls in this room, you and Kata, and like for some weird reason I can't freaking remember who's who when I'm not looking at the screen.
No worries.
I was like, wait a minute, you're not Indian, but then I was like, oh wait, that's not Kata.
Yeah.
My
Yeah, how do you
bad.
think we feel with all you guys?
You Canadians do
doubt.
sound a bit alike.
If you guys want to look, like, I don't think it's different from like Plug Power and stuff, but there's Blink as well, which they're focusing on charging stations and that regards, which would be the next generation gas stations, I guess. Whoever was.
Switchback Energy is ChargePoint.
Yeah, Kata, what's your take on this?
I just jumped in like 3 minutes ago. I was talking to someone at work.
You've done a lot of research on the like EVs, Plug Power. We're talking about fuel cell and Plug Power right now. Thoughts?
So I don't have many like specifically, but I know if you look around and see who actually physically has charging stations built, it's ChargePoint and Electrify America.
Shocking, I know.
So they are already building that infrastructure. So I would focus on whatever companies are owned by those two.
You said Electrified America?
Yeah, there's a lot of Electrify America. And if you guys wanted to download, it's called PlugShare. PlugShare takes basically all of the chargers in the United States and puts it on one map, and you can look at them and see.
Guess who Electrify America is owned by? Volkswagen.
So you can look and see what, and that's just what I see in Nebraska. I don't know about other places, but look and see which chargers are out there the most and what companies they are. That's what I would do.
Thanks. I guess there's some news out that GE may acquire either fuel cell or Plug Power. Not solid news. It's just I don't know.
Plug Power.
Oh yeah, I know. This was a speculation thing. That's why I said
I
this
feel
is
like
just something I'm diversifying with.
I feel like Plug Power was kind of driven by Reddit. I have that somewhere in my brain of random knowledge.
ChargePoint's a private company.
My thing with
They're owned by Switchback though.
what I'm reading about fuel cell,
ChargePoint, they're private and owned
Yeah,
by
but
Pascal Romano.
Switchback has something to do with ChargePoint.
I think Mouse, I'm gonna look more into fuel cell just because of the price point right now, and the price point on Plug Power is so high.
Yeah, it looks like Plug Power is focused more on hydrogen fuel cells. And ironically enough, Fuel Cell Energy is operating more on like their direct fuel cell power plants operate on natural gas and biogas.
Yeah,
I'm mining your cobalt as fast as I can, Greta.
Hydrogen isn't as efficient as electric. If you guys look into that, but hydrogen is more comparable to just filling up your car at the gas station.
Yeah, but we're looking for the green hydrogen on that side of it, aren't we? Isn't that what all the technology companies and corporations are shooting for? Is that green hydrogen or whatever they're talking about?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, if you have a hydrogen vehicle, it's not as efficient as straight electric.
Yeah,
so if you're
I
getting for the
gotcha.
most efficient, hydrogen is similar to just filling up your car with gas.
Yeah, they
It's not
pump
as
like a
efficient as
compressed
electric.
hydrogen into your tank, and then it goes through like this sort of a fusion or like decoupling process through this grid, and then it just the exhaust ends up being just water vapor. I watched a video on it. It's pretty cool.
Whoever mentioned Electrify America, thank you for that, because of that, I am totally off Blink now. Knowing that Volkswagen already has their foot in the door in America when it comes to charging systems, that's actually huge.
Looks like Doge is dropping right now. It's at 6.9.
Electromechanica is that solo, right? I think we've had this ticker. We've been looking at it last week.
But there might be other companies that I'm not aware of that you could find in PlugShare in like your areas. Those are just the ones that I know of that have the infrastructure in Nebraska.
So as far as blockchain, it's something that I think is probably going to be important going forward. Technologies popping off that I think are worth investing in because of the people that have been involved in them. They believe in freedom. But essentially, they've spent a lot of money gathering a bunch of different companies together. And it's through Pelion Venture Partners. They're going to be launching 20 different companies that are blockchain companies. They all look pretty promising.
Here's another company that's related to this, but it deals with generators and converting them to non-combustion. It's Bloom Energy. Again, do your research on it. I'm just starting, but I figured I don't know if anybody has any info on it or has looked at Bloom Energy.
Oh, I can't learn enough about one company before I get thrown another ticker at me.
Sorry.
It's all good.
Can we schedule homework and divide it out?
Right?
Yeah, put stuff in the tickers too. There's a tickers tab. Because that's another spot. Usually I'll go in there
I
later
just
at night.
screenshot tickers, and then whenever I'm bored, I'll just go through them, research. But yeah, I screenshot all my
It's a good
tickers,
way.
come back to them later. My old phone is literally just all tickers, like all 16 gigs of it is just all tickers and research. It's ridiculous. I had to get a new phone.
I'm looking here at the YouTube and apes together strong. Something.
Nice.
I'm loving it.
That's funny. Don't forget to hit the like button. Subscribe to Tame the Ark for making this possible. Just a bunch of random people coming together and using knowledge. What's up, Diamond Hands? Who's holding strong on GME?
We'll also give you a ton of companies to look into for potential pre-GameStop similarities.
I'm so hype on CCIV, man. This merger goes through, and I'm like all in.
GME forever. I was looking around here on my Webull, and it looks like the top 20 trending stocks on Wall Street Bets as of Tuesday. Anybody want me to list those off just for
Go
the
for it.
hell of it?
I don't
Alright.
like that thing. You're talking to the thing on Webull that popped up, that new thing that's at stock tips or Wall Street Bet stock tips they got going on?
I hate when stuff like that
Yeah,
happens.
that I don't know. That was very, very sus how that just popped up in the middle of everything that was starting to go on, dude. I don't really like following that thing.
Well, the reason I wanted to bring it up is just because it's interesting the companies they're listing.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. So number 1 is GameStop. Number 2 is Planeteer. 3 is AMC. 4 is Ocugen. 5 is Tesla. 6 is Corsair Gaming. 7th is BlackBerry. 8th is Etherium. 9th is Telray. 10th is Disney. 11th is Apple. 12th is Marathon Patent Group. 13th is Advanced Micro Devices. 14th, Riot Blockchain. 15th, Microvision. 16th, Neo. 17th, DraftKings. 18, Sundial Growers. 19, Square. And 20, NVIDIA. So if you have Webull, it just popped up on there. I just went off. But I do find it interesting that they named off a few stocks that we talked about.
I feel like a sheep because I think that I have partial holdings in at least 10 of those.
Exactly.
And the bad thing is like I'm a lot of us are in those, and it's kind of like who's really on Wall Street Bets actually read through every single post and forum to see exactly these are the ones that quote unquote they're targeting. And I think saying Disney just sounds sus because I mean everybody's been always jumping into Disney. I think that Disney might be taking off now.
Well, Disney is they're solid gold in my book. I haven't looked at what their price is at now, but they own 90% of the media now. The last 5 years have been straight buyouts for them. It's ridiculous.
I'm gonna tell you what's really gonna drive.
Terrible for humanity. But yeah, you're
It's
right.
horrible for America.
For sure.
All your media is coming from Disney, but
Check this out. I'll
It's
give you
true.
a stockholders. And this is crazy.
It's so
You can
true.
watch certain videos and they'll trigger things. But if somebody says Disney stock is going to go up, and I would say, why do you feel that? And they reference a video that they saw on YouTube
But you
about
gotta
how
think of it like this: all for that stock to go up, all they have to do is raise their subscription by a penny for Disney
Hey, check this out. But listen to
or
this.
$1.
Y'all are
This sounds
thinking too.
crazy. And I don't even have I don't have Disney Plus, but I watch a lot of things that talk about it. And I haven't watched WandaVision. I'm not a big comic book person like that, but apparently they brought in Quicksilver from the X-Men series, not from the Marvel series. They brought him in from the X-Men, the actor that played in X-Men, and they brought him into WandaVision, which causes a speculation about Disney now getting some of the rights to make X-Men movies.
Well, probably they own a lot of rights to a lot of movies. They're smart with that too. They buy a lot of stuff. They buy a lot of rights. They buy a lot of companies. The one thing that is obviously the best about them is they control the number one consumers of media, which is kids. Anything kids watch, it comes from Disney.
It's so true. This guy is speaking gold into your ears right now.
Anything kids watch, it comes from Disney. Anything you watch now comes from Disney. They own the American market, and then it goes outside the American market too. Because I bet you Japanese like Disney movies too, the little cartoons and stuff. 100%.
They still own ABC, right? Disney still owns ABC.
They own everything. From me following them for the last 5 years, they've been buying out everything. I think
They even own
HBO,
Fox News.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Just for those of you that are on the YouTube chat, I just posted under Miko Blaze, that's me, the list of all with the tickers of all the companies I just listed off. You can also find it on Webull if you have Webull. It's this new thing that just popped up on my stuff when I was looking in the market tab. But yeah, I just wanted to put that out there just so y'all know what supposedly these brokers are seeing trending. And I just find it interesting that I own probably like half of those, to be quite honest.
Yeah, $188. I'd feel so comfortable sticking my money in Walt Disney, couple grand, whatever. I don't even care the amount of stock I get. That's just me knowing once people start working again, they're gonna want to go to Disney World. Not to mention, I heard talks of them wanting to build a Disney World in Toronto Island. I don't know if that's still happening, but there is huge talks about them wanting to build a Disney World in Canada, So
They
these
have
guys'
earnings
money's
on
unlimited. They own media out the ass. Like
on
Disney's a solid
Thursday. Their
company.
earnings report comes out, and if you own options in Disney right now, it's about to pop.
Yeah, for sure. Like it's been down and then it's slowly climbed up, but that's a for the amount of money they've been spending to build the company, it's like an empire now. Like yeah, easily on the low for 188 bucks, I would say. Market cap $341 billion. Oh yeah, they're gonna be at a trillion. They will reach a trillion market cap. Disney, mark my words. But I'm not an investor. I'm not a financial advisor by any means.
Apparently, Pelosi put like a shit ton of money into options on Disney like a couple months ago.
Oh, I thought you were about to say
Doge.
Pelosi for Doge.
Oh yeah, that's probably right around the $90 range when it dropped. Dropped from 150 down to March of last year to the $85 range was its low. So if you bought Disney at $85, you are now sitting on like a gold mine. You hold on to that forever.
Yeah.
Forever you hold on to it. If you bought it at $85 range, you don't let go of that. Like that's what I mean too. Like no penny, like for penny stocks to reach this amount of market cap, like you're not gonna see that in your lifetime unless major stuff happens. Major stuff. That's why I said like you're gonna gamble on penny stocks, mushrooms, that kind of stuff could happen if the market opens up, and some weed stocks have the capability of actually like exceeding market cap expectations. But a lot of these penny stocks, they will never exceed market cap expectations.
Yeah, you say they're penny stocks and marijuana, but then we also go back to the article you read earlier and the fear
Exactly.
that goes behind it. Yeah.
Exactly. That's why I say like you're gonna still buy marijuana companies. You're better off buying established companies because they're gonna grow more. They will. They have the market cap. They have the expenses. They can grow their company 10 times faster than anyone trying to start out from the bottom. It's just I
Yeah,
don't know.
the
It's the way I
chance
think.
you land a gold mine in penny stocks is very rare.
It's better to play options than penny stocks.
That does sound like
That's the only way you can
people-
make money. If you have like 100 penny stocks on your positions list, like the only way is to have options set so you can prevent losses. Trying to micromanage penny stocks when like just buying and selling it's not viable.
Yeah, I started running a theta strategy maybe a couple months ago, and my account's gone almost exponential. Like I can't believe I've been buying stocks for this long and not been trading options.
Oh gee whiz, button. I'm still trying to wrap my head around options, but it's there's definitely a learning curve there, and there's a lot of practice that's necessary.
Stop looking at options like you're trading stocks and start looking at options like you're trading insurance for that said stock.
Hey guys, I don't know, but from what I've seen, I think that's highly debatable due to the margins on penny stocks and the new wave of investors.
I couldn't hear you. What'd you say there?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
No, I was just saying that it could be highly debatable due to the margins of penny stocks and the new wave of investors.
Well, I'm sure some of the penny stocks are offset by the new wave of investors. I mean, but eventually it's like with everything, as soon as this kind of GME fad falls out, there's a lot of these people that stuck money in for the GME thing that won't ever do this again. So it will kind of go to the wayside. I mean, overall, there's money. If you run algorithms and crap like that, there's money to be made with penny stocks and things like that. But like the other guy said, if you're not diversifying with penny stocks, so basically where you're throwing money in it and just leaving it and hopefully one of them hit kind of thing, if you're the everyday retail investor, it's not really worth your time investing in penny stocks when you can just kind of learn options, and options can give you a lot more ROI than penny stocks can.
Damn, Fabian. That's a $50 super chat. Thank you. He says, keep up the work, guys. Let's go. Fabian Villanueva with $50 on the YouTube chat.
Hey, everybody, round of applause for Fabian.
Seriously, hit the like button, guys, if you're listening in and you're enjoying the talk, if you're getting some tips, if you're doing your due diligence, hit that like button. I really want to get into one of these like battery companies, the electric, I don't know which one to go into yet. I'm
taking a close look at EOSE. This guy
ELSE
zinc batteries. He's talking about how they compete with Tesla's lithium ion.
Oh, EOS Energy. Got it. Develops energy storage systems. It's designed to overcome the limitations of conventional lithium-ion technology. Company was founded in 2008 and headquartered in Edison. Ooh, Edison. That's a great spot. They have a lot of really good Indian restaurants out there. The listed name for EOS is EOS Energy Enterprises, Inc., Class A common stock. Yeah, my mom would take us out either to Jackson Heights we'd go or down to Edison, New Jersey to buy ounces of gold when the price was low. They're installing systems at project sites around the world, including Greece, in collaboration with Motor Oil in Nigeria with neotropical technology. It seems like, I wonder if he's the only employee though, this guy, the CEO.
Hey, I'm going to drop a link and helpful links. Everybody in Discord needs to check it out. I've been using it for a while now.
Eric Mason, yeah, it's like 74th and Roosevelt. That's right, Jackson Heights. Pakistani food too. I'm half and half, so can't forget that.
You said Eric Mason. I went to school with a kid named Eric Mason.
Jackson Heights for the good food.
So that link that I posted, just about anything you want to read up on is in there. All those guys and gals are, world renowned at some point. And some of that information ranges from like the 1920s all the way up to the 2000s.
This is really awesome. Wow.
Information
I
there.
put, I put the link in the YouTube chat as well if you'd like to read it.
Thank you for that link. It's really awesome.
Oh, I just saw. Thanks, Fabian. Dope. I'm reheating pizza from the night before because I haven't had breakfast. I know I'm such a winner, so I just stepped away and I didn't see that. But that's
My
dope.
favorite way to reheat pizza is in a frying pan with the topping side face down.
I've never tried it that way. I'm
Eat
an
it
air fryer
cold.
guy.
No, it's actually
Just like
so
cold
good.
pizza.
Dude, no, trust. It's so lit. The cheese melts and then it gets all crispy and all the toppings get reheated. It's so good.
I used to work at a pizza place. I haven't touched pizza in a long time. I got sick of it.
I love pizza. I want to get a pizza tattoo.
I love pizza.
I've worked at so many
I
pizza
want a
shops.
pizza tattoo.
I really do.
You want to hear the types of pizza I used to make and eat at work? The one was thin crust,
I
very
love
easy
that.
on a sauce, salami,
Yeah.
hot pepper, feta, and yeah, salami, hot pepper, feta, and green olives, and a little bit of garlic on a thin crust was one.
Hell yeah, dude.
And the
It
other one
has
was
to be thin crust. It has
the other
to
one
be.
was a thin crust Napolitana, so oil is the base, garlic,
Yeah.
oregano, tomatoes with feta and anchovy, no
I
mozzarella
like
cheese.
basilico.
Ew, anchovies.
I could
I've
get
never
behind
liked
that.
anchovies before working at a pizza place, but now I love them. Like, oh,
They're
they're
alright.
so good on
They're
pizza.
alright.
Yeah, man. I'm Italian, so I love all that Mediterranean style.
I used to work at a big Chicago pizza place where we'd have to make like octopus squid. We'd put that on a pizza. Like it was a artisan Neapolitan style pizza where we even had the brick oven and stuff. And the one of my favorites was like you shave really thin the potatoes and you put them on top with tomatoes and pulled
Pierogi
mozzarella
pizza
cheese.
was one we made too. Yep.
Yep, and then rosemary. But then after we took it out, we would do thinly sliced prosciutto on top, and then we'd take arugula and
Oh
toss
my
it
lord,
with some olive oil and lemon, and then put that on top of the pizza.
that sounds amazing.
Yeah, it's bougie as hell.
Hey guys,
somebody-
not to interrupt, but what was the ticker on that battery company you guys were just talking about?
Was it the EOS one?
Yeah, EOSE. So they're working towards producing a zinc battery. Now the guy, like the CEO, explained in a video that you're not going to see this type of battery in like an electric vehicle because it doesn't have the same power density. But he it's a lot better for the environment as far as like toxic like waste and stuff, and they will have their place, he said. So not quite sure exactly what he's going to be using these for, but he's like, I've been in the energy industry for 30 years and I know what I'm doing. I was like, okay.
Yeah, it's been 20 years, it looks like, is our longest contract. But is it just that one dude that works for the company, or?
No.
Because when I look it up, it said, oh, no, there are others. Okay, because I don't know why it said employees one. That's incorrect information.
I certainly hope not.
Thank you.
You guys want cheap VR companies if you're into penny stocks?
Wait,
Staying
I
away
thought
from
you're
penny stocks,
against.
man.
Who's against? Okay, one of
No,
you is
I
for
am
and
against
one
penny
is
stocks, but
Okay.
if you are gonna
Uh-huh.
look into penny stocks, you might as well look into VR.
You confuse me with that, with the vehemently anti-penny stock and then the penny
Oh,
stock.
I am totally against. If you look at my portfolio, I have like maybe two.
Don't buy
penny
penny stocks; they're risky. Hey, you guys want to hear about this cool penny stock?
Let me tell you how much I hate penny stocks.
Oh, by the way, I hate penny stocks.
I'll say
Buy
like
this
I hate
one.
penny stocks, but VR and augmented reality intrigue me. So,
Confusing me.
which, although if you think about it, Microsoft already has their foot in the door for that stuff, so they would be the safer bet when it comes to probably augmented reality and stuff like that. I would assume, anyways. But yeah. Like that one I mentioned this morning, Data Metrics or whatever. That's a penny stock, but suddenly they have found a need with this Reddit thing. So who knows with that one? If it's a sham or if it's actually gonna make use of this Reddit stuff and actually help out these companies that trade high volumes throughout the day and want to avoid the volatility of Reddit, or maybe even I don't know.
Let's see. The rating on EOS Energy. I'm looking at Glassdoor. I like doing that sometimes with these companies and see what the employees say about the CEO. And looks like they got 61% recommendation for the CEO.
You actually want to hear one of my plays for when this all this the dust settles down, so to speak, and you know it's not so volatile. Yeah, one of my plans is trying to predict a social media trend, and that's going to be in Blizz, which is that stupid, horrible company. Let me say this: it's a horrible. He spends his investors' money like it's water. Dan Bilzerian, that guy on social media.
Oh, he's horrible. No, it's not
Horrible,
gonna work.
horrible. So my plan is that I'm gonna put like maybe $1,000, $2,000 in there if I can get on a low. And my plan is gonna be just a prediction plan that he's gonna try to push his stock through his social media like the rest of these bungalows. And yeah, I mean it's gonna be a pump and dump scheme, but I'm gonna try to predict that pump and dump scheme before it happens.
Ignite isn't gonna work. There's so much negative publicity around him, and
Oh, I
like,
know.
and
That's why.
the
Like,
way that he markets it is so misogynistic.
but you
It's
best
like,
believe he has his followers on social media just like the rest of these guys. So if he starts pushing
it's
it,
true.
and it's a possibility that could
Gross.
happen, that a pump and dump could happen with that.
Didn't
So
he
that's
have
one
a
of
heart attack last year or the year before
I heard.
from
Yeah,
all
he
the
was
partying?
so
Yeah,
much drugs and fucking just yeah.
you gotta be responsible. That's not,
But yeah, that's my. If I'm looking to pump and dump, I'd be looking to buy low there and just wait for the pump and dump. If it happens, whatever. If it doesn't, you try it, kind of thing. But if social media has a big of effect as it's been having, I could totally see that becoming a pump and dump. But yeah, it's a word. He's horrible owner. Like he spends his money. That's how he parties. He spends his money from Ignite to party, pretty much, from my understanding. So, not a company you want to leave your money in. But if you're looking for a pump and dump, it could happen. How many followers does he have on social media? Does anyone know? I know it's
millions.
yeah, like
Millions.
millions. So yeah, that would be my play with that. I think it dropped to around 90 cents today or something, 95 cents.
So I looked at my social media to see 32 point something million on Insta, and of my friends, every single one of my friends that follows him is a dude. There is not one single woman.
Oh my gosh. You just know, you just already know that's gonna blow up into a pump and dump scheme at some point.
There's no way you can be if you only have half of the population. If only men are your customers.
I don't have Insta or any of that, or Twitter, or none of that. So I don't like following people for whatever reason. I mean, that's what porn sites are for, I guess.
Yeah. Come on, you gotta like build it up, man. It's the beauty of social media.
God, I don't even use my Facebook. The last time I posted on Facebook was probably like 5-6 years ago. Look it. A little bit too young for MySpace. It's probably like, I don't know, 8 years old when that shit was bumping. Well, I know. It's not relevant though, is it still? Really? MySpace.
I mean,
Wasn't
that's
that
what it
like
was really used for.
Craigslist kind of thing? Like, wasn't that bumping around the same time, or am I have the timeline mixed up? That
But
was
a
bumping
lot
around the
of
same time as
artists and
MSN, though, right?
musicians used it. Yeah, it was a lot of artists and musicians even back then.
I don't know.
Back when Facebook started, you couldn't get into Facebook if you weren't in
Yes.
college. You weren't in college,
Yes.
so actually MySpace had more users at a certain point than Facebook did.
You needed a college email address.
I think MySpace is popular mainly on foreign countries, not here in the U.S.
There was one more around that
A lot
time.
of people
There
use
was before
WeChat now, no? In foreign countries, is it like WeChat or? From my understanding.
WhatsApp is the
WhatsApp.
thing.
Oh
That's
yeah,
it.
WhatsApp is the one.
Yeah.
I always use that when I'm traveling internationally. Like, you can call, you can talk. It's really easy.
And that's what got me into Square initially, because I was trying to think, because apparently it's a big problem with these families living in Canada trying to send money back home. It takes days, or the charges on it, or apparently it's ridiculous and stuff. And that's initially why I invested in Square at $70, is because I'm like, they can maybe solve that problem. We'll see. But I ended up selling out. But yeah, that's huge here. Like, people just working and then sending money back home. So there's a big transfer money thing, like a big market for it out there actually.
Yeah, I think everybody's transferring or migrating from WhatsApp to Signal, which is a new app.
Yeah.
Due to
Signal's
the
been around for a while.
due to the privacy policy that Apple is implementing, and that's hurting Facebook a lot.
Yeah, I've been using Signal for like 3-4 years.
We use Signal a lot too, like not just for like organizing protests and stuff, just so like nobody says anything. And I'm not saying like violent protests, just regular ass protests where people exercise their right to freedom of speech and do everything legally.
For sure.
Elon Musk has a battle with Mark Zuckerberg, I guess, over some kind of issues they had, and he's actually telling people to use Signal instead of WhatsApp. So, yeah. And that's all, based on privacy issues.
I wish I remembered my MySpace info.
If you guys ever watched that Snowden movie, that movie should scare the hell out of you, because that's exactly what happens. Probably still happening.
Did EOS merge with this Riley Principal Merger Corp? Interesting. It said that was supposed to happen fourth quarter of 2020. They apparently were leaving behind venture capital and then doing. Let me see if this happened. Yeah, I think they did.
Don't forget to smash that like button and subscribe to Tame the Arc if you're enjoying the content. Also, if you have any questions or anything, or if you have any suggestions on any possible tickers that you think might be worth looking into, let us know. We're definitely all about information sharing. Obviously, you're all entitled to make the decision you want with your money. But yeah, Eric saying that wheat stocks are soaring. Yeah, we've talked a bit about those, so I think some of them are doing pretty good. CCIV, Max is asking about that one. Let me look up the ticker. Does anybody have any info on that one?
The main reason people want to buy CCIV, they're hoping for a merger, so the price can go up. That's the only thing they're hoping for at this point. Not to mention, though, the stock price is really high for the last year. It's already up 3 times for the year. If that merger doesn't go through, the price is going to go back down, though.
Yeah, you gotta keep in mind any company is gonna see a little bit of growth this year because everyone was at a standstill with the pandemic. So like any company should see a little bit of growth. So there's a lot to the stock market right now. It's not just all picking daisies. Was it like it was back in March? That was picking daisies time because anything you touched was gold. But now with the volatility and companies, starting, the pandemic kind of, I don't know if it's coming to the downward trend, but it's definitely not what it was back in March, right? So yeah, it's no longer picking daisies. Like I wasn't even like back in March, I wasn't even missing. I bought something, next week it was up. Like there was no missing back in March. It was ridiculous.
Somebody just posted in the YouTube chat TRCH. I'm gonna look that up, but I haven't heard about that one. Oh yeah, Torchlight Energy Resources. It's right now on TradeView. It's at $1.57. Kenny Hernandez is saying that it's he's in long term on TRCH. Somebody's saying ZOM ZOM is good. I know I have that one, but I don't know what about it off the top of my head. I was reading something earlier, but gotta remember. That's what happens when you get stoned.
Yeah, ZOM is coming out with that true forma in April, I believe. So people are just, stacking up on the stock and, holding until then. I think it's end of March or April. They're rolling out a new product. It has a lot of potential. I think I had 1,500 shares of that at 97 cents or so, and I mistakenly sold it to buy into AMC.
Well, it's not a mistake yet on the AMC. I still have hope. But ZOM, now I remember. Last night I had talked about it. March 30th is the date that they're launching, and they just got a distribution deal with this big veterinarian company that I can't think of the top of my head right now. I'm just trying to get back so I can checking right now. See if I can find that article.
That news came out about 2 weeks or so ago. But they do have a deal with a big distribution company.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very solid company overall. And this is not financial advice, of course.
Yeah, they're coming with it's a therapy that they're developing right now that let me see. Okay, here we go. So there's a surge behind it due to the upcoming launch of Truforma, which is the point of Zomedica's point of care, the POC diagnostic device for the detection of thyroid disease in dogs and cats and adrenal disease in dogs. So they're teaming up with Miller Veterinary Supply, which is their distribution deal will distribute Truforma. So Miller is the U.S. oldest wholesale veterinary distributor. So that's why there's been an uptick. So check it out. Obviously, you make the best decision for what you've got financially going on. The ticker is ZOM. But yeah, I was reading about that, and as a dog and pet owner, some of the technology they're coming out with is actually pretty cool.
I do also. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. You can go first.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that I also follow a channel, Chartology on YouTube, and this guy really picks out really good companies. If you guys have a chance to check him out, do your own research, of course. Um, please do so. I was supposed to get into B Square. I don't know if you uh, ever picked up on that one, but it's really up now, and I was supposed to buy in at around $2 or so, but missed the boat because I'm, participating in the movement, of course, and I feel like I am hostage to GME and AMC.
Feel the same way, man. I sold off a lot of stuff that I really didn't want to. I made a lot of good calls through this last year with stock, and there's a lot of stuff I did not want to sell off, but I said screw it. I sold off, and yeah, I bought GME, AMC, and Nokia, and BlackBerry as well. Like I'm like 15 grand deep in the hole right now, holding on. I love it.
Yeah, I kind of diversified a bit, but I'm around 8 grand deep.
Long term, you're fine. All right,
Yeah,
guys.
that's why I'm hoping I can double down when it dips, and I'll be even more fine. So.
Anybody have Discerna? Anybody holding Discerna by chance? Okay.
No, I don't have that one personally. This is a future play here, but it's just come across a few different sites. One is Indeed too. Also, Discord is looking like it's going public. So for the long run, especially how they're looking to branch out into businesses and possibly doing something like Twitch is doing, it would be something for a long-term portfolio plan.
What ticker is that?
They don't have a ticker yet. It is Discord. It's what we're talking on right now. They just put out 2 days ago position for stock manager, stock administration manager on Indeed. And basically that job position is going to be overall, it's basically end-to-end administration of Discord's global equality plans, including equity grants, option exercises, RSU releases, SPP purchases, and more. So basically, they're going to be overseeing this whole thing. They don't have an IPO release date yet, but it should be. We should hear something within the next few months here. So it's just something to put on a watch list, guys, right now.
Discord, you're saying?
Yes, correct. And now they're only. Yeah, what we're talking on now, they're only doing what they're doing right now, but you got to understand that it's the future of what the company's looking to do. They're looking to basically compete with Twitch, and they're also looking and are in talks of getting their foot in the door when it comes to actual big businesses using the platform like we use to talk to each other. They're trying to get that into the big business area. So
There's a few apps actually that want to go IPO this year. I was hearing Bumble, the dating app was wanting to go IPO, and there's actually a few of them that were looking to get an IPO this year.
Yeah, Bumble's already filed. I have it here. Hold on.
Which I'm not gonna lie, I'd buy stock in that. You know, people are always gonna be looking for friggin' love, I guess.
Yeah, Bumble's coming out to 2 days, 2/11/2021.
Oh my gosh, I'm not gonna have the money.
It's $37 to $39 a share here.
I'll let it flat out then. There'll be a lot of volatility on that when it drops. But
they're offering a lot of shares though, man.
Are they? So I'll probably let it play out for a year then.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, they're offering a lot of shares on the back end, dude. I don't think the evaluation. I mean, I don't know. I don't know of this company. I know there's some kind of dating app, but I don't know how successful they are. So with the amount of shares that they're putting out there, they're going to have to do multiple buybacks just to be able to get it profitable.
I'd rather put my money in Palantir.
I still want to buy these camel stocks. I don't understand how everyone else is getting on them and I can't.
Oh, the only stock making me money right now is Mavis, MVIS, almost $640.
Making good money off blow. I love saying that, but yeah, go blow, go.
I've got
I love me the blow.
Oxygen, Afria, Westport, Trillium, Compass Pathways, which is that psychedelic one. CCIV is doing all right. Yeah, those are all, and of course DOGE. DOGE is carrying things.
I'm up on Organigram. I'm up on Peak FinTech. I'm up on Trip. Obviously, that's inflated the shit. So I don't know about that. I'm up on. I was up on Spectra 7, but that's garbage. Don't listen to that. Up on Neo. Up on Datametrics. Up on Below, and that's it now. Oh, my portfolio looked a lot better before this GME shit.
It's Tuesday. Tuesday's usually a red day.
I'm actually happy OGI's is starting to do good though, because they were down for a long time, like years. Then the pandemic hit, and it was like $2 mark. It's like now it looks like they're growing. I don't see them going back down to that $2 mark really. Not after growing like $3 in a day.
Organigram, OGI, they're doing, yeah. It's their 52-week high today.
I think Facebook's algorithm is broken, or they're listening to Discord or something. They're showing me advertisements about watches that cost $450,000. Their algorithm's completely trash right now.
Oh, buddy, Facebook, all it is for me when I scroll through it is stock. They have nothing for me but stocks. They don't know what to advertise to me. It's hilarious.
They're showing you that watch because you hold so much GME and AMC.
Exactly.
Been searching up watches lately?
I have not searched watches. I went to a thrift store the other day. I saw a watch and I said, "Oh, this watch is worth way more than $2. Let me buy it."
I don't know if you guys ever heard about like I was gonna say when he got the techie glasses on, but that brings me to the point. A couple months ago, Facebook actually signed an agreement with the owner of, I want to say Ray-Bans, and they're working together to make high-tech glasses, like Ray-Ban high-tech glasses.
Well, that's where Microvision comes in place.
Microvision? What's that? A company or it's technology?
It's a tech company. Yeah, they focus a lot on radar video.
Yeah, it's like Tobii eye tracking technology too. What's it called? The one you mentioned?
Microvision.
Microvision.
Yeah, I'm up like over 10 grand on that one.
Yeah, I found that really cool. Like, oh yeah, I see Microvision. I'll research it for sure. 2.25 billion market cap at $15 too. Like, that's a research. Thank you for that. But yeah, Facebook. Ray-Ban plans on moving towards high-tech glasses with Facebook, so that's huge too.
Yeah, this one is a long hold for me because I do believe it's going to be acquired. There's an acquisition being entertained, but this is not financial advice.
Be looking to buy them out, if anything, kind of thing.
Yeah, it's not financial advice, but that's what I believe in.
I mean, they're down on the year for their revenue, and their revenue is only 63. Like, yeah, you do your research for sure, but I'm like that too with certain companies. I'll buy into them and just hold just in case, just because I know buyouts happen all the time. Like that's the easiest way for these guys to advance. Microsoft and these guys is let the small guys do the work, come in and swoop them up. That's it.
The CEO of that company is Sumit Sharma, and he was the head of Project Glass at Google. I did quality assurance for glass back in 2014.
Microvision. I'm definitely gonna research that. I might be able to get it lower though. I'm just by looking at it, but I don't know.
Somebody
Is this
was asking.
MVIS?
MVIS, yeah. See, these are type of
Yeah.
stocks I like to hear about because you don't hear about them. You don't like that. Those are the stocks I look for. I look for the stocks you don't hear about. This is like the type you don't hear about.
Max is asking about GNUS. I looked it up. It's a Genius Brand International Inc. Anybody have any insight on that?
It's on my watch list. I don't remember though.
Trade Views is saying it's a strong buy.
Yeah, I had it on my watch
It
list.
has 20 employees, 177 shareholders. Hold on, let me see if I can find out.
Genius Brands was supposed to be like a kids network, like a television thing, like cartoons, and like a while ago I bought that and I was up, and then they had a public offering and I got fucked.
Yeah, it looks like engages in developing, producing, marketing, and licensing branded children's entertainment properties and consumer products for media distribution and retail channels. The firm acts as a licensing agent for certain brands such as Llama Llama, Psycho Bunny,
What the heck is a psycho?
right? And Solence Technologies. The company was founded January 2nd, 2006, and the headquarters are in Beverly Hills,
I mean,
California.
it also says here, it also shows Warren Buffett's Secret Millionaires Club, an animated series for kids. So that would lead me to believe that Warren Buffett might have a little bit of money into it. But at the same time, I don't mess with entertainment because of Disney. The fact that Disney owns 90% of everything, yeah, I'm good for entertainment in the States. I know where all the money is.
Yeah, I mean, this stock is at $2.14 right now. It's up.
Stock has moved forever. Like it's been there for like over a year now. I wouldn't really fuck with that unless you get some solid news.
I don't trust any entertainment stock in the States just because you have Apple getting their foot in the door, and you have Amazon, you have so many companies, man. And then on top of it, they get their entertainment from the internet now too, right? So
Yeah, there's a lot of competition in general with the entertainment business.
it's insane for the States. Like if you're gonna look at like even other countries, you can't because they get all their entertainment from the States as well. I don't watch Canadian television or news. Like, are you kidding me? That's the most boring crap I've ever seen.
Well, Disney acquired the best of the best. They got what, Star Wars, Lucasfilm, right? They have Marvel, and all the other
Tell you
contents they
right
have
now,
under the
like
belt.
Disney has everything. Like it's not even
Yeah,
an exaggeration.
it's crazy because I called it back in March. I'm like, when they rolled out that Disney Plus, I'm like, okay, Netflix better get this shit straight because Disney provides excellent content.
No, I feel like kids are watching YouTube more than they watch TV.
100%. My little brother's on YouTube watching esports all day long, like Minecraft.
Or they're either gonna play games or they're gonna watch YouTube. Like TV's over with.
Max G is saying that that GNUS has some connection to Marvel and Stan Lee. Can anybody elaborate, or does anybody else have any?
No.
Okay, so right now, what I have for what Disney owns, I swear they own more than this. Yeah, more items. Here we go. Hold on here. So ABC, ESPN, they have an 80% stake. Touchstone Pictures, Marvel, Lucasfilm, A&E, the History Channel, Lifetime, Pixar, Hollywood Records, Vice Media, Core Publishing, Star Wars, The Muppets, Marvel Cinematic Universe, Disney Princesses, whatever, the Chronic of this is just, I guess, all the film
Yeah.
stuff. Marker Studios, Steamboat Ventures, dozens of malicious property companies. Oh my lord!
Yeah,
so
they are.
DreamWorks, HBO. I was right about HBO. They own HBO, Warner Brothers, DC Comics, the CW, AOL. So they own everything, man. They own America Media.
Own the TV.
They're a conglomerate. That's how they're categorized.
I want to see one thing. Do they own the Oprah Winfrey Network? Let's see.
They own everything for real.
So I'd like to share a little bit of my history with you guys. Back when I was living back in New York, when the iPhone rolled out, back in the Steve Jobs days, I started getting into app development, and I created a platform to reinvent the business of social expressions, which is the greeting card industry and gift cards. And I socialized the platform to a point where I even created a marketplace and had over 50,000 submissions of arts of work, which is greeting cards, digital greeting cards, and grew the network to like 3,000 users. And I had reached out to many companies, one of them being Disney. And I did get their attention. They did review my product, and I almost got it acquired. Unfortunately, there was a conflict of interest, and that's the reason why nothing happened. And I was working as a server at the time at a diner, and I just couldn't bootstrap the project anymore, so I had to shelve it.
Wow.
Yeah, Disney doesn't even list everything they own, because if you actually specifically search up if they own a piece of the Oprah Winfrey network, they actually do. They own like a big percentage, 25 or 30%, I think it was. What was it? There it is. Oh wow! Of course, I just clicked exit. Wow.
Okay, I've been
There it is.
reading just real quick, I've been reading about GNUS, and it looks like recently they acquired Chiscom Limited and Chiscom Beacon Media. And so they're planning on releasing a new, which is the number one largest media buyer within the age group of 2 to 11. So they just acquired that company. They also are about to have an animated series called Shaq's Garage, which is Shaquille O'Neal's playing the main role as becoming the investor in GNUS.
That didn't work for Mike Tyson. I don't think it's gonna work for Shaq.
Shaquille O'Neal is different though than
I
Shaquille.
hated that Mike Tyson cartoon. Oh.
Right, but Shaquille is different than Mike Tyson. Shaquille, like, it's just there's something about Shaquille O'Neal. He's a sweet guy and he's funny. The other thing is that
Yeah.
they also have Stan Lee's Superhero Kindergarten. So that's the other show that's the
Which
connection.
Disney would be getting a cut of since they own Marvel. If it's anything to do with Stan Lee, Disney gets a piece of it. So this shows you how much Disney
Right.
actually is.
But if they're with Disney, then that means it's probably going to do well because Disney's such a big conglomerate.
Well, no, it's just Disney taking their small piece of the little guy.
Right.
The
but
little guy trying to get relevant through
it would
Disney.
still be in their interest though for profit's sake.
Is Disney
and spending money on
Yeah.
advertisements the way I look at it, but
Is Disney producing the movie Dune, or is it Warner Brothers?
I think Disney owns Warner Brothers, if I'm not mistaken. I think the only company right now that did not accept a buyout from Disney was Paramount, if I'm not mistaken. And they're actually looking to, I may be mistaken, do the research, but Paramount's looking to get their streaming service up going this March. But I think they're like the only one that didn't accept a buyout from Disney.
I seen that, the Paramount Plus thing.
I love Paramount movies too. Like I grew up on them. Like so, if they're gonna try to save film and make sure, you know, they keep it original and the way it's intended and not like just pump out content for the hell of money, then I love that about Paramount. But do your research. I don't know if they're owned. I don't think they're owned by Disney, but yeah.
Breaking news. So, you guys may see that Tesla stock will be going down this week, and stocks like NIO are going to go up because Chinese regulators are staring down on Tesla because of some problems with the cars.
Yeah, I called it.
So, keep an eye on NIO.
I just sold 50 stocks in NIO though to buy in GME last week. I'm so pissed, but that's why I bought NIO, because I was researching Lucid, I was researching Workhorse, Nikola, and I'm like, where do I put my money? Where do I put my money? I researched NIO. I'm like, backed by the Chinese government. I'm like, incentives, conflict of interest, perfecto. Thank you, sir. $3 a share. Take my money. I'm happy. Obviously, they want their control in China. They don't want Tesla in China. They're gonna do everything they can to tax the hell out of Tesla cars, get their people to buy new cars. It's competition, 100%. Seen that a mile away.
They'll make it illegal so you can only drive a fucking Neo car.
Oh yeah, the states did it for the longest time with Skylines and Nissans. You had to wait how many years to get that into the country and actually drive it? You guys couldn't buy a Skyline for the longest time in the States. Same with I forget
25
the other
years.
cars. Yeah. So obviously it's gonna happen with other countries where it's like, yeah, you're not buying this Tesla or you're not buying this or that, and that's why my next EV company I was actually looking at was Renault, French company in France, who's big on regulation for when it comes to climate change. They're pretty much the ones that actually started this conversation of climate change, from what I understand. So I was looking heavily into Renault, and I heard they have dividends as well. So if you want my next EV play, it's Renault.
Side note on the Skyline deal, it was because of safety and emissions testing. That's the reason why.
What I mean, that's why like it's so hard to picture other EV companies flourishing in states when you have you do have people attached to like Chrysler and Ford, and they might buy those EVs over Tesla. Who knows? Like I don't see them going to new car companies in the states. I personally don't see it. Like I see them. That's why Tesla was smart and got their name a brand, like a brand name quick. Like it took them years, but it is technically a brand name now. So, but I don't see people moving away from brand names. I still see them buying, their Fords or their Chargers and all this if they want EV. I still see them buying that. I still see a huge market there. That's why I mentioned the Delaris or whatever the hell we were talking about this morning that bought up Chrysler or whatever this year.
One more thing and I'll be done on it. It also dealt with gray market imports as well. You could buy the same model or better model cars from across, ocean, whatever, in another country for cheaper and ship it over here. I think it was Mercedes that complained and cried about it, and that's what got the regulations changed over for that, so that you can't do it. And it's 25 years, and you can just bring it over. It doesn't matter anymore.
To be quite honest, the EV market is hot right now and all that. I did miss the Tesla boat and the NIO boat as well, but I'm actually looking into the future, and I think that what's going to dominate the EV market is actually the software industry. Hardware, it's expensive.
Autonomous
Yeah,
driving and that. Yep.
yeah, and who I'm looking at, it's actually Google, because Google has the upper hand. They have maps, they have perfected maps
That's why I was
for years.
I was looking at Nokia,
And
to tell you the truth, a year ago, because they have the same technology and apparently they're on par with Google
yeah,
for a long time with their mapping technology.
exactly. I think that Apple shouldn't develop an actual vehicle. It's not their forte. They shouldn't.
That's why I was saying
It's not their strength.
like limited, like they
yeah.
can't release it like 1,000. It has to be like 100 to very select people to kind of build a buzz around it.
It's not their strength. I mean, the Apple EV car would be like a fucking Lamborghini. Like, who's gonna
NIO's
pay?
already doing that. Look at the NIO cars; they're beautiful. They're ridiculously beautiful. They're like the luxury cars
Yeah,
of EVs.
but they're not. They wouldn't be as expensive as an Apple
Yeah.
EV. So
I also think too, as like a consumer, like if I have to choose between an Apple car or like say a actual company that's been making cars for hundreds of years, I'm probably gonna go with the company that's been doing it for a lot longer.
And if Lambo or someone decides to start sticking electric motors in their cars or whatever, then people are still obviously gonna go Lambo over Apple too. Like, yeah, they should definitely not go electric. I think that was just a ploy for them, just to get some hype around their stock and get it going again, because it has been hovering around that $100 mark or whatever since they split. No, because they split back in August, I think, 4-for-1, if I'm not mistaken, and then it completely lost buzz. Apple completely lost buzz. So that's what I think that was.
On the other hand, though, if Apple did a car and say the cloud network of it worked exactly how their cloud network works now, with like how easy it is to use their iPhones and Macs and stuff, for me as a musician, I'd love that, because that'd be dope to be like, hey, yeah, all my music that's on my laptop, I can access it from my car. And I don't even have to mess around with the Bluetooth or anything. It's all already in there or something. Like, I could see them doing that. And for me as a Apple consumer, I'd buy into that just because it's so
They'd make
convenient.
more money just actually teaming up with a company like Tesla and making the dashboard Apple. they'd make a hell of a lot more money instead of just building a car. Already established, 100%.
Yeah.
They'd make a hell of a lot more money than just going a car.
I don't know. I don't like Apple personally because its lack of customization. If you use Android or something, you can modify your phone. If you use a gasoline car, you can modify your parts pretty easily. At least Tesla's allowing people to like customize the trucks. So we'll see what Apple does. If Apple doesn't allow customizations, then you have to go to them for repairs. It's gonna be very little amount of customers.
If I was Apple, that's how I'd get on the EV game. Like if you notice a lot of cars, they have Boise stereo systems, this and that. I would
Yeah.
just make the dashboard and that side of things just like
'Cause
Apple. That's how I would get on a
I'll-
game if I was them. I wouldn't
I'll
build a
be
whole car.
I'll be real. I got a phone when I was 16 years old. I'm gonna be 34 this year, and I have been team Android and Samsung up until actually November of 2020 because I I saw a deal on the iPhone 11. The only reason I switched is because I'm a DJ and I worked a lot with Macs in terms of music production and stuff. So like I wanted to try out the iPhone because I had the newest Samsung and it's just a pain in the butt to be able to transfer music files back and forth. And so I tried the Apple iPhone for a bit, and honestly it made it easy. I mean, I even had a Samsung Watch that I switched
Well, I
over
had the
now to
same
iPhone.
iPhone SE for like I think 7 years, no problems, no cracks, nothing. Like that iPhone SE was the
But
best phone I ever had, and I just bought a new one this year, the new gen.
I do love I personally I'll say this. Apple, the best thing Apple has is how everything communicates. Any Apple product communicates with one another. That's the best thing they got going for them. Otherwise, I prefer Android. I feel like I enjoyed being able to customize my phone way more on Android, and I could do a lot more things on Android. So
You can
but
unlock your iPhone if you know how, and you can do all that too on an iPhone.
yeah. I just haven't gotten around to it because I don't like I said, I just got the iPhone in November and I'm still working on figuring it out because it's so like not when you've been Android, like it's kind of weird going from having freedom to do whatever you want to like having to work
Mhm.
with how they do it. So I'm still not 100% on it, but I will say it is really convenient, especially like if I film like a video on my phone and want to put audio to it. It is a lot easier within the Apple sharing network
Yeah,
because
we
I
were
did.
talking about the Bluetooth of the car and stuff. Sorry to cut you off, but the Bluetooth of the car. I think that's why everyone's hyped up on BlackBerry right now because they're going hardcore on autonomous driving and the Bluetooth systems of these EVs and stuff like that. I think that's why people are going hard. I might be mistaken though, but that's why they're going hardcore on BlackBerry right now. Is for that reason.
I think that as far as the physical platform, which is the vehicle, Neo and Tesla are going to take the market. When it comes down to the operating system in the vehicle, it's between Apple and Google.
You got to read up on Volkswagen too because they're not a dumb car company. They are very smart, and I don't know where they're heading with their autonomous, but they're definitely looking into it.
Well, as we all know, Tesla is probably the EV car manufacturer that is dominating the space.
A lot of people think it
Yeah.
was in a short squeeze though too because of the amount it was getting shorted, and then the amount has shot up in the last few years. And then because it split,
Yeah.
that's also the other split that happened with Apple. Tesla split 4-1 as well, and then shot right back up to where it was at pretty much because it was at like $1,500 back in August, I want to say, and then they did a split 4-for-1, and now it's like back up to $700 already. It is crazy, crazy, and no one can understand how they make their money. I don't. Their production is way more than their actual, the money they make.
All right, guys, I'm gonna hop out. I gotta pick up my son from school.
Yeah.
Okay.
Take
Have
it
a good day.
easy.
Thanks for chatting. Diamond
If someone
hand.
actually does know how Tesla makes their money, I would love to hear. Just saying. So I know they're smart. I know he's very smart at funding, and very smart at doing a project and making it cost very little. His tunnels being an example.
Let me
He literally-
explain how. The
Thank
U.S. government printing money and giving them the grant. If they never got the grant from the U.S. government, Tesla would not be a company today. That's a real fact that you have to pay
So
attention
is
to.
it like inflated to shit and it's really not worth $700 a stock, or is it just really ahead of itself and it will eventually be worth way more than the $700 a stock? It's just a little inflated because it is worth something, kind of thing, or is it coming back down? Do you think?
Keep in mind, Tesla was split, so the real value of the stock went back down to $100.
So it's probably worth more like $2,000 now.
People were confused. Retail investors confused. They just bought it up because they saw the price was $100. A lot of people don't know about the split and the real volume of the Tesla stock. You know, Tesla's market cap is almost $800 billion right now. The price to earnings ratio is well over 1,700. So the price is 1,700 more than what they're earning as a company, which is highly unrealistic to sustain.
It's why I think they're in a short squeeze, but I don't know.
You can't say they're in a short squeeze if you don't know the short interest ratio. But
No, you don't exactly.
Don't
all
know.
I know is.
I know you're new to investing, so don't just throw around the word short squeeze. That's highly misleading.
I'm not new to investing. I was saying that because it's a known fact that Michael Burry was heavily shorting the stock for years. It's a known fact that he personally is totally against Tesla. He comes out on Twitter, says it, and
Do you have an article to back up that?
yeah,
That's
let me look for it.
accurate. That's
No,
accurate.
shorting
Maybe not
and
be
short
accurate
squeeze are
right
not
now.
accurate.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. Is
Short
that
squeeze means the price is going to go down, then skyrocket. I don't see Tesla skyrocketing even more right now.
No, I said it's in the midst of a short squeeze. It's in a short squeeze. Is what I was saying. So I'm saying, is it going to crash, and when is my question. But at the same time, even if it's in a short squeeze, I don't see it crashing. If they up their production and actually start pumping out cars and selling more, they might catch up to their price to earnings ratio. So.
Since you keep saying short squeeze, can you elaborate and tell us the short interest ratio of Tesla for the past year?
Like I said before, that knowledge is not exactly viewable because they don't have to disclose it. So give me a sec though. It says right here, he's known for shorting. Or no, hold on, 1 second.
Yeah, people can short it. I can go short a stock, but it doesn't mean it's short squeezing. It doesn't mean they're gonna make the price go.
No, when
to
this
the
guy
moon.
short stuff, you're talking he's shorting it in the $1 million range. Like he's not dealing with pennies.
I know $1 million. That's nothing compared to billion. That's like a penny on $1,000.
I say millions. I'm not talking million. Like I don't know how much he scores short squeeze, but this is the same dude that short squeezed the housing pandemic, or sorry, shorted the housing pandemic with billions of dollars. So if he shorted Tesla, he definitely didn't do it with no chump change.
Well, when he did the housing market, that was a trick. He used insurance policy, which is not available anymore. It's not like a regular short.
I'll post the article in general.
I'm waiting for Discerna to drop more. I want to buy it. Discerna. It's going.
What's Discerna?
Discerna develops like mRNA like vaccines and stuff. Its rating's like 100% buy, but it's been a little high and I want it to come down so I could buy some.
I see.
He's even tweeting out like in broad daylight, telling everybody to sell Tesla. He is shorting Tesla to the max. You best believe.
He wants people to sell because he
Burry
lost
certainly
a lot of
not alone,
money.
given that Tesla is the most shorted stock in the world with total short interest of more than 22 billion, according to the S3 partners. So I don't know. I might be getting my knowledge from stupid places, but 22 billion. It's definitely in a short squeeze right now, in the midst of one. It's not like it's gonna boom, but it's definitely short squeeze right now. That's why it's $700 and whatever for stock after a split.
If you talk to Michael Burry now, he would have told you that GameStop squeezed at 450. That the squeeze
Probably
is
that's
over.
he's the reason why this GameStop shit happened too. He probably needed to make his money back off Tesla that he lost, because Elon Musk is literally a smart fuck. He got people to buy and short squeeze it without people knowing it's a short squeeze. And that's just me, just speculation.
But yeah, some people are speculating that the reason Tesla bought Bitcoin and announced it on the news is to distract from their Chinese regulation problems. If China does kick Tesla out, and supports NIO, Xpeng, Li Auto, Workhorse, they can do that with a lot of ease.
They'll lose a lot of their European market too, because if you think about it, Volkswagen's moving heavy on the European market, heavy as well, and they're already an established car company. They're good. They have production. They have everything they need. They just need to get the kinks of the technology worked out, which they have the money to do so. Let's be real, it's Volkswagen. And I don't think people realize that how unrelevant American cars are in the European market.
It's true.
They're very unrelevant
If
in the
you
European
if you
market.
travel to Europe, you see that.
Yeah. So that's why I don't like EVs with the American market right now. Tesla, yeah. Even then though, is it worth 700? It's very hard to say. But besides that, GM, they might even come into some setbacks, and they could even drop to that $20 range. Who knows? So. Why you got the balls to short Tesla or no? Whoever was talking before.
So here's the thing about shorting Tesla
It's
and stocks now. When you publicly announce you're going to short Tesla and you give a dollar amount, the CEO or PR of that company can release something out to the news, the media, and really mess up your chance of shorting a company.
Would you have the balls to short it right now,
That
or
is true.
you say right away kind of thing?
I personally don't compete with government officials. I don't compete with Nancy Pelosi. I don't compete with Joe Biden. I don't compete with Yellen.
Well,
the
I'm
Treasury.
the same way. If the government's on it, I'm on it.
I know Nancy Pelosi owns shares of Tesla personally, so why would I want to compete against somebody that has that much
Now,
power
owns shares
and influence?
personally, or is it more of option trading she's doing, where she's getting at 700, sell, wait for it to drop?
She owns shares.
She owns shares, yeah.
Yep. That's why she's pushing all the cars in California to be EV as well. Technically it's insider trading on one level, but at another level it's a country trying to make progress and go from fossil fuel to fully electric. That's why Tesla can succeed. They can always keep getting government grants. They can get special government subsidies. So if somebody has a Tesla, they can get tax credits, for example. All kinds of stuff.
Yep, competition is just your biggest. The guy that they gotta look out for the most, really.
Even though Tesla isn't earning a lot compared to the stock price, they can still sustain themselves by being in bed with politicians.
Oh yeah, I think of them though too as they've honestly had a very good ride with not a lot of competition, and the reason for that is because people totally threw electric vehicles out of the road after that hybrid buzz that happened in the mid 2000s. It's 2004 to 2000. There was that little bit of hybrid buzz, if you remember, and then completely went away overnight, pretty much. I feel like, but yeah, Tesla went a long time without competition. Probably when did they start making cars? Well, I want to say 2010 or 2009. Do you know?
Sorry, I dozed off. You said something about 2010?
Do you know when Tesla started making cars exactly? When they actually pumped out their first cars?
I don't recall. I'll have to check, but I know their first cars were more like luxury cars.
I think. Let's see. It was before that because 2008 I drove a Tesla and the Roadster was out way before that. So the Roadster came out first and the price tag on that was like 125 grand. You would see that around SF a lot because tech people would drive these Roadsters. And then the Model S came out, I'd say around 07 ish.
Holy, that's even sooner than I thought. They've gone a long time without competition. The competition is just now starting, so we'll see how that plays out with Tesla. But
I believe Tesla's been around since
Oh,
the
never
early
mind.
2000s. I think the Roadster came out in like 2004.
Oh,
Or no,
I'm incorrect.
2004 is when Elon got in on Tesla.
Incorrect. 2012 was when the S came out. I don't know why I was confusing those dates. That's correct. 2012. That's right.
No, I was talking about the Roadster.
The
little
Roadster
one.
came out. Yeah,
Yeah,
the
that came out
Roadster
way
came out
earlier.
with. Yeah. Yeah, I
we'll see
remember
how
seeing the
competition
Roadster.
does for them. This is where the man gets separated for boys in Elon Musk's case. See how he does.
Yes. The first generation was 2008. That's what I was confusing the dates with.
Alright, so I looked it up, and Nancy Pelosi's husband, he invested between $500,000 up to $1 million into 25 call options for Tesla stock at a strike price of $500 until March 2022. His name is on there for the options.
A strike price, that's the price you will buy it at once it hits, or do I have that wrong? Probably have it wrong. Okay, what's the strike price?
That's very Canadian of you.
Sorry.
You know, it's like the price that your call option can be exercised at. So, he's really betting that Tesla will not go below $500. Anything above $500 and he's going to make profit because he can exercise his options at $500 per share, or he's probably going to sell his options. We'll see.
That's what I would assume. It's like you might as well sell them now, and then, but I don't know. It's very hard. It's very hard to judge Tesla. Like Elon Musk just has to go on Twitter and they get a new market cap evaluation the next day. Like it's insane.
Copy that.
Tesla does crash though. Like they're not going to be screwed, but their stockholders will. They're going to be left bag holders.
So I did pick up some Churchill right at 31. I wanted to get it at $30, but I got it at 31.
Churchill? What's that?
Churchill, remember they're the ones that are in the talks to buy Lucid, and we just mentioned the whole Saudi thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, read into the Saudis, man. They're actually amazing what they're doing over there now. I love how they're trying to change things, like with the way they view women and all of that, man. It's such a big step what they're doing.
It's about
I love what they're
time.
doing.
But there's a lot of human rights violations going on.
Like
and
what
it's
I heard
really
a couple
ridiculous.
years ago when they're just allowing women to get driver's license now, I was like, what the fuck? Come on.
It's
Like, are you serious?
outrageous.
I
But the thing
know.
is that if you talk to Saudi women, like on their own property in their own towns, they'll drive. But so it's like really strange how there's like this religious segment of like and how much control they have over the politics. It's kind of similar to how in the United States we have like the evangelical lobby has a lot of control over the policies that are actually put into place. It's similar. It's similar in that like the Wahhabi like sort of really rigid right wing, I can't even remember what they're called right now. It's like the ministry of something. They have so much control over, but now the new guy who's in, I mean, he had an EDM concert in Saudi Arabia like
Oh
last
man,
year.
he seems like a straight baller from my understanding.
It still doesn't negate the fact that there's a lot of like messed up shit that goes on there, and what
Oh,
they're
yeah.
doing in Yemen, and the type of like control they have over. It's just a lot of like covert stuff happening. It's not cool.
I just like that, they're looking towards the future now, and to me, like, I don't know, to me they're actually paying attention to their people and trying to better their people. It's from my understanding, but I may be wrong. Who knows? Look at Korea. Then they had a huge front apparently for the longest time. Officials would come and they'd put on a show, but
Yeah,
I don't think
I
it's
don't
like
know.
that in Saudi. I don't know. I've never been there. I just hear good things right now.
I have some friends
WWE
that
wanting to
live
go
there.
there and stuff, and UFC in Dubai and all this stuff. I think it's huge for them, right? Trying to bring
Well,
entertainment to there, and
it depends, on how much progress. Yeah, and allowing like movie theaters, or maybe allowing women to finally attend like football matches and sports. There's still a long way to go. And the thing is, right, right.
I think they were because of Khabib. Like Khabib, you don't understand how big Khabib is over there, man. Khabib is huge for the Muslim religion, like huge following. Like
Right.
I will put my money on it, all the money I have, that UFC has a bigger following with Arabic and Muslim audience as compared to America. I would put my money on it.
All I know is that for a lot of people who live there in Saudi Arabia, when they come to the United States, they go to France, they go to London. When they leave during the summer, and especially during Ramadan, you'll see that they live a different sort of lifestyle outside of there. So it's about time that they have some sort of like, they stop the dual identities that exist currently.
Done Ramadan once, man. I can do it if I can drink water, but that's not Ramadan. That's not fasting. That's cheating.
You can do it. You can do it. I did it for
I
many.
used to work with a Muslim guy, and I felt bad for him. Like, you know what? I'm fasting today.
Honestly, it helps.
I made it to like I think 6 hours in. Like I didn't eat any food all day, but I made it 6 hours in, and then I needed water. I was like, okay, I give me
Mind over matter, and it really helps regulate your what is it? Your I can't
metabolism.
think right. Exactly. Your
Yeah.
metabolism. It
Like, I
really
don't eat breakfast
does.
anymore or anything like that. I usually fast during the day. Like I'll drink water still. But like right now, I haven't eaten yet today. I woke up about 7 o'clock, and I've yet to eat today. But I'll eat huge in about an hour or two probably. So I'm not Muslim though, not one bit. But
Yeah, it's good for you. It's healthy.
it is.
It's a fact.
Helps your blood sugar kind of calm down and regulate, and it's good for a lot of things.
Yep.
That's why too. Some people say a good diet is actually like eating the same thing for like a week straight instead of like eating this and that and that. You know, you stick to the same thing for a week and you let your body digest it, get used to it, as long as it's healthy or whatever. And apparently that's a very good diet as well. Just eating the same thing. It might be boring, but it's apparently very good for the body.
Mm.
I used to work with a guy from Russia. And the first thing he said to me when he came here, he's like, when I came here and I looked around, he's like, I've never seen people so fat. Like
I
just
mean,
straight out
it's
of
all
his
that
mouth.
processed
He's like in
foods.
Russia.
It's
He's like in
terrible.
Russia, you will not see that. Like in Russia, you will not see a fat person like that. Nowhere.
I
He
mean, look at
says.
the history. Like,
You know, it trips you out when you sit there, like, just watch all the people, like, back when things were actually open. You sat and watched all the people that went to McDonald's. It was fucking ridiculous.
Think about it's even worse now because they have McDonald's delivered to their door. It's even
Oh
twice
my
as bad.
god, it's so true. Crumbs, can you talk more? I love hearing you talk. It makes me so like chilled out.
I'll try my best.
That's why I want to. That's why I want to pile money into Waiter right now because I see this Uber trend and I'm looking at Waiter at like $3 or something. I'm like, I might as well take my chance. If people are going to continue using Uber, there's not going to be enough delivery drivers and a certain service to cover everybody's needs. Like Waiter will be a thing if they do take over the delivery service with Uber and all this. Waiter will become a need, I think, but I think the market's just too big for it not to. Unless people actually stop using that shit. Like, I don't like it. I don't use it really. Like, I'd rather just go out and get my food or cook it myself, but that's just me. But I don't see people being like that. I see them liking convenience and it getting delivered right to their door. But yeah, I had to sell out a Waiter. I was so pissed. GME.
MC in the YouTube chat. You are right. They did. They killed a U.S. journalist, Khashoggi. Saudis are effed up. The government, at least, is effed up.
Yeah,
that happened a few
that's
years
usually
ago.
the way it works. It's not the people, it's the government.
Saudi's trippy. It's like those super rich dudes. Look up this thing. It's crazy. It's called Dubai Portaporty, and it's real shit.
So this is a Dubai thing or a Saudi thing?
Well,
You
that
said
reporter
Dubai.
thing happened during the.
I don't know. Is that those are two different places?
That reporter thing
Yes.
happened during the WWE
Yes.
event, no? That was actually not too long
Khashoggi,
ago.
that happened in Turkey. They did it in Turkey. They killed him, I think, in Istanbul. And he worked for the Washington Post. So yes, Dubai is a emirate that is part of the United Arab Emirates. And Saudi Arabia is a kingdom. It's the kingdom of Saudi Arabia. In the UAE, you have emirs over each of the emirates, and they have a lot of tourism, and there's no like dress code or anything like that. You can buy alcohol. It's very different from Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is just beginning its like tourism industry. It's still not just allowed. Like UAE, you could go as an American and with most passports, aside from Corona, you could travel there and it's a visa waiver country and you could just go in and they'll give you 30 days or 60 days, you know, like no problem as a tourist. Saudi Arabia, you cannot just go like that.
Oh, okay, I got
Dubai is like a big tourist destination for a lot of Europeans and Americans, but mainly Europeans because it's like a seven-ish hour flight from Europe. Oh, also big connecting airport. So a lot of flights connect through Dubai to all over the world.
I think I got them confused because they both got super fucking rich people.
You know what's interesting though is that when you go to the UAE, you are not going to really see too many Emiratis. You'll see like 80% of the population is foreigners. So there are people that are there working. It's also a big center for finance and real estate. And I think with Saudi Arabia, it's mainly like the Americans there are like because we have military bases there.
Right, so Saudi Arabia is the spot where they have those outrageous laws, right?
Yes, they do. Another place where there's a lot of army bases is Kuwait. And Kuwait is also a country where it's like dry. Alcohol is not allowed. And the Americans mainly stay on bases, though you'll see them sometimes in the malls. That's one thing that's consistent around the Gulf states is mall culture is big. Like people, that's where they hang out at the mall. It's air conditioned when it gets super hot. That's where people go. There's like ice skating, there's skiing at the mall. There's like huge aquariums, you know, like just mall culture is where it's at.
Yeah, I guess a big move for the leader of Saudi, what he actually did was he put in successful reforms, which included regulations restricting the powers of the religious police and the
There you
removal of the
go.
ban on female drivers, and he weakened the male guardianship system, which I guess would
Yeah.
be the way the male look at females in the country, which is disgusting. But
Well, they literally had an app that if you're like a woman is your guardian and you traveled, if you used your passport outside, it would give an alert like to the dude, like through the app. It's like nuts. There was a one woman, it was trending on Twitter when she tried to like leave the country and they like tried to prevent her, and it's through this app. It's like just
yeah, I don't
nuts.
remember the one little girl. She was honestly like 12 or something when she started to speak up for women's rights. I can't remember if it was in Saudi, but yeah, she got shot straight in the head. She was like 13 years
You're
old trying to
talking
speak up.
you're talking about Malala. She's Afghan.
She's Afghan?
Com-
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Completely different
Yeah, so like I
area,
said, I didn't know if she was
culture.
actually from around there or not, but still the same idea of the way they view women. So
Well, her dad didn't. I mean, her dad empowered her. It's just that what happened in Afghanistan is that the United States government started supporting, like, and giving funds to the people that were like actually oppressing.
because we actually
So
had a story in Canada too, like of immigrants that came here. I think it might have been my city or Toronto. This was when I was growing up, but there was the daughter who, this happened in Canada. She refused to wear her hijab. And she refused. She started speaking out against her parents, and yeah, her brother and dad stabbed her like multiple times, like to
yeah,
death.
that's
Like,
some craziness.
yeah,
And you'll see that
it's
that happens in cultures across religious lines, because you'll see that even happen in like Coptic communities in like Egypt and stuff. So it's unfortunate like a misogynistic thing that crosses religious lines.
Coptic.
But regardless,
Where does that come? What's that?
Coptic is in like Egypt. But I remember there being like something like that happen in Jersey back in the day in the Coptic Christian community.
Oh, so
A girl
it's
got
like a
killed.
strain of religion, so to speak, kind of thing.
It's like an Orthodox religion that is
Okay, yeah, yeah,
separate from the Catholic version, and then the
yeah, like
rest. Yeah,
somewhat like a Protestant or okay, I got you.
yeah, yeah. But they're also pretty conservative, you know, like patriarchal culture. I'm not saying that about everybody. It's just, you know, I don't ever want to generalize about anything. Just speaking about a specific case that happened. So
You see a lot of similarities in the war and religion within itself, because like what's the difference between Sunni and Shia besides I think you were saying besides one believes that Muhammad gets too much attention and the other one thinks God should, or Allah, same thing, wants to
actually,
get the
that's a
attention.
split. Actually, that's a split within the Sunni. So like the Saudi ones, they're like that. They believe in what is called the Quran and the Sunnah, which is the way, and they don't like to get into like the Sufi sort of spiritual aspect of the religion. And then Shia, I'd say it's closer to like the split is like if you were to compare it to Catholics and Protestants, the Shia have like an organized hierarchy
Okay.
with the Ayatollah, and like they have like very like organized branches, whereas the Sunnis don't. It's more like the Protestants in
Okay.
some ways. But there is overlap amongst the Shia and Sufi communities. And Sufism was huge in like the Sunni world until Saudi Arabia was formed and they started influencing Islam around the world. They would build mosques in all different countries and they would send like the sermons, and they started controlling the narrative. And that's why Saudi Arabia has been dangerous to like sort of Orthodox Islam in making it much more like patriarchal and misogynistic and like not as centered on spirituality. Yeah. So they've had like an unfair like sort of influence around the world.
Let's change the subject, please.
You don't like religion?
I mean, this is
I don't think
this is relevant.
This is relevant to
This
stocks.
is
100% it
this
is.
is
You're thinking
relevant
of
to the
markets.
stocks though. we're investing in something that is going to build a factory in Saudi Arabia, so that's why the topic
Exactly,
came
because
up.
if they
Yeah.
have huge reform and they're still against their people, then it's not going to be a very successful factory, right? You know?
Also, if people like to boycott certain brands because they're based or they're investing in certain countries, that can have an impact on stock as well.
Always have to
But
understand the market you're putting your money into. If you don't, then you don't know where you're putting your money.
okay, anybody else looking at anything right now?
Especially like when
Man,
you like, am I wrong, or like these countries like the smart ones, like let's say Dubai and Saudi, they're looking to move away from oil, if I'm not mistaken, which
That's
is being
correct.
the biggest oil reserve country in the world, so to speak. You think you would want to, spend your money and get your money out of it, but that's
They're
something to know.
diversifying. They know the
Oh,
future. They know.
yeah, so like countries like that, like they have like the States is a huge market, but for someone like me, like Canadians market's like really like the population is nowhere compared to these other countries. So I'm always looking in other markets like China, Japan, the US. I have to because the population isn't really here in Canada. Like
Okay, we have some tickers that people put in YouTube. I'm gonna take a look at those. And yes, you're right. GameStop is going back up a little bit, back up over 49. It was down at like 46 and change, and now it's back up near 49. So that's good. I'm gonna take a look at some of these. Somebody mentioned, I think it's CLVS, Clovis, TNXP, LTBR. Clovis Oncology. Interesting. I did research, and invest in an oncology company. Yeah, I actually bought Trillium, which is oncology based as well, and I'm seeing a good return on that right now. But
I'm looking at that TNXP tonics. I stay away from pharmaceuticals if I'm being honest, but might be a bit of a
maybe it's
biased opinion, but still says they're in clinical stage, trying to acquire a company. Yeah, I don't know.
So, Dreamwalker, you're saying that Clovis has increasing volume and huge short interest? Interesting. Clovis has been around for a while. I remember them. I see. So the drug that Clovis developed is competing with AstraZeneca's.
American health system is very profitable, but at the same time, it's profitable within America, right? Like
Yeah.
whoever was talking about stem cells, like that is stuff that's happening. A lot of people are going outside of the country to actually get treatment with stem cells rather than trust American medicine now. So there's a lot of factors in pharmaceutical, but that's just me. You got to really look at patents too when you're dealing with pharmaceutical, which is a lot of research. It's
Oh yeah.
ridiculous research because if you go look at patents, you gotta go look at the bigger guys cut patents, and a lot of the time they have the exact same drug where they were smart enough to change up like literally one molecule to the point where it works the exact same, and they were able to patent it differently, kind of thing. So like patents is a big part of the actually buying into the drug companies. You got to go sit there, search patents all day, and compare to them to other patents. And It's a lot of work.
Actually, going back to that quantum company that we were looking at, the one with
The
the
battery?
batteries,
QuantumScape?
QuantumScape owns like 300 patents or so on the technology, so that is something that
Ooh,
is
I did
definitely,
not know that.
yeah, valuable, and
All I know
that's
about them is that Microsoft, or not even Microsoft themselves, but Bill Gates, it has a very affectionate spot for them. That's all I know about them.
I mean, there's a lot of smart people who are working at the company and there's innovative ideas. It's just a matter of whether I think that depending on the price, because the stock had been up like in
Yeah, it was almost
December,
$100 at one point.
$131.
Oh.
And then, yeah, but I think when some of the stuff came out, people were really upset. The ones who had bought it up that high because they felt that they had maybe been, they'd been misleading them about how soon they would be able to develop and like
You know,
how
something like
large
that's a
these
long
batteries would be.
term. I understand the market still has to catch up
Yeah,
to what they're developing. There's a big stopgap or whatever you want to call it.
yeah. I think
We're still dealing with Stone Age batteries in our phones and this and that. Like it's there's so much technology to be growing. Like a QuantumScape could easily come up with a better battery for the phone if they they could do so much with technology. That's the thing, like, with technology. That's what I like about it, because one guy might have this vision to do it with this tech, right? And some other guy might come along and he has like 6 visions he can do with this tech. It's just not, it's never ending. That's why like some people might not know what to do with tech and other guys do, and that's why code and all this stuff very valuable. I guarantee Uber probably didn't start out as a food delivery company. It probably started out as something else, and they're like, you know what, we should do this with the tech instead. I think it's going to be more profitable, and that's why I love tech. Like there's just so much you can do with it, batteries, anything, like crazy. Look how Fortnite got big. They created like fictional or non-existent costumes on a game and charged real life money for it. Look at Epic Games. I don't know what their stock is at now, but smart people. BlackBerry too now. They started out as a phone company technically, and now they're like, okay, too much competition. Time to use that technology for something else. Rebuild mode. Same with Nokia. Went to rebuild mode with their technology. A lot of companies are doing it right now. They're straight rebuild mode. GME 4937. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I can't wait to see what GameStop they're gonna do. I really am super excited to see how they're gonna change the way that that company looks. For those of you who are asking in the chat thoughts on GME, I mean, for me, it's like I'm not looking at it really. I'm excited to see where it's going, but I can afford to just hold it.
has any information on GME shorts come out yet?
I don't think yet.
All right, I'm back. Oh.
Hey.
I don't know why Siri keeps suggesting I check the GME price. Like, what the heck? What are you trying to tell me, Siri? What is it? What's going on here? It's only at $49. Stop letting me know. I'd never told you to.
Okay, sorry, back for real. I just missed something really cute that my dog did.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah.
This is Castillo. It says on, I can't stay long, but I looked at the investor.gov. It's there. I downloaded it, I unzipped it, and it still shows that GME is shorted at 69.96, 70%.
Interesting.
Let me put it on the chat.
Cool.
Hold on. I put it on the chat, but I think you guys didn't see it on YouTube. I mean,
Oh, you put it on the okay, yeah.
there you go. You see it? You can download it from there.
Yep.
It's in general now. Okay, I gotta drop. I'll see you guys.
Thanks.
Hold the line.
We're holding.
Hand.
All right.
So the for the folks that are listening in YouTube, Castillo just gave us some info from investor.gov.
I also posted it in the YouTube chat as well. If you look for Miko Blaze.
I'm gonna have to put data on my phone when I get back to work just to watch this shit. I'm not looking forward to it. I could see this stuff getting dragged on for weeks, if not months.
Oh
This
yeah.
GME.
Oh yeah.
Straight
For
goods.
sure.
Don't forget to hit the like button. If you're on YouTube with the stream, hit that like button. Make sure you follow Tame the Arc so you can follow all the streaming. We've been doing this now since like last week, just a bunch of us that have come in from the YouTube chat into the Discord. So if you're interested in that, there is a vetting process. So just contact Tame the Arc. He's posted how you can get in touch with him on Discord. But yes, hit the like button, hit subscribe. I guess the article that was posted doesn't necessarily have anything to do with GME. I'm looking at it too, and it's just kind of like a general thing because it's from 2015
Yeah.
what short sales is. So just wanted to clarify that up because I was under the impression it was geared towards GME specifically. Anybody know if any word on that report? I know somebody was saying like 4 p.m.
Yeah, it'll update after hours. That's when it updates. All the stats usually update 3 to 4 hours after hours, depending on where you are. But yeah, everything updates after the market's closed. So.
All right, so I have a question. If you guys are waiting for the aftermarket closes to get this report, what is the what is the speculation that you guys have that would happen tomorrow if the short interest is high? I don't believe that they would close on their position. So I'm just wondering, like, what do you guys believe or think that the effect will have on within the next few days to come, whatever the report shows? Because all this can be falsified from what we've seen in the past. I'm just wondering what your perspective would be on that.
I would assume that they're going to continue doing shady shit, and because I would not want to close at whatever the stock price is either if their short position's high. That's them going bankrupt. So obviously, shady shit shall continue in my eyes. Like I said, they don't have to answer the phones. They can keep on taking. It's cheaper for them to keep on taking fines from the SEC than it is for them to cover their short position. And as long as that's the case, and that's how it's going to go. Pay the fines, get the news to die down, get people to get off the wagon or whatever, and that's it. I think Robinhood, from what I was reading, they were getting fined back in like early December, like November-ish kind of thing. I forget for what, but yeah, they've been fined so many times already since their existence, and it just gets swept underneath the rug because of PR and other things. Like, it's actually so funny.
Thomas Holloway, you're saying check out AUVI, Applied UV. Oh, they have acquisition stuff. That's why their price is like, it's gone up like $25 today. Jeez.
I just want to give a shout out to this group of people that have been on here for the last week and a half. I started trading probably it'll be 2 weeks official. Well, like actually paying attention and trading 2 weeks ago on like Thursday. Before that, I just kind of was like, well, we'll see what happens, whatever. But just want to give a shout out to this group because I was just able to explain to my friends with the information y'all have provided how the taxes work. And I'm fairly impressed that I can explain how these tax things work. So appreciate y'all pulling together your knowledge and just teaching us and it's not even teaching, just sharing your knowledge for us to have those skills in our repertoire. So yeah, so for that, if you're learning, don't forget to like Team the Arc channel, subscribe so you can keep up to date. If y'all have any questions, especially in the YouTube chat, don't hesitate to ask. We're not financial advisors or anything, but we're pretty good about pulling information together and finding an answer if there is one um, for you to make the best decision for your financial situation.
Me, the way I trade, I'm just very contemplative, I guess you could say, and skeptical. So when I actually see something that piques my interest, it's like research, and even then, it's like skeptical. It's like I don't know. Yeah, it's a lot of research with me.
I've
I,
noticed that about you. I've actually just been from listening. You are very skeptical, and at first I
yeah,
was like, but I actually do appreciate that perspective because you do bring up some topics that I don't generally normally think about.
I think I try to think economic side of it more than what the stock is actually worth, but its value in a economy rather than just the number I see on the screen, kind of thing. My favorite thing though this year, like a new kind of way to look at trading that I liked the most was I did not mind seeing some of these stocks I was in, especially like only in for 500 or a grand, actually bottom out during the pandemic because I actually got to watch them and see what their bottom was, and like that's why I was so confident with OGI because I've been watching it for 5 years at $2 or whatever the case is. It's like, okay, if this sucker's not dropping it below $1, then I would think it's pretty safe, especially after a pandemic just happened. So that's why I pile drive like another $1,500 in there at $2. I'm like, I feel confident with this one. But yeah, it took like 5 years of watching it at like $2 to come to that conclusion. So that's the type of trader I am. I do not mind missing out early, especially if I'm going to gain big later. Rather miss out early and avoid the hype train.
Why is OGI popping today?
I should actually look into that. Probably revenue report. Let's see.
It looks like it started its upward spike around the 5th, and then it's just been.
Oh, like 10 weeks ago, they announced missed revenue, but not even that brought their stock price down. Their volume's way up, so like 1 sec. There has to be a news article somewhere.
Yeah, that's another news. That's another cannabis. It's a OGI or Organigram. I don't even know how to say that name.
Organigram.
Organigram, like
It's a
Organigram.
Canadian company.
Okay.
You were saying that it has like which market? The Eastern or the Western market? You were saying it
Yeah,
has basically.
they're based in the East Coast, from what I
Yeah.
remember. So it's not as big as population, but they got a ton of more provinces to actually distribute to. So they're smaller provinces, but they do have more provinces where they got their stranglehold on. Is the way I was viewing them. Let's see. A lot of these companies are also like you'll see them like the way we've been looking at AMC and GME. Obviously not for short reasons, but like these companies move the same way. Tilray, Organigram, Apharia. If one moves, they all move
Yeah.
too. It's a very big trend with them
I
as well.
see.
But
Interesting.
let me see here for a sec. See if I can find some news on them.
It probably has to do with the Tilray and Aphria thing because I don't think there's anything specific about it.
Tell you right now, I'd have to go more into the numbers, but their market cap's almost $1 billion. It's at 987.6 million. Volume, their average volume is only 13.7 million, but for some reason it's like almost 10 times that at 116.4 mil. So beta though is only slightly above average at 1.15. So I don't know. We'll see. The last article on the like I use Apple, so when I use the stock thing, the articles will pop up right underneath it, and like it's Yahoo Finance from 10 weeks ago. They're talking about layoffs, so like I'm trying to see if I can find anything recent.
Yeah, their earnings it's not expected until April 13th.
Yeah, it's most likely from stocks changing hands. It's just higher beta than normal. That's why it jumped. So it could come get back down actually.
Yeah, I think it should be somewhere around $3 or so, the stock.
The only reason why I really like Canadian companies like over some of the American ones is because Canada did have a leniency towards weed for the longest time. Like we've medicinal legalized it since like the 80s, right? So a lot of these companies have been producing and been around since the 80s. I don't know how long Organigram, they're in the medicinal market before they're in recreational, that's for sure. But yeah, a lot of these guys have been producing this shit for decades compared to some of these American companies.
Yeah, I mean, we saw what happened in South Dakota, right? I mean, it's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
How can like the voters vote
Like
for it and
for
then you
example,
have
when it was highly illegal, like this is actually a funny story. I was on my way to the casino with a bunch of buds, and we used to smoke up in the car all the time, like hotbox the crap out of it when it was still illegal back in probably 2008. I want to say, and yeah, we were pulling on the on ramp, and just so happens that there's a ride program, which is where they pull people over to see if they're drunk or not, right? And this car was hotbox, like bong on the lap, like we roll down the windows.
Oh
It's
my
winter too, so you see the smoke come right out the friggin' window. And the cop just looks in the car, sees the bong on my lap. He's like, "Where are you boys heading?" We're just like, "Oh, we're just gonna go lose some money at the casino." And he's like, "Oh, right on. Okay, have a good night." Just lets us go. That's Canada. Like, it was like, yeah.
Wow. Wow.
So we've always had like a leniency towards weed, no matter what.
It's a plant. I don't understand what the big deal is. I don't smoke, but I mean, I don't understand.
Especially like me personally too. I've never been attached to drinking. Like I've gotten drunk, but that's never stuck with me. That feeling, I hate it. It's too droggy. You're just out of yourself almost. I can't do it.
That's like a poison. Alcohol's a poison.
Yeah, I
And
can't do
like
it.
cannabis and these sorts of things, they're plant medicine.
And don't get me wrong, with cannabis, like you still have to work up your tolerance. Like when you first start smoking cannabis, it will fuck you up. Like, but if you build up your tolerance, it becomes like anything else. It's just, you honestly like it's just you don't feel it anymore. It's like it relaxes you almost. Like, so.
I think the future is with all these plant medicines and specifically like psilocybin, and there's
Yeah, if you actually
so
read into my mind,
much.
they apparently like found a way to make to take the benefits of acid, so they say, and get rid of all the druggy or whatever. I've never done acid, but like all the like ridiculous highs of it. They figured out how to get rid of the ridiculous highs and just get the benefits of whatever I don't know what the benefits are,
Well,
but
this
that's
is
what
the
like
thing.
MindMed
Acid.
is looking into.
I can tell you about acid. Acid, it works to create new pathways in your brain. So think of it like fresh snow falling. So you're able to formulate new ways of thinking. It's not something that you can get addicted to. Like acid is not addictive. But I think the potential for growth is more so in psilocybin, and you could see the research that they're doing at Johns Hopkins.
No, I love mushrooms. I don't even like chew them to an extent where I get fucked up. I'll just like literally chew a little bit in the morning or something. And oh man, they're like a
Well, people
reset in
do.
my mind,
They
like a straight reset.
microdose.
Like
The
I like if
microdose.
you're feeling like too like pimped up with frustration and just fucking jobs going so slow at work, like the time's moving like so slow, straight reset. Get fucking shroomed out, have a fun time, watch a movie. You'd be surprised how you feel
It
the next
works.
day. You'd be
It
so
works for
surprised.
people who have depression and different types of like anxiety. The impact of mushrooms or psilocybin specifically lasts like 5 to 7 days.
Guillermo.
So and the best way to take it is not to just eat the mushroom whole. It's to grind it up when you're ready, and
Guillermo.
that way the dosage is consistent.
Guillermo, come here.
Measure it out. Is that your dog you're yelling at?
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. I didn't know that I was still on. Yeah, he's like whining. No, I don't know what the hell's up. He's
We
eating,
hear the
sorry.
dog and you yelling.
My bad. Yeah.
So yeah, and I think ketamine as well for those who are invested in like the PTSD treatment and all. Ketamine has like a 5 to 7 day impact on those who take it. It's one of the safest ones because even with like psilocybin and MDMA, there's like serotonin
Just don't get
depletion.
it off the street.
Yeah, no.
I
Actually,
used to know people
ketamine
that got ketamine off the street. Yeah,
ketamine is one of
like
the
in high
safest
school.
ones out there. No, yeah.
The
it's
ones,
really-
the one that was floating around in Canada when I was in high school, it was called Special K, and it was ketamine, and it was essentially a horse tranquilizer. Like that's exactly what it was. So obviously, the ones the pharmaceutical companies are dealing with, obviously, it's not a horse tranquilizer. They dumbed it down.
Here's the
It's
thing,
safe.
Daiwith.
But the ones on the street,
Look, that's not even accurate. You can't even say that because the thing is that the chemical composition is the same. The thing is that it was used quite often to tranquilize, just like it was in humans, but there's different uses for it. So this idea that in large doses, yes, but
yeah, that's all I'm
the
saying. Because I
chemical,
just come from personal. I've seen
the
people on
chemical
that
is
kind of
the
thing.
same. The chemical is the same, and it's just a matter of how it's administered and how people are taking it.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly. That's why I say trust your pharmacy over the street, right?
yeah.
You never know what you're getting in the street. There's been now people, that trust their cocaine dealers for a long time, and like apparently Mac Miller is a perfect thing. Apparently he died from a cocaine overdose, but in that cocaine was that fake shit. What the fuck? Wow, how did that just slip?
Fentanyl.
Yes. So like there's a lot like man, drugs is not like even if you fuck with them, it's a scary time to fuck with them because of the shit it's getting cut with. Like it's not fun and games. Like not one bit.
Yeah, like I said, Celos is doing that ketamine competitor to J&J. So they have an intranasal spray that works for PTSD. And it's still quite low, but we'll see what happens with it. It's only $3.50 a share right now. Do your due diligence though. I think ketamine is the future though.
Ketamine is the.
You might for $3.50 a share. You might as well pile into MindMed, who's doing everything, right?
Yeah,
They're doing the MDMA,
I
they're
want
doing the
to, but
acid, and
they're not
doing the
available on
shrooms.
this exchange. They're not available
Really?
on this exchange.
Have
No,
you searched
I
up
have
other
to.
tickers?
I have to go to Webull or something to buy it.
It might be under a different
Yeah.
ticker too, because sometimes
I
I have
think
to go
it's
through like 10 tickers to find something sometimes.
OTC. It's on OTC right now, I think.
Yeah, like I look at the way why I mentioned MyMed because I was watching these weed stocks very early on, and like when Afaria was actually like $3 a share or like $5, whatever, when they were very low, right? I was watching them, right? So I see a lot of the same resemblance in these mushroom and other stocks. Of course, they're a gamble because it's not legalized yet, or not even medicinally legalized yet. Medicinal legalization would be the first step for them, and that's when you'd see them boom. But I see a lot of the same relations as it comes to like Afaria and Tilray and all these guys being top, and then the ones underneath. MyMed seems like to be the top dog right now, but do your research. I may be wrong. So
Another one that I bought, which is a psychedelic based one, is Compass Pathways.
you guys are talking ETFs too. There's an ETF out there for it as well, I think. If you want to just get a bit of everything and just
See, if you want to do more research for those also in the YouTube on psychedelics and how they are they're in the third wave right now, MAPS, which is Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Studies, they have been leading the way to help reintroduce psychedelics into the market. So yeah, they're the golden age of psychedelic research happened in the 50s up until 65 when pharmaceuticals were involved with it, but because of like the war on drugs and Nixon and all of them stopping it was Nixon, and then you had big push by Reagan in the 80s as well. But man, right
it's
now
the only
MAPS
thing
is
though too,
leading the way.
right? Like, exactly what you just said and what happened with South Dakota today. You know, America's still lagging behind on weed. Like I don't see them warming up to
It
psychedelics anytime
will.
soon. I really don't. Maybe Canada and the Netherlands and countries like that will warm up to psychedelics first. But with the trend, and I'm a firm believer in history repeats itself. And I'll actually touch on that in a sec. But the trend is America will lag behind on psychedelics as well, the way they lagged behind on weed. But history repeats itself. I just want to touch on this. The crash that happened back in 1920, it was boom, boom, boom for 10 years, and then in 1930, Great Depression. So like my stock market plan right now is literally a 10-year plan. I'm gonna probably pull out come friggin' 28, 29, and I'm waiting to see what happens. I think, but that's just me. Hopefully, the government can actually fix a few things and make sure that the Great Depression does not happen. But I'm a firm believer in history repeats itself.
I
I
think
agree
that
with that. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
What's that?
no, go no, go ahead.
Oh, I just had like 5 minutes to drop in today because I gotta go back to work. But I just want to say, everybody, if you like the stock, just hold tight. If you like it, whatever it is,
Yeah,
I'm not talking about anything
yeah.
specific. Just all your stocks. If you believe in it, hold tight. And
Hold it.
if you don't, call me because I'm gonna buy.
Hold.
I'm
Woo
gonna go
woo.
buy you. Okay. You guys have a
Thanks for
wonderful day.
dropping in. We missed you.
Stay strong.
Stay strong,
Yeah, I know.
GME.
Yes, I'll talk to you guys. Have a good one.
You too, man.
You
Have a good day at
too.
work.
Bye.
So yeah, we got Jessica just on the chat, just a general reminder of like when folks are talking, let's be respectful about not interrupting so that they can get the point out.
Thanks, Jessica.
Yeah,
I
let's
see
just
you.
Yep, I see you. So let's not talk over, especially let's not talk over women. Their voices are
Yikes.
important.
Trip is getting straight pumped and dumped. I feel like I don't like it. That's why I hate pushing stock, man. I hate telling people stock. Like it just gets out there, and then you don't get the position you want, and it's like literally it's up 13% today. That's ridiculous.
Thanks, Miko.
You're welcome. Thank you, Jessica, for bringing it up. I'll try and make sure. I gotta go to work soon. But yeah, just want to make sure to remind everybody. We've been pretty good about it, but just let's not talk over each other and let everybody finish when they have a.
But hey, were you gonna say anything more about psychedelics? I was curious as to where you were going with that.
I mean, I had
No,
I'd invested.
not you, dude. Her.
I mean, I invested in Celos, which is working on the ketamine stuff, and also Compass, which is a big one. MindMed is a really good company to look at, but they're not available in all exchanges. It's just that that's like the wave that's coming. It's going to be, my opinion, bigger than cannabis in terms of its application.
Yeah, most definitely. I think so too. Thank you for those tickers or names.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned Trip though, because it's I don't know if it's ran by Russell Peters, but they already have their foot into the Netherlands, and pretty sure they're based in Canada, so they already have an export, and they actually already found a way around legalization, from my understanding, because they only sell the stems, and they're called truffles, and they're legal in the Netherlands, so they actually have a foot on the game right now, in my eyes, over these guys when it comes to actually selling their product. But do the research
It's
first.
it's technically not the stems, to be fair. It's the mushroom that is growing underneath, like it hasn't sprouted up above, so it includes enough psilocybin, because sometimes stems don't really have a lot. It's just before it sprouts up. And the reason why they did that was because back when the Netherlands actually introduced and allowed like shrooms to be, people were getting like tripping out like on the streets. And so what they decided to do was just back it off a little bit and reduce it to only allowing truffles, which are much more mellow than.
Which would be huge for like a first-time user. They'd probably lean towards that than actual mushrooms, I would assume.
But here in the United States, what they're looking at doing is actually, taking the mushrooms, separating out the psilocybin, and producing actual therapies. It's not just going to be for recreational use. We're looking at how it can be used to treat a whole myriad of things, from PTSD to depression to anxiety.
So you got your pharma side of it, and then you got your recreational side of it.
Yes.
Yeah,
I'm
more recreational, to tell you the truth.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go for it.
Well, I was just gonna say I'm a really big believer in the potentials of psychedelic therapy. I used to suffer from bouts of major depression, but then I was able to make it down to Peru a couple of years ago to go to an ayahuasca retreat, and since then I haven't had any bouts of depression, and I really think it helped me a lot. Yeah.
That stuff stays with you. Ayahuasca like stays with you. It does. It's life changing for
I heard that's some
most
heavy
people.
Definitely, it's been incredible. I'm really grateful for it. And yeah, if anyone has any questions about it, feel free to ask.
Is that like the drink, ayahuasca? Like it's a drink, or?
It's a whole ceremony drink
like
that
the
you do
root,
with
and then
like. There's DMT.
Yo, I come
in
back
it.
and you're all talking about ayahuasca. What the?
Yeah.
But once the GME works out, we're going on an ayahuasca retreat.
Yeah, right.
You can actually do it here in the Bay Area.
Yeah,
but I wanted to.
Whoever just mentioned is going to bring us to Peru.
Yo, that's amazing.
I wanted to touch a little bit on Compass. Here's a little blurb on it. If anyone was looking at something that was available to purchase, again, do your due diligence, but it says a veritable who's who of elite investors and donors are backing commercial and research endeavors. Hedge fund billionaire Steve Cohen, co-founder of Tau Capital and heir to the Hyatt hotel fortune Joby Pritzker, and Bob Parsons, the billionaire founder of GoDaddy and golf equipment manufacturer PXG, donated to MAPS. Remember, we were just talking about MAPS and how they're helping with lobbying and also research. Billionaire Peter Thiel owns 7.54% of Compass Pathways, while former billionaire Michael Novogratz also owns a stake. MindMed counts Shark Tank star Kevin O'Leary and Tom's Shoe co-founder Blake Mycoskie as investors. And that's from Forbes. So if anybody wanted to look that up, you can look up Forbes and psychedelics.
Buddy, $45 a stock. I'm looking at the right one.
Compass, yeah.
That's so these would be the big dogs. You just actually completely debunked my theory on MindMed being the top dogs. No, it goes Compass, then maybe MindMed. I probably something in between. But yeah, no, thank you. That's a good find. $45 a stock for
I have Compass. Yeah.
Beautiful. Yeah, I'd never even heard of them. Well, good shit. I love $45 stocks. I'm not even gonna lie. That's right up my alley. My men just completely went out the window for me.
MindBed is still great. I think it's gonna have it's gonna go places, but that's the one
There's
that's
always gonna be
mentioned usually
competition, but
toe in toe with, because they're working on, I think, different. Let me see if I can find some more information about the program. Yeah, it has 2 lead programs. One is based on a derivative of the hallucinogenic root ibogaine, and the other is a suite of studies on the potential uses of LSD, so lysergic acid. The company's founding asset is 18-MC, a non-hallucinogenic version of ibogaine, which is used in rite passages in West Africa. Wow, for hundreds of years, and more recently as an underground treatment for opioid withdrawal. Opioid
Or is
withdrawal.
this Compass or my men you're reading?
No, this is on MindMed.
This is my
But
men. Okay.
opioid withdrawal, like kratom, can be used for that. And I know it's been outlawed in a lot of states, but kratom is a big one for opioid
Well, that was
withdrawal.
actually one of my biggest problems too, because like I grew up in not the greatest city, let's say, but so I have friends who actually come off of friggin' opioids and shit, and they usually just feed them methadone, which is essentially not good and is a very bad drug in itself. So, like, I could see them
They can
actually
just
going
go
to
on kratom.
places. Yeah.
Kratom is one of the best ones for opioid withdrawal, and it's a plant, and it's super cheap. It's not expensive. The thing is that in the United States, it's not legal in all states. They have outlawed it in some states.
Yeah, if you look up the results from ibogaine treatment with opioid withdrawals or addiction in general, they're really, really positive. There's a lot of
Nice.
promise with ibogaine.
That's wonderful. I mean, psychedelics are they're cutting edge when it comes to addiction. I think ketamine was the one that is proven to help alcoholics quit. They can quit alcohol just through ketamine psychedelic therapy.
Yeah, there's legal centers around the nation already. Like I heard there's one in Austin that's been doing a lot of good work. And
so doesn't ketamine give you the same kind of effect of the alcohol does? Is that why like people I know who have done it said they get like it feels like you've had 1,000 beers?
I wouldn't say that. I think it depends on the dosage. But what ketamine does is that it helps, again, like other psychedelics, redraw like the pathways in your brain. So if you're doing it with a therapist, they're helping you decide, basically, or guide you towards deciding that you don't need that anymore.
Yeah, definitely. It like reframes your relationship with whatever you're addicted to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, look up KPT and alcoholism, and I think there's a study out there that let me see if I can find it. I'll put it in the links.
Have you heard of any centers in America or the States?
Oh yeah, there's stuff here in Berkeley and San Francisco. I know there's a big ketamine one in Florida as well.
Cool. I gotta look into it a little more.
So here it says actually ketamine has 1/10 of the potency of PCP. So that's actually, I thought it would have been worse than PCP, but I guess my view on it's actually distorted.
Here's I found it on the national the NIH.gov site. There's an abstract which shows that ketamine, the sub-anesthetic effects of ketamine was the hypnotized therapeutic mechanism. So what they used is that they used ketamine-assisted psychotherapy for alcoholism. And they found total abstinence for more than 1 year was observed in 73 out of 111 alcoholic patients in the KPT group. That's like 65.8%. It's amazing, compared to only 24% of conventional treatment control group.
Yeah, it's that's awesome. Yeah, just one quick note. It's frustrating seeing the current state of addiction therapies, like these centers that people are going to. I mean, they're trying their best, but there's just so many other promising options out there. There's been, I think, way too much pushback, and I wish, they would let these potential therapies, come out more into the open and advance.
There is something called ketamine toxicity, which
Oh
if
yeah,
you
it
take too
happens with your
much, then it could
kidneys,
be bad.
right? Yeah.
All it says here is the toxicity can cause a variety of neurological, cardiovascular, and psychiatric, urgental, and abdominal symptoms, which are dose dependent and depend on whether ketamine administration was in iatrogenic or illicit contexts. For example, some experts have attributed the higher incidence of do the research yourself, please.
Yeah, look up some videos
You need a
of
lot.
people who have taken too much ketamine, and it does not look fun. They look like they're out of their mind, like robots.
We used
I
to
think
do
the
a
amount
lot of
is too.
ketamine, and like a lot of my friends, they've taken a lot and like ended up in K-holes, but someone died. But like on all this opiate shit, like people are just dropping easy.
Mm. It's honestly, compared to a lot of the other drugs that are one of the safest ones. That's at
Well,
least
that's what these companies will be doing, is looking to recomposition it or whatever these molecules or whatever. I'm not a scientist, but they can make it safer by tweaking it 100%. So I don't doubt that. But the ketamine is still like, it's not something you want to be doing every day. Like,
if anybody knows of any other ketamine stocks, like I said, I have the Celos one, but if there's anything else out there that you guys know of, pop it in the chat.
Yeah, I know there's some nasal spray companies out there that apparently are doing well. I don't know if
Johnson
your
and
stock.
Johnson, and that's the one. Celos does the intranasal spray, and they're a direct competitor to the Johnson and Johnson ketamine spray. And it actually is more potent and requires a smaller dose than the Johnson and Johnson one.
I got the company making ketamine and baby shampoo at the same time. Lovely. Oh my gosh, what the fuck is this world coming to?
The thing that I don't really like about this whole psychedelics thing is like in the future, people will be like, "Oh, I got some mushrooms," and then they'll pull out an orange bottle and it'll be a fucking pill.
It will be. It's gonna be. Yes, they're gonna. I think the way that they did it in the Johns Hopkins trial, it was just the psilocybin was in the form of like a pill, is what they took. And you can actually listen to Michael Pollan. I think he has a podcast where he talks about it, doing these studies at Johns Hopkins. It's pretty amazing.
I mean, capsules.
Yeah, that book is great.
It's like I don't, I can recognize a mushroom, but if you pull out a pill, you don't really know what it is.
You're
Me
right.
personally, I prefer just the mushroom itself, and like I've chewed them quite a bit. Like, I would
Exactly.
prefer just
Put
the
some
mushroom
peanut
itself.
butter or something.
I actually like the taste. If I get the
Ground
ones with a lot of blue in them, I fucking, oh my gosh, yum yum.
ground up, put with Nutella into like a chocolate. That's the best.
And don't do drugs.
You just treat it like dip. Like I treat it like tobacco dip. You just stick it underneath the lip and you just let it sit there. That's
It's not illegal here, and where I am, it's not illegal.
It is here, but come for me, feds, I dare you.
Well, let's just hope
The feds are like a mushroom.
They're probably
You feed them shit and you keep them in the dark.
Just real quick, I found this article. Well, my friend sent me this article from yesterday. It's from Market Insider. I can post it in the chat, but it's the headline is Big Short investor Michael Burry says Tesla's 1.5 billion bet on Bitcoin was a distraction, and the Dogecoin record price signals a massive bubble. I'll post it. I think I posted in the general, and I'll post it in the general chat. But I just thought it was a interesting read
Distraction
about it,
from what?
especially. Well, because this is a quote, Chinese regulators summoned Tesla on quality issues as consumers complain about quality. But Tesla bought BTC. The Scion asset management boss tweeted using the tickers for Tesla and Bitcoin. In my mind's eye, so much digital counter confetti.
You seen it
In other
coming
words,
too, man. Ooh.
yes. So I'm gonna post it here
I
in
wonder how many people are selling Tesla today. Probably none. They're all they
honestly,
love the stock.
I sold my Tesla only because I bought in at the highest price possible, and I know
Mhm.
I'm gonna lose money, so I sold my Tesla partial share because I didn't want to lose money, and I think I am gonna look into Neo for myself, just from what I've been reading and stuff.
You should never. You shouldn't like honestly. Like you should do the research yourself. Because the example I can give, my boss, like my old boss, does not look at the stock market anymore. He can't. He's so depressed because he was buying Tesla. Sorry, he was buying Tesla at like $120 before the split, and I forget what happened, but it went to like 500 and it dropped down to 200 again, like 2-3 years ago. And he sold off everything. And every time he looks at Tesla, he like breaks his phone. Like, and this guy was putting in like $20,000, $30,000 into Tesla. So we're not talking chump change here. We're probably talking a million, couple mil. So like at the same time, like don't listen to people and do the research for yourself. Because he listened to people, he sold out in Tesla, and yeah, he will never look at the stock market again.
The only reason I sold Tesla was literally I bought it at the 800 mark. Like I bought last week, and I was
Okay,
like,
then yeah, you're probably
yeah, that's why I was like, no, I'm gonna lose money. So I was like, nope, that's dumb. Not like my friend.
We
My
have
friend was
about
actually telling me they bought in at $48 a stock for Tesla.
Wow.
Yeah, and I was like, dang. Yeah, so I was like, that if I were in that position, I wouldn't sweat it. But the position that I am is not gonna financially. I
Yeah.
bought high, which is a
If
mistake.
you see these regulations happen now, like then you can kind of see a trend happening, right? So Neo's not the only one. Like I said, I mentioned the Jeep one, whatever, this morning. At $15, they own Jeep, they own Dodge. They're obviously going to be sticking EVs underneath those hoods, and there's still a market there for that in my eyes. And then you also have the French one, Renault, which I think they might pay dividends, and French is going to be huge for clean technology apparently. So there's so many of them out there. So like don't just look at Neil too. Neil might be nice right now, but you best believe they're gonna run into problems at some point. Like that's just my take on
Tesla
it
is
though.
still gonna be like the
Oh
industry
yeah, Tesla is
leader.
still the main dog, 100%.
Oh yeah. Like if I would have bought Tesla earlier, I'd be holding, but it's just the position that I bought in at, I was not making that decision very intelligently, and so I was just trying to cover my butt. So that I don't lose
Mhm.
that money and I can put it in towards something else. So like I
Yeah.
said, we're not financial advisors. I'm just saying what I'm doing because
There's probably a few EVs you can steal up right now. It's not Neil and not Tesla. There's like one or
yeah,
two out there. Just do the research.
I'd
I feel
rather
like,
go ahead.
my fault. I would just feel like Elon was smart when he made the move with NASA, because like that's a big deal, and he's.
Yeah, but that's nothing to do with Tesla. That's just
But I'm saying
those
like,
companies are private.
but I'm saying in the future, they'll all, if he's still working with them, all those people are gonna be driving Tesla cars. Like you don't think he'll have contracts with them? He definitely will. Like he's not going where. That's the point I'm making.
I mean, he already does that with advertisement. Like, if you notice, like, I guarantee he does it. He gives away free cars to famous people, in the hopes they drive them. That's like one of his advertisement strategies. So, like, I don't know,
But like
probably like.
everyone, all the people that work, like you know what I mean, with NASA and JPL, like they're all gonna be most likely driving around in Tesla cars. You know.
I mean, it's to me the decision's theirs. You know, if they like another car better, like to me that's just like SpaceX and like that's just completely separate from Tesla. Maybe there might be a time where that money touches Tesla, like, but like that would be his satellite or whatever and connecting to the car. Or, I don't know, something like that. But for them to drive Teslas around, that'd be like, here, drive this car, or you're fired. It's like, yeah, I don't know. And even then, that's a very small market. Like, how many people work at NASA compared to the average person?
I'm just saying, like the potential for longevity. That's all.
A lot of folks are asking about AMC. I'm an AMC at a loss right now, so I'm just holding tight. I can't. I don't know what's gonna happen. I just know that
Yeah.
we've noticed that GME is trending fairly similarly to AMC. Also, I think there's for myself, I think there's long-term potential for AMC just because I know that I wanna go to the movies as soon as, it's safe to do so, just 'cause I miss going to the
Mhm.
movies. Like, I can watch it here at home, but it's not the same as, like, being at the movies.
Right. I'm holding 40 shares. I'm just holding them, waiting.
Look, all I know is you don't buy 13% of a company to do absolutely nothing with it.
On the YouTube chat, SR, the reason I'm saying I'm not a financial advisor is just to make sure that we all cover our butts here. Because even though you're smart
Yeah.
enough to figure that out, doesn't mean that everybody is. And I'm not saying that it's just the reality. So I'm just putting that out there to cover my butt in case the feds are listening.
Yeah, it's just we're kind of, yeah, covering our butt in case somebody
GameStop
thinks
holding
that
over
we're
50.
financial advisors. Yeah, look at
Neil
GameStop.
grew hell of a
Yeah,
lot
GameStop
today.
GameStop took a nice plunge
So
today.
does
It's been
Diamond.
creeping its way back up. But I still think it's going to go down a lot after that short report comes out. But fear not, it's all in the plan.
People need to stop buying Trip. Stop it. Stop it. Go away.
But also do what
Already
you want with your
60
money.
cents.
Due diligence.
Man, I'm so spread out. I got stocks all over the place, man.
Yeah, after
Stocks
this
give it up.
business, that's my first order of business. It's just cutting down my portfolio and sticking to like 5 stocks I like this is ridiculous. GME, AMC, everything's all over the place. I got this sector, I got this industry. It's like, man, I'm not keeping track of all this. There's no chance.
I really love TradingView, and as I said, I'm really glad to the people that suggested it on here because like I was able to make a watch list with all of the stocks that I have because I'm using various different brokers, and that's how I keep track of all my shares and what I've got out there. So
I like TradingView. TradingView is pretty tight.
I'm an idiot, man. I literally cost myself, I want to say 10 grand buying in a GameStop early because I sold my Neo shares at $58. Not all of them. I sold off 50 Neo shares at like $58, which where I would have waited until today, I could have got GameStop at like $45 and I would have made an additional 5 grand or whatever off Neo. And oh my, this is what happens when you jump into a friggin' volatile market. Just stupid decisions that are not beneficial.
Everyone made a mistake though, it's like we all broke the rules. Like,
Oh yeah, we just got to make sure we learn from this mistake, learn
like
big time.
we all got emotional and we all thought about the money.
Hey, I didn't get emotional. Don't you go put words in my mouth.
Well, everyone did because it's like we're all like, oh, doing this to try and get back at these people. That's emotion right there.
I suppose a little bit, but
I think that's
it was
more.
straight emotion on my part.
I bought when it came down, so like for me it was a what's the word I'm looking for? I thought about it before I bought it.
Yeah, I wanted more news to come out.
But the good thing is, you can always learn from this mistake, and like we won't be so quick to hold another stock. Buy it and it goes down, you have more tolerance towards seeing it in the red, I guess.
It's all
from
good,
now on,
man.
I'll never buy a stock or sell a stock without limit sales or buys. Never again. Like that's the one lesson I learned from here. Limit buys, limit buys, limit buys, limit sells. That's it. Like no sell at market price. Like that is so dumb.
But then again, it's like we didn't know all these brokers were gonna play these games that were ridiculously illegal. So,
dude. Like I've never, as far as I'm concerned, everybody's saying like they've never seen a stock get halted like that before, where you could only sell and not buy.
Yeah, that's what really like fucked me over was that whole thing. It's crazy.
I mean, AMC used to be about $35 a share. And so it's quite likely, again, I can't predict what the future is going to hold, but with this much interest from so many people, and I think that it'll get back up there. That's my personal opinion. Again, I'm not giving advice.
Does anyone know if there was any more word on whether or not Amazon was going to buy out AMC? I know there was some word on it like in 2020, but I don't know if there was anything new. I just was wondering.
I'm gonna Google.
Yeah, I might look around too. I know somebody mentioned earlier that there was a possible merger about or something with PayPal accepting Dogecoin. So far, I have not found anything that correlates that. I've only found some mention of it back in 2020.
Wouldn't that be ironic?
Yeah, but I haven't found anything from this year that concludes to that. I'm gonna definitely keep searching, but as far as from what I've been looking, I haven't found anything that would back that up. So I'm gonna keep looking. That would be kind of amazing, and I would definitely buy in more Dogecoin. But at the same time, I like Dogecoin because it's the people's coin, in my opinion. But that's just because pennies versus actual dollars. It's a lot easier for me to compile pennies than dollars, if you catch my drift.
There's some rumors out there. Basically, a study was a survey was conducted on whether or not Amazon or Netflix should buy AMC. And there's just, speculation out there about the potential of them leveraging the leveraging on the lowered stock price right now. I am holding on tightly, whatever the case is. There's no reason for me not to hold my 40 shares. It makes sense. This is what some say. One, in the midst of the pandemic, there's no doubt we live in a world where it seems people want to have everything streamed in their homes, including new film movies that come out in theaters. One idea is Netflix could operate AMC, and a number of their new releases would go to the theaters first, then a month or two later would be on Netflix. Who knows? This is all speculation.
Something has to just stop Netflix. Like, I don't know. They need like AMC could probably compete. They need to do something.
Netflix shares are like five. I know. I was just saying Netflix shares are like $562. Oh,
Is this company
interesting.
for real? I'm doing research on my.
That's another thing too. Is like, I picture Gamestop like Amazon. You have like a Prime membership, and through partnering with AMC, you can get like discounts, and how like what is it, Optum? I'm pretty sure like Amazon has those credits. Like the more you buy through Amazon, you get credits, and then you can redeem them for stuff. Like, wouldn't you be able to get like free movie tickets or something after a certain amount? No, I mean like through their business model, like there's potential for rewards programs that I think could be. This is the whole point of like this this channel was all started about the GameStop hype. So, like, I would always like to reiterate the potential future of that business if they do end up doing some sort of a merger. Yeah, but like, why would Ryan buy 13% of the company and then bring on a bunch of these people onto the board of directors to not do a goddamn thing with the company? I mean, there is this thing called rebranding.
I mean, as soon as like everything starts to get back to normal, whenever that's gonna be, people like Netflix is gonna go down, and then people are gonna want to go out and stuff. You know what I mean? Back to the theaters. So there's a lot of potential for AMC.
There's a lot of potential for these companies, man. You just have to dream for the future, because there's obvious reasons. There's obvious reasons why Jeff stepped down from Amazon. We don't know definitively why. I mean, the best guess is because he wants to work on Blue Origin, and yeah, I'm pretty sure he still makes a bunch of money off Amazon. It's not like he doesn't. It's not like he sold his entire position there, right?
But Amazon is like, I feel like it's pretty much self-sustaining now because he has people like these
It runs
products,
itself.
and like they sell their products to Amazon, and then they got all these other contract warehouses pushing out packages on top of his own flagship warehouses, and then he has like, you know what I mean, the delivery services. So there's not much that, you know what I mean.
I'm just
came up with a plan.
curious. I'm just curious because Ryan Cohen mentioned that he wanted to go the e-commerce route with GameStop. Now I don't know how he would go about doing that, like what his plan is, but I've been curious. I'm not saying it's true. There's like probability that it is completely untrue, but I mean I found it kind of odd that Jeff stepped down during all of this madness, you know what I mean? And with Ryan bringing on I think he's the CTO of Amazon, and then another guy from Chewy. Like he made himself one of he put himself on the board, and then like brought a bunch of people on. So I don't know. Like I honestly have no idea, but like I'm willing to diamond hands this till my grave, to be honest, because like you never know. You honestly never know. You can just like people have the idea of what GameStop is in their head, but they don't actually they just that's what it is. It just stops there, right? Like people are like, oh
in
no,
my head it's
come back.
esports.
Like yeah, we'll do with the rise of esports. It's perfect. It's perfectly
Like, I
good
don't think
example.
people know how big that market's going to be, esports. Like I honestly think it's going to take away from the sports market, like
Yeah.
football and all this. I
Yeah.
think it'll take away big time.
Yeah. Like for those of you who haven't heard me mention it, real quick, I'll fire this off and then you can talk. But for those of you in the YouTube chat and in Discord here who haven't heard me talk about it, I don't know. It's a bit of a pipe dream, but I pictured a GameStop and AMC merge, where they build these giant facilities that are like it's like a theater / gaming arena.
They kind of do that in Canada already. They'll do birthday parties where they'll set up the Xbox on the big
Yeah, but I mean, like
and
we have this. It's like I picture like a giant Cineplex or a Silver City that has like an arena portion, like a Coliseum where like you hold like tournaments and stuff, and it's not like huge like Worlds or anything, but like I don't know, you never know. And then like another area that's literally like a GameStop store, like it's all part of one building, where they'll have like you could walk into Blockbuster back in the day and they'd have like video games set up and you can like play them. They had it in Toys R Us too, where you could like try out systems and stuff, and And I could imagine a scenario where you walk into this place and like when you go to the actual GameStop store, they've got like 10 or so consoles of like the next gen gaming console out, and they're all hooked up to like a super dope like QLED TV or something like that, so you can get the full experience of it. Like you're gonna start seeing like these systems on 8K, right? And that's gonna be like it would be essentially like an attraction, right? Like you go to Disneyland or you go to Canada's Wonderland, right? They have it's an all-encompassing entity that has certain. It could be like GameStop land. I don't know. I
I
have
know what
no
you're saying.
idea, but like
With the way the generations turn out and their addiction to video games, it is twice as. I'm not gonna use the word bad, but
I grew
twice
up
as
on video
much.
games. I'm
As,
32. I grew up on video games.
yeah.
A lot of other people grew up on video games. My dad was into video games. He was like, if my dad was alive today, he'd be 73, and he fucking loved Super Mario World. Okay, this guy killed it. I don't know if you guys have ever played Super Metroid. My dad like on VHS recorded him doing a speed run, like legit. Well, I knew like a lot of people grew up loving video games. And
I wasn't allowed to play
generation,
video.
yeah, and just because you weren't allowed didn't mean you didn't love it. I'm sure you love the idea of video games.
I don't know.
Maybe if I was. I love them.
I just want to say, like, I can see that happening in theaters because if a kid is gonna sit there and watch gameplays on YouTube, they'll definitely go to a theater and watch like real people play, and then the friends will come and play, and then once that develops a culture, then it's unstoppable, really.
I think that aspect of it is really cool. The social aspect of gaming is, yeah, that is already explosive, but where it can go is really exciting.
I always like to use China and Japan as kind of a future where not completely side by side, but a little bit of a glimpse into the future where the States is heading. And honestly, it is so huge over there. Esports, it is ridiculous, or e-gaming, or whatever you want to call it. It is ridiculous over there.
Hey, real quick, Tame, if you are still on, the tickers for GME and AMC are frozen on YouTube.
I think he stepped out and he was going to be back.
Diamond hands. Diamond hands.
Off the gaming topic, if you guys don't mind, I was researching my breathalyzer company. Like I know that I know of one other competitor, which is a private company called Hound Labs. Well, sorry about that. Called Hound Labs, and apparently they said they have found a way to detect the SARS-CoV-2 virus in your breath, which is crazy.
Tell me about your breathalyzer company.
Well, I think dogs can smell it, right? They have trained dogs to smell it too.
No, there's a breathalyzer.
That
Well, I don't know.
But I'm saying that makes sense. Yeah, that they'd be able to come up with a breathalyzer.
So yeah, I found that pretty interesting. I don't know who's going to overtake who, but apparently the two top dogs for the breathalyzer weed game right now that they're trying to sell to law enforcement is Hound Labs, who is private, and Below, Cannabix Technology.
You just love saying that.
I do. And do your research though, for sure, because like I said, I love saying it, and that is no reason to buy it.
Question about the cannabis stocks. We were talking about some stuff earlier today, or yesterday. It was about somebody was mentioning maybe avoid Canadian companies for one reason or another, and I had a thought on that. If cannabis is more mainstreamed here in the States, wouldn't it stand to reason that the Canadian companies that are already growing, manufacturing, and distributing, that they would be a strong bet over an American company? Because here domestically, wouldn't the American companies have to start from the ground up? the Canadian companies, I think, have a head start on us, don't they?
I would think so too, but that, like I said, that's why I think they haven't actually legalized in America yet, because they're trying to figure out how imports and exports is going to go. That being said, America still has their established weed companies. I think Green Thumb was one, I believe.
Yeah.
I forget. They might, if they're in the $30 range, that was them. I think Green Thumb was one.
Yo, Tokyo Smoke.
True Leaf.
True Leaf was another one, I think. So America has its established weed companies.
Canopy Growth. Oh, no, the Canopy Growth is Canadian.
If they're the further south they are, the more integrated they're going to be in the American market. And the further north companies are, closer to the Canadian border, the more competition I think they'll have with Canadian companies. But if you're buying a weed company further south and they're established and they're American in that like $20 to $30 range, that's probably a safe buy. If you're betting on legalization. I don't know how legalization process is going to go, but that will really boom when state lines open up. Because from my understanding, you guys can still not transport over state lines. It has to stay in state, no? Or am I wrong about that?
I'm looking.
No, you're right. Yeah.
So
yeah,
that's
like
my own take on it.
yeah,
So
Illinois.
Yeah, it's going to be a big boom. Like everyone's going to start transporting here and there, and then the more established companies are the ones who are going to profit.
I was just thinking.
Illinois weed is legal. Sorry, I was just gonna say real quick. Illinois weed is legal, and then when you come back into Wisconsin, there's state troopers for the first like 20 miles, posted up, waiting to pull over. You know, kids who look like they might be stoned. It's terrifying.
It's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. They need to stop with this.
Yeah, they're trying to get their power in.
How you doing?
I mean, it's just
They need to get
outrageous.
imports and export figured out before they federal legalize it, or else they know they're going to lose out big time to Canada. They know it.
Well, that's my point. That was my point. I was looking at just from an infrastructure standpoint that the Canadian companies are poised and ready to go and deliver to that market share that's
100%.
waiting to be delivered to. That's why I was looking around in that atmosphere a little bit, just because they're already in place. It's like I want to get my car worked on. Well, they got these mechanics over in Kentucky. They're already there. Yeah, but I want a Tennessee mechanic, right? I want a Nashville mechanic. Well, they haven't bought the land yet to build the shop. Oh, I'm probably going to use that Kentucky guy for a while.
So let's see.
Nebraska wouldn't allow it to be on the ballot because a huge portion of our income comes from drug busts on I-80.
Oh, God.
The other thing too is the other thing I mentioned yesterday too is the American dollar is 30 cents more than Canadian. You're getting a bang for your buck buying from the Canadian market, and transportation makes sense for states near the Canadian border to just get it from Canada rather than if they have to get it all the way from Cali. The transportation is way much cheaper to get it from your Canadian counterpart right above you, right? So that's why I was saying, like, a safer bet if you're going with an established American company is make sure they are a Cali company, make sure they're away from the Canadian border, because there makes no sense for Canada to transport all the way down there. Like, it's probably not going to happen if I had to say so.
Canada's biggest exports go to Germany.
For weed?
Germany is like the biggest consumer of Canadian cannabis. Yes.
Well, I never knew that. They're already exporting to Germany. Germany legalized it?
No,
Or
well,
medicinal.
they must have.
Maybe.
Let's see. Cannabis for medical and scientific use. Yeah.
So they're not quite at recreational. So this is very early stages. These companies you're seeing at $20, $30. This is still very early stages. Like that's what I like about it. Because as soon as Germany recreationally legalizes after
Actually, let me correct that. I'm going to correct that because it says Germany imported roughly 6,714. This is for 2019 kilograms of medical cannabis flower in 2019 from all destinations, both for pharmacy dispensing and redistribution in the EU, meaning Canada provided 52% of Germany's imported flower. And that's all, again, it's going into Germany, but also being redistributed. Most of the rest came from the Netherlands. A little bit more than 204 kilos went to Australia. The rest was shipped to Israel, Poland, Portugal, and other countries that Health Canada would not identify.
Is the guy from Britain here at all? I want to actually get his take on it because I heard it's very strict in Britain as well. Weed rules, like it's almost as bad as America when their view on weed. I don't know if that guy's here though.
If there's any Nebraska cannabis companies, don't invest in them because they'll be the last to get approval. Because right now they profile I-80. Cops sit there and profile I-80 all day long and just get drug busts. Like if you
Yeah,
want to
don't trust Iowa
transport
either.
through I-80, you get basically you get me, a small white female in a minivan with Nebraska plates. Not that I'm advocating transporting weed, but
No, yeah.
I just had an interesting thought too. The more recreational legalization happens around the globe, and the longer the states wait, that means the more they miss out on. So like if Germany starts recreationally legalizing and other countries start doing it as well, like the states is going to be forced to federally legalize even if they're not ready to. No, but if you have a big infrastructure for growing it, then you're missing out on the exports, right? Because you're not going to contradict yourself and take it and export it, and when you're not allowing your citizens to use it, right? They might though. They might. Yeah. I guess so.
You're allowed to possess. You're allowed to possess in Germany, but it's technically illegal. So there's different amounts.
Canada was
You
like
can
that
have
for the longest time. It was just decriminalized.
any, anywhere from 6 to 15 grams you're allowed to carry. Because I was like, when I was in Germany, I remember being in Berlin, everyone was smoking weed. It's okay. So it's technically not legal.
Even technically now, if I get caught with more than an ounce on me, which I don't know how they're gonna just be like, oh, you got an ounce on you. They're supposed to ticket me technically. And then if it's in separate baggies, I think they can still get me for trafficking. I'm pretty sure. So it's still
But
like
they probably won't.
Yeah, no, probably not. Like, how are they gonna be like, hey, you stop walking? I know you have weed on you. It's like, yeah, no, that doesn't. You can't do that here. Like, was that a thing in New York a while ago, years ago? Was the stop and frisk program?
Giuliani did that. Yeah.
It's terrible.
That is so corrupt. Like, holy shit.
It's just it's
Not to defend it, but it
violation.
cut the crime rate down exponentially. I don't really agree with the means by which it happened, but violent crime went down exponentially because of it. It's a tough conversation, to be honest.
Yeah.
But the amount of trauma it caused on people, and the
Like
amount
me
of surveillance they did,
and my dad, like I would walk, I would have to worry about my dad getting stopped by the police anytime we'd walk down to the corner store.
Sure.
But
Was there actually
It's not-
lawsuits against that? There had to have been. That's against your guys' rights, no?
They could have stopped and frisked down in Wall Street, and they would have got everybody carrying blow.
Or sorry, the
They
cops are actually
punished it.
allowed to stop people based on suspicion in the states, no?
It's called probable cause here in the States.
Yeah.
If you're speeding or your license plate is expired or you're weaving in excess, a cop has probable cause to do a search of the vehicle because, well, you were acting erratically and I'm going to do an investigation. It's a slippery slope, but
Yeah, I think it's a lot different here in Canada. Like they can't go based off suspicion. They have to be arresting you, and then like even then they need a warrant to search your car and this and that. And yeah.
Yeah, they took away a lot of rights here. A lot of rights are gone.
Yeah, police for the most part.
So
They
part
act like
of
this shit.
probable cause, and especially where I live, is they profile I-80 so badly. Like it's awful. Like I could be speeding like 15 over and they still won't pull me over because they know I'm going to work based on my plates and how I look. But they are perfectly okay with using drug dogs as probable cause for like a hit. The funny thing is I'm really big into like the true crime stuff. They trust drug dogs, but they don't trust cadaver dogs because dogs aren't reliable, which I find it hilarious.
They don't trust cadaver dogs? What do you mean?
What's a cadaver dog?
So there was one case with some girl that disappeared from her college dorm room. I'll have to find the case. And basically, a bunch of cadaver dogs that people hired privately hit on a specific place that they think she's buried in the backyard of a house, but they won't take that as reliable evidence.
Wait,
They'll take
I can
as
answer that.
reliable evidence.
I can answer the why behind that, I think, not to interrupt you, because one of my best friends is a canine cop. And if it was a privately hired dog, unless it has been certified with the county in which the work is being done, and it's gone through certified training and all that kind of stuff, it has to be certified through whatever jurisdiction they're doing that work in the investigation. That's why they're not going to take that take that dog seriously, for lack of a better word, because the same thing could happen if a cop and his dog, if you get bit by a cop's dog, and that dog is not certified and has gone through the county, city, and state certification to the letter, you could sue that cop and that precinct and that whole whatever municipality for every dollar they've got if the dog is not certified the way that it should be.
So the dog was certified, and actually, don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure the person who handles it is the one who does the certification for the cadaver dogs. And they only wanted them to take that as probable cause to use their own cadaver dogs, and they still wouldn't do it. But they trust dogs all the time for their drug busts. It's just kind of backwards.
So when you ask for a cop's name, do they have to give their dog's name too then, in other words, or you should be asking for their dog's name?
No, it's attached to their partner's attached to them. It's like a package deal. Have you guys ever seen how they train those dogs though? Because I've actually put the bite suit on. I've been in the room when they're doing their recertification and stuff, when they're getting hits, finding coke and meth and weed and everything. Like at least down where we were at with my buddy and his precinct. Those dogs are smarter than most of my friends. It's insane what they're able to do.
Well,
And they're terrifying.
Breed.
Well, they have Malinois where they're at, but you put on a bite suit, why anybody even hey, word to anybody listening. Cop with a dog says stop, I don't care if you haven't done anything. Just stop. Stop. You don't want that dog on you. I've had them on me. They suck.
It's the Kristen Smart case is where they wouldn't take cadaver dogs, but yet they do it all the time in law enforcement all over the country for drug busts.
What part of the country was that in? I only asked that because if it was somewhere down like in some no-name parish in Louisiana, I wouldn't be surprised if it was
California.
Yeah.
Like there was
10 minutes left.
evidence to suggest that this specific guy took her, and everyone suspects she's buried in his mom's backyard, and they want to they want to basically go through the whole thing. And cadaver dogs have hit on the soil samples that there's like decomposing bodies, but the police like almost refused to excavate or to like completely redo the backyard because they added a bunch of concrete after she went missing.
So what you're saying is the cadaver dog said to hold GME. Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly.
Yeah,
finally,
we got.
someone got it.
Should I buy GME right now?
That's what the cadaver dog meant.
While we're actually on the cop subject, though, the reason why I initially looked into breathalyzer because I heard a news story in the States about some guy getting pulled over and then put in jail because a drug test came back positive for meth, but in fact it was just Krispy Kreme donut droppings on his shirt. And that right there, I'm like, okay, that's a big problem if someone's going to jail over Krispy Kreme donuts. I'm going to look into see how their drug testings are. And apparently, it's a big problem in the States, you guys' drug testing. And that's why I looked into breathalyzers.
Have you had a hot, fresh Krispy Kreme donut in Canada?
Oh my God, it's the best.
I guess it is kind of like meth, but you know, you should.
You don't. If you have to say guess, if you have to say I guess, you're out of your jurisdiction, Donnie. You're out of your jurisdiction because those are drugs, my friend. Those are a narcotic where I'm from.
So
they are
I have
amazing.
something to add to that. I did an internship with the police department when I was in school, and a big reason why law enforcement doesn't want to legalize marijuana is because you can't do like a breathalyzer quickly like you can with alcohol, and so they can't basically like test you right then if you're under the influence.
It's all blood test right now.
So that's part of the reason. So if anyone ever comes up with a way to like create a breathalyzer to determine if you're high, that will drastically change laws
Hound Labs and below.
But the other thing is like, if you had a baby wipe and you go through airport security, it can trigger the like bomb making stuff, and you can be stopped because baby wipes also set those off.
Big problem with drug tests in America.
Babies
There's
bomb
a lot of like
diapers.
weird things. So like I know I've had I had one friend get off on a DUI because they challenged when the breathalyzer was calibrated and it had been too long, and so it was void. So like there's a lot of like little things in there too that you can double check, because they got same thing with speeding tickets. Cops have to calibrate their machines, and if they haven't calibrated their machines according to how often their rules say, you can get out of speeding tickets too.
Interesting. We were talking about Cameco yesterday, right? That's the uranium folks. I guess they're gonna have their earnings report come out tomorrow.
Like I said, they when they don't like prices of uranium, which have been down since Fukushima, they close up their mine. So that's the one thing I like. Same with the lithium mines too. They don't like the price of lithium. Shit gets shut down. Tesla gets fucked. Everybody gets fucked because they don't like the price, right? So that's the one thing I like about them, to tell you the truth. But uranium is still, that's a long-term plan for me. I haven't bought into it yet, but that's like a long-term. That's like maybe pull out when I'm 80. Hoping that nuclear reactors become a thing again. And even then, Bill Gates came up with the technology to use nuclear waste. So that's kind of contradiction my buy there, right? So
Here's the Morningstar Bears report. It says a good deal of nuclear renaissance hinges on China's new build activity. Uranium prices would suffer if China were to fall seriously short of its ambitious plans. Post-Fukushima reactor shutdowns have mired the uranium market in oversupply. Public sentiment towards nuclear power worsened in the wake of Fukushima. Germany plans to shutter its entire nuclear fleet by 2022, and the timing and quantity of reactor restarts in Japan, home of the world's third largest reactor fleet, is highly uncertain.
now you cut out there.
But the bulls say Cameco can increase uranium production substantially over the next several years. The continued depletion of secondary uranium stockpiles will put increased onus on mine supplies to meet rising global demand, lifting
That was my thought on it too, but from my understanding too, these nuclear waste piles or whatever, they can run a nuclear reactor for a very long time off the waste. The waste is not like illegal. So like the reason why I like chemical though is because if you look at it since Fukushima, it's hit its bottom and it's not gone below that. Its bottom was like
Did you know this
$12, I
though?
think.
So the Morningstar report on it says that Cameco owns several of the world's highest grade uranium deposits. The company's McArthur River mine in Saskatchewan boasts ore grade concentrations 100 times higher than the industry average.
I know it's the best mine in the world apparently because I was looking at lithium prices and I'm like, that's too pricey for me. Like $100 a stock. I'm like, okay, so the lithium's the EV game. I was like, okay, well, think here. And I actually have an app on my phone that gives me commodities and its prices. And I was going through them like uranium. Okay, Bill Gates is starting to talk about it again. Okay, why is it still like $20? I think it goes by metric ton. I forget. No, I forget the exact weight it goes by on a commodities chart. But yeah, I was looking at it, I'm like, it's still bottomed out. And then I did correlation with Fukushima. And that's the only reason why I want to buy it, because I'm buying it on the low if I get in this year. And then I can hold it for whatever, decades on end. It pays dividends apparently. And yeah, I can just hold it forever and collect dividends off it. And then hopefully nuclear does take off. And then I'm sitting on hopefully a gold mine. But that's just my mindset. I'm not a financial advisor.
Yo, can I see them diamond hands? I just bought a couple shares of GME, so I'm in it.
GME works out, you're gonna see these uranium hands.
Yep. I'm going in just because I want to get my average down, and I feel a lot better about my average now. So let me see them diamond hands for GME.
I'm sorry to disappoint. Comments. I'm not Ashley or Britt from Crime Junkies. I'm in Nebraska, not Indiana. But I kind of wish I was then.
No, you don't wish you were in Indiana. Come on.
No, I want Ashley and Britt's Crime Junkie podcast. I want to do that.
I'm actually Britt from Crime Junkie. This is my real voice.
I got new headphones here. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
You loud and clear.
Awesome. Thanks. So after close, I was thinking maybe everyone can call out their best performer for the day, because we all know what our worst ones are.
I don't want to call my best performers because if I would have stuck that GME money in there, yeah.
Hurt too much.
Oh yeah, it hurts right now. It does. Like I want to go to bed. I want to go take a nap.
I feel you. There's always that one stock in your watch list, and you're just like, shit.
Watching Cameco go up now is watching it at like $14, $13, at like $19 now. I'm like, shut your mouth, you mother. Whoa.
The thing is, it's like there's always gonna be new plays, so that's what I try and think about whenever I.
Yeah, but the uranium's not a new play. It's a futuristic play, and you're getting in on the best company on the low. So it's like a get now or forever regret in my eyes. But that's like still betting if like Japan and China and all these countries are actually going to successfully go back to uranium. Like she said, she makes a good point. If they have to bail out on these plans, the mine will be shut down again. But at least I know its bottom. Its bottom was $13 for the matter of like a decade. It didn't drop below $13. So to me, they
Cameco did.
managed.
Cameco
I look
went
at
close
Canadian.
to like
I look at
$6
Canadian price,
and
so
something.
$6 and
Okay.
something.
In the
So
US,
yeah,
something after that March COVID dip.
yeah, so it could have dropped. Yeah, so it was probably around $10. But either way, yeah, like COVID hit it. So Fukushima hit it. It dropped to $13, and COVID hit it, even though their mine was already closed and they weren't producing anything, and it dropped another $3, let's say. So even then, it's like I know they're pretty good with managing money. It looks like if they they managed to keep the mine going for whatever it has. So to me, it's like you know, I feel comfortable parking my money in here for a while, especially if they're going to pay dividends. I don't know if they do or not, but I think I remember they do. So,
What stock are you talking about?
Cameco,
What's it at right now?
$19.27 a stock.
For American, it's like 15.
Yeah.
That's still not like super expensive, you know.
And you know it's
You
bottom
just
exactly.
you may not see returns though for a while.
Oh no, that's
the
like
thing.
decade stock you sit on like for decades until like if as soon as you see China and Japan's uranium or nuclear reactors up and going and they transition from whatever power grids they're on now, that's when you're laughing. So it's a little bit of an early gamble, but at the same time, you know it's bottom from a pandemic, and you know it's bottom from the world turning away from nuclear reactors. The world turned its back on it. Fukushima happened, everyone's like, yeah, fuck that, we're good. We're gonna go with what
Market's
we've been doing.
closed. Market's closed, and GME is at like 50. Well, after hours now, 49.36.
Yeah,
Closed
49.99.
it.
All right, what's your best performers?
Drop it like it's hot.
Mine is. I gotta change this to percentage. Let me do percentage. I'd say it's between Oxygen and Afria. Oxygen probably. That's my total. But daily it's Afria.
Yeah, when my funds clear, I'm definitely getting oxygen tomorrow at open. Hopefully it dips more, at open. I can get it then.
Yeah. Afria got 25% gains on that today.
Are we just looking at daily growth or just today growth, right?
Yeah,
I was just
did
thinking,
daily.
what's on the top of the gains for today? Just to call out, good performance.
Because like I'm
Not that you
down
want
on
to get
stuff,
into
but
them right now, but
like I'm down on stuff, but like I have stuff that grew like 40% today, but it's like stupid garbage shit, like weed stuff that I bought 10 years ago, but it did grow 40% today. Fire was one.
How did AMC and GME line up today? Did the graphs look pretty similar?
For AMC and GME?
Yeah.
Yep, pretty much. Pretty much. The same dips, the same. Yep.
yeah, my biggest performer today was Piedmont Lithium. That's actually been doing really, really good since I bought it.
Hell yeah, man.
Nice.
I've got a couple different brokers, so I'll kind of just give you the tops. So Ocugen for sure. I'm up let's see, it's 191%. Then I've got Under Armour actually is up for me 108%. I bought in really really low and I've been surprised. And then Snapchat has also been a good one for me. It's been up 60%. So
How long ago did you get in Under Armour?
ooh, I got in like May. I think I bought each share was like $6.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah,
I
back then everything was on sale. Everything. I was getting this Coach Women's Purse Company, whatever, Coach Kate Spade. I was buying their stock for like $12, and it was a quick flip in like the matter of 3 months. I flipped it. I made like a K. I turned a K into like 6K just off that mindset that they were way undervalued at the time.
I wish I
I
had got into all this when COVID hit. I really do.
I
Yeah.
got in May 2020 and I picked the Under Armour stock purely without really thinking about it because like I was just like, "Oh, I like Under Armour. Sure, why not?"
Exactly.
So, like I
That's what
mean,
they say to do.
It's the mindset you have to have that consumer mindset
yeah,
when
that was
It's a good call.
that was pure instincts on that because I had no clue what I was doing. I was just making decisions based on what I liked. And so some of them worked out really well, which is where I got that one mutual fund, the MILN, and some of them didn't. So it's a mixed bag, but uh, yeah, I'm pretty happy with that one, considering it was so cheap.
Anybody else? Your biggest daily percentage change?
Well, mine's gonna be SNDL and tops, but then also Ethereum and Doge if I'm taking into account my trades and how what I've been able to do with them. They didn't necessarily go up today, but yeah.
Zomedica for me, it's been doing really well. Like I got in like I think early January or something at like 50 cents.
Which one is it?
Zomedica, ZOM.
Oh yeah, Zomedica. Yes, people are really into that one right now.
I got into it because like people lose their minds for their pets, and they have product. So
They're my
You're right.
children.
That's totally the truth, though.
It's
Yeah,
true.
I don't have children, and I don't plan to, but I have my dogs and my cats, and I will I have them on health insurance right now.
yeah, exactly. Like there's okay here.
I literally bought into that stock because I know how I am about my pets. So I was like, I know a bunch of other people just like me. So yeah, this is especially with what the technologies that they're about to launch. So for me, like just looking at it, I do one of my dogs, he has a lot of health problems and I'm actually probably gonna buy into that product because he needs that. He's an aging dog and it's so expensive to pay for the veterinarian stuff. So
I see like that people that have pets and like that have been through things, pets are so like therapeutic for people, you know, like I've seen it firsthand. People get through like really traumatic problems because they have the pet, you know, and the pet loves them unconditionally, and they're always there every day for them, you know. So that's
The
yeah,
other thing I do too, before I buy stock, let's say like the veterinarian one you're talking about, I always search competitors, and you will find them. Like if you search whatever this company name is, and then competitors right after, it will give you will find that list, and you can see, who else in the business is actually what they have and their aspects towards it and stuff. And sometimes you will find better companies that will, you know, topple the other ones too. So always search competitors as well.
anybody else want to share top gainers? YouTube Any of you folks want to share any of your top gaining stocks today? Eric says he feels stop's gonna explode. Jack Green is saying GME
51
going.
after hours for GME.
Hell yeah. CCIV and still going up.
Dude, this is crazy. Honestly, like the people are hitting back.
Was the short interest supposed to update today? Did anyone see
We
what
won't
that
know for a
is?
couple hours. It's usually like 4 hours after the market closes. They get all
Oh,
the
okay.
and whatever. But even then, they don't have to release short position. They can just lie about it or not release it. They don't have to release it. So
Oh man, I'm making popcorn. I'm sitting tight. This is crazy.
tell me about it.
How about that battle for $50? Holy smokes!
Look at it go! Look at it go! What is
I called
happening
it.
right
That's what
now?
I'm gonna. I watched that battle for
It's
$50
just going.
all day. It just wanted to be 51, no matter what. People just wanted it to be 51, and now
It's almost like 50's that threshold, and like they know, like
That's a huge.
so pretty much like we're just the pawns in this game, and
I
the
think
only
what saved us is not everybody has Disney giving them the news. Like people from around the world are honestly buying this. It's like the people around the world are saving America's ass. I think with whoever bought this GameStop. To tell you the truth, sorry to cut you off.
They are
Oh no,
buying
it's
it.
good.
and
It's
once it
going.
gets down to that $50 mark, I think they drove it down too low because then it's like, well, am I gonna buy another video game or save GameStop? Hey,
Yeah,
save GameStop.
I totally just bought a share like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah,
Or right
exactly.
before they closed, because I was like, fuck it. Well, I'm trying to also bring my average down, but I was like, all right, gotta see what we can do.
I'm hoping my prediction was right. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. Who knows?
What was your prediction again?
Oh, that the report would come out. It would be a fake number, like a really low number, and people would just sell.
Oh gosh.
Or sorry, no. So sorry, the number would come out. It would be a fake number, and then they would do like I don't want to have to keep saying it because people are like, oh, shut up, it's not short ladder attacks, but like literally, if you go to the real time GameStop trades, there's like just a plethora of.
It's like a tennis match. You can just watch it go ping pong, ping pong, ping pong, like 300, 300, 200, 200.
Even
No,
hundreds,
it's like 100 shares, like all the way down. There's like some ones that are like 200 to 300, or some that are like 248 or 272. But if you watch the real time trades, it's like 100 shares, like 8 rows down, and then like another 8 rows of 100 shares. It's like, dude, it's so obvious.
And then they throw in the token 2038 or something.
Yeah.
So it's not all hundreds.
There's a guy, Jack. Oh, sorry. There's a guy, Jack Green, on the YouTube chat that's saying something about GME got a 300% short interest. I don't know. I think he might be spamming, but
Yeah, where are you getting that from? There's nothing out there right now.
yeah, like where is that information coming from?
Sorry about the tickers, guys. It's Tame the Arc who controls that, and he's stepped out for some bit now.
He's got so many tickers up.
Sorry.
Come on, Tay, where are you at?
We need
yeah,
some
I just
message.
posted it in YouTube. I'll post it again, but don't ban me for spamming. Just so people can see it, the NASDAQ.com market activity. So that will show you the real-time GameStop trades. You have to keep refreshing the page to like upload it. But it shows you like real time. And if you watch it, like, trust, you will see just a shit ton of 100 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, 2031, 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, 200,
Oh,
100.
my bad, fam. That was me changing my position. Sorry. Was I supposed to hold on to those?
I'm gonna
What I'm
put a
saying is
link
when you look at those
from
trades and then
FINRA.
watch the chart, you see the way it go down without like substantially without the volume. Like this is what I mean. Like you have to watch both at the same time, and then you're like, wow, yeah, that's super obvious.
And then when you see the upward volume, it barely ticks it up, and like the littlest bit of down, like it's crazy. Yeah.
I think that's what all those token ones are, is them buying back, but it's like it's not enough in rapid succession to really jack the price up. Do you know what I mean? Like you sell back and forth really quickly 100 shares, or I don't know if it's like options, like they're playing a game with options where it's just like they can keep, like they just keep doing it over and over again, and they don't
Yeah, it's almost like
they don't end up
create a
having to
market
pay
for
the
themselves.
commission because of the interest that they gain off of it, the premium or something like that, and then they just do it back and forth, so it like they're paying each other back, right? So like neither side loses money, but they can still lower the price. That's what I think's going on.
Well, like today, if you look at it, they brought it down $10 during the day, right? And it's bumping back up a little bit now. So I mean, they had a $10 window there that they could have shorted and played the game and brought their shorts down, and then boom.
I don't know, man. Mark Cuban's saying long and loud, so
Hey, bro, yeah, if you just YouTube GME data scientist, there's this kid who found this paper from 2013 where the SEC was warning about these like stock option attacks that can bring down prices, and it made a lot of sense to me. And he was saying that's probably what they're doing right now.
that Andrew Moe guy.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah. Did that guy make sense to you?
I'm not sure which video exactly it was you were referring to. I watched a bit of his live stream, and I sent him a super chat saying, "I'll still hold when it hits 0, tungsten hands." And he replied to it. It was awesome. I got my tungsten hands call out on stream.
Hell yeah, brother.
Yeah, but I didn't really see that where he was talking about the video from 2013 or the article or whatever.
Yeah, it was I think like 2 or 3 days ago he posted it.
Check it out. I'll be back in a little bit.
Later. Did anybody else get into the Reliance IPO today?
Yeah, I got in there around 5 something, 570 something.
Nice. Yeah, I was working wicked hard today. By the time I had time to do it, I got in at 6.2, 36 shares. I'm down like $15, but I'm hoping tomorrow it'll kick. Blink charging, BLNK, is another one of mine that's been doing really well since I got in.
Has anyone seen the stock GMBL? It's esports gambling, and I guess they filed for a license application for New Jersey.
What, it's just specifically esports gambling? Because I can tell you right now, all these sites offer esports. You can bet on it. So if it's like, yeah, if it's just an app for gambling specifically for esports, there's already a huge market for it on other apps.
Whoa. Up 4.95. Am I saying this right?
5.03.
Whoa.
52.59. Man, I don't care what happens with GME. I hope it skyrockets, but if it don't, I feel like I have a baby in the process, you know? Like, if it goes esports, if it does this and that, I got a little baby I can take care of, so.
You gotta push, man. We gotta push.
I know, that's it. Just push.
Hey, yo, this baby's been breached for a hot minute. This is going to require a cesarean. I'm going to break it to everybody. We're going to have to do some
Better
work.
squeeze.
Heave. Oh.
Push, GME, push.
Somebody going to have a baby a year from now, going to call it gamey.
I'm so mad at myself.
Baby diamond boy.
If you guys want to search up a tech stock, it was literally like $10.
Yeah, this
last year.
guy's clean, man. I like his explanation of stuff. I just posted it in general for those who don't know. Andrew Mo.
Oh, Tame.
Another Andrew. Hell yeah.
I was gonna say Face Drive. These guys are the ones that invented the push app or whatever you see in Apple phones, apparently, where if someone has COVID, apparently, I don't know how they'd sign up for it. I have no clue how it works exactly, but it'll push a notification to someone's phone letting them know someone has COVID. The company was called Face Drive. They were like $10 back in March or whatever. Now they're at like $52 a stock. It's crazy.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna go run and do some errands. I might be back on the Discord later, but keep me posted. I'll be listening.
Catch you later. Bye.
Travel
GME,
safely.
Gem Hints. I will. Thanks.
I got eyes for GME.
Got these diamond hands all over GME.
It's punching.
Yo.
Hell yeah.
Good shit.
Hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah. You mowing the lawn?
What is going on?
Sounds like he's mowing the lawn.
Seriously.
Do that or a generator.
Yo, hell yeah. You mow that lawn, dog. Yo, John Deere for life, bro.
But I was also looking into that autonomous lawnmowers. I couldn't really find much of a market on it, but yeah.
That seems like a dangerous one, like the friggin' those vacuum cleaners. If you don't, your barrier on the stairs doesn't work. It's like falls down the stairs. Like,
But if they're
think
gonna
of
do it
the
for
worst-
cars, you'd think lawnmowers would be before cars, right? I would
True.
assume.
Yeah, a good place to test it before you.
Everybody
You
in
know,
the YouTube chat, I highly recommend you check out that Andrew Mo's channel. This guy's really, really, really smart. He's got the inside scoop. And yeah, throw up some diamond hands in the chat. GME, let's go. Thank you, Guy Williams. If you haven't hit that like button, would you do me a favor and gently annihilate it?
So, have we heard anything on the paperwork that's supposed to come out? Or report, I mean?
I don't know. It looks like somebody might know something though, because
The buying pressure is like massive right now if you look at the level 1 data.
Plus 6%. Holy mother of Lord.
Go, 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 go.
We're
Nah.
going parabolic. Let's do
I
it.
almost wonder if this is like rumors pushing it.
Well, AMC and GME are not together anymore. They're not doing the same thing.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, if people have the inside, we got a big report coming. It's like, holy shit, I should buy some.
Uh-oh.
AMC is up on a swing though, just not much. It's just
Change
barely.
in pattern means something, you know.
Yo, I might have to put another pair of socks on because mine's about to get blown off, bro. Anyway, I gotta get some duct tape around these ankles.
Hey, is everybody packed? Quick.
Oh, my bowl's packed.
Just throw whatever you can in a suitcase. We're going.
So whoever was talking
it's
about
no time.
ayahuasca earlier, are we actually gonna go on this retreat if Gamestop blows up? Go trip out and be rich
X
as
the
fuck?
kid X.
No, I thought it was the
scroll
island.
up. I posted it. Andrew M. I posted it in the YouTube chat.
Getting close to 7.
Yeah.
There you go. AMC's following suit.
I just wanted to let you know AMC and GME are not tied
7.5.
together. Don't be confused by that. AMC is not short, and the Chinese corporation probably sold their shares, dropping the price down below $6 for AMC.
At
We've
least it's
also
up after
seen-
hours though. I thought I was
Yo,
doomed for
8%
AMC.
up.
We've also seen after hours rises like this, like the pre-market rises too.
9% up.
Not with GME, not like this. Not in the last week at all. After hours is kind of like poo poo caca. Like this is, I don't know.
Almost 10% up.
Like caramba. They must be counting shares, I guess. Finally.
Or maybe they're just buying the rumor and then they're gonna sell because they know it's gonna go down after the info. So they're buying now to sell a little bit higher.
Going on 11% up.
Yeah, because they can still sell before aftermarket closes, right?
Or
Guys,
it's been a
whether
pleasure.
this is it or not, enjoy it. You know, this is fun. This is
well,
good.
somebody
This is
somebody was
the
saying
stuff
something
right
about
here.
February 19th too.
It
AMC
is nice
is
to
almost
see it come
6%.
up.
That's awesome.
Going on 12%.
60, then I'll be impressed.
They were going booga booga booga.
That would be
the
their
whole
other
week,
play to cover their
you know?
asses, just right along the squeeze with us, right? And then like accumulate as many shares as you can, and then just play the squeeze out, and then get your money in, and hopefully enough to cover your ass, kind of thing. That would be another play for them if there is short interest. I have no clue. No clue.
Yeah, wow. GME 56. Let's go. GME 56. Let's go.
Where's Biscuit with a to the moon when we need him?
We we just need Elon being like much wow right now.
Oh, if something
then-
was dropped on top of this, yeah. Oh, I mean the
And then
momentum
everybody
here
just dump all their Doge and then buy
All
up
you
that
need
GME.
is deep fucking value posting his position that he's still holding, and that would be it.
I'm gonna try my best. Ready? To the moon.
To the moon.
To the moon.
To the moon.
Everybody do their best Biscuit impression on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
To the moon.
To the moon.
To the moon.
What is up, my American friends?
Yo.
He's way more suave than I am. Yeah, seriously, where is Mr. Camel Token? Wonder if he watered his camels today. Give him a nice sponge bath.
You almost get worried, like living where he is. It's like, shit, I hope I hear from him soon.
Exactly, man. Whew. We need to tell him next time he comes online, be like, dude, we need daily updates.
Yeah, like you can't disappear for like a day or two, dude, because we really start worrying.
Yeah, it's been doing that for a while, hasn't it? From what I heard, anyway.
I think Robinhood really wants to share all the shares that they, they sell everybody. I think that's one of their money-making activities.
Oh, it's just adding fuel to the fire, the fishiness, man.
Yeah, as long as people hold it and they can borrow their shares, the more people that hold, if they're with Robinhood, the more stuff they can do if they're borrowing their shares. Because
Yeah,
they
man,
don't,
something
those shares
stinks.
pop up in their account, but they can technically just borrow them, which is just creating an IOU and then do stuff with that. And then when it comes time for them to actually go activate the shares in the account and do something, they just get flagged on a computer or whatever, and it's just like, okay, we have the money anyways, the money's in there, whatever kind of thing. So. Yeah, there's a lot of fishy shit they can do.
How do you do that on Robinhood, the margin portion? I'm going to make sure that mine isn't on. Really? But how do you disable it? Damn.
Have you ever used it before, Tame?
Is the only downside to holding stocks in margin that they can borrow them?
And wait until it goes really down, like they did to some people on Dirty Thursday. I was reading things where they sold at the limit of the bottom of that situation on whatever that day was. They limited buying. When was the last time you used margin? So you never signed up for it, never used it, and now they're using it.
Sound
Oh
effect.
God, epic!
That's the truck delivering the money.
Robinhood just cut him out. They're like, this guy knows too much.
Man, that YouTube chat is glimmering.
Looks
Thanks,
nice.
Leo. Everybody fire up some diamond hands. You see those diamond hands? Diamond hands. I wish Miko was here. She's really good at singing. Or he.
Yeah. They.
He.
Let's just say they.
How
Yeah,
about
it's
just
they.
say Mika?
They, I'm pretty sure. They.
You can't go wrong.
they or he works great. I'm on my phone, but I'm driving. But
Love you,
Diamond
Miko.
hands. Love y'all, diamond hands.
See, and that's dope, man. Like, we're thinking about you. We miss you. Same with Biscuit, wherever the hell he is. He needs to give us a daily update, so we know that he's in good health.
Yes.
Everybody, is there a Doge emoji? Doge
A Doge emoji? Doge emoji.
DOG?
What happened to Bullish?
He's in Florida, apparently.
I
I
was
didn't know.
wondering
I
that
asked
today.
him about him the other night, and everybody's like, "Yo, man, he's like down in Florida with his girl, dog, like chilling out, bro." It's like, all right, cool.
He didn't go paper hands on us, did he?
Yo, well, maybe he should change his name to Bearish. Nah, he didn't. He didn't paper hands.
Did y'all see that? Did y'all see the chart on me? What I'm assuming on AMC and GME, how they look kind of similar. That little crook at the top there.
I'm almost wondering if, after 4 they just kind of turned off the ladder thing, and then they're like, "Oh, that's not working. We got to turn it back on." So
The attack shall commence in the AM.
From how I understood it, and as soon as the aftermarket hits, they buy up a bunch. And then that way they sell off a bunch, scare everybody to just sell.
Kind of makes sense about like selling the aftermarket. I mean, the price hasn't moved all day and usually just doesn't, or not usually doesn't, it hasn't, but usually went up or down like that for the most part, really. And then it makes sense like just off because who the hell now all of
Yeah,
a
AMC
sudden,
and GME are lined up, right?
yeah, who the hell all of a sudden, like just happens to be at after hours, they just play with it, so it makes sense. So I think so.
Interesting.
Yeah, so very much because it's like after hours. I mean, come on, seriously.
Like I said,
Somebody engineer a reverse ladder, a buying ladder.
I mean, that
It's
would
the only
cause
thing that
problems.
actually makes me afraid of it, that there's going to be big money that buying at the $50 mark.
Wow,
And they're going
500.
to cut their loss, or they're going to take their money at like, the $200 or $300 mark, and then who knows what that will
People
do to
are
market
buying
too.
it up.
So
500. Holy moly.
Hold on, I just got back to overhear part of that. Who's buying what shorts back?
I'm seeing a lot. Oh, I got level 2 on Webull. The bids are all random mid double digits and kind of, there's a couple triple digits, but most of the sells are doing the 100 blocks and the 200 blocks. So
Yeah.
right.
And to be clear, you guys are talking about GameStop?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, we better cross our fingers that the people who are on our side are paying attention to this. They should be buying back. They should be buying up more right now too.
Everybody waiting on this data, though.
That sounds great.
Wall Street has it target at $13.55 when I checked today. It was the Wall Street target. It's a stat you can actually, I don't know, I forget how they actually calculate it, but yeah, I can look up. Let's see. How does Wall Street?
Well, and that's come up from what they were saying, let's say a month ago, because they were, I think, at the 6 or whatever, or lower range. So they're probably now taking to all this after effect into their number at that. But we all know that hopefully that, you know, with Ryan Cohen coming in and everything, and hopefully the changes are going to come down. I mean, like Murdoch says, I mean, that guy isn't going to invest his money into a dog shit thing if he doesn't have a plan or an idea to put forth.
So I typed in how does Wall Street target get calculated, and it says price target formula in the forward PE ratio. The estimated earnings of the next 12 months are considered. The ratio is calculated by dividing the market price by average estimated earnings of the next 12 months. So it's based off average. So I guess it's an estimated guess is what they're saying. So yeah, I don't know if it's much to go on then, but
Hey, that picture in general, is that showing that there's more sell than buy orders?
Yeah, there's a lot more ask orders than bid. So I just posted the level 2 data I'm able to see, and what confuses me is I'm just seeing a lot of one share things. So I'm wondering, does that actually mean one share, or does it mean something else and I'm just not understanding it? Yeah. That's Thinkorswim.
So I'm now seeing on Webull, the level 2 data, the bids are starting to disappear. I'm getting dotted lines. So
Oh yeah, it's dropping. It's down to 51.
Yeah, I'm starting to think
There
my level
was
2 data is just
2,000 sell order at $54. I think that brought it down. Yes, as well. I think I saw 1,055 sell order. 2,000 at 56. I don't think it made it up there right now. That must be old. Yeah, I mean, they can easily make a ton of money doing this, can't they?
Think of all the people in the world they could have fed with all the interest they just fucking spent out to keep their money. Like they're spending money to keep their money.
Yep, that and just the what does each trade cost, right? Just the
Like
trade
how many people could have access to clean drinking water in the world right now?
For just the cost of trades over what? It's been like a week and a half to back
For
and forth
like a
this.
fraction of the amount of interest they've paid. This is what I'm
Right.
talking about. Fucking turns my stomach, dude.
So this is just like my opinion. I don't think that they really like. I don't know, when you look at how much money was printed out, just in 2020, and you look at what they're paying, like for them in their mind, they're probably like, we can make this up again, 5-10 years forward. So I think they wanted. What I'm assuming is that since you know we as the retail investor wanted to send a message, they want to hold their line as well, and send a message back. So it might not even just be about money, it might just be about principle, because they felt like they were getting effed, and now they feel like they want to do the same back. I don't know, it's just a thought.
Oh yeah, because this actually does squeeze. The media looks like the bunch of two-faced, manipulative bastards they should, if this actually does work out.
Exactly, because we know they are.
Like, how are they gonna explain? Let's say
Yeah,
some
I'm seeing
4-year-old
a lot
spending.
more even block numbers on the bid side now. So they're probably trying to get some of them back, but they're trying to ask in the 40s and crap.
Let's just say GME does go over 1,000, and there was like some guys like, you know what, I'm for the cause, and then he listened to the media all week, and he didn't end up buying it, and then GM does shoot up. It's like, how are you not accountable for someone that was actually listening to the numbers, wanting to make a smart, calculated investment decision, and you're sitting there bashing it all week, and they didn't do it? Like that is so friggin' two-faced in my opinion.
They'll
If it
probably
does happen, so we'll see.
pivot. They'll probably pivot to the underdog story because everybody loves an underdog story. They'll probably just switch right over.
But yeah, I hope everyone just completely just says screw cable news and forgets about it.
We saved all the teachers and firefighters' pensions. They're gonna do anything
Oh yeah,
they can in
you
the
don't hear that.
aftermath.
You don't hear about that news. That's buried deep. You don't hear about the Ontario pension, the pension plan pulling out 500 million from MAC. That was getting squeezed as well. I don't know if it still
Obviously,
is,
nothing
but
against teachers or firefighters, but I think they'll play any card that they can.
I feel like the biggest proof is watching both GME and AMC do exactly the same fucking thing.
Is there any of the other ones that were almost as big as, like, I know Nokia and was it BlackBerry that were pretty close? Are they following close trends or no?
I mean, I believe those companies have like long-term investment, but I do believe, like, when you look at how many names were thrown out during this, during GME during 2 weeks ago, it was like ridiculous. Like, you had company after company after company saying that you could go into a short squeeze, and it was kind of like, I don't know, it's kind of like so much BS started coming out, day after day, once the focus was on GME, so that it could break apart, and then you had the restricted shares um, happen. So it's just robbery to me in plain daylight.
In the day that they shut that down, I call it Dirty Thursday. That was the day Bitcoin hit 8 cents. It was just like, let's go look over here while we do this.
Yeah, and I think if anything overall, in this game, you're gonna learn lessons, and we don't hope that the lesson is learned to be in the situation that we're in, but it's kind of like I heard somebody say moving forward, like that almost mentality has to change in this sense to like ever do something like that again.
Personally, I'm done with meme stocks. I'm more into the more intelligent buys and the research and everything now that, I'm kind of getting up and up on everything. It's a smarter move to not get caught up in trends, I think, in the long run.
And if you are getting caught up in trends, you have to make sure you're ahead of the curve. You have to hit the trend before it happens. That's the only way to be successful with it. Like, you can't do it mid-trend. Like, no.
Although there was a great point to this one, I'm not knocking it down. It's just like, you got to be careful because in the end, I mean, none of us are trying to lose our money. It's great to make a statement, but I think a lot of people did get hurt, which is definitely an eye opener.
Oh yeah, no, believe me, I did. So I've had to use play money to gain some of that back. Was it his PlayStation 5?
What price did you get in at? Oh, I'm like, what, dude? Nice, that's pretty good. I think I'm a little ahead of you at like 70, 75s.
And there's me, 130 Canadian. I don't know what that would be American.
Together we are strong.
They're gonna be looking hardcore. Bro.
Hell
Like,
no. If you go and
yeah,
watch
no.
his videos, the way he approaches all these subjects, even the last one he produced when it was at $60, if you literally go watch his videos, it's Roaring Kitty on YouTube. Anybody can look at that and be like, wow, yeah, this guy is not out to incriminate himself. He won't give price predictions. He doesn't go down any sketchy rabbit holes with
There's a
any of his
video of him
commenters or
choosing his
questions he
stock
gets.
off the that shaky prediction ball. I was howling. I was like, "What the fuck?" People actually listen to this guy, but hey, I guess he doesn't. He's like, I don't know. Like, yeah.
I guess Congress does want to talk to him, but maybe to get his side of the story on maybe the other side. But they literally don't have anything on him.
That's the thing about Congress. They're so old that even them, like people, like financial advisors, have been coming to them for years trying to explain like phantom shares or IOUs, whatever you want to call it, and they just don't know how to concept it or whatever. And apparent, or they're just that crooked where they just bat that eyelash and they're just like, yeah, we don't care, let them do their thing. So it's either or. They're either really stupid or they're just that ignorant. So.
That or they're in on it, so that's why they look the other way.
All I would say, if you're interested in DFV, and all you've seen is his posts on Reddit, I would definitely encourage you to go and watch at least one of his YouTube streams before
Oh my
all
God,
this
yes.
happened, and know the person for
Such a
7
character.
hours straight. He sits on there. Yeah, exactly. He's a really, really awesome human being. So happy and
Seriously.
wicked friggin' awesome energy. So I would encourage you, if
Yeah.
all you know of him is the posts, please go watch his YouTube stream. So it's Roaring Kitty on YouTube.
He's just like this lovable character. I don't know. It's just something about him.
He
Super sweet.
spews wicked awesome energy. Oh,
And
awesome. It's just like,
info.
yeah, he's like, yeah, shit, man, yeah.
I love it. And he has a family, he has a wife and a 2-year-old, you know? Good vibes.
I think exactly. A lot of people, I think, see him living in his mom's basement or something. It's like, no.
No. They lived in a rental. Yeah, now he's gonna be able to afford to have a place, but man, just like a normal guy, you know?
It's
With a
one of the things I was
kid.
reading on Reddit. I don't know how true it is, but that's apparently why
Yep.
the government
And a
wants
lot.
to.
I mean, I've just hearing him talk. It's like, wow, I need to get smarter.
Super
Apparently that's why the
smart.
government wants to interview him though, because he apparently did work for one
Yeah.
of these brokerages or something, and he left. He gave
It's
his
nice to know
notice,
that there are people like that in the world. You know what I mean?
kind of thing.
Sorry, what'd you say about him giving notice? Was it overlapping with this or something?
I read, yeah, I read on Reddit a couple nights ago. That's why I don't know how like sourceable it actually is. But apparently he did work for a brokerage, and he has all his SEC licenses. He needs to be a financial advisor, from what I was reading. Like I said, I don't know how sourceable this information is. It's off Reddit, so. But apparently he gave his notice to like leave his job January 20th or something, right before it all popped off, and that's why they're interviewing him, because there might be a
I see.
conflict of interest if he was still a financial advisor at his brokerage.
Oh, I guess the name of the fund, Mass Mutual. He was an advisor that worked there. The former Mass Mutual broker. He left January 21st. Last day at the firm was January 28th. They had previously denied Gill's his last name, request to do outside work when he asked for permission to manage the portfolio of a family friend, according to the spokesperson. Mass Mutual could potentially face failure to supervise charges or sanctions from regulators, including the SEC. He was still a registered broker. It's unclear if he violated any securities laws. So someone says, as long as what Gill is saying is truthful and he's not breaching his fiduciary duty to his clients, if he has some, I can't think of a violation. Nicholas Morgan, a partner at the global legal defense firm Paul Hastings, told Think Advisor last week. If he is making false statements or putting his interests ahead of clients, that's a different situation. So far, hopefully he's in the clear. GME holding around 52, 51, 97, 52.
If my ma'am
Dominin says it had to pursue Kraken lawyer Sidney Powell across state lines to sue her. Kraken, isn't that the crypto exchange?
Yeah,
Nobody
it
wants to get
is.
sued for 1.3 billion, and that allegedly would include ultra pro Trump Kraken lawyer Sidney Powell. Dominant Voting Systems, the election tech company suing Powell, complained that she evaded being served with the billion-dollar lawsuit and forced investigators to go to great lengths to find her, according to a document filed Tuesday.
Oh, this is news right now. Okay.
Powell evaded service of process for weeks. Blah, blah, blah.
Oh, that's right. This news came out that they were gonna sue a bunch of people for defamation.
Powell is the conspiracy-minded lawyer responsible for the so-called Kraken lawsuits, which she claimed would demonstrate that victory had been stolen from President Donald Trump and help ensure his second term. The lawsuit, however, flopped. A judge in Georgia who dismissed one of the Kraken suits noted that it sought the most extraordinary relief ever sought in any federal court in connection with an election. So they're
Yeah,
asking
that's
for too much money, I guess.
That's another Kraken. They're just using Kraken because she kept on saying she was gonna release the Kraken, like she
Oh
had
yeah.
a bombshell, you know.
The Kraken is Norse mythology, also ties in with this whole white supremacy stuff. It's interesting.
$2,000-page lawsuit. Yeah, I would hope you'd ask for an extension to review that. Holy crap. What do they have on her that's 2,000 pages long? Like, are you serious? Yikes.
Mm-hmm. Because we're all waiting.
I looked up something that says 21 million on Ortex.
Here you guys go. You guys love drug companies, right? The FDA has
Yes.
authorized take-home rapid tests for 3 companies when it comes to
Ah.
COVID-19. One of the companies is Illumi, ELLUME. Another one of the companies is Abbott. And the third is Lucira, LUCIRA, all gonna have take-home COVID-19 rapid test kits, apparently.
Abbott's a tried and true, tested like pharma company, big pharma. What was the last one that you mentioned?
I was gonna
There
say,
was Illumi, the first one, ELLUME. Abbott, and then there was Lucira, LUCIRA. This article was released. I should have a time date somewhere. Apparently
Oh,
not, though.
Luciria is right here in Emeryville. Okay, nice.
It was released an hour ago. This article.
I've definitely heard of Abbott.
Abbott's like been around. They're hardcore.
Yeah.
Pharma. The other one, the middle one, sorry, the first one, Illumi. I think that's Australian. Yes, it's Australian. Lucira
There's
went up
other
$1
companies
today.
too trying to get FDA approval, but those are the 3 that apparently got FDA approval so far. So FDA approval, I guess, is everything. So
Yeah, Lucira was $22 on the 5th, and it shot up. Now it's up around 30. Nice gains.
gives you the price of the actual test. Illumi costs $30. Anyone can buy Illumi test without a prescription, whether or not they're experiencing symptoms. The antigen test will be available at drugstores and pharmacies and is authorized for anyone 2 years or older. Abbott is a $25 plus shipping, so you got to get it shipped with Abbott. Abbott's anti-gen test, Benanax now is cheaper but requires a prescription. So you need a prescription with Abbott. You do not need a prescription with Illumi. I don't get that. And Luciria tests are more expensive at $50.
What's the ticker on Illumi? I'm having a hard time.
I don't think I see
Let me
one.
try to find it for you in a sec.
Okay, while you're finding that, I gotta drop this. Everybody's got to hear this. Everybody in the YouTube chat, listen up. I'm on Reddit right now, and I'm I'll scroll it down, and it's just a bunch of people, diamond hands, obviously. This one person says, "Never let go, Jack," and then somebody else says, "Hold on." Then,
That's awesome.
Somebody else says, "Didn't Jack let go though?" And then they respond with, "Only after Rose chiseled his cold dead diamond hands off the door."
Yeah, no, she let him go.
And it's also funny when you think about how Leo also played in Wall Street or
Yes.
Street, right? I wonder how many shares of GameStop Leo's holding.
I don't know.
Wonder if he's in the 300 plus gang.
Yeah. Bullshit.
That man, I'm not gonna sue the legend.
That's horseshit, dude. If you whatever, if you watch his videos, he's never been like, "You need to buy this stock with me."
Never.
That's
Ever.
a huge waste of time because you would lose.
Yeah, if you look at his bull thesis, it's literally says, "I like the stock." That's it. That's all he's about.
He was always very careful as far as I can tell, but the way that the media likes to present it is they want somebody to be the scapegoat here. And they present people as if they're going to present him as if he's like somebody like you mentioned earlier living in their mom's basement. It's not even true. Or
Not
as
at
the
all.
bad guy.
Yeah.
It's just wrong.
In media, all the pictures and the way they talked about him kind of presented him as that way, as someone living in their mother's basement. It's like, no.
No.
This company's either private or very hard to find. I like it. Lumi, where are you? I'm like 20 pages deep right
we
now, just
haven't
trying to get a
gotten the
sniff of
report yet.
something.
Negative.
Did anyone look on Ortex?
Congress wants to be very careful how they approach questioning and grilling him, because I think that could blow up in their face for some of these people. If he does show up to testify, but I believe they've asked him to.
I just got here. Who are we talking about?
DFE, Roaring Kitty.
No, he's supposed to testify. He's are we still on air? Is this still on
Yes.
YouTube? Okay. I can
Yeah.
say this piece of information on the YouTube. I'll tell it once we're off air.
Say deep effing value. You don't need to actually say it.
No, it's a piece of information relating to all this.
Oh, well, drop the knowledge, bro.
Tame, you can mute him, right? I guess that wouldn't work very well.
You can just post it in general.
Yeah, Lumi is a private company.
Canada.
Big one too.
You get snow today because it's snowing bad up
No, there's no snow here really. Not much. I live in southern Ontario though, so our winters have been getting kind of more mild as the years go on. It's not what they used to be.
Snowing in Maine right now.
Yeah, shout out to Maine, New England. In Boston, it's looking like a winter wonderland over here.
Hell yeah, you guys are getting more than us. I'm actually on the skirt. I think I'm only gonna get 1 inch tonight. But...
Just the tip.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna make a snowman later.
That shit's funny.
It's been overcast here all day in the Bay Area, but it's like 60 degrees.
I hate you.
Sorry.
Love you too, buddy. Yo, hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. I love the cold. I just hate
It's like -15 here.
It's -3 where I live right now.
It's
not even
negative
cold.
something. I don't even know. It's so cold.
Like, that's a joke. I live further north than you guys, and it's -3.
I had my heater on last night and it's like 60 degrees.
Yeah, Celsius. Which still, if negative American, I think that'd be way colder than -3 Celsius if you guys are in the negative. No?
I don't use the heater. I just use the stream on YouTube to keep my room warm.
Fahrenheit. You guys are in the negative what with Fahrenheit? When you guys say you're like 20 Fahrenheit, that would be technically negative in Celsius, I think. Like 20 Fahrenheit's cold for you guys, no? Or is it like 30 Fahrenheit that's cold?
Anything below 32 is like freezing.
Yeah.
32 is 0 for you guys.
For all you guys that are in the EV sector and whoever has stock with Lucid, you might want to be checking out the news today with NEO. And not just the news, also on LinkedIn. NEO just posted today that they are looking for someone to come in to take over the related business and planning out an actual entry into the United States EV sector.
Damn. Their stock price is so high right now.
That's huge news.
It doesn't, from the article and from what it seems like, it doesn't look like it's going to be anytime soon. But then from the actual corporation, there's a few people within that are talking about they're going to try to start unveiling this year.
Okay, but what about Lucid Motors and CCIV?
Lucid Motors is in competition with NIO. Lucid is supposed to be second in place only to Tesla in the United States. If NIO gets a grip and gets a foothold in the United States to be able to sell EV, they're going to overtake Lucid.
Yeah, but I think
Wow.
Lucid's market is going to be more in like.
You got to remember, Lucid's not going to have a market in China either. Like they already beat Lucid by having a market in China. They could
No, but
give two shits about United States. Well, they
Lucid's
care
gonna be
about the
like
United
a
States
Middle
market.
Eastern.
The
Wait,
That's not
only,
the
sorry.
end of them.
Hey,
the only
wait,
thing Lucid.
Sorry, he was saying something when you cut him off.
I just try to stay on point with.
Yeah, no, the only thing it got going for it is that it has its foothold in the United States to where it can do business in the United States. If NIO gets a business license to be able to do business in the United States, they have more backing than Lucid does. And just like he said, they already have a foothold in China, which makes them a step above everybody
Which the
else.
funny thing is, Trump would be the better guy to block that Neil thing too. Biden's not really the guy to do that. He wants good relations with China.
You think they're going to let that kind of automaker come in and upset what's going on, though?
It's a
lot of people
factor.
Dan Ford's done for.
A lot of people forget that Biden invited the like a really high up person from Taiwan to his inauguration. So I don't think he's too friendly with China, as much as people think, anyway.
I just don't see Neo getting a foothold above Lucid here. I
don't
really
see
don't.
Lucid getting a
No,
hold above Volkswagen
I don't like Neo's business model
or
of
some of the other
replacing the
companies
batteries.
as well, or GM. I don't see Lucid getting over GM, and I don't see Lucid getting over Volkswagen in America either. That's just me though.
Yeah,
I think
I know.
Volkswagen is getting
Lucid-
not enough credit for what they're doing EV wise.
Guys, Lucid's market is going to be in the Middle East and mainly in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, that's true.
and,
Someone
the
did bring it
UAE.
up. Yeah.
So they
I
have
mean,
their market.
Their price point is 77,400. That is not your average like American consumer.
Yeah, we're talking America. I don't see it, but yeah,
I'll
Saudi.
tell you
then we're
right now,
talking
there's a
maybe.
lot of rich motherfucking people in Dubai who are going to buy a Lucid car, 100%.
Mm-hmm.
But these are the guys we're talking about that leave Lambos and cop lots for years on end and buy new ones instead of getting them out.
Yeah, and the Etherium and sand dunes like rolling over them and.
Yeah, just forgetting
How
about them. It's
does
like, all
that
right, we go get
put-
another.
Okay.
Craziness, man. I seen that one video. It's just Lambos in a Dubai car lot, and nobody cares for them. They're just all dusty, and it's just like they just go buy new ones. Apparently,
Did anybody see my big little chat blurb there in general about Lucid about an hour ago?
I'm
I'll
scrolling.
repost it just to keep it up to date.
What are you making?
What are you cooking? Oh,
one of the other
I'm
reasons
standing
why I
back.
went with Neil back in the day, because I was thinking a little bit outside the box, but like all it's gonna take is an advertisement with Keanu Reeves walking out of one of those, or stepping out of one of those cars, and that's it. Like that's what's gonna do it.
Because of
Dude,
Neo.
I thought the same thing, especially with his bikes and the way his bikes are, dude. I could so see him hooking up with this company.
Yep.
Mouse.
Yes, sir.
Just read what I just posted in general, because this is the information that I've collected.
Yeah, I read this. And then I made sure that I bought my CCIV on that dip today.
Yeah, see, this same. No, listen, don't get me wrong. I'm in CCIV, and I am fully backed by this merger and what's going on. I'm just kind of throwing this information out there to hedge your bets, pretty much. I mean, this is something, like I said, long term, not long.
I
Not
think
this
it's
isn't
good.
something soon. This is long term, and it's basically if you want to put an icing on the cake, it's okay. I'm fully into CCIV Lucid, but just in case they don't, I'm gonna take out some puts against, or hedge my bets against, against NIO.
I think it's good. I think it's good advice.
Like, if you guys talk about it from
Not
the Saudi
financial
market,
advice.
it makes sense, but like from the American market, it just doesn't make sense to me. But Saudi market,
Yes.
100%, and possibly, yeah. Well, then, yeah. But then when
But
you get to the American
Neo's
market, it's like,
probably going to be more affordable. That's the thing. I mean,
Neo
how
is
much?
more affordable, actually.
That's the thing. Yeah. Neo's
But
gonna have
how-
more
how
broad ranging.
And you guys got to understand the
They-
change in the market that's happening right now. The economy is literally changing, so there will be a lot more foreign and domestic products coming
No,
into the market.
We know the market's changing. But what I'm saying is that just chill out for a second. The what I don't understand about Neo, I don't see them as a sustainable business in the U.S. economy against Tesla because of the capacity issue. Like
It's not
they're
going
wanting to
against
replace batteries instead of charging them. That seems really
They
inefficient.
haven't released their battery yet. They have a battery they're keeping under wraps apparently until 2022 when they do get the states sorted out where it's going to go up to 650. So I don't know. Who knows? Like the EV game's so early, but at the same time the
Yeah.
government's pushing it so much. It's like, do you hop on now or do you wait? It's such a tough decision to make.
Here, but ask
So-
yourself this: who are the major competitors against Lucid in the Saudi market or the?
But how much of a
It would be the
does
Asian
Saudi
market, whoever's closest, right? So it would
Saudi
be
Arabia is
Neo.
not that
It would be
big.
Volkswagen. It would be I don't know about Volkswagen. I don't see them
She's
in the Middle
right.
East. I don't know.
Compared to
It's a limited market.
compared to China and the United States, I just don't see it. I can see. I mean, if you want to look at this way, it right now. I mean, Tesla is basically the number one in China, and NIO comes a close second. There is a third company, but the only thing that company is doing is basically making motors for the little scooter buggies that they roll around with. So the only biggest competitors right now in the EV over there is Tesla and NIO.
And if we allow NIO in here, and they did what like Subaru and Toyota
Well,
did
what
back
about
in the
those
70s,
Japanese?
and offer like a a $15,000 to $18,000 small EV, that could change things.
The one
And that's essentially what NIO could work on because they have their electric cars. But again, like I said, they also have those Chinese buggies that roll around on the streets delivering packages and everything. They're into both of those markets.
Does anyone know
Wow.
what Honda and Toyota and another one
I
would
know
be
Toyota's gonna be
Mitsubishi?
one.
What these what their plans are for EV? Because they obviously are not going to end up like Blockbuster. Mitsubishi is probably on EV like no tomorrow, but I don't know who owns them or I haven't
Dude,
looked into those.
have you ever seen
Jap
the
companies.
Mitsubishi EV? The thing looks ridiculous.
No, I haven't. Like,
Dude, look
is
it up. It
battery
looks like
technology ever
Look
any
it
good?
look it up. I can't remember what it's called, but it looks like an egg.
Because this is what I mean. Like
The
these
Honda
these
EV is
companies are not
badass.
going away. Like Mitsubishi, Honda, even GM companies. Like how that's the one thing I can't wrap my head around is how Lucid is going to compare with car companies that have been around forever. This
You
is the
say
one thing.
Americans don't want to
They
drive
said
an
the
egg.
same thing for Tesla 15 years ago also, and now look what Tesla did.
But nobody was
true.
pushing the EV. Like everyone was against it. All the companies because they want their oil and money. But Tesla's the outlier because they're like, screw you, we're gonna do it on our own, and they did. And now they see the traction with Tesla. They're like, okay, now it's time to be like, stop being stubborn. Let's get our money in. Let's develop this stuff, and let's get on the boat. That's what it's about now. And with these guys getting on the boat, like Lucid starting from, I assume they're starting from scratch or getting help from somebody. But like, there's so much like road to cover that these companies have already covered in my eyes. But that's just the way I look at it.
Yeah, well, now you're at the point of speculation, and at that point, you can just say, okay, who has more physical, hard evidence in doing what they're doing, and versus NIO with Lucid, or NIO is in the front runner. They have more physical, hard evidence proof with what they're doing versus what just
And then
in
go look at
concept with Lucid.
Volkswagen with what they're doing. It's crazy what they're doing with EV as
Yes,
well.
yes,
I wish
sir.
I would have bought Volkswagen over Neo, to tell you the truth, at the time.
Sound I hear when I look at this Mitsubishi.
I gotta look at that. I actually haven't seen it.
It's
I love
terrible.
the design of their car.
I would not drive that, dude. I wouldn't be caught dead in that shit.
Dude,
And
I saw a funny video, and it was like somebody recording
Oh
two
my
Hondas
gosh.
driving by, and it was like, what Honda drivers sound like, and it was like, I'm gay.
But it's not like they can't stick an EV motor into like something more pretty. Like they do have pretty cars, Mitsubishi, no? The Evo and the what are some of the other ones?
Like legit, how do you take your eggs? I take mine electrified.
Looking at this, I said I'd never drive a Cybertruck, but I literally would choose that 9 times out of 10 over this thing.
So get behind it, dude. You know that came from GoldenEye 007, right? And
The Cybertruck.
Yeah, man, it's in the dam.
Well, it also looks like the stealth bomber, the old 117A.
I like it, man. I like it. I did see
it's going on.
I did see a cool concept of a Tesla truck prior that I liked better, but when I saw it, I was like, all right, Elon, I get what you're doing here.
The one everybody wanted, but bending stainless, it doesn't do concaves very well as far as curves. So that's why that's why they did it the way they did, because it likes straight cuts, straight bends.
Hey guys, I'm trying to look into different angles on investing in EV, and I found a company, symbol is just LI, and their whole shtick is that they're going to take end of life lithium batteries and attempt to recycle them
Is
so
that
they can be
Elite
reused.
Auto?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
I read
exactly
in
what
the
we were
bit. I think they're correlating with. There's also another one called Geely, which I forget what their angle was on EV, but they grew crazy this year. They're at like $30. I think they're almost at 100 as well. I think they went hand in hand, Geely and Lee, if I'm not mistaken. I might be wrong about that though. It's what I mean. There's so many names out there. Geely, Lee Auto, like there's so many. Like it's ridiculous. And I don't see like all these car companies dying out. I don't see Ford like maybe I guess Ford will die out if they like I don't know.
I don't know about Ford, dude. Ford's been through some shit. I'm originally
Yeah,
from
man.
Detroit, and I've seen the worst of it through Detroit and how everything just tanked. And I mean, even when everything else and all the other factories were closed, dude, Ford was still going strong then, you know. So
Well,
I
my
agree.
log-
They're going to electrify their truck line. The F-150 is like the #1 selling truck in America. There's no way they're going to
That's
go
what I'm
down.
saying. So at what point does Lucid Motor, if Ford is still around and all these other companies have been around, at what point does Lucid actually get in on the American market, or which is the market they would need, I would assume, because Europe is competitive. As you got Geely, you got Renault, you got Neo now, you got Volkswagen. I can go on. Like it's insane. These guys.
With Lucid, I would bring up how Tesla started with a sports car. So they're throwing out a dime, a diamond right now kind of looking car, but there's no reason they can't walk that back and do something along the lines
Look, I'll
of.
tell you right now, I'd much rather look at that if they make that Bronco EV for it. Please, yes, put it in my driveway. I'm not going to be thinking about Lucid.
I thought they were making that.
I think so. They're looking to, if I believe so. But at the same time, I thought that Ford takes government bailouts like left, right, and center for like the longest time. So I don't know how their debt situation is either. But yeah.
Yeah, but debt works differently when it comes into like governments and corporations. Especially with those bigger corporations and then bailouts. Eventually, over time, your debt becomes less substantial, so it becomes like a minute point. Like even the United States, we still haven't paid off our debt from World War II yet. It doesn't matter because our gross domestic product, and how much we're actually exporting, versus the import. So I think it works differently with them, man, because honestly, they had all them big ass bailouts over the whole automotive crash in the middle to late 90s. And I mean, from what I've seen, they just, like I said, I was in Detroit after the whole bailout, man, they just kept building up and up, restructured, took down some factories, built some new ones.
You're talking about the 90s or the 08 crash? Because
So,
Ford,
I
I think,
know.
was the first one to pay their bill back full on, right?
I don't know if they paid the bill back full on or not. That's what that I'm unsure of.
I forget who it was. It was either
Ford was the first to, after the 08 crash, to go positive, pay all the whatever the help they got. They were the one that first climbed out of that shit first, I think. Yeah, I was deep in that shit. So yeah, I'm pretty sure Ford pulled out for.
And I think some of you guys were already talking about RE today, the Israeli EV startup.
That was in the news.
I don't know. My logic
open
on
that
it,
back up.
I'm just thinking car companies can come and go, but they're all going to need the batteries. So if you just invest in batteries directly.
Yeah, but with the batteries right now, where we're at with those, really, it's just coming down to the point of how quickly they can change those batteries, the LiDAR, if they have LiDAR, and how light the actual batteries are. You know, that's basically what all these companies are fighting with right now, is who's going to come on top and have, you know, these qualifications.
So there was I live like right above Detroit. There's Windsor, and it's a Canadian city. And I forgot what car manufacturer used to be there. It was either Ford or GM. But when they shut down that plant, that city went to shit. Like houses you could buy for 50 grand. Like it was ridiculous.
Oh,
Anyways, I
but
went to go check on the plant, and it's owned by the Stellantis now, the Jeep or whatever. And I don't know if it's up and running again, but if it is, it's actually pretty good.
That's
Especially
a
if they have a
good
plant
sign.
right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they're owned by the Stellantis people, a plant in Windsor right above Detroit. So there's right there ground to pump vehicles right through. So like there's people thinking way ahead of Lucid. Like this is huge that would topple Lucid. They have transportation right 20 minutes from the States getting right into Detroit. So I don't know. I look at stuff like this too, big time.
Possible for some of these companies like Ford and Lucid to get together, or maybe GM and Lucid?
That would be Lucid's play. Like in my eyes, their
well,
only play is team up with someone.
Yeah, the Lucid's in talks, and this is just very, very beginning talks. They're in talks with GM right now.
I almost wonder that because they've captured attention, and then like some of these guys are kind of dinosaurs. Like, well, if they're working on the technology, we've got the infrastructure, we've got the manufacturing. Maybe we can do something and meet halfway.
All right, there it is. Check it.
Which company did you say bought that plant or bought that factory building?
They own the plant Stellantis.
Stellantis. Okay.
Stella. They own Jeeps. They own Dodge.
I
They own
like
all
how the
that, but
video is stuck on.
Apparently, they only produce the Pacifica Hybrid, the Voyager, and the Grand Caravan there at the moment, from what I'm reading. So, like, if you watch that and you see that change over to electric vehicles or products of what they produce at the plant, then, like, you know, it's like, okay, go time. But yeah, I guess you can actually read up plants and what they produce, so that's actually good to know. Current products, actually, yeah, the Pacifica, yeah, it's still going until now. Yeah, started doing the Grand Caravan in 2021. Yeah, I plan on buying Stellantis. I'm not gonna lie. I'll gamble there. Whatever it's at right now, $15 a stock. That Jeep is gonna put an EV in, and Dodge Chargers are gonna be EVs. I'd much rather hedge my bet there because there's already a market in America for them. So that'd be the easiest transition to go over to EV for someone. It's like, I'm just gonna get the Dodge and EV. You know, people like it's simple.
I think I pulled the ticker down earlier, but what is that again?
I may or may not have a pre-order in for the GB.
The ticker on the NYSE is STLA.
Hey guys, can does anybody have level 2 data for AMC?
I do, but either I don't understand it or it's really crap because it's not showing the same number of orders other people were seeing.
Yeah, I posted an image on Generals. I got it from a post on Webull saying that there's a really large buy order at 550. Just want to know if anybody can confirm that.
On what
Like
stock?
550K or?
I think it's in the 200 millions.
I posted what my Webull is showing me at the moment.
Do you mean a large order at $550?
Biggest order I'm seeing right now on Webull is for 7,000 shares. AMC.
Well, I can't see exactly how many bids or whatever, but it looks to me like the most of the volume is around 52.01 and $52, and then there's another spike in volume at 52.31.
Someone's saying it sold for 109 in after hours. I don't know how true that is, but
After hours peak was 55.94 or something like that.
yeah, but I don't know. It just says that 2 shares sold at the price of 109.50. So I don't know if someone had a limit buy up or something, or a limit sell. And I don't know. So much I want to buy. Come on, GME. Let's go, hedge funds. Give up. Give up, hedgies.
Yeah, as a new trader, I'm learning a big lesson here on that. Where, for all the funds I've got tied up in GME, I'm looking. I could have made a lot more profit on a lot of other stocks in this time frame.
Yep.
You put your emotions into it.
Exactly. And that's why I diluted when I went even the other day. And I've got 22 positions open, and now I've only have 2 red stocks right now, is GME and AMC.
Cover your guys' calls. Always make sure when you can cover the calls, and anything left over, you're not feeling bad like you're stuck there in purgatory type of situation.
Exactly. I'd rather take a quick loss. I didn't flow everything out, but I'd rather take a little bit of a loss and then be able to have my options to move into different things than just be stuck. At one point, I had 80% of what I was willing to lose in GME, and it's like I can't do this.
And that's why I never invest my entire portfolio. I always leave like 500 in cash just in case emergency.
Yeah.
Guys.
Yeah, I'm a month in here, so it's like I'm learning the hard way, but I did learn. It's like I know I don't want to be 80% in GME right now. This is not smart.
You're like, there's so many good stocks. I gotta, but then then something comes up and you're just like, oh man, like I can't buy because I have no buying power.
Listen, guys, I don't want to be that guy, but I just want you guys all to get prepared and just really just put in the mindset of putting GME in that long-term portfolio and just try to start figuring out other solutions to be able to cover whatever you're in the hole with GME. Don't sell GME. Just hold it.
Yeah, I'm not selling it at all.
Yeah,
There's
but
no
at
point.
this point, if you guys just keep going on every day wishing for the squeeze, it's not going to happen like that.
Yeah, I'm not for sale, dude.
Hey guys, I just jumped back in. Are there? Have we gotten?
Numbers, and I missed it.
Yeah, I just jumped back in. Do we get numbers or no?
Nobody
I haven't heard anything yet. Nope.
So what you're saying is buy more GME tomorrow at first bell. Got it. Got it. Copy that.
I'll always buy more GME.
80% of your portfolio. That's what we're saying.
I'm going to be putting
Financial
a portion of my my earnings towards that over the next week or two.
Shay King's asking about in the YouTube chat VXRT. That's Vaxart. I don't know. I'm pulling it up right now. I don't have this. I don't know if anybody else
I
has
had
this.
that one. It was a pump and dump last week. I'm pretty sure that's the same ticker. I'm not looking at it.
It's like operates as a clinical stage biotech company, engages in development of oral recombinant vaccines. Products include influenza, norovirus, and other. Okay.
Remember, a lot of you can find out a lot of stuff on YouTube just by
Marduk, she was talking, man.
I apologize.
It went up like a ridiculous amount. Yeah, last week I think when we talked about it, and then it fell the next day.
Oh, I see. Oh, yeah. I see it. It did go up to like $23 and is now back down to $9.
You guys told me to sell and I didn't, and I should have.
What was that again? I glitched out. What was the stock?
Vaxart. It's let's see, I don't know where the name went. Somebody in the YouTube chat was asking about this stock. It's VXRT. V is in Vivian, X-ray Romeo Tango.
Gracias.
De nada.
Well, hey, buy a little bit of every vaccine stock, you're bound to win sooner or later.
Yeah, I didn't. That was one of my free stocks from Robinhood. So.
Yo, nice.
Oh,
Yeah,
cool.
for interrupting you, by the way, I didn't.
That's cool.
I'm super fucking rude.
It'd really be cool to find out who was involved. How did this pumping up happen on this? I mean, because that's a big pump.
Yeah, I should have exited it that day, and I didn't.
Well, what'd you buy them for? Are you in the red now?
I got it from Robinhood.
I mean, how much did you pay per share?
It was one of the free stocks.
Oh, well, you're fine then.
I sold it a while ago, though. Still, I'm pretty sure I sold it and put more into GME.
How's everyone doing in the after hours?
If I had short numbers, I'd be happier.
Sailing.
Amazing.
I had to keep going in on the chat because I had some stuff I had to take care of, but I just got back and I'm up 1.2% in after hours.
Nice, dude. One of you guys had recommended Afria today, and I'm up because I bought on a dip. It looks like a nice way to get in on the cannabis, right?
Yeah, Afria, your stocks are gonna get converted to Tilray stocks eventually, so that's gonna be a good game
If the
for you.
merger happens, they don't know yet. They're trying to see how the states. It's just a possibility on the table in case the states does federally legalize it. They can just get together. They realize they'll make much more money working together because it'll be easier for them. So it's a good play.
I thought
but
they
it
announced
hasn't
that the
happened yet.
merger is like, I thought that they announced it, that it's like happening on December 16th, that they announced.
I can research it more, but they announce mergers and stuff all the time. Then they cancel and back out, and because it's all economic.
Like the
Basis.
CCIG deal, but
Yeah.
I still appreciate the ticker and the suggestion. I think it's great, and I heard how
Yeah.
you said like if you have that stock, you can actually you're gonna get another share of that one. It's like
Yeah, you're gonna get 0.86, and as long as right now the numbers are looking good because according to the numbers currently, you're gonna make out with the profit, not only in value increase. Yeah, it's gonna be good.
Yeah, if he owns
Nice.
Afaria, he should get less Afaria stock if it's transitioning over to Tilray. I don't know how the merger exactly would work, but Tilray
It's
I think is worth
0.86. They already announced what
0.86 of.
Tilray for every one stock of Afria.
So that sounds like more than conjecture or just rumors.
No, it's like this has like been
Exactly. I only bought 2 shares, so it's not like it's not world breaking, but it's
Yeah.
one of the things in the green today. It's like
Tilray is at like $42 today, so
It's
I don't know.
amazing. It's amazing how I
crazy.
mean it was 20. It was like
They
27
have
last week.
6 billion market cap.
It's gonna be the world's
Afaria,
largest cannabis company. Why not?
7 billion. Yeah, okay. That's
So
crazy.
thank you, by the way.
Yeah.
Very
No
appreciated.
problemo. No problemo. I know that's one of my looking good. It's looking really good.
Yeah, I just don't know if it's a good idea to buy now though, because this might be the end of its peak. You know.
Yeah, potentially.
It's very hard to judge. So I don't see it really blowing up until the states legalizes it, because like I said, there's still a huge black market in Canada for weed. It's not like I go to the government store and buy Tilray's product, like unless they're selling it to the online dispensary I use. I highly doubt that though. But yeah,
Well, I live in America, and it's getting more widely accepted every day. Every day, and younger people are like, "Why not here in the states that it's not happening in?" I can
I think.
literally drive around with 2.5 ounces in Maine and laugh at everybody.
And how do you get it
You want
though?
me to
How do
be
you get your weed
honest
in
with
Maine
you?
though, if you don't mind me asking?
You
Like
want
a
me to be honest? I
dispensary
can tell you
or?
exactly why the people that you're asking saying why not here, because some places, and I'm being honest, marijuana makes more money for incarcerations than it does for sales.
He's 100% right. There's so many people in jail for growing large
Mhm.
quantities of weed. We even have people up here in Maine that were growing friggin' thousands of plants, and they're still in Fed prison, even though it's legal here now for
How do you buy your
commercial.
weed in Maine?
If I can get through it, it's going to be a little bit. It might be like a 2 minute, 3 minute thing, but it's been crazy. I can do it.
With them growing marijuana, it becomes not about the marijuana. See, like it's a. I know it's gonna sound crazy. Trust me, I definitely have my little aluminum hat on. But the problem with it is, yeah, you can grow marijuana. It's not a big deal. A lot of places are legalizing it, but it's an argument where you say if we're allowing people to grow it and they're selling it, then what about the income on it? The same way with beer. You can make your own beer, but they sell kits in a small enough quantity that you cannot distribute it, and
Can't
That's the
actually
sell
one
make a
it.
thing
profit.
Can
Canada
give
didn't
it.
think through was how
Yeah.
big the black market actually was, and that's why like I don't like I think it may be inflated until America opens up their borders and they legalize it and stuff. But at the same time, there's a huge black market, and that's why I was asking the one dude how he buys his weed in Maine. Do you actually get it off like a buddy, or do you go to the store?
So I can get into that, but you're right. I think across border, like how plants and fruits and vegetables, I doubt that Canadian weed is ever going to see the light of day in the U.S., dude.
I think in full legalization is inevitable. Like it will happen because the trends I'm seeing is especially people who live close to a state border, they can just go across the line, buy it legally, come back home. In at least where I live and the stories I'm hearing, most of the cops just don't care. They're not going to enforce it. And
They got more problems with alcoholics, opiates, and all kinds of other crap. They don't
right.
give three shits about weed, dude.
So my point is, when things like this happen, where the general public just accept it and they're just like, well, "This is a dumb law; it shouldn't be illegal," and damn near everybody feels that way, including the people who are supposed to be enforcing the law. Eventually, they don't have a choice but to just say, "Yeah, it's a dumb law. We got to get rid of it."
And Maine is getting there. I think we're kind of cutting edge. We watched what Colorado and Oregon did, and it didn't work out very well. But we voted in 2016 to make recreational marijuana legal. It took them until 2020, I think 2021, to open up recreational dispensaries. So it took them 4 years. The legislature and the governor. We had a Republican governor, now we have a Democratic governor. It finally went through. So it took 4 years for us to get our ass in gear and actually make the people's vote happen. People have been talking about South Dakota. Judge struck it down. It took a people's vote here in a liberal ass state to get that to work. So now there's dispensaries and it's just mob scene. So we are allowed to grow, I think, 3 plants per person. It might be 4 now. But if you're living with 3 or 4 people, or your parents live somewhere else, long as you put their names on them, each person can grow 3 or 4 plants, and you can possess as much as you can. As far as like transport, you can only transport 2.5 ounces in a vehicle in possession, and you cannot sell it as a kind of homegrown grower. You can't sell your stuff, but you can give it to people.
Yeah,
So
there's no
there's
way
the
to
barter
enforce
system
that.
coming into work.
Yeah.
Well, and
And they
we
already have
barter.
that barter system, dude. Like in DC, there's people that will deliver it, and they open up little stands. They give it away, quote unquote. They just want you to help pay for the gas of the truck, or you have to pay for the actual, like the gummy bears. You have to pay for the gummy bears, but the marijuana that's in them is free.
Right, right. I mean, I'm sitting on a couple pounds of weed from last year because I used my mom, dad, my girlfriend, myself. I mean, I grew friggin' 12 plants. I mean, it was like crazy. I
I mean,
might
as
not
long as you're
grow
doing it for
next year
yourself,
because
it's
I
not a
can't
problem.
get rid of it,
I think
I
growing it
can't
for
smoke
yourself
outdoor weed,
isn't
but
the
that's
issue.
just me. Like it has to be indoor. It has to be cured. It has to be down to like the nice little. I
I
can't
think
smoke
people
outdoor.
growing it for themselves isn't the issue, but the government and the people that are striking it down are trying to associate. If you're growing it, you're selling it, and that's what their stance is. If you grow it, you're selling it. Nobody's growing that much weed to smoke it. And it's like, yeah,
Oh,
we
buddy,
kind
if
of
I
are.
start growing,
It's
like
not
I'm
like
probably
that here
putting
at
30
all,
grand
dude. Trust
into
me.
lights and temperature gauges and just a bunch of shit like that you need to grow.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, and where you're at, maybe it's not a big deal, but the places that are striking it down, that's the reason why. Because it's like, why are we
Exactly.
need to get some money off of this? Like, this is a big business. We know it's a big business. We know that 1 out
I
of
think
4
I
people
read
smoke
California
marijuana.
pulled in 30 billion in tax dollars in 1 year after they decided to legalize weed or something.
He's
Something
right, and
ridiculous.
the hierarchy where you're at is not prepared for it. It's like even my state, it took them 4 years to like pull their thumbs out their asses. Like, how are we going to make money on this now? It's like, how are we going to test it? How is it going to get out? What do we do? Like, it took them 4 years because we're so new in this recreational market. We've had medical
Well,
for a
that
long
actually led
time.
me to research what happened in the beginning of the alcohol prohibition and once it actually legalized. And if you actually read into it, I forget where I was reading into it. It was deep reading. But alcohol, once it was actually legalized from prohibition, it had a lot of roadblocks. And with the government collecting its tax dollars, it was decades before they actually accustomed it the way it is now in corner stores and stuff. There's a lot big roadblocks with people still making their own and selling it on the black market. So it's going to be the same with the weed market. Like I said, history repeats itself. It's going to be a lot of roadblocks before it's going to be the younger generation that gets accustomed to going to dispensaries. And that's when you're going to see the maximum amount of profit they can profit off of is when they eliminate the black market. But it was a long time for alcohol black market to get eliminated. So
Yeah, and people
It
are
did take a long time.
super
Yep.
creative. They you're right, they can't enforce it. Because I remember, here's an example: cows and milk. Okay, people have their own cows. They're like, oh, I want to sell the milk. It's way back when the whole health kick started with organic everything, and that was super popular. But FDA says no. Milk has to be pasteurized. You have to go through all these tests. You cannot sell it that way. People want to buy it that way. They want to buy the raw milk, but they're not allowed to. So their trick is, okay, you're not buying milk. What you're doing is buying a share of this cow, and you get to go ahead and get your share of the rewards from this cow.
I can only drink raw milk because that's what I grew up on.
It's the best.
Wow, really?
Healthy.
Yeah, I grew up on a
Not
dairy farm.
pasteurized at all? Nothing? Just right out the cow.
Yeah, out of the cow into the milk tank.
apparently
and
pasteurized.
then,
There's
you take it
no
out of the milk
reason
tank.
to drink pasteurized. Apparently it kills all the beneficial parts of milk. If there is
Exactly.
any.
It's healthier for you.
Yeah, and you can make cheese out of it too.
I used to eat cereal with whole milk, and then I started using 2%. I'm like, oh my God, I can't do cereal with cream anymore. I can't imagine drinking cow milk, like straight out the udder. It's like, wow.
Yeah, I can't. I had my
What's
milk
the
addiction.
point of
It's over with.
That's funny because I grew up on a dairy farm and my dad still farms, and we had a milk, like a carton of milk we got from some kids meal, and my daughter saw the cow on it. She just found out that her milk comes from cows and like refused to drink it.
Smart.
Bovine lactose.
That's the biggest argument right now is with health professionals. They just say like humans are not meant to drink cow's milk because like it's designed for a baby calf to like reach like over 400 pounds in a matter of months or whatever, how much they grow, and that's
Yeah,
why
she's
it's
like,
unnatural to actually
Mom,
drink cow's milk.
why is there a cow on it? I'm like, well, it's milk. Milk comes from cows. Do you want some? No, I don't want that milk.
Smart.
Well,
I've
yeah,
been
but
drinking more water and orange juice. Like in my evening meals, I used to drink a big tall glass of milk. I have been trying to cut off that. Get rid of the dad gut
It's
a little
high
bit.
it's high in sugars.
I'm not even lying. I
Yeah.
used to drink 2 liters of chocolate milk a day, like pound it back, no stomach issues, fine. And now I go to drink. I stopped drinking for like a good few months on milk, and I go to try to drink now, and my stomach is in shambles. It's like, yeah, okay.
You
So
can
it's kinda
try
funny
8. Go ahead.
because my husband is actually allergic to milk. So if he spills it on his hands or drinks it straight, he like
Wow.
breaks out in hives or his throat.
Wow.
So it's kind of funny that he married a dairy farmer's daughter.
We're all
That's
technically allergic
amazing.
to milk. Apparently, it's highly inflammatory on the inside.
If you drink like A2 milk, that is easier to digest for a lot of people.
But we also found out, because we were a little concerned, because his sister has the same thing, but like he's also allergic to breast milk. So when I was breastfeeding my
Wow.
daughter, every time she would like puke or spit up, if it went straight on his skin, he'd break out in the exact rash that the spit up
Now,
was.
this might be a dumb question, but would the contents of breast milk vary on different people because of their
Yes.
diets?
Yes. And day to
Enzymes and
day.
everything.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Right.
It'll vary based upon the current health of the baby too.
Yes.
But
Breast milk
he's
adjusts
allergic to the proteins, so it doesn't matter. Like he's gonna be allergic to all milk because of the proteins, even though they slightly change based on mom, baby.
Mm, that sucks. Yeah.
It's not like he's lactose intolerant. Like we had soap one time that was milk and honey soap, and his hands kept breaking out and kept washing his hands, and they kept getting
Wow.
worse, and we couldn't figure out why until one day I was like brushing my teeth and looked at the soap and it said milk and honey. So we have to even watch like lotions and soaps because there's milk in those as well.
Amazing.
Did he
Yeah,
grow up with milk, or was it like a non-milk kind of? Have you ever like asked him questions like when he was growing up? Was that the case for him?
He was an awful baby, according to his mom. Like he would be up like 23 hours when she was breastfeeding because he was allergic to it, and they couldn't. I mean, this was back in the 80s. They couldn't figure out why, like what was the problem, and then eventually they switched to like a sensitive formula, and everything got a lot better. But it took
Right.
to like his elementary school teachers used to like force him to drink milk at school, and he like developed ulcers really bad because of it, because it was basically just like eating his stomach.
Oh my goodness, that's horrible.
He's
Yeah, that's
lactose
very
intolerant
bad.
to the max.
No, it's not lactose intolerant.
No,
So
that's something
lactose
else. Yeah.
intolerant means that your body can't digest the lactose, I think it's called.
Yeah, it can't break it down because you're
can't break
missing
it
an
down.
enzyme, and then it
So
just means you have a lot of
His is like
diarrhea.
the same thing. He's allergic to the proteins, so it's like no different than a peanut allergy.
it's an allergen. Yeah. Okay.
I was gonna say like it's way different, but my brother back in the day, like when he was younger, had ADHD, and my mom didn't want to put him on Ritalin, so she cut him off of like sugar and milk, and it actually like helped big time. Just no sugar, no milk, and his ADHD like pretty much went away almost. So there's something behind milk too, for sure. That
I know
just
we're
does
all pro
not go with
camel
the human body.
I know we're all pro camel milk, but like, what is the comparison between cow's milk and camel milk? Like, does it contain the same amount of fat?
Oh no. I mean, every type of animal milk is different.
I mean, I know I would assume that, but like, I wonder what the fat content of it is. Like, can you just? Is it
I'm
just?
gonna look it
all
up
fat?
right now.
They actually have a scale of what's closest to human breast milk. I forget what it was, but I forget what animal. But there is an animal that's closest to human breast milk, and cow is like at the bottom of the list. It's like furthest away.
My
But
friend,
they have it on a scale. I forget the scale's name though.
my friend Selena could not do any like cow cheese, blah blah blah, any kind of like cow anything, but she could consume goat cheese, goat milk, anything, and it
Goat
did
milk
not
is
mess her
usually
up.
goat milk is usually the
Might have
one
been
that
goat.
people will give to their kids when they have a problem with cow's milk because it's a little bit easier to digest.
And do you know if that works with the actual lactose intolerance, or are we talking more allergies
Well, I
there,
think
switching
there's
to goat
different
milk?
casein proteins. I could be wrong
When I Google milk closest to human milk, it says camel's milk. That's so amazing.
That's so funny.
Oh, remember what I was just saying about A2 protein? Camel's milk contains exclusively A2 casein, making it more digestible. But you can get A2 milk out there, and that's what I drink. It's so much easier to digest. A2 milk.
I'm glad I can tolerate bovine milk, but I'm laying off it just because I don't want the dad gut. I'm 41. I'm starting to get a little pudge, so it's like, I think I'll drink water.
You lay off meat for a month, you'll see a big difference. Straight goods, all meat,
Yeah,
technically.
just eat veggies and.
A lot of meat is.
You gotta be careful with your veggies too, but
just a heads up. A lot of beef and stuff we eat is fed with grain, and that's why people are getting fat from eating meat. If you
It's true.
If you eat
It's true.
grass-fed, grass-finished beef, it is like
Yeah.
some of the best stuff for you.
But people have a hard time eating it because they're just not used to the taste because it tastes gamier and stuff, and that's
yeah, I was
why
looking
like
that the other day too with wheat. They say that wheat, the way they actually process it, it's more of a drug than it is a food because when they process wheat, it takes away all the oils and all the actual nutritional stuff inside, and it's just left as a starch. So they
Well,
say that
nowadays,
wheat is actually so bad for you compared to
even nowadays, dude.
teffs and other type of grains are actually a lot better for you cereal wise or and stuff like that.
You should read
Thanks, Monsanto.
You should read the book.
Yeah.
Read the book Wheat Belly. It's absolutely ridiculous. Like you got crops that are 700 times the size compared to nutritional value these days. And yeah, it's already like stripped of nutrients, and then they strip it even further, but you're still left with all that bulk starchy carb that just like clogs up your intestines and
I think
you
the
can
problem.
get your starch from a potato that's actually healthy. Like potatoes.
But the problem with wheat is
healthy for you.
so readily available. It's just easy to get and easy to process. So it's not about how good it is for us. It's like, hey, who can we feed the most with what? Oh, wheat.
I will disagree with that because you can go longer eating a piece of meat than you would be able to take a loaf of bread as far as like nutritional value and calorie density. Every time you eat a piece of bread and like you're just going to eat another piece of bread even sooner and then another one even sooner and then it's
A rule of thumb for me, apparently, like when eating, like that I was pointing to is like try to eat and like similar to how people would eat back in the day, like just more
you
simple
eat less.
kind
If
of
you eat
thing.
more nutrient dense food, you eat less. I fast, and you got to think about how cavemen did it, right? You have your feast and then you have your famine. So like when crops are not able to harvest, like these guys would hibernate in their caves. They would make a kill in the late fall, right? Eat up the animal, like put on a bunch of weight, and then they would just fast for the duration of the winter. And then when spring comes around, their body is so overflowing with ketones that they have like super sharp mental clarity and they can hunt again. And it's like, it's just a cycle that you constantly go through.
It's like sucks eating stuff like it doesn't really suck when you put a little brown sugar in, but stuff like buckwheat, which is a lot healthier for you apparently than actual wheat.
Hey, man, buckwheat
It's actually cheaper to go to like the bulk barn or whatever we have here and like get a huge bag for like $8. That can last you like a friggin' month. Like it's so much cheaper actually eating that way too. In a way.
Yeah, I stay away from like just straight up wheat and a lot of barley these days too. As much as I love barley, I've had to let it go. But I just generally do low carb to begin with.
You got grape nuts in Canada? Those are barley, right? I think.
I don't know. I've never heard of grape nuts to tell you the truth.
Oh, it's an awesome breakfast cereal we have.
Yeah. I tried bulgur wheat, but that was like that made me bloated. It was too
Bulgur
similar
is
to
so
wheat.
good for you though.
It's good,
so
yeah, but
good.
it made me bloated, like just like wheat. Not like the buckwheat. Buckwheat doesn't make me bloated. That's how I usually tell if it's.
Try
yeah, I don't like being bloated.
I know it might not be the most appetizing, but like fennel is actually really good for.
Oh yeah.
With if you get bad gas or bloating. So if you cook with anything that gives you a lot of gas, just toss in some fennel seeds, crush them up. And it helps quite a bit.
Interesting.
Not bloated in a sense of gas, but just bloated as it's sluggish and just feel like a piece of crap.
Yeah,
kind
that's
of thing.
carbs for you, but
Probably better for you than Rolaids too, right?
Yeah,
Like the one thing I eat that like I can feel the stomach fat just burn off me is like the tabbouleh, but I make it with like maximum amount of parsley. Like I use a whole parsley stalk in it. Like I'm
Oh,
essentially
parsley
just eating
is
parsley. But
it's
parsley
blood
is so
thinner.
good for your stomach. It's
Better be
it's
flat leaf.
ridiculous. Fresh parsley, that is.
Better be flat leaf. Am I right? Yeah, I'm right.
Yeah, the flat leaves, definitely. Not that curly.
Yeah, not
the
that curly Italian shit. Yeah,
No,
no, flat
no.
leaf. Yeah.
Always the flat leaf.
Where's the flavor?
You need a friggin' bowl of
I
parsley,
know.
man. There you
We're
go.
still waiting for the report, guys. I know YouTube's talking about we're still waiting for that report. I don't know.
Yeah, we are. I'm seeing a lot of fishy stuff going on. I'll tell you that. But hey, real quick, I worked with my buddy at this pizzeria called no word of a lie here in London called Tony's Pizza, and Tony himself was like straight like his parents were from Italy. He was from Hamilton. My family actually goes back to Hamilton.
You just named my city.
And like he was just straight. You walk up and be like, he would say something. He had like his main lines were like "smat a few," obviously, like that's a classic. But he would always say like, "Am I right?" Like he would say something and he'd be like, "Am I right?" Yeah,
just straight Italian.
Looking for reassurance. Yep. What else would you need, right?
Boom, bada bing.
Oh yeah, no, it was like he's gangster, dude. Like I'm not that Italian. My mom's side's from Scotland, so I'm a whitey for sure. But yeah, my dad's side was from Hamilton area as well. So yeah, I don't know. Man. I'm a mutt.
Same. All us Canadians are mutts. We don't know where we're from. We're from either Ireland, France, or Britain, a mixture of all somehow.
Same thing happened in northern Maine. My ancestors came down from Quebec, so I'm a lot of French, Scottish, and Irish. My parents were 16th cousins, believe it or not, which is a ways back.
When man, after the war, like it's just bound to happen, man. Like absolutely.
Well, you go from where my dad's from out in Prince Edward Island, the last name is just so like it's everywhere. Gallant, like everyone's a Gallant, like it's retarded.
Yeah. But if you think about it, I mean, as horrific as the wars were, like it was such a like so many different ethnicities had kids, and like that's I think personally that has positively benefited the human civilization overall. I mean, like passing on those genetics, like combining genetics of different, different bloods. And I mean, that's been done like a lot over the time that humans have existed. But I mean, not to this scale, because we've evolved separately to a point where we have our own unique traits and strengths.
Oh yeah, being mud is not a bad thing. Like it's just like you don't really know where you come from, right? You don't really have that culture, so it's like.
So-
Apparently, my Italian side of my family actually dates back to Morocco. So my Syrian roommate always reminds me. He's like that I'm one of him, or like he dates back anyway. But
So let's segue back into stocks here. So speaking of war, if current president decides to get us into a war, what stocks do you guys think you're gonna go straight to and jump on?
GME, baby.
You should be more worried about what stocks are going to get affected. Is what that messes up transportation for certain countries. Because let's say China has a transportation pass through. Where are they going to war? Do you know?
I definitely wouldn't personally try to profit mentally.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah.
Personally on war, I just think that would just be the most heinous.
Because if you actually read up on China,
position to pull.
China has gone to great lengths to control trade routes. They went to go by Sri Lanka
which is I think is in India off of a coast. But Sri Lanka could not afford to build a port, so China's like, okay, let me just loan you the money, but on top of it, we want to have control of this port. And I think it was ridiculous amount for like 100 years. But Sri Lanka doesn't have to pay them anything. They'll give them the money, they'll front the port, they can build it, they can create the jobs, but China owns it for like 100 years. It's something crazy like that. So a war, you should be more worried about what it's going to do to the stocks you own than what you're going to go profit off of.
And no, the whole world economy, and we all know this, is not going to benefit from a huge war.
Nope.
And I think, that's one of the reasons why we don't do it.
Personal
We can do little
billionaires profit from
skirmishes,
war,
but
and no stocks or anything.
I got a good one for you. If there is, let's just say that a war breaks out. Let's not look at what we would go after. Let's say I would probably slow down on telecommunication because nobody's going to be doing much developing. Everybody's going to try to be looking out for themselves at that point. It's not going to be a lot of we need to spread and we need to get this communication networking and everything up and get that infrastructure developed. So I would probably get out of that.
If you want
I
to
wouldn't look at
profit
it while
off
I'm getting
war,
in.
the safest
No,
stock to do it would be water.
I would rather
Because
instead of
that's
trying
the
to
one
profit
thing that's
off of
probably
war,
going to
try
get
to
affected.
that is the one thing that came up on this documentary I watched 10 years ago, is like eventually the big thing is going to be where you get your water. You ask people in Phoenix, in LA, here in Maine, it's like a joke, but where people are centered, it is a huge issue. Not even in
Especially with the
war,
bombs
but
they're going to be using too. Like man, like if water supply gets, they're already fucked for these countries. These countries cannot rely on their water supply. India, if you drink that water, you are getting some sort of disease. There is shit to the next level in their water system. If you actually, Bill Gates did a documentary on it. He offered up a shitload of money to whoever could come up to the solution of their sewage issues in India, because their water supply, like, there might be never coming back from their water supply. A lot of countries are like that. So
Okay,
yeah,
so
water would be something you'd profit off of here, the water, which is a sad thing to say.
We need to find a way to make desalination not a bad thing, right? Because after
Totally.
that brine, you got dead zones in the ocean. But if we can retain that brine and use it somehow to like some other way and not pollute it back into the oceans,
and desalinize the oceans, which would keep the ice from melting, more or less.
True. Actually, no, wouldn't it do the opposite? I thought the salt helps it from, or prevents
No,
it.
if you oh yeah, you're right. Sorry, so salt keeps ice frozen, right?
It needs to be reintroduced into the ocean, like in a manner that's not going to cause dead zones, right? Like equal parts per million type thing.
The thermohaline conveyor is a very big part of our climate.
That's this other sad thing about the thing. We're starting to understand more about space than the actual ecosystem underneath the ocean. We know shit about it, really. We know a little bit about it, but underwater is one of the most undiscovered places on Earth. It's ridiculous.
It's
So,
one of the biggest movers of our climate is the thermohaline conveyor. It's if that thing gets just a little bit tipped up, that's how these ice ages and and dry and hot ages have come about. It didn't. Global warming didn't do that. It does it on its own. And we talked about this before. Once you start getting like a gain of ice and ice and ice and ice and ice, you're going to reflect more and not gain heat, right? And then it goes the other way.
Less reflective surface, and it snowballs.
You were you were talking about that last night, right?
Yeah. So if you have a lot of snow on the bright reflective surface, you'll reflect a lot more light back out into space. Whereas if that reflective surface melts because the oceans are warming, you have more surface area of dark ocean water to absorb more light, which is going to melt the snow faster. It's just, yeah, it's bad news. But the Earth does this. It has a cycle. We are perpetuating it, but I don't think as much as people think. Because we're already coming out of an ice age to begin with. If you go back into like the early to mid 1900s shit, maybe even before that, I remember seeing pictures of like time lapses of glaciers receding. So this has been happening for a while. But yeah, definitely compounding. I think the bigger problem as far as global warming is the amount of cattle that is being farmed across the world in factory farms at the rate at which it's just completely out of control.
Yeah, they say the methane is a big contributor to it.
It's true. If you look at the thermal effect of methane compared to CO2, it's 23 times. So I mean, for every 1 molecule of methane, it's like 30 or
And apparently they have technology now where they're trying to develop CO2 absorbers. So I don't know so I don't know. Methane is probably the bigger problem. Like,
well, I mean, if they can find a way to harness it as opposed to just like letting it just go off into the atmosphere. I mean, like, you got to imagine, like, you know, and that's not even the only thing. Is like what's also happening is you have these methane pits, like these bombs that are like just waiting to go off underground. That like permafrost is melting, and then they're getting heated up, and they're exploding. And you can look into it in Russia, like these like sinkholes. That there are these like big methane deposits, and the permafrost thaws back, it exposes them, and then when the sun heats it, they just like blow up.
So that's something that's been talked. I've heard people talking about that on farms for years, and I don't know if it's true.
It's getting worse
but
now because
I heard of a farm or more than one, I don't know, that actually did harness it. That not directly like from cow farts, but from the manure and everything else, and actually ended up running all the energy on their farm from methane. They were able to just run generators from
Yeah,
it.
that's what they're working on in India right now. They literally have a filtration system that runs on shit. Like it filters the water out of shit, and it runs everything off of shit, and it turns the shit to water. But it's all self-sustainable. Like it all runs off of shit, and that's one of their solutions for India, which is like there's so much money, and that's the solution. You got to give these people fucking water that's ran off of shit. Like that's your solution. Like nah, but yeah.
Literally, like driving home, I heard a story on NPR about I think it was I don't know if it was Maine Public Radio or if it was some company or cow farm is trying to not take it from the cows farting, but actually take the poop, put it in a pile, put a cover over it, put a gas pipe on it, and get gas off it.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. Yeah, and apparently it works.
And they were saying the same thing. Yeah, I guess because wouldn't it just fester like the garbage dumps? I mean, we got a huge landfill a couple 20 miles away that they're still getting power off that thing just from whatever the hell is decaying down there is producing gas.
I wonder if they could combine that using a while ago. I also heard of a bacteria they created. They could actually eat oil. I wonder if they could combine that, create some bacteria that would help accelerate the production of gas from manure and garbage and everything. That'd be
Like putting trash and poop and unused oil and just let's stay away from the unused, nuclear material, but just putting all the crap and the poop and the junk together. Instead of it just being trash and unused food, but
Yeah, someone was saying the other day, and I didn't know that there was petroleum in plastic, but that's how they make the oil out of plastic, I guess, is petroleum. But it's all about consumers adapt, and like they're actually buying that. That's how we actually manage to get rid of the stuff, is actually buying up the plastic oil and stuff like that, right? But I don't even know how
plastics are very, very much created
oil.
with oil. Yep.
Which is interesting
So-
because
So why don't we
remember
stop
that a lot?
producing
Hey,
oil and
remember a
just
lot of
produce the
hospital,
plastic?
a lot of important hospital equipment is made with plastic, so we can't completely abolish these certain crude oils. Like, not it's yeah. I mean,
we could stop producing them and just go based off plastic for a while until we cut down on the trash.
well, I
on
mean,
the
using
earth. That
polymers
would
for
be
only certain
more-
applications, right? Not everything needs to be made out of
Recycled.
plastic.
Yes,
And
definitely
make sure that-
recycling technology. Like if it gets to the next level, like could be everything.
Well, that's a big problem with hospital equipment too, because a lot of it's like one-time use things. So they need to make sure that it's recyclable, and yeah, I don't know.
There are ways to make some plastics without oil. I mean, hemp does it too. There are ways people can do
Mhm.
that. And yeah, a lot of it could be recycled into other things.
And that's a funny thing you say that, because a lot of people think if the government wasn't so stubborn and decided just to make their plastics out of hemp like they initially decided, but then oil company I guess stepped in and was like, no, we need more use for our oil, we wouldn't really be in this mess. But yeah, shit happens, I guess.
What do you guys think about like a hybrid plastic that's like you could call it glastic, and it's like half glass, half plastic? You think that would help the situation at all?
Let's say they
Or-
tried that somewhere. And you know what's
Yeah.
the best? I can give it like in Prince Edward Island when I used to go there, man. Those guys had it down the best because they did not sell plastic. They did not make plastic available. And I love them for that. You go to Prince Edward Island, I hope it's still like that, but everything was in glass and you had to return it or recycle it. They did not sell plastic
great.
on shelves for a lot of stuff. All
Or
their pop
paper,
was in glass.
right? Or paper.
I don't know about paper. They might have still sold paper, but most of everything was glass. Everything
A
was
good
just glass.
solution for trying.
So to answer the previous question, yeah, they've got all kinds of different mixtures of plastic. If you get into 3D printing, you can get nylon infused plastic, fiberglass infused plastic, all kinds of different materials to use.
But I think it's
One
just
of the
putting a
biggest
band-aid
things I
on a
think a
problem. Whoever
solution.
said recycling centers would be the solution. Just recycle this stuff more efficiently and a lot better, and just know that you can turn out the profit or the product and use it for something else.
I think a solution, yeah, a solution with getting rid of plastics is I think one of the biggest things is trying to, if we know.
That damn push the talk button.
I
eh?
know.
Kills him every
I'm
time.
driving.
Start again.
No, no one
I was saying, like, being able to, if we can't get rid of plastic, if there are plastic that we can't get rid of, then the solution would be to try to find a way to infuse it into long-term projects, like that girl in what was that, in Kenya with the bricks.
Yeah.
That would be the best thing. I mean, it would cut down on production of bricks. It would not slow down the production of plastics, but it would give those plastics that we do not have a purpose for other than a one-time use to find a new home and a long-term purpose.
Yeah,
Well, you're
And I hope
100%.
the big money has the balls to tell Elon Musk to F off, because I would love to see that happen. Plastic to bricks would be amazing.
Yeah,
The
you're 100%
worst type
right.
of plastics are the very thin ones, like the thin baker sheeting, and people put them outside and they break down in little micro things once the sun hits them.
Oh, yeah.
And that's what's getting in the ocean, is those really thin.
Microplastics.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
stuff
what's
in your
really
shampoos and
destroying
body
us.
wash too.
There's a guy that I play
Yep.
video games with, and he's a polymer chemist, and I talk to him all the time, and he's always saying something about how the polymer chains in the plastics and that we use are what the problem is that we're having.
Yeah, so you guys are right earlier when you're saying that you can not just straight recycling, you have to process and recycle. A lot of plastic, you can just melt it down and reuse it. Like again, in 3D printing, people are finding ways to shred up plastic and create their own machines to create new filament for their 3D printers.
Right.
One of the other interesting things is people are doing an experiment right now that's looking promising, where they're taking things like old milk jugs to get that specific kind of plastic, shredding it up, not totally melting it, but melting it to a point where it's malleable and stuff to get it all together, and actually making body armor out of it. They still have to wrap it in Kevlar or something, because the key to that is compression on the entire plate, and that's what absorbs the energy well from the bullet and slows it down. So they're literally making body armor out of milk jugs.
Yeah, it's all polymers, right? So a polymer infused with, whether it's fiberglass, Kevlar, carbon fiber, you need a medium. So I don't know if you use a resin, high-powered resin, but to reuse these plastics was kind of what I was thinking. I know they'll run out, but right now nobody wants recyclables because there's no market for it. It went right to shit. No one can put recycle. Now we're burning all our trash
It's all
here
about
now,
shelf
dude.
life to these guys. It's all they care about, shelf life. They want
We
whatever's
used to-
going to stay on the shelves the longest, so that's why they really don't care about any of that
Yeah.
market.
We were actually recycling our plastics. I don't know if it was COVID or what was happening, but we had a whole recycling program, and now we're sending it all to an incinerator and making power with it, which sucks. They got huge filters. It's all EPA approved, but it's like, man, we were recycling this. China shut that shit down. A bunch of other places shut it down. They don't want our recyclables anymore.
Yeah, Canada had a big issue. I forget the country. I think it was somewhere in South America or whatever. Or,
No, it's
they,
the South Pacific. You guys got like 4-year-old moldy containers sent back to you or something,
yeah,
right?
you got it right. Yep.
That
They didn't
story
want
was
our garbage. But that's
crazy.
funny that Canada has so much garbage that we're looking to these third world countries and shipping it out and be like, here, you guys deal with it. It's like, yeah, that's what Canada's about. Okay, there, Trudeau. Like, go fuck yourself, man. Like, I hate this guy.
He's sketchy as his
He
shit.
is, man, and people don't see it, and it's like, man, well, like, why don't you see? You just shipped a shitload of garbage and left it on a poor country's doorstep to make it look even like
It's
get out of
because
here,
he's
man.
cute, you know. It's just the same thing with
We
Kennedy.
elected a drama teacher. Like, it's disgusting. Like,
Anyway,
ugh.
so yeah, no, you guys got they said like they opened the containers and it was just like no. So those things need to get buried. It's amazing what governments do to push.
Hey guys, I put a couple of links in the news section related to Celos. That was the Celos Therapeutics I was talking about earlier. That is doing the studies on their intranasal ketamine spray. I forgot to mention, and I put a link for the clinical trial as well, that ketamine is one of the only known emergency anti-suicidals out there. So again, big like potential for growth with that.
So
My
it's like
opinion.
an instant like euphoria boost. Gets you out of your
Well,
moment.
gets you out of it, and it has a lasting effect. Ketamine is known to have that effect for like 5 to 7 days afterwards.
Right.
There's no known antidepressant that works that quickly.
It's almost like the Narcan for an opiate, pull them away from death. Like if
You know,
someone wants to kill
antidepressants
themselves.
is one of the most phony fugazi markets because when they introduced Oxycontin or Oxycontin, whatever you want to call it, that was like the #1 abused drug in Canada.
I thought that was a pain medication though.
That was a
That's the thing.
painkiller, dude,
Oh,
for
painkiller.
people
Yeah,
after
that just
surgery.
I thought it was an
yeah.
antipsychotic. My bad.
I know when everybody when you brought up Celios the other day, it was like somebody mentioned like, isn't ketamine a horse tranquilizer? But it is. But gee whiz, like the amount of dosage that you need, you can't
Yeah.
even put that in a human body.
You can still use Oxycontin as an example because if you actually research the company now, they are getting sued out the ass. Like it's in the billions of lawsuits now that they're getting sued that they've been pushing out this very addictive drug and they've been pushing out not for beneficial reasons.
Oh yeah,
and,
that's
and so
for sure. They
be very
have to pay fines and all that. But again, it's true. The idea that ketamine is a horse tranquilizer is sort of like a reductionist sort of way of looking at it. There's many applications for it, and although it can be an anesthetic, it is used in humans as well. And I think the first known usage of ketamine was back during like maybe even like World War II.
It's for
It was used as
anesthesia.
as an anesthetic, yeah.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I
again,
didn't
so
But it's
many
also
more.
it's actually it's ketamines like with an S, and that's what everybody that says, oh, it's a horse tranquilizer. Yeah, you know that there's more than just one ketamine. There's ketamines.
Yeah, I didn't
Well,
even know
yeah,
anything about it
there's
before yesterday, and I'm even getting tired of that argument, to be honest. Like, I could say, well, don't you know water is a breathing inhibitor? Yeah, it is, but don't use it that way.
yeah. Yeah.
That's a good point. I was the one who said horse tranquilizer the other day, by the way.
It's okay. It's not your fault. Honestly, that's the perception that's out there. The perception
I grew
out
up
there.
the whole time. Like I remember specifically being in high school and asking someone, "Is someone snorting ketamine off the pizza shop table?" You know, it's like, "What is that?" It's like, "Oh, it's pretty much a horse tranquilizer." I'm like, "Oh, good for you, dude."
Another thing about it is that another thing about ketamine, which was mentioned earlier, was about like illicit ketamine being potentially dangerous. I'm not, like a proponent for it, but it's one of the few street drugs out there that it comes to the street from pharmaceuticals. So it's actually not one that is grown in labs or like produced in labs like other drugs. It is like sort of like taken from pharmaceuticals and then it goes out into the street like that. So it's
And
one of
I'll say the #1 euphoric, because if you're going to compare it to euphoric drugs, I'll say the #1 talked about euphoric drug right now is DMT.
let me tell you about DMT. DMT is that's like a medicine. It's not something that you should just be doing in like a party setting. It's very difficult to smoke and it's very difficult to get. It's not like something that you should mess around with.
Oh hell no, exactly. But at the
And
same
there's two
time, it's
different types of
associated with
DMT.
euphoria.
There's two
The
different types of
euphoria,
DMT though.
whatever
There's
you want to call it.
DMT and then there's like 5-MeO DMT, and don't mess up the dosages on those. They're very different and like yeah. Anyway, do your research on that.
Oh, I know. I've had buds to take it. I've seen them trip. It's
I
it's
just
not.
smoke herb because, like I said, as far as I knew about ketamine, so my only experience around people who are on ketamine, my buddy Bryce's younger brother Ian, literally like K-holed out like real hard. He like, we were in Lacey Park and it's like got this little like forested area that's kind of off to the side of the park. And anyway, Ian went over to the playground area and he literally picked up the picnic table over his head and carried it to the forest. And then he spat in his brother's CD player. And I'm like, okay, I ain't touching that shit.
I've never seen
I'm just
anybody
gonna
do
sit here
something
and
like
hit
that.
K-hole.
I
I
mean,
heard that. I heard that
but
phrase before. Is
people
that
usually
when they go
can't
brain
walk.
dead or something?
No, people usually can't walk when they're on ketamine like that. Like that's just not.
You don't know.
That's not
I
normal.
think they
No.
probably get hold of a full vet horse dose and do stupid shit.
You would
with
not
it,
be
like,
able to walk. That's not.
So, like we've talked about microdosing the shrooms, you wouldn't want to take the whole horse
That's what I read.
tranquilizer.
University of Cambridge.
You know what I mean? It's like if you can't count something off, if a few people fuck it up so bad, they end up on the news, right?
Bringing it back to stocks, bringing it back to stocks, though, the reason why I'm mentioning it is not so we can just discuss, like recreational use with this. It's not going to be approved for recreational use. It's like ketamine is a pharmaceutical that has potential like for explosive growth in the United States because of its again anti-suicidal, antidepressive quality. So keep an eye out, do your research. That's the only reason why I'm bringing it up.
And the study you brought up about alcoholism as well too.
Yes, exactly.
I'm on ketamine
That's
still.
correct.
I'm on ketamine still. 1 second, sorry. The one other article I read about ketamine was June 11th, 2020, University of Cambridge. High doses of ketamine can temporarily switch off the brain. Study in sheep aimed at better understudy brain activity in Huntington's disease. Researchers have identified 2 brain pneumonia that may explain some of the side effects of ketamine. Their measurements of the brain waves of sheep sedated by the drug may explain the out-of-body experience and state of complete oblivion it can cause.
It's a
And it goes
dissociative.
on, but whatever. But yeah.
And because of its dissociative quality,
Switch off
that's
the
why
brain,
it can
though.
help.
That's so I guess that's what you're saying. Yeah, okay. If they're really suicidal, switch off the brain real quick, boom. But that's
It
not
doesn't
going to
even
be a
need to
huge
be a high
market.
dose
Really.
probably for that. But the dissociative part, again, it helps with what you were just mentioning about the alcoholics and other types of therapies that can help you change your habits.
And it was weird because, like, when you said he went into a K-hole and he did that, like, a K-hole's not like that. Like, a K-hole's like
people go under.
Okay. Let me walk that back. I'm pretty sure it hadn't kicked in yet. He's a very hyper person. He's very very energetic and very explosive, and
You'd need to find out what else he was doing because if you're in a K-hole, you are dissociated from your body. You will not.
Oh yeah. You should have seen him after we got back. This
article is saying a high dose is only 24 milligrams.
Have you ever seen somebody on salvia before, like a salvia trip?
I'm so glad I keep to myself, so I've never seen any of this shit, dude.
Yeah, salvia. They go out in space.
I don't know, man.
People have different reactions. A lot of people actually end up twitching out, like having almost like a seizure. A lot of them do.
I only did 7x once out of my bong with my buddy, and it was fucking crazy, man. I fell backwards through my wall. And it was just everything felt like it was pushing on me, and it wasn't even like strong stuff. So yeah, I was like, I'm
Seeing
away from
people
that.
on salvia reminds me of people like that do dips, like PCP, like
There's a huge problem with the spice or whatever you guys call it in the States. I forget what you guys call
Oh,
K2.
that
Spice,
was
the
in New
fake weed,
York, especially the
synthetic
fake
weed.
weed.
Yeah,
Oh
there's
yeah.
huge problems I hear with that. Like people like killing people off of it and shit, and
No
stupid,
thanks.
psychotic shit. Yeah, that's the same as salvia, pretty much. Like it's right around those lines.
I'm so glad I live in the woods right now. It's crazy.
You remember that, the bath salt thing and the guy eating the guy's face? Like
I
what the
do
hell?
remember the bath
God, that was
salts.
in
We had
Florida,
it bad
wasn't
in
it?
Maine.
That
It was
no way that was
bad.
bath salts. No way, they were covering something up. There was no way that was some dude just so happened to smoke bath salts.
Dude, that was some straight up G virus shit.
Yeah,
It was
that was something
horrible.
that
Like it took over for like a hot minute.
That's something that escaped from a United States lab, 100%.
They're like some sort of like street drug called like crocodile or some shit.
Oh, I think I heard of
Yes.
that too. What is that again?
It used to turn your skin into like looking like a crocodile. It was horrible. I don't know.
Yeah, the skin would be decaying and eating itself. It would be a flesh disease. I
So
remember
glad
that.
I live in the woods.
Yeah.
It's a synthetic opioid.
Yeah, that shit's crazy. But anyway,
Gross.
back to stocks.
Yes.
I was gonna say, so I want to talk about my biggest losers, not GME, AMC, or any of the hype stocks, but I was gonna go through a couple of the ones I had today that weren't doing so great.
Go for it.
Yeah, man, we're always happy to hear about dips we can buy.
No, that's kind of what I was thinking. Hold on, I'm gonna just give me a.
As long as you don't say anything bad about NSPR, we're okay.
Is that a cat?
Yeah, that's Eddie.
That's who picks us
Dinner
off.
time. Yeah, I have 2 calicos. They're very social.
Yeah, he's talkative.
Say what up, Eddie. He's rubbing his cheeks on the mic.
So yeah, biggest loser today is RELI and Sunworks. I thought Sunworks was gonna kick some dick, but it didn't.
Hold on, you lost on RELI?
Yeah, it peaked today, and then I thought it fell, so I bought what I thought was falling, so I got it at 6.2, and then it went below that. I'm only down $10 on 300, so it's not like horrible, but other than GME and AMC, that's my worst stock right now. Is that IPO of RELI?
Yeah, that was an introductory. You should have jumped. That one would have been good to jump on if we would have had news of it, like on the very beginning when it hit the market on open.
Yeah. I miss what was it? Freaking.
Yeah, and I'm not convinced RELI is ever going to go back up now after what it did.
Who knows?
It had a kick at the end of the day, but it wasn't huge.
It's another reason I mentioned probably at one time why established companies are kind of a little better than unestablished companies, because they fluctuate a lot more. So if you don't feel comfortable about something, you don't have to wait as long to pull your money out too.
I want to ride this organigram up to 5. I mean, if we can see 5 tomorrow, I'll be all the way in the green.
What's the ticker?
That's Organogram. I think it's OGI. Hold on.
Yeah, I think it might be a bit inflated
Oh
right
yeah.
now.
Yes,
I think we
OGI.
were talking about it earlier. It might go back
I
down.
mean,
So
it rose like 32% today, so it was a lot.
Yeah, I mean, when I got in on it, but that growth for 32, I didn't really see too much of it. I caught it maybe late yesterday.
yeah, it went up to $6 at
Well,
some
you
time
did
today, and it went back down. I was watching it a little bit today. So.
So yeah, the other IPO I missed was Airbnb. It was like, Dad, we gotta buy this. This is before I even started getting all this Robinhood, and now I got Webull. It's like, we gotta buy Airbnb when it friggin' drops, and then look what it did. It's like, shit.
Yeah, you ever hear about the kid
When
in
did they
India
go
that
public?
became a billionaire off Airbnb? Apparently, in India they have a lot of personal personal hotels, so to speak. Like a lot of individuals that own hotels. It's not like a chain lockdown like America has it, like
Sure.
whatever, right? So it's a lot of personal business owners that own hotels, and a lot of them were failing. And so what this kid went around, he went around and made deals with the owners. You know, he fixed them up and he threw them up on Airbnb for a percentage or something, or he took over their hotel. I don't know for sure.
Interesting.
But yeah, he became a billionaire off of Airbnb. But by the time he was like 22, I think it was something ridiculous. Like he's young, like smart kid too.
That's cool.
Wow.
From the slums to the one of the richest people in India off Airbnb.
Nice.
Slumdog.
I love that movie, Slumdog Millionaire.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
5 million rupee.
That song in that movie will never die for me. What was it, Paper Planes? What, MIA or whatever?
Oh, paper planes. Yeah. So good.
Hey guys, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, quick question on Webull, if anybody knows. So I was able to move my account, right? I did
Good
a
for
first.
you.
I know. So think I did a first 1,000, and then that's clear now, and it got approved, and then it went through. But I want to do another 500. Will that give me a credit? Because it says 4 to 5 days. You have to wait, or is it like Robinhood where it's gonna clear? It's going to give you an instant deposit if you do if you pass the 1,000. You guys know?
Can I take this?
Yeah, go ahead.
So with Robinhood, if you're on gold, you get up to a $5,000 credit when you
Yeah.
for instant deposits. With Webull, there is no gold. So I put in $5,000, they give me 1,000 instant. So if you only did 1,000, I think you're gonna have to wait for everything that comes in after that. So for the rest of my $4,000, I had to wait probably like 5 or 6 days. So that's how that
Wow.
worked.
Oh, so that's how it worked for you. You had to wait 4 to 5 days for that remaining, right? For the remaining 4,000.
Webull says that they give you $1,000 instant buying power to trade immediately, but it takes 7 days, is up to 7 days for the ACH. Oh no, 5 days.
Yeah.
They may,
Yep.
yeah.
So you got to put in.
Business. So I
Yeah.
did a weekend with that, so it seemed like 7 days, but it probably was 5 business.
So you got to put in big then, like you.
Yeah, you don't get that instant with the gold on Robinhood. You can't get the instant up to 5,000 on Webull. No.
Also, if you're transferring stocks from Robinhood, unless you transfer $2,500 worth or more, you get charged a $75 fee.
Yeah. I didn't get charged because it was a little bit bigger than that. But
Good.
yeah. But that sucks. Damn it. Sorry. Anyway. Okay. Thank you, guys. I've been out all day. How'd it go? I thought it was gonna spike. Just stop. What the hell?
It did a little bit afterwards. We don't know though.
Yeah, never know.
But yeah, from app to app, when things change like that, you can't move as much money and use it right away. It's like, what? I gotta wait. That sucks.
I know. All right. Thank you, guys.
Good night, man.
Good night. I'm gonna rest. It's been a horrible day. You guys take it easy.
Good rest, man.
You too.
I hope
Yep.
your night improves.
All right. See you guys.
What up, everybody? I'm back for a little bit.
Hey.
I've been listening.
Check out my cats.
I know they're so cute. I love cats.
Hello.
What up? Meow.
Aw.
Guess how old they are.
I'm gonna
They
guess
look young.
4 and 3. I don't know. I'm just guessing.
Okay, first of all, they're brother and sister.
Aw.
Okay.
Xena was actually the runt. They are actually 13.
Wow.
Whoa.
My I actually just had a cat pass away in December, and she was 20 years old.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's the sardines I feed them every Sunday.
They're so cute. I've got an orange cat too. They're the best.
Eddie's a shithead though. This guy harasses the shit out of me. He's always hungry, but when he lays down, like cuddle me, he'll like reach his arm out and like dig his claws into my neck. I don't know if that's a thing, but
I've got an orange cat. His name is Chewy. He's a polydactyl cat, so he has a counted 25 fingers.
Aw.
And that mofo can tightrope. He can like just like he can grab my hand. He can open doors. He can open like
Wow.
the cabinets because of like how many fingers he has. Is like so like whenever he jumps on me, he like grabs for dear life, and it's freaking painful. But he's impressive. Like I used to have this tight line, like rope line inside of my house, because I was like drying this thing for this art project I had, and he was just like tightrope walking on him one day.
nice.
The company I was talking about this morning, I hate pushing penny stocks, but we were talking COVID test kits and data metrics. The one I was talking about where they can filter out social media feed and stuff like that. They also got approved by the FDA, EUA, and CE approval for COVID-19 salvia kits. So I guess that's really it. Yeah.
So that's a test that uses saliva instead of a wipe with the nose and everything, right?
Use your saliva, yeah.
That's what I was thinking where this was going to head. To make it easier, is just use spit instead of blood or mucus.
Well, did you guys see they were like blood swabbing people in China?
Really? For what? Just a test for COVID?
Yeah.
Wow.
If you actually, what's really interesting, I read 2 articles, one from July 2019 in Italy and one from Spain in March of 2019. That they had tested back the like water samples, like sewage samples that they had on file, and they apparently found the SARS-CoV-2. So it's apparently it's been around for a lot longer than. Which opens even more doors.
I know you said you weren't trying to push penny stocks, but what was that stock again? Because I was too busy cussing somebody out in traffic.
Data Metrics AI Limited.
Thank you.
I initially bought them for technology reasons, not because of COVID testing, but we were talking about COVID testing today, and they are approved by the FDA in Canada and a lot of other places. So.
I know I looked at that this morning because I think you were talking about it for their ability to scan like Reddit
and stuff.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's like kind of a bonus, but do your research. So.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot, but if you can get into the AI that really know what they're doing, AI is the next huge industry. It really, truly is.
I agree. My brother works for those guys out in Seattle.
They also have, if you look at their subsidiaries, they have Data Metrics Blockchain Limited, Nexology, So they have a lot of companies underneath it too. So I don't know.
And the
Rowan
thing,
Blockchain Core. I don't know if that's actually something you guys have heard of. It's another. They're actually in blockchain a lot too. I'm pouring more money in. That's me. I'm not a financial advisor though. I'm a retard.
the
I
thing
got
that's
a
exciting.
question.
Oh, go
What
ahead,
is
dude.
my bad, dude. What were you saying?
I was just saying I'm excited about AI. Basically, I was just gonna use more words.
Oh, excuse me, but what is the Bitcoin Cash and like the Ethereum Cash thing? Can anyone explain that?
Yes, Bitcoin Cash. In simple terms, it's supposed to follow the value of US dollar. That's its primary goal.
Someone branched off of Bitcoin and created Bitcoin Cash. I think the guy's wife, no, is the one that did it, from my understanding. But yeah, it's pretty much just someone that knew the Bitcoin technology, and they're like in on the game early too. They branched off and just created Bitcoin Cash.
So is it like a legit thing?
Yeah,
It's
the
kind of
guys
legit, but it's
they
kind of
used to
shit.
work on Bitcoin, but
It is legit, but I think it was like back whenever they kind of split it. They didn't want to split it, so I think they gave you for every share or whatever you had of Bitcoin, you got a certain amount of Bitcoin Cash. It was kind
Yeah,
of
you got
of
one for one.
a divergence, right? It was like a diversion.
Yeah, it was all about the blockchain size, and half the party wanted to go to a bigger block size, and some of the other guys wanted to keep it small. And so the miners and Roger Ver like split off and created Bitcoin Cash. But I think they lost a lot of like public opinion on their side, and it's like ultimately it doesn't. Bitcoin is the real Bitcoin.
Yeah,
no,
it's
I've seen a lot of videos on the Etherium guy. He's from Canada or something, and apparently he used to work on Bitcoin as well too, or something, and branched off onto Ethereum as well. So a lot of the top coins have Bitcoin backgrounds in the industry as well, from my understanding.
yeah, trying to forcefully follow the value of the dollar, I think, kind of defeats the entire purpose of a cryptocurrency. So that's
Right.
kind of, but it is
Yep.
useful for one thing. On the markets, when you want to trade between cryptos, Bitcoin Cash can be used when you want to trade for the value of US dollar, but you don't want to touch actual US dollars for whatever reason.
Yeah, for tax purposes that works good sometimes.
Nefarious.
All right, thank you, fellas.
I was
mean,
just
to
thinking about
me,
AI though. If we're going to stay on the AI topic, and like the one thing that scares me in investing in other AI companies is Google. But then I've been seeing this trend of other countries starting not to trust Google, like Russia with Yandex, and there's the DuckDuckGo company now. They're starting in China with what is it, Baidu, or I forget what it is in China. Yeah, but there's a lot of people starting to branch away from Google, which is not going to cost them money, but the AI is still there for other countries because they want to develop it themselves. They truly do. They don't want to rely on America's AI because they don't trust
Yeah.
it, I feel.
The
So there is room for AI. Don't be like, I think of it like, don't be afraid and look at Google and be like, there's no room for it. They own everything. I think countries are smart enough where they just know they have to go with their own AI and run the systems themselves and not rely on America for AI, because who knows what could happen, right?
100% on that, dude. 100% on that. They have
Same
to.
here lately too.
But
Like,
the other thing is, don't be afraid of small companies playing with AI. Okay, the beauty of AI right now, you have running with a neural network. If you can do any programming at all, you can play with it yourself. You can. I saw a guy make an AI that could recognize from a simple small image the Super Saiyan level of Goku, even from fan art. Right, the AI was able to pick it out. Just ridiculous crap. But
which
that
would come
means
into terms of copyright, because if someone's using it, it's like, oh, this, you could flag it right there, copyright, and then that guy,
yes.
it's a lawsuit. They know who did it. It's amazing. There's money behind it.
Right. So that's the point I'm getting to. You can have Google, you can have the big players making AI, and sure, they're going to make a lot of money, but you can have this truly some dude out of his garage make something that he can patent, and it's the next huge thing. That's how exciting
Mhm.
AI really
I was
is.
saying before too, he might have one use for it, and then some other guy might come up and be like, hey, I can use this in 6 other ways. Like, you're looking at this totally wrong. and they might be able to implicate it in like 6 different other scenarios or situations and make money off of it too. Like AI is like it's endless in my eyes, but that's just
It's
me.
cutting edge. We got to be careful.
The big fire.
It's choppy,
Yeah, I couldn't hear what he was saying at all.
but I feel like with AI, it'll get to a point where like AI won't need man and it will just update itself, and that's the point where all gonna be
Yeah, that's overthinking it, I think, a little bit, because there's always going to be the flow of the dollar. So, and AI has nothing to do with the flow. Besides going from human to human, AI is personally not getting paid, right? So there's always going to be the flow of the dollar. So,
Well,
AI taking over bad is kind of a, I don't know. I think it's a little skeptical.
these are two different subjects that are linked. What he was referring to is what they call a GAI, general AI, that is the one they're saying could be actually super smart and self-aware. And that's one reason why a lot of governments are doing their own thing, because the first government to get control of this GAI that really works is the king of the world. It's going to be able to help them make so many decisions to just be on top of everything.
I mean, it has to get to a point where it gets smarter than man, and at that point, you can't reverse it because it's just gonna keep.
But there's always going to be an off switch, is what I'm saying. We're not that
No.
dumb.
How do you know that? Like, I don't understand how you can come up with that.
Can probably get
We can't Jersey. We can't hear what you're saying. You're really breaking up.
You're speaking Tatooine language right now.
Preach.
I'm gonna find
That's
a.
why it's why if you actually search into like cybersecurity, that's just as big as AI right now. There's a few companies blowing up that were at the $5 to $10 range during this past year. But cybersecurity is getting really big too, and a lot of these banks want input from these smaller time guys that are not dumb.
This video from Number File pretty much sums up the whole stop button problem. I think it's actually a two-parter. You might want to watch the other one too. It really is a problem. It really is.
But if man makes a stop button, you don't think the AI will be smart enough to figure out how to get past that? and
Yes, it
that?
will.
Exactly, and that's what I'm. And then like,
See, there's solutions to that though, because if we're gonna go green and run on nuclear reactors, let's say, why not put the AI on a separate server where it's just like, okay, yeah,
When the
shut down
I don't think you
time
understand
without
the
shutting down everything.
I don't think you're comprehending the power you can have when you're smart enough. You don't need to hack a computer. You can hack a person, right? Social engineering. The AI just needs to get a bunch of different people to do certain things that seem entirely disconnected that helps it get the connection it needs or helps it get the energy it needs or whatever it wants. It'll do things that we don't understand at all, like how Facebook can know when you're pooping just based upon all kinds of other weird information that seems entirely disconnected.
Like, you ever see that bot that the game Go, and that bot that like nobody can beat, and it makes moves that no one understands, and it's like.
AI started with chess, or didn't maybe not started with chess, but chess was a big reason why they looked at AI, because no one could beat the AI in chess. It was impossible. Still is, I think.
Go is like way more complicated than chess is. You know what I mean? And it's like they can't figure out how to beat the fucking thing, and it makes moves that they can't even comprehend in their mind because they can't think that far. They
Yeah,
can't far enough ahead.
the Go is a huge deal because with chess, a powerful enough computer can simply keep everything in memory. It can just
So hold on.
look ahead.
What about this question now? So wouldn't us moving to our financials to a blockchain basis protect ourselves from our AI developing way too much, or is blockchain not that secure?
It could help a bit. I will say that the information that was used to develop blockchain will also be the exact same information that an AI would use in order to make decisions. And that way, it will eventually get to a point where it will not be secure. Like the whole fear of AI taking over, that's what it all falls into.
So AI could be bad for blockchain.
It could be bad for blockchain if AI is developed in the exact same, I guess, the same way that it could figure out the pattern. I mean, the same way we use GPUs in order to process.
Because I could definitely see it being bad for a financial system if you guys are saying it could develop the way it could. But I was wondering if blockchain would actually be a solution to that. But yeah.
AI is smart enough, or let's say smart enough and naive enough. Like, let's say it's got a goal it's trying to accomplish, and it doesn't understand what we're using the blockchain for. It just knows it's there. It might solve. It might just go, "Hey guys, I solved all those weird equations you were trying to do. Here you go," and the entire financial market's just screwed.
You guys are naive, man. We're already in the system, dude. No one just realizes it.
What would
Like-
AI even need currency for? Like, then what would it even do with it?
To have power over the world.
For what though? Why would you need a currency for that if you're intelligent?
I'd be working on the way to trick the AI with only accepting the IOUs and let them have the IOUs instead of the hedge funds. That's the real currency AI. There you go. Take the
AI wouldn't need the currency; it wouldn't need the money.
That's
because
what I was
money
saying
has a
before.
value
It's always
to us.
money's always going to change in people's
Yeah,
hands.
money has a value
Like-
to humans. AI would find value in the problem solving, and that's what it would go after. It wouldn't be like, "Oh, I need this money." It
I
would
don't think
be
it
more
would
like,
crash
I need to
financial
solve these
systems.
problems.
But I don't know.
AI would just need control, complete control.
Yeah, the question's got to be all about what would the goals of it be, and you can't put your own personal bias and assumptions on an AI. For example, the will to live or fear of death and that kind of thing. We develop that through evolution. AI won't. Well, some AI is developed through a sort of evolution, but the GAI people usually talk about won't have that. So we can't assume that it'll be afraid of being shut off. That's another way to look at it.
AI can't even be afraid, really. It just like has goals, and it's like, how can I fix this? And it solves problems. It's, you know what I mean? It's like a mathematician constantly solving equations.
Well, I was saying, I think people overthink AI. I don't think they're giving it too much credit. Like, it's very smart, but at the same time, it's not going to go take over the world. Like,
That's
AI
yeah. You
will-
guys are
but see,
mixing up
AI
the two different AIs there again, though. You have
But
the
see, AI
standard
not
AI
having
used
to-
for solving problems, and the GAI is the one that is going to be self-aware and decide what problems it wants to solve for itself.
Yeah, but see, the GAI, I don't try to address this because I'm kind of new, but the GAI would, I'm assuming, will eventually develop a need to live, or what it determines as a need to live, meaning it's gonna, for us, it's like, I have to eat, I have to exercise, I have to work, I have to do things in order to stay alive, and we fight to live. And the same thing that the GAI would do would say, I need to solve these problems, or I need to do this in order to maintain my relevance. So it will eventually discover that it has its own self-awareness. It will discover that it
Hey,
has
guys.
a need to live.
Guys, big candle, AMC, big candle. Big candle, AMC, big candle.
Nice. Oh yeah, it's going.
I was off for the last hour.
Wow, what's going on there? Not yet. We haven't gotten any report.
WTF?
I know.
Robin Hood said, no, you don't get to see anything.
They probably needed a little bit more time to fix it so it didn't look as bad as it really is, or otherwise they would have released it.
they sent the bribe through PayPal. It's going to take 6 days.
Maybe they're just waiting till after.
Big candles coming in. Big candles.
Seriously, what's going on there?
I mean, it did reach like 550 today. Like, that's pretty low.
Big, yeah, they're in blocks of 100.
feel like they're buying it up. Someone's buying it up, please.
I would.
I don't know if I'm seeing what you guys are talking about. I saw just recently higher volume than the average on aftermarket, but the price just moved from 556 to 560.
Yeah, bigger volume.
If you scroll back just after close, it went up to 574 with a lot of volume. Or actually 580, I think.
You're right.
Are the short interests just for GME or is it for AMC too?
I think that's for the short interest gets reported today for all stocks.
So maybe people are trying to pick up some AMC before the short position is released.
I mean, the price is really, it's a good price right now.
Yeah, even if this only swings back up to 9, I mean, you're still making good profit on it at the price.
Just real quick, shout out to Tame the Arc for putting this together. Make sure you hit that like button, subscribe.
Yep.
We're just a bunch of people coming together, spreading information. So hit the like, hit subscribe. Do it.
Do it now.
Diamond hands.
What's the matter, Dylan? The CIA got you pushing too many pencils.
Hold in the bag. Hold the bag, yeah.
The cookie down.
I don't know what everybody else is seeing on AMC, but Robinhood just reported a 2-cent drop to 558.
I'm holding my freaking shares until I'm absolutely dead in the grave.
Yeah, I'm seeing the same thing. It dropped down to 558.
Don't let go, Jack. Don't let go.
Yeah, right? Did Jack let go? Yeah. The bros had to chisel them diamond hands off the door.
Yeah, enough to.
Shit's
Was there room for both? Greedy old Rose.
I'm still seeing, though, on my crappy level 2, that there's still more ask than bid. That trend seems to be holding.
What does that mean? That more sale?
More people are asking to buy it than asking to sell it.
Right.
Someone said it perfectly earlier. It's like, just rip off the Band-Aid already. Like you're not giving us enough credit here. Come on, we're holding. I feel like everyone's holding. Like,
Hell
come
yeah,
on,
buddy.
Diamond hand.
Hell yeah.
rip off the Band-Aid.
Oh,
Let's go.
hell yeah, bro. Oh, man, that's going to be good. Where's Biscuit, man? We need some to the moon.
To the moon.
I'm gonna be on that like shit on Velcro when he comes online next. I'm gonna be like, hey, you, make sure you give us a daily update. People need to know.
Isn't it like the middle of the night there though?
Yeah, it's probably
I'm gonna,
break. Probably just trading Doge until the sun rises.
Yeah, it's like 2 o'clock in the morning there. They literally have to upload an Excel sheet to FINRA. This is how they have to report it.
Oh yeah, I
It's kinda
totally
crazy.
forgot to mention. It just reminded me. Thank you. I posted a link earlier from finra.org to the report on GME, and it said like there was nothing available, right? But then like I tried to go back there later tonight after market closed, and it like gave me an error 503. Like it just like has been removed from the website.
So the link you posted
It-
earlier, when we looked at it, it was just a page that gave you generic information about short selling. That it didn't have anything to do with GME.
The link
Right.
shows
Selling is so high they don't have a number for it.
I hope so. But no, like I there was nothing on the page that I linked. I was just linking it for future reference for when it did go live. But I went to check it tonight, and like they literally just like removed it from the website.
Usually the site it has its date, so it'll have the prior form, and underneath it prior form of that, and yeah, so it'll all be there, and it'll pop up there.
Huh.
Well, if they're using it as evidence in a trial, it probably can't be released to the public.
It has to, because it's they have to watch out for the shareholders' interest. It's part of the law, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, there's like I forget what it's called, but it's pretty much shareholders' interest. So like if it's a public company listed on the Nasdaq or the TSX or whatever, they can like short position they can play with and take fines and stuff, and they don't care, or they don't really have to. I don't know about that, but there's a lot of other information they have to disclose or whatever you want to call it. They have to put out there. They have to. It's against the law if they don't.
So 4 p.m. Eastern was the dissemination date, basically. Interesting. Today. The due date was still the 2nd. Today was dissemination date. Or the settlement date.
Well, it's way past 4 p.m. Eastern, so I don't know.
Yeah.
They're probably still scrambling to find the stocks that don't exist because everyone's holding.
So it says each FINRA member firm is required to report its total short interest positions in all customer and proprietary accounts in NASDAQ. It's also with the stock and New York Stock Exchange listed securities twice a month. These reports are used to calculate short interest. Oh. Mhm.
I feel like if they're holding out this long, they might just wait till after market, so it doesn't affect anything until tomorrow.
You might be right. Let's wait and see on that. That'd be interesting.
They historically post this early too. Choosing
Right.
today to delay it is pretty sus.
Because people are going to be pissed if it came out and everyone had the ability to make big moves in aftermarket, but retail investors didn't because the market was already closed.
Oh, I would not be happy. I can tell you that.
Question there. Does anybody know by chance if Robinhood, the after hours, if I'm in Eastern Standard Time, by chance, if I were to be like in San Francisco and use the application there, does Robinhood by chance look at my phone system and still keep the market open, or does it still reference the Eastern Standard Time market closing?
It's the same time across. It doesn't matter where you are. So like for us, we Robinhood, you can do aftermarket trading until it was 3 p.m. here, which is 6 p.m. on the East Coast.
Does it but actually execute, or keeps it still in aftermarket?
If you're doing an order for extended hours trading, then it will execute it if it's available. Yeah.
Oh, interesting. That's pretty cool.
I think you
Guys,
cut
my
off.
car is really warm, and I don't want to get out of it. It's a really long
You're cutting out.
walk. It is 15 degrees feet inside my house.
Where's Nokia when you need them?
I never heard of
Can you hear
this
me now?
Express Spa group.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
I said my car is really warm, and I don't want to walk 30 feet inside my house in negative 15-degree weather.
Negative 15. Gross. We need these numbers.
Hey guys, I posted in general a screenshot of a report from Fintel that I found on Webull.
She's complaining about 15 feet in negative temperature, and that just made me feel weak because I'm complaining about 10 feet and 30 degrees.
30 degrees? I can wear shorts.
So I don't know anything about Webull. Do you guys think their data is good? Because this is up to date, and it's saying GameStop is at 127 shorted.
Webull's data is like the best. Like their prices are always in real time, and they have really good scanners.
So I don't mean to sound like a noob, but for a lot of people that might be listening, as well as myself, what does this 127 shortage mean to us holders?
If this is accurate, do we know for sure that this is current information or is this old?
It has the updated timestamp there. It says it was 2021-029. So,
But do we know if this number was the same before? Or is it pulling from old data?
Or did they just make it up?
I mean, 127 is a lot.
That's an old metric.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they changed the metric on how they calculated shorts, didn't they?
This is crazy.
I don't understand how Fintel can have the information and when FINRA hasn't even released it yet.
Did anyone look at the website OrTech? They had one listed from today, but it was earlier.
Ortex is similar to S3, whereas they kind of create a general estimation and they have their own way of calculating sort interest and stuff.
Gotcha, that's kind of what I thought, but that's the only place I saw an updated number. How many hours until the market closes completely?
About 40 minutes, 43 minutes.
Okay.
Man, the suspense is killing me. I just want to know what the report says.
Honestly, if they were waiting until a market completely closes, it's got to be good for us.
Agreed. Now I'm glad I bought that GME share.
Well, they have to wait till market closes either way. It's the only way to do it. You have to let it die down and then collect the data for the day or whatever. And yeah.
Well, usually they release that report early. That's what they were saying earlier.
Yeah, the data should have been given to them on the 2nd.
Yeah, this data is going to show us what happens all the way up to the January 29th, not today.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, so we're not going to know what it is at right now until like the next report.
I'm going to put a link in the general. I think this may have some information. I'm literally looking at this right now. It's a newswire about NASDAQ announcing the short positions.
Well, getting the data up to the 29th will actually be really good because that will cover the entire pump of GameStop all the way till halfway through the drop down to where we're at now.
Exactly, yeah. The 29th would be data that was after a lot of hedge funds said they had already covered.
AZ Backpack, what's the good news?
NASDAQ short interest is available. It should be here on the dissemination date. That's today. I'm gonna give you this link. This site, NASDAQtrader.com and short interest, and you should be able to put the symbol in and come up with the, oh, it's not, it's New York Stock Exchange. Oh, never mind. I thought, oh yeah, you're right. I looked at that wrong. Thank you, Gary Galloway. I'm losing it.
A lot of posts on Reddit talking about FINRA are getting deleted right now.
Weird.
Are you on Wall Street Bets? Because if you are, there's look for Wall Street Bets new, because the old admins came back and did a lot of shenanigans, so they made Wall Street Bets new.
Right on. Yeah, I also saw some of them were getting modded on the GME forum as well.
I'm downloading a report and I don't know if it's the right one, so we'll see when Excel pulls this up.
Crossing my diamond fingers.
So I looked at one of the posts from Wall Street Bets, and they were talking about BlackBerry, AMC, and GME, and it was a post from like 8 days ago. in the very first comment, the guy says, I called AMC customer support, and the first thing they told me was, please hold.
The AMC in my town is like the dank place to go. It's like nice.
I'm gonna be listening on my phone, but I'm gonna go try and hang out with some friends. I mean, I'm hanging out with
Gotcha.
y'all, but actual physical, like, gonna go see a friend. But yeah, I'll be listening. I've been patiently waiting for this report. Damn it.
Damn, Miko, you actually got a social life?
Barely. Only reason I'm going to hang out with my friend is because we're probably gonna get really stoned together because he's got new stuff that he wants me to try. So
Fuck yeah.
so he's just like, this shit's fire, and I was like, okay, well that's a good time waiting to happen. So
I just got some new stuff, and it's like the tiredness. Oh my gosh, I fell asleep on the couch for 2 hours.
that's hilarious. Well, that's what I'm hoping to happen. So
Debbie.
I'm gonna go dab and video game with my bestie.
Enjoy your time, Miko.
I
Enjoy.
will. I will. I'll probably be teaching him about stock anyway. So that's kind of why he wants me to come over. So
Spread that
most spread the
gospel.
word. So tell his ass to buy GME tomorrow, and then tell him I'm not a financial advisor.
Good.
Not a financial advisor, but mine Ethereum because it's really profitable right now.
I don't know. I haven't figured out how to mine shit yet. I'm not that tech savvy, but from what y'all were talking about, I probably could use the extra heat around here since it's so damn cold.
That's true. I actually turned off my heater, and I've just got that mining in the corner, and it puts out enough heat, so it's fine.
Yeah, 'cause I was like, damn, it's cold as hell right now. I could really probably use that in my room right now, but
Yeah, I need that in every room of my house.
yeah.
It's nice because I sit at my desk, and it's like usually cold, but it pumps out a little bit of heat, so it's nice and warm at my desk. It's cool.
Yo, I really think y'all gotta really read some of this stuff that is getting posted on Reddit, man. Somebody said that FINRA's getting wrecked. They're gonna shut down Robinhood again, so good luck.
Is
Like
this
just
just
the
rumors?
well, no, it's just all just just discussion because people, it's no facts, it's just speculation and discussion.
Speculations.
Yeah, people are just like FINRA's gonna get wrecked. They're like, you don't even plan on looking at a website.
Yeah, what happened with all that document stuff? I just hopped on. I haven't even looked at the internet. Is it
Everybody heard market close. We heard 4 o'clock. We discussed and speculated 4 o'clock, and now we're waiting to the end of aftermarket. So we're looking at 8 o'clock. If nothing happened at 4, nothing happened at open, and 8 o'clock is the last time. And if nothing happens now, then we're just waiting until tomorrow.
Oh, that sucks.
It
Looking
doesn't
at
suck.
most
It doesn't
active
suck because
calls
we've been
on the
holding this
quote
long.
media. Apparently, there's a. Well, I don't really understand calls really, but there's a strike, so I guess that's the price they would buy it at for $800. Bunch at 100, 200.
What are you looking at?
A lot of, I mean,
most
of it's
active
just very
option
spot.
contracts for GME.
Options are how you lose your damn shorts, in my opinion.
Oh yeah. Why would someone be putting up a strike though for 800? Is what I'm wondering. At volume of 9,211.
Apparently, there's a lot of bots on Reddit right now, dude. Right now, doing stuff like this. What I just posted in general.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Is this on Wall Street Bets?
Yeah, Wall Street Bets and Wall Street Bets new.
I saw one on.
Did another
Are
subreddit?
not selling.
Yeah, they made another subreddit because the old mods came back to Wall Street Bets and started taking over and getting rid of all the mods that have actually been dealing with it for years. And there's a whole bunch of drama going on with it.
Yeah, no, I heard about the old Max coming back. I just made another subreddit.
FYI, Reddit's comped and owned by They're like shittiest people, to be honest.
I don't even pay attention to Wall Street bets because it's like I look at that shit and I don't even know what to believe.
I go on there for a
I
good
just
laugh.
come here.
Shit's hella funny.
I mean,
I mean, you
I
can
wouldn't
find
say I
good
would take
stuff
anything
on
for a
Reddit,
fact, but
but
at least they throw out some random stuff that gives you something to look at. Because not everybody knows every individual ticker that's out there. So if you see one that you've never seen before, it's kind of like, let me look at this.
That's hella true.
That's why I
when
don't
you start
research
getting,
tickers. I
when
research
you start,
industries
Just
and
research the
companies.
tickers first.
Oh, that's why this Discord is a good thing too. Like, we're random people, and maybe I know some people got Zom Medica as a free stock for like when it was 37 cents, and now today it's $2. Like, some people never even heard of these stock tickers. I'm not gonna blindly follow Wall Street bets,
Smart man.
but they do give good stock ticker ideas. Are you talking, Nashville? I see you light up, but I don't hear anything.
Does anyone want to go to the anti-money laundering fundamentals, rules, and guidelines from FINRA?
I don't know. I've been watching Ozark lately on Netflix, and I saw how they launder money.
Great show. I
Oh,
like this show.
that is definitely better information than what you get here.
Are they actually teaching us how to launder money? I'm just asking for a friend.
I mean, it says anti-money laundering, anti-money.
I don't think I'm accidentally laundering money, so I'm just gonna
not
skip it.
money laundering?
Hell yeah. Doesn't apply to me.
What's anti-money? That's a weird concept.
Yeah, like who's anti-money? They're like, unless you're like a monk or Buddhist up in the mountains, you're not exactly anti-money.
I mean, it has a hyphen, anti-money.
Okay. Well, wait. Then it's two words. It's anti, and then money laundering is one word. I mean, it's not technically one word, but they're using it as one word, so it's against money laundering.
Wouldn't there
I
be
think
a hyphen in between money and laundering then?
anti-money is just another way of saying money laundering. I think washing money through investments. Yeah, it's just a different type of laundering. Anti-money laundering is washing money through investments. So there's different types of laundering you can do out there. Anti-money laundering is just one way of doing it.
Hey guys, I'm doing mic check. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Not unless you are holding GME. If you're not holding, we can't hear you.
One of the most basic and widely used schemes is to utilize a foreign investor to get illegally obtained cash into the legitimate financial system. For example, assume that a criminal organization has $1 million in cash that it needs to be laundered, but then it says period and it doesn't continue there. That's great information. Thank you.
They still have spots for cybersecurity, governance, risk management, and asset management.
Alrighty. Bonsoir.
Wait, what are you reading from the link from General?
Who, me? No, I just searched up what anti-money was. Like definition of anti-money. And I went down and
Faiza was putting something. I don't know what she's reading from though.
Did anybody see any of the updated short interest ratio for GameStop? Or is it still like super delayed? Why is this database still January 29th? What the fuck? Is there somebody speaking on Discord that I can't hear right now?
No,
I don't
because
think
nobody's
so.
answering.
Yeah, it was dead for a second.
So does our firm of camel tokens have a stake regulator ID?
Kata has Pisket, yeah, what was it? Pisket been on?
He probably already got arrested.
That's not funny.
Yeah, dude, I almost cried off of that, man. Like, don't, oh man, come on, bro. But it does make you kind of wonder, like, Biscuit is kind of, he's at risk.
Wait, what happened? I missed out.
Guys,
Nobody's heard from Biscuit today. That's all.
If I don't stream, I got arrested. If it's a weekday and I'm not streaming on this stuff, I'm in jail. Keep an eye out.
If he got arrested, we have to take all of our GME winnings and go get him.
I am down.
We don't see his too. We're gonna call him freaking Dominoes.
He can't get arrested, guys. He can't get arrested because you can't fingerprint diamond hands.
That's right.
Nashville. Yeah, don't do that. I'm loud enough.
They're gonna take him in to fingerprint him, and they're gonna be like, "Oh, GME, let him go."
They gonna ask, hey, what's your position, bro? Look at my portfolio. You got any tips? Nah, man. I'm not a financial advisor.
He can't buy GME.
Yeah, he can't buy GME.
Who are you talking about? DFV? Dude, they can't. The only thing they could try to arrest him for is for trying to basically blow it up and manipulate the stock market. But by going in and doing the research that he did, there's nothing wrong with that. By giving out information, they can't arrest him. They cannot charge him with anything. Oh, you did research. You had a feeling that this was shorted. You looked at the numbers and saw that it was shorted. Oh, and you thought that when you bought it at $4, it was going to value out to something, and you told some people. Cool. That's all they can do.
Am I mistaken? Wasn't the problem that he, up until like January 28th of this year, that he was still under some type of contract as an advisor for another firm or something, that he couldn't give out like freelance financial advice? Am I wrong in that? I thought I read that somewhere that was the real rub and that was what they were pushing him on.
That might be the case, but I think the real problem is that a retail investor made a shit ton of money.
Oh, no doubt. Well, I mean, and Elon Musk, all he has to do is tweet and he can manipulate the entire crypto market. So there's eyeballs on these guys, like hardcore.
I mean, I don't know if anybody can hear me under my mask, but I don't think that Elon really did much of anything wrong. I mean, I understand that that's not fair, but Elon, all he said was, "I like Doge," but it's like, you like something, you can say I like something. Now, the minute that he says, "I'm investing into Doge, me personally, because I think it's a great financial value," and he gives reason behind it, then for him in his position, yeah, that would look like market manipulation, definitely.
Everyone on CNBC should probably also be arrested.
But you can pump crypto. You can't pump stocks or whatever.
But DFV didn't pump a stock. He basically said, "This is why I'm buying it, and this is why I think it's a good value, and I think that GameStop is worth more than $4." Like, from what I've heard and the little bit that I've watched, he basically was describing GameStop in depth and in detail, like what Kramer does in 10 seconds about one stock. I mean, he has hour-long videos, and he basically just described it. This is when what do you talk about? How they have actual product and not the assets. There we go. That GameStop has assets or product. I can't remember. but he basically weighed out and said that GameStop is a profitable and is a good long-term investment. I mean, if you bought GameStop 2 years ago at $4 and you held it for 2 years and it went up to $8, that's a butt ton of money, even if it's just something you got sitting.
I mean, I feel like what he did was no different than what these professional traders and like analysts and people do on Bloomberg when they talk about a stock. Because once a certain, like if Warren Buffett says something about, you know what I mean, anything, people are gonna jump on it. So there's no difference.
The guys, too, the reality we have to remember is this: that regardless if he did anything illegal or not, DFV, what he did affected the money of some very, very, very rich people with a lot of ties and connections, politically, legally, and otherwise. So he doesn't have to have done anything illegal. All that matters is that his actions and domino effect, the actions of millions of others, affected the bottom line of a lot of powerful people. That's what all this is about.
Agreed.
Can we vote for him for president?
No.
I mean, Kanye got on the main ticket. I mean, we could probably write in DFV and get him on there.
I mean, he's going to go down as one of the world's greatest traders, regardless of what happens.
He'll probably be like Michael Berry after the housing crash, that he'll still be trading, but all it'll be is in like, water futures in third world countries.
It's going to be fantastic when the movie comes out and they call him that.
I want to see this. If anybody on YouTube could do this, I would love to see these live streams animated, what people think everybody looks like as a cartoon. I would watch that and just watch the animations of all of our voices. That would be hilarious to see that play out.
Picture Seamus and his Freedom Tunes. Have you ever heard of Freedom Tunes?
That's what I'm talking about. If this was like a Freedom Tunes, it would be insane to see this conversation animated.
Just a bunch of camels talking to each other.
Okay, guys, I'm still trying to find our firm CRD and state regulator number so I can register for this webinar from Cybersecurity, Governance, Risk Management, and Asset Management. Do we by chance have one for our camel token brokerage? Can we just make one up?
I could be a regulator if you want. Does that mean I get to tell you what to do?
Fuck yeah.
I don't know.
I want to be a
but
regulator.
I feel like as a retail investor, I should have the same right to register for these webinars.
True.
So you just want a seat?
Damn right we want a seat at the table.
I'm going to try.
Could we make a regulatory body so everybody is a part of it?
Yeah, I just need a number that we make up.
42069.
Sounds good.
That's a good number.
So, guys, I guess earlier I was trying to speak and my push to talk wasn't working, but I don't know if you saw. I did post the link in general, which has the New York Stock Exchange market reports. You can go in there and click under NYSE. It's the current month short interest report. It doesn't have specifics on tickers, but it has the total. Now, I don't know when the specific numbers are going to come out, but that is what the stock exchange, this is probably from FINRA.
Cool. Thanks for the link.
No problemo. It gives you like an Excel spreadsheet that has the numbers.
So this coin is going to be an issue for people in prisons because they like to trade in cigarettes. So they're going to be like, well, that's going to be 5 camels. Which camels?
Why the fuck did he think about that?
It's a good point.
You know, it's hilarious. There's probably guys, doing time right now, and they're talking about this short that's going on. You know they are.
He brought that up only because of the same reason he's one of the people in this group who are still trying to figure out how would you buy an 8-ball using Dogecoin.
Dogecoin.
Doge.
Okay, let's just split it off and make Dogecoin. Just use the same code, right? And just make Doge.
Doge is great. The Doji Star,
Oh my
God. Charts.
It said my request could not be completed. Please try again. For more information, contact your system administrator. Well, I'm my system administrator, and I don't know how to fix it.
I'm actually the system admin on that. Have you tried restarting your computer?
Yes.
Team view that shit.
Get Alt F4.
I don't know. In these situations, I always hear you have to delete something called System 32.
That's the fastest way, man.
So does anyone think that like there's gonna be a global issue with phone addiction?
With what?
Phone addiction, like people constantly using their phone
No,
and
isn't
can't
that a
get off.
problem already?
It is.
Yeah, it already is. Yeah.
Yeah.
We can give them ketamine.
Like I go
for
out,
addiction.
looks like that everyone's
Everybody on
psychotic.
cat.
My phone every week gives me an update on how many hours I spent on
Mine
my
too.
phone.
Mine goes down by like 10-15% sometimes.
Well, yesterday, mine hit me up, and all it just said was, "Hey, bro, we need to talk for real."
I'm gonna tell you, I woke up this morning and I was out the door at 7:30 to go get coffee. I dropped my wife off at 8. By 11:30, my phone was at 15% because I've been on here and on Robinhood and on YouTube.
Bro, I woke up at 5:30.
Same.
Collecting your data.
But yeah, my battery has been hurting the last 2 weeks. Putting this phone through the ringer, dude.
For sure.
My battery management percentage has dropped 4 points since I started on Discord.
Yeah, yo, if you have a Samsung phone, if you have a
Sounds like
Samsung,
an
you can
iPhone.
actually monitor your performance
Yes.
and you can clean it up. I
Yes.
tried to do a cleanup on mine yesterday, and I could only you can get up to 100%. I got it to 100, and within 30 seconds, it was down to 95 again.
Yeah. It's called device care. Under device care, you can do that.
So I forgot who said it, but whoever was saying they're probably waiting. We've got just under 15 minutes, if that's the case, before they release the report.
We're speculating. We're hoping.
Like I wonder how many people lose sleep at night because they're on their phone. They go to bed and they just don't go to sleep because I've done it so many times.
I'm about to live stream myself so you can see me raising my hand to vote as I'm one of those people.
I'm gonna start a phone addiction rehab.
Do it.
Is there going to be an app for that, or how does that work?
It's all
Can it be
online.
administrated on Discord on your phone?
No, all you
On your
gotta do
phone.
is swap their phone for a Windows phone, and it'll cure the addiction.
Oh God. Yeah.
Can I share with you guys my dream for like retirement and like when I'm finally set, Lord willing, when my family's finally set, what I want to do? I'll take that as a yes.
What's that?
I want to go to the beach, and I'm gonna go out on the pier, and I want to take this phone, and I'm gonna throw it as far as I can into the ocean, and that'll be the last time I ever touch a cell phone. That's my dream.
What about GME?
I don't think that giving people Windows phones would help because I actually need a Windows phone right now so that I can play Xbox.
Game Pass works on Windows Phone?
I don't know if it works on Windows phones, but I believe it does. But I mean, I got Game Pass on my Galaxy, and it works perfectly fine. The only reason I haven't played is because of GME.
Galaxy Note or the regular Galaxy?
S10 Plus.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, but like I said, I haven't played. Like, it's so far buried in my apps. Like, I can go through my app history, and maybe 3-4 weeks ago, Xbox Game Pass used up like 23% of my battery, and in the past 2 weeks, it's less than 1%.
It's all Trading View.
Guys,
It's all Robinhood and Discord.
Oh hell yeah!
I'm seeing a tweet that has some information about the GME short interest. Take a look in general. I posted it.
I'm driving
Again,
right now. Can you tell me what it is?
yeah, I'm just gonna take a look and see who this person is.
Does anyone know Citadel or Melvin Capital's FRM number or CRD number?
No clue.
Our made-up number isn't working.
This person is saying that January 29th short interest data just published showing that GME short interest was down to 21.4 million shares for the January 29th settlement.
So if this data is accurate, a lot of those were actually covered on January 29th.
You posted that at 3:30. Where did you get that information from?
Do you have access to the numbers? For those in YouTube, I'm looking at Sam Pearson on Twitter who posted something related to it. That's Pierson, Sam Pearson. Just gonna look at the thread.
They're still streaming on YouTube?
I think so, yeah. Suggesting hedge fund longs who had previously lent their shares recalled and sold their shares in late January, causing a larger portion of the short interest to be borrowed externally by BDs. What's BDs?
Well, this explains why Melvin Capital lost so much money, because if this happened, they were closing all this out when on the 29th when the share price was still above $300.
Yeah, they're saying that this is what somebody responded to, saying, you're telling me they covered 40 million shares in the week where it hit nearly $500? No, somebody says they covered it before when it ran up to $170 before Musk tweeted. Running from 170 to 500 was mostly hype. This is what one person is saying.
No, that doesn't make any sense because that would be
No.
as far back as the 26th.
Yeah.
And that's still a
Doesn't make
shitload
sense.
of money.
Why would they still try to share it at that point unless they were worried about it going to 1,000?
And we know that they shorted it more on Monday. That was like,
How do you even know that this shit is not bullshit? You know, I mean,
We don't.
They can just say
Yeah, we
whatever
don't.
they want to say, really, and they're not playing fair anyway. You know, they're obviously biased, so
Well,
hmm.
he's saying 29th, but if you look at the chart he posted, that's dealing with the 10th. Like what? Oh, maybe I'm confused now.
GME's still at $50. Meanwhile, just saying.
Okay, yeah. So the chart he posted is just month to month. That's it. We don't get the detail we need on it to figure that out.
Yeah, that's just the short interest month to month.
I feel like it's like a playbook. It's like the other team's not gonna show you their playbook.
So yeah, and he clarified again. 4 p.m. today, the FINRA report showing 21.4 million shares shorted for January 29th.
But how come we can't see it?
Because we don't make enough money.
Maybe level 2 data can see it.
It'll get published in the other, I think, websites eventually, but I think because this dude's like a finance dude, he's getting access to the info.
Yeah, but the data is still late, so you have to take that into consideration. Yeah, he
For
used,
sure.
he used finance also, but the data he's given is still pretty late. But he's able to make accurate predictions with the late data, it seems.
And that was right. It was tweeted right before the market closed, or was it right after?
It was right when the report came out, or right after the report came out. I think it came out today at 4 o'clock Eastern.
Yeah,
30
his
minutes
tweet
before the
was
market closed.
no, it was just after close. It was 4:30 when he sent the last tweet.
But Sam makes a good point. He says, public service announcement. There is no real-time short interest data. Even the bi-monthly data from the exchanges pertains to settlement dates, not trade date. So
it's true.
Yep.
Well, that's even worse for him then, because if the 29th was the settlement date, and if we assume 2 days prior to that, that means they were at the peak when they did it.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm guessing. I was like, but wouldn't that be against what they want to do? Because then they're paying in more, right?
The settlement was 2 days after the 29th, so it was the 2nd.
Well, if they covered their shorts then they would want to continue to make the price go up. Why would they do ladder shorts to drive it down?
They settled, they tried to drive it back down, and now they're trying to get it to go back up because they know people are holding. So they're trying to drive the price back up so that they can try to sell what they have again and recoup their losses, maybe.
They need it to go down as far as they can possibly get it, so when they do have to start covering, they can cover at a cheaper price.
Yeah, because it doesn't make sense for them to like drive. The only reason they would, I remember somebody saying at one point that if something happened, that eventually it would switch to our side and try to drive that price up. So I don't know enough, but I'm just trying to make sense of it all.
But if they covered it when the price was at an ultimate high, they wouldn't have ever wanted to drive that price down. They would have wanted it to continue to go up.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Either way, I think they're lying to us straight up. Diamond hands, hold.
All right, so here's the weird thing. So the hedge funds shorting the stocks, they could have borrowed them from long-term investors, and the long-term investors just keep loaning out their shares so that they could keep shorting it for profit. And Robinhood did illegally loan out customer shares. That's why all these lawyers in America are suing them, putting up billboards. So that could be another reason why it was easier for them to cover their short positions. And it's possible a reason why the squeeze already happened at the 450 mark. People are assuming that when the hedge funds shorted the stock, that they weren't borrowing from anybody they knew. And all these people on Wall Street's expected that the hedge funds had to buy every single share. That's not true. The hedge funds could buy the shares, exercise, sell, and rebuy. Like same thing when
That's
I buy
correct.
and sell when I buy and sell Dogecoin, I don't have to buy from everybody. I'm just buying and selling like 100 times. The hedge funds could buy and sell their stocks millions of times in a week using algorithms.
But that would still show as multiple different orders. And with everyone buying GME, there wasn't enough volume that day.
Yeah, this is not adding up.
Somebody did post a screenshot of that, the 21.41 million. So that is equivalent to a 45.66% short interest of the free float. I'm gonna link that. I'll put a screenshot of that.
Okay, so does anyone know how many shares that were shorted that they supposedly covered? Can someone get that number? And I'll do the math on volume and see where we're at. Well, didn't we have the number of shares that were shorted that should have been covered before the 29th?
You can take a
No,
a
I'm
look
saying
at the
if they hypothetically were covered, how many shares was that?
It's very
No,
risky.
before the 29th. Before the 29th.
They're saying it was 20 million shares outstanding after the 29th. That's what the finance guy said. It's only 21 million shares outstanding. I meant shorted.
So they covered 51 million shorts between the 15th of January and the 29th of January?
That's what the report is saying.
That's what they're telling us, right? So it's essentially 50 million is what they covered. So
Yeah.
let me do a little bit of research and I'll see what the volume is and if it adds up.
I'm sure more than 50 million yeah, because on 29th it was over 110 million shares. I doubt all those 110 million shares are retail investors buying.
I think a lot of people are still going to hold on to it because what's the point of selling it? Yeah, you're right.
On a good note, I'm up 3.36% after hours.
That's correct, right? I think you can write it off. Is it up to $1,500 in losses? I remember doing some research on taxation, and I thought it was up to 1,500, but let me look it up.
Yo, you got me dying. He said he don't care if there's tattoos on it of diamonds on the head.
Yeah, if your
Just seen
losses exceed
3,000.
your gains.
Yeah, I just seen 3,000 on short-term stocks.
You're right. It's 1,500 for those who are married, filing separately.
Yeah, I just seen 3,000 on tax.
It's 3,000 or 1,500 married, filing separately. You're correct.
I'm pretty sure
They're
everybody.
just killing the average American worker. And you can spread that out over 3 years. So there's no income tax as well. They're like great if you travel a lot too.
Could you just use a VPN? No, but I'm saying, could you do that? You could do that though, right? Make it do by a
Yeah, don't you need an address in Dubai to open an account? Yeah. Residence, yeah, proof of residence. Probably like 3 proofs of residence and
Oh, you need a residence?
wait, it's a bank, dude. That's fucking awesome, dude. Hell yeah.
Tame the Arc can sound mean sometimes. Angry.
Hey guys, I just had to feed my kid. I had to step away. What'd I miss?
This number is from about January. It's January 29th number, so that's equivalent to about 45.66, just under 46%. Of course, this number could have gone up in days following because I think that they're expecting it to dip. So this is not going to be current.
I don't know exactly how shorting would work, but I just see it as if everybody panics and starts selling, and the hedge funds have not recouped everything, they're going to buy all of that low and drive the price back up, and everybody's going to try to jump in again and be late.
I'm just holding.
It's that FOMO.
Unless they're shorting again and trying to drive it down to zero.
Yeah, I think it may. But I don't think it's going to go down below 30, I would say. I don't know. I'm just holding on to one right now, so it doesn't really matter to me.
What's
Yeah.
your
I'm not holding a bunch of them, no. No.
What you buy at?
When I had bought earlier, the one that I'm holding right now, I bought it at like 80 something.
Yeah, I brought my average down to 85 and I'm only holding 4. But it's just for the meme now. It's not even.
Yeah, my partner had also bought, I think, like 8 stocks at 246. That was really high. And he was at work when it was like popping up, going down. And before he left, he said, "Don't lose all my money." And so when it started dipping, I sold them because I mean, he had left me with
Good
sort
call.
of like,
Fuck yeah, no, good call. Hell yeah.
I wasn't gonna lose all his money in that. It was 8 stocks at 200. Actually, it was 289
Almost
that we
$2,000.
bought those at. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
good call.
that
Fuck
was the
yeah.
right decision. He was like, "You sold them.
made
You
a
can hold."
profit on that, right?
No, I did not.
Oh.
No, it's a loss, but it's okay. We've made it up with other stocks.
Yeah. And you learned. Got you in the foot. In the door.
Yeah, exactly. If I would have waited, we would have lost. I mean, right now, look at it. That was the right decision for both of us at that time.
Hell yeah.
That was my big reason why I jumped out like right at 80 with one share, because like I said, I was tight. My money was so tied up, and it was just like, if I'm going to lose, I'm going to just take the little bit I can get. And when I saw it trending down, when it got to that sub 50, I jumped back in and got my share back.
Mm-hmm. For me right now, that one stock that I'm holding is like a souvenir. It's a souvenir of the whole experience.
Really?
Yeah. I'm just gonna hold on to it.
This is for the tongue. I need the
Uh,
one for the. Oh, there. This is the one. That's it.
And then I've diversified into like all these other.
Oh, actually, that's a tongue, huh? It was red or was it pink? Wait, let me get that one. I need. Oh, it was the outside, the lips. It was red for the tongue, and the outside, the lips were pink, and the white, and the teeth, and the inside was black.
What are you talking about?
Oh shit, my bad. I'm painting. Sorry.
What are you talking about?
Sorry, I thought I'd mute my mic.
Hey, team. So they're trying to pump marijuana stocks. I hope that doesn't affect MJ.
What do you mean?
No, Tame said Wall Street was trying to pump marijuana stocks. I'm saying I hope that doesn't affect MJ ETF.
Yeah.
Oh, which ones? The ones that are all up like 80%? Oh yeah, organic something.
Organogram.
Organogram. Yeah, that one's been up. Oh my god. Well, yeah, that one's going up.
Well,
Sundial.
didn't you guys buy Sundial? I remember talking about it like a couple weeks ago.
I tried to buy it back before they like halted. Robinhood stopped, and it was like Sundial was only at like 70 cents maybe, and I couldn't buy any because they were limiting it.
What's it at
You
now?
can. Let me scroll down here.
Me personally, I'm staying away from Tilray. It burnt me 2 years ago, and I'm not in the mood to go through that again.
It's at $1.80 right now, Sundial. Well, Tilray's merging, and it's becoming the largest cannabis company in the world. So.
Yeah, but see, I was messing around with Tilray when I first started, and I looked at it, and I'm like, oh, marijuana is pretty much it's a good stock to get into, and I think I got in around the 70 range, maybe lower than that, but it got up to like 300, and I was pumped, I was ready to go, and then it just tanked.
Oh wow, yeah, I see that.
Was that the dudes that they just like kind of exited the whole fund? Like the company didn't go broke, but they just left, took the money.
To be honest with you, this was when I first started trading, so there was zero diligence, not even undue diligence. There was negative diligence done. I'm not gonna lie, I was chasing and going with, hey, this looks like it's good, and I was trading with emotion. I didn't have
Literally
research.
the epitome of zero research.
Basically, like I did so little research, like the company researched me. Like it was the opposite. But like I said, that was back then. Maybe what 2 years plus, and yeah, it kind of left a nasty taste in my mouth. And that's when I started messing around with crypto, and I jumped on Doge, and I've been holding on to Doge now, like I said, for like 2-3 years.
Good for you. That's great.
How's your return on that?
I just sold it right after my birthday when it hit that what was that, like 81 cents. I caught it on a come down at like 70, and then I started messing around with GME, and I started trying to diversify a little bit more, and actually move my money around between stocks. So I mean, it's I will say Doge took me from $45 to $1,200 in a matter of like 48 hours. And when it tanked back down again, it was just like, I'm glad I got out, but I'm chasing a dragon trying to get back into Doge, expecting it, hoping for it to go back up to 10 cents at least. But that 1,200, as it came down, it did allow me to make a couple of moves, so like I said, right now, I'm not even concerned too much with I want to get this money as soon as possible. That's not even a big concern. I want to see how long I can hold it and see how much I can make on a return, you know. And I'm trying to go small with 5% because I don't have that much money invested. But I just see it as if somebody can get a 5% return and they're working with $1,000 in their portfolio. I mean, that's $50. If you can do that every day, you know, you're actually benefiting. You're doing something right.
Yeah, that's a huge return for a daily return.
I mean, 5% on 1,000 is only $50. But if you can do that constantly, you know, and if you can actually do it, that's why I diversified a little bit more, so that if I am not making 5% total, at least I'm not losing, you know, a full 5% on one individual stock.
I made like $4,000 on Doge since I invested. Crazy. Mhm.
Yeah, that's bang for sure.
Yeah, they want their tax money. They got to catch me.
Right.
No, but also with me saying that, I need to clarify. I am just joking. Please do not take this serious.
Yeah,
Do
this
not
is on
take this as
YouTube.
financial advice. I think I'm just going to slowly just keep adding more and more money into my account. So that way, the closer I can get to $10,000, the better I would be as far as being able to make, you know, steeper trades. And if I can get up to 10,000, then maybe I can start learning hands-on doing options on with penny stocks.
Options sound fun, but it sounds hella dangerous.
But it's also hella lucrative. It's kind of like, you know, do you want to have fun? Yeah, okay, then jump off this bridge with a rubber band around your ankles. Then it's like, I don't want to have that much fun, but I want to have that much fun. It's like you gotta, if you're gonna take the risk, you know, and understand that the reward is so great, it's best to do it in a way that you're not gonna hurt yourself. You know, so I would definitely not recommend, and this is coming from me personally.
You
I
can
would
lose
not
money on penny stocks though.
Oh yeah, but I would also not recommend somebody saying, "Yo, I can make, you know, 20% returns on doing options trading. I'm going in with $10,000 versus I'm going in. If I can make 20% returns, and I go in with $50, $100. You know, at least if you lose 20%, you're not. Well, you don't really lose 20% with options. You only lose what your contract is.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
definitely
so,
safer.
so I mean, that's the best thing. The way to look at it is, as long as you're not paying so much on your contract, you're okay.
True that.
I'm kind of getting sick of the stock market. It's so much bullshit. Like, I'm looking
I'm
into.
gonna start trading micro futures.
I've been studying forex, and I like that way better.
What is the hype behind forex? If you could explain.
So somebody in the YouTube chat asked for the AMC short. That's at 68.48%. Again, that's 68.48% is what the number that I'm seeing out there.
You know, after all this speculation and attempted analysis and everything we're doing, all this info, I find myself wanting the one piece of information I truly want is, what is deep fucking value going to do?
They will just want to make an example out of somebody, so no one
But it's too
will
late.
try this shit again.
It's really too late for him. He's already pulled out his profits from what's been discussed. I don't know what the facts are behind it, but it's been discussed. He's already pulled out of his investment. So everything else that he has sitting at GMB right now is profit.
I'm gonna drop that link for those numbers in general.
I remember we were talking about Celios and the ketamine. Do you know they're also working on something for Alzheimer's? I think it was SLS-002. That's one of their next trials that they're working on. That should be coming in summer. I think like
I really
second
like
half
that.
of.
Yeah, they're doing a lot of stuff. I like them.
I just couldn't find any like hard research. All I heard was they were moving to the American market with their clinical trials. I think everything that they have is still in stage 1.
There is somebody who's out there doing the Alzheimer's. Was that Trillium? Is that who I bought? No, that's the oncology.
Harry, I would not even worry about Nokia short. Nokia has over 5 billion outstanding shares, and it's almost impossible for somebody to try to short all of Nokia, or even a significant percentage.
So that was Cassava Sciences. They're the ones that are doing the treatment for Alzheimer's, but their stock is already like shot up when news
Yeah,
came
but
out about that.
Cassava also needed a pamper today. Like what I remember seeing, I think they kind of lost it today.
Yeah, I mean, because they shot up. They went from $19 up to almost, like 90 in from January 29th to February 3rd. They were up at almost 90. So they were gonna consolidate a bit and come down to like a normal. I didn't buy any of that because I thought it was just too much.
When you said it was the one you were looking about oncology, was that the Hana Canova Therapeutics? I think.
Which one?
You said something about oncology. Also, I was asking, was that Oncanova Therapeutics? I think it's ONTX.
No, the one about the oncology one that I bought was Trillium. Trillium, and it's 100% buy rating. My partner is the one who told me about this. Now he worked in pharma for 15 years, and he's been trading for like 20 years. So he gave me a heads up on that one.
just on first glance, I mean, it's had some definite positive growth over the last 30 days.
Yeah. It took a dip today when I was able to buy it at an okay price, I think. Yeah, I think I got it at 13 and change. Yeah, Seeking Alpha has an article about them being an undervalued, potentially undervalued CD47 player. I will link this article. I'll put it in tickers.
I need to do some research on that KALV, Cal Vista Therapeutics. I want to see what that was all about because that was like they picked up almost 200% in the past week.
Wow. It's 100% buy rating as well. Let's see. Clinical stage pharmaceutical engages in discovery, development, commercialization of small molecular protease inhibitors. Its product candidates are inhibitors of plasma kallikrein being developed for 2 indications, hereditary angioedema and diabetic macular edema. Wow. Yeah, that went up from like 15, just under $16. It's up to like 35.
Yeah, I'm kind of scared to see what it's going to do tomorrow, but I'm kind of curious.
Yeah, it should consolidate, hopefully. That's kind of crazy. What's the news on it? I'm going to pull this up. Oh, positive results for KVD 900 phase 2. So phase 2 demonstrating statistically and clinically significant responses across all endpoints as an oral on-demand treatment for HAE attacks. What are HAE attacks? Oh, the hereditary angioedema. Interesting. So they've had positive results.
I'm looking at this doggy coin. This shit just goes sideways. That's all it does.
Did you see the news on Nautilus? Nautilus Biotechnology announced plans Monday to go public via merger with That's what happened, right? No, what's going on here? Yeah. Yeah. So it's going to be with Aria Sciences. It's expected to close sometime between April and June.
Who is that? Nautilus and Arya?
That's correct. Yeah. Yeah, Aria was interesting.
You said
Yeah.
that is his reason, or there is a reason?
Interesting. Yeah. I don't think anybody expected the stopping of people being able to buy more stock, you know. That really threw. Yeah.
And that's the shit that makes me not even want to fuck with the stock market anymore. You know what I mean? Like, this market has gone crazy with all these new people and fucking. It's like a mess. It's so choppy and shit, and this whole pump culture and shit. It's like. I try and use price action sometimes, and it doesn't even fucking matter because the market is so fucked up with these algorithms, and this shit is crazy.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with the stock market. I think it works the way that it's intended to work for them. But I feel like it's not like it's stopping us from making money or stopping people from investing. It's just if you're investing in a way that's counteractive or counterintuitive to them, then it becomes a problem. It's like you can play the game, but you have to play with them. If you're playing against them, then you're basically the enemy, and they'll do whatever underhanded tactics they can use in order to stop you from making anything, even if they take a loss. You know, like I said before, $1,000 is not it's a lot to us, but a couple million isn't that big of a deal to them, especially when it's not their money that they need to pay their bills or to eat.
So has anyone looked at the reports on the New York Stock Exchange that shows the total volume and the short volume for that day?
I don't know. I just remember what the market was like before all this hype and shit. Like, it's crazy now.
So there's these files on the New York Stock Exchange website that kind of shows the short volume of each ticker every day, I think. Maybe you guys already talked about it and I wasn't, and I'm just finding it now.
Does anybody have an insight based on the chart? So, does that mean like the hedge funds they're covered their all their short positions and all that sort of thing? So, short squeeze not likely very much, or?
I personally think it's done, but I don't know. I still think that they're shorting it because they're expecting the price to drop, but I don't think it's going to be like it was a few weeks ago.
I think the game, if they are shorting it, expecting it to drop, is are banking on everybody selling right now with news coming out that, oh, we've recovered and you all are all screwed. They're anticipating everybody jumping ship so that they can short it even lower.
Okay, so Andrew Mo was saying in his video tonight, like he's streaming right now, but he was saying that we essentially want the price to get driven back up. It's the only way. The hedge fund guys want it brought down. It's good for them so that they can cover easier. So it just goes back to like last week when I was saying it's like we got to keep it above a certain threshold. So it's really all up to like new buyers and people doubling down and like the people who are on our side with lots and lots of money buying just like a shit ton more shares. So I don't know.
Okay, thanks everyone for your insight. I just want to get a grasp a little bit on like what it is, what direction you're thinking. But generally, I think I like actually the stock. I really like it though. Again, like we said the other day, how it might have potential for a rebranding and that sort of thing. So, yeah, I just wanted to see this general census and that sort of thing. But I think I'm gonna actually hope for the stock to actually maintain though. I'm personally really not worried about like just losing it.
I like
Can
my
anyone,
stock.
I posted a link in general. Can anyone explain this to me, what these reports are?
You talking about the Reddit?
No.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see it. Yo, what is this?
I think
I
those
think
are the numbers.
these are the data every day it's posted what the shorts are.
Weird. It's like 1,000,004 or 1,000,005, and then it's like 75 or 750,000, then like 200,000, then 950. See that pattern there with the 729, 729? That's weird. It's like it goes in rotation.
Hold on, let me put it into, I'm going to put it all into Excel.
nuts. Like, yeah, I can't even look at that.
So I'm seeing the short volume for AMC according to this report is like 19,229,466.
But I wonder if that is how many were shorted that day, or if that's the running total.
Guys, what about this possibility that we don't, that it's erroneous information to begin with, and they're just looking to pay the fine?
I mean, that's a possibility, but this is like what the New York Stock Exchange is publishing.
Yeah, but they're publishing based off what? Off the information they were given by the holders, right? So I'm just throwing out, campfire stories here, but it's proven that we're living in a manipulated market, in my opinion. So I don't think it's out of the scope of reason to suspect that, given all the pushback they've received the last week and a half, that they wouldn't just post false information to come back and pay the fine and say, "Oh, sorry, miscalculated it, my bad," pay that fine, and continue to shore up their positions. It's a lot less money to be lost in a fine than there would be in actually, having to pay out their short position.
Looks like the volume on AMC is higher than GME. Interesting.
But then again, I'm just a monkey. I don't know what I'm doing, so they'll listen to me.
I'm gonna go through all this data. It's gonna be so fun. So we didn't look at these reports earlier, correct?
No, we did not.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I got here, but I went through the site map to get to it.
So what date is this for?
It's like they post it every day, so why aren't people talking about it?
But the date that's there on that, okay, so this is February 1st. 2021-0201. I posted some info in general that had the screenshot of.
No, the New York
Yeah.
Stock Exchange.
So the screenshot that I posted at 5 p.m. shows for January 29th, the one that we were waiting for, those numbers. Yeah, that's been posted.
Guys, I just got kicked out.
Of?
That New York Stock Exchange.
So here's what I found of this. The free data is updated just twice a month. Short interest tables will show information for the last 2 reporting dates. Daily short interest data is available but can only be purchased through a subscription.
Then why can we look at it?
This isn't actually short interest.
What is it?
Because this is volume.
What's short volume then?
So if you want to get short interest, that's different. It's the number of the short interest ratio is the number of company shares that have been sold short divided by the actually maybe that is it. I was reading some
I keep
different
randomly
definition
getting
earlier.
kicked out, so I'm saving everything.
The number of company shares that have been sold short divided by the average daily volume. So the formula is short interest divided by the average daily trading volume. We have total value. Is that, I don't know if that's the same.
Can you send me whatever you're looking at?
Sure. Oops, I posted it in general by accident. So the key takeaways is short interest ratio indicates how many days it would take for all the shares short to be covered or repurchased in the open market, because that's why you're dividing by the average daily volume. The short interest ratio and short interest are not the same. Short interest measures the total number of shares that have been sold short in the market. You cut out.
This is off of the new post off of the GME Reddit.
Yeah, it's still old data.
Is it? I mean, it says it was updated today.
It always says that because the price is updated.
I see.
But there is a potential for that because it depends on what they're actually doing with the stock. They may be since the 29th, but I don't know. I think with the volume, we should be able to calculate this.
I just like the stock.
So average daily trading volume is typically calculated over 20 or 30 days. Oh yeah, so the average volume published here is 55.61. So if we have the short volume at this amount that was published, then we divide that by the average daily volume and get the short interest. The short interest ratio, that is. Interesting. I thought he had said that it, okay.
You mean crypt flow?
Does anyone know what a sale condition is? And it says like TP or TI.
She had an answer for you, bud.
In what context did you see it? I mean, I don't know, but at least I would know what I'm looking for if I look it up.
I downloaded a CTA summary, and there is message cat / type, participation ID, transaction time, sequence number, PRN, symbol, instrument type, sale condition.
Hey guys, has anybody looked at on marketbeat.com? Because this is from, it says 2.9. It says they're 88.58% of shares shorted. I may be looking at the previous report. I'm not sure.
I'm gonna post a link to the Wall Street Journal market data. Let me know what you guys make of it. I like how that link for short squeeze stock, short interest asked me to like subscribe to view that. Oh man. I'm seeing 131.76% short interest. I'll post a link.
Where are you seeing that?
I'm just looking at the newest GMEs, but I'm just it's like they're picking at numbers here. Let me post it. Take a look. There's like a lot of misinfo out there, huh? If they are really like up, what is the expression? Up shit creek without a paddle, then they really wouldn't like take this long to release their numbers, right?
Yeah, I think they've got FINRA chasing their tail, trying to figure out what to do about this.
I will honestly say they truly put FINRA in a really, really, really tough spot with this information. Yeah, I guess make sure everybody that is enjoying it, or if they're not enjoying it, just getting information they need. Make sure that they like the video, like and subscribe. We go live every day.
posted a link that might be interesting to be aware of. Apparently, GameStop is one of the most cross-traded exchanges right now, which means, which sounds like to me they're really playing hot potato with all these shorted stocks. Super suspicious because there's not usually this many dark pools in a single stock.
Bye, YouTube.
Later, Gators.